Okay, we are live and streaming, and I'm just starting this up simply to start it up. And I am going to bring other people on so that we can make a go of, pretending that I'm here. And I will start the calls immediately just because oh shit! Calling the wrong person. Let me hang up there. And let me try. There we are. Here in all my brilliance. Somebody. There we are. The one man who's normally as addled as I am. we're live. And just as a forewarning, so that we don't say anything too outrageous. And love you dearly. Hope everything's going well with you. I'll bring our brother Salman on immediately as well. See if he responds. Let me see. Oh, call. He's on this weird call thing. And so I think he said 8 o'clock. I'm going to check his message here. Speak soon at 8 p.m. Good, that's him. And let's see what else is going on before we get any debriefing on anything. Dear Salman has joined, and we will wait for his usual greeting.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Douglas, JMO. My love and peace with all of you and our brothers and sisters at Team Dietrich.
Yes, bless you, sir. And, of course, the best of the Eid holidays be unto thee. I hope that you take advantage of this opening hour to explain a bit about the Eid and why it is so important and what it signifies. And you can begin on that now. Honestly, Jameson, of course, has just joined us, and we'll get a debriefing from him soon. But you may as well start, because I was so flattered. I thought that Salman might have social obligations on a holy day like this, which is, more than a single day. He was so kind. He said that this is just as important, and honestly, that's very, very heartwarming, very heartening, and deeply appreciated, dear brother. So do share with us the significance of this holiday and what it means to the world.
Thank you, Brother Douglas. And yeah, indeed, much love. This brotherhood and love that we have on critical omissions is also a struggle against the enemy and the darkness, and for the cause of goodness and unity under the will of God. This is just as important as the social obligations of the Eid holiday. And the aspect of Eid is there's two of them. One is the Eid al-Fitr, which is after the aspect of Ramadan. And then after that, you have Eid al-Adha, which is after basically the Hajj, which is the once a year pilgrimage that Muslims have to make if they're financially able to do so. And this commemorates the command that that God gave to Abraham to sacrifice his son to test his faith. And when he was about to sacrifice his son, in place of the son, a bull appeared. And then after that, that's what Abraham had sacrificed. And that basically shows to commemorate charity, give to the poor, and also your moral and physical senses that sometimes for the greater good, you have to control yourself and basically circumscribe your desires and live life within due bounds, and to know what is right, what is wrong. So what we did in our family was we distributed meat to a lot of poor families in Pakistan, here of like a few families here in Philadelphia that are not that financially stable. So this holiday basically commemorates that event between Abraham and what Allah commanded him to do, to sacrifice his son and to test his faith. But in turn, it basically commemorates the aspect of brotherhood, unity, charity, to commemorate the Hajj, and to also give meat and food to those that are less fortunate, and just have that unity and aspect between us. And it's a tradition that has continued for many years. I know even where Sister Maria is in Canada, she has a Muslim neighbor who always gives her food. So in this time of the season, those kind of things are highly encouraged, to check up on your neighbors, make sure that you give them food if they don't have food, give to the poor, like here or in Pakistan, and just commemorate that interaction that Abraham had with God about charity, about the physical and moral senses, and to do the right thing. So this is basically a social and a charitable obligation that falls upon the Muslims. So this is the second Eid, and the first one is after Ramadan, which is to commemorate the end of fasting. So that's the difference between the two.
Oh, thank you so much. Bless you. I really appreciate that. We also have the fortune of having Brendan Zogit with us. And Brendan, of course, we've just been graced with an explanation of Eid from our dear friend Salman. I'd like to respond to that. But first, let's bring you on because we never know how much time we have with you. So how much time do we have with you tonight?
A few minutes, like 15, 20 minutes. I'm on my lunch. I just got on there. And,
okay.
Eid Mubarak to Salman and everyone else who celebrates. So.
Thank you, Brother Brendan. Assalamu alaikum, and peace be with you.
Yes, indeed. Gratitude.
Yes. And just so people know, that is a polite way to wish people a happy Eid is Eid Mubarak. And just think of the Egyptian king that used to be there, Mubarak, King Mubarak of Egypt before he was overthrown and a military junta stepped in. So terrible Arab Spring that we had with that. So go on, Brendan, and share with us what comes to your mind. You've been out a lot. You've been taking a lot of photographs. And tell us what special holidays are coming up with the Asian Indian, because they also have a kind of an Eid of their own. And if you would explain that to us, that would be appreciated.
Yes, I mean, there's many things going on with that. And a lot of it is related to like the astrology and like, you know, where the sun is and stuff like that. And those things, I mean, I could get into it, but
Oh, go ahead.
It would take
go wherever you want.
But I was just gonna say like in Arabic, like the word Mubarak just means like blessed. So it's like, you know, like there's many people in my family, or a few people that are named like Mubarak, and like it's a common name because it just means like blessed one, or like.
Yes.
And so saying like Eid Mubarak or, you know, something like that is like blessed evening, like have a blessed, you know,
wonderful
holiday.
Thank you for explaining that to our listeners. That's so important, and let people know that you are also of that from that part of the world. Oh, albeit I believe the majority of your family was Christian. There must have been some Muslim converts, or was that the case?
Oh no, my family's all Christian.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And Christian, Lebanese or Syrian, Christian Antiochian Orthodox. Go on.
Yes, Levantine Christianity, and like you know, the Christianity, like pretty much where like Christ grew up and all of that. But it's all like Salman was saying, it's all very related. Like, you know, they have, it's called the Abrahamic religions for a reason. You know, they all come from we're the people of the book. And so despite what stereotypes are there and what the modern thing says about it, it's like all the people in the Holy Land, like pre-Israel especially, like they all actually lived together, whether it was Judaism, Islam, or Christianity. There was, of course, wars, but during peacetime, they were all, you know, it was like a community. Everyone was there. So there's, you know, it wasn't until like more modern times, like after World War I, World War II, that all these kind of divisions happened. But there was a time when everyone kind of, like, even especially during like, as horrible as the Ottomans were, there was a time when everyone kind of maintain themselves in kind of like a community setting. So
yes. Yeah, just to explain to people, the Ottoman Empire, which existed until World War I, was a Turkish-dominated empire, but you could consider it really the real working model for the European Union, because all of these people were different ethnicities, but you could travel anywhere within much of the Islamic world without a passport. And honestly, you were just free to go from one part to another without all of the horrible border crossings that we have today in that part of the world. And the one thing I would ask Brendan to qualify is let people know that when you say before Israel, say before the modern state of Israel, because of course people will get confused with the biblical Israel.
Yes, not the historical Israel.
Yeah. Yes,
for reasons. Yeah, yes. The state of Israel.
The modern Frankensteinian pastiche, the imposition.
Because in reality, like before that, like Jews and Muslims even Christians all lived together. Like my grandpa even told me a story that when he was young, his family let them, or basically his family, his father, someone had to travel, and so he stayed with the Jewish family next door for like almost a year. So it was that kind of community where it was just like, like an actual, a neighbor, a real neighbor. There was no strife. There was nothing, like that before those times.
Yeah, and it's so true, so true. And if you'd let the people know about how Lebanon, Beirut was the Paris of the Middle East. Let them know about how there was gambling casinos, there were dance halls. Tell them a bit about that world.
Yes, during that time, for sure. It's still like a party zone, but it's mostly like gangsters and stuff now, I feel like.
Yeah, you mean fugitives, like, what's the name of that that idiot
Carlos
who ran away
Ghosn.
from Japan, the guy who fucked over Nissan?
Carlos Ghosn.
Yeah,
that guy. It's funny because he's like imprisoned in Beirut now, because the only place that has a non-extradition treaty with Japan, excuse me, is like Lebanon. So that's how criminal they are.
Shit.
It just kind of proves how corrupt that country is. Right.
So he's stuck there is what you mean to say. He's basically trapped.
Yeah, he's stuck there, because he can't leave, because if he goes to anywhere in Europe, America, like, they all will extradite him straight to Japan, because, as you know, Japan rules the shit.
Yes.
They have all the money.
Yes.
Yeah. Poor bastard. And the Americans that helped him get out they're in prison right now in Japan.
Yes,
like, they got swooped up.
Yes.
So that's what they get for helping that guy. Sorry.
Thank you.
The funny part is they smuggled him in like a suitcase. They like got him through somehow.
Yeah.
Like literally shoved him in a box.
Yes.
So
yes.
That goes to show, like, you don't want to run from the Japanese government.
Thank you. They disguised him as stereo parts. They said he was a box of stereo parts. That's how they got him out. And that's a father and son team that did that. He was a Special Forces, U.S. Army.
They were
Special
American
Forces.
mercenaries. Yeah, these mercenary
but,
assholes.
but he was former U.S. Army Special Forces motherfucker, just like Aquino.
Exactly.
Go on.
The same guys. Yeah.
Yeah.
It makes you wonder, like, how did he find these guys? Like, on the dark web or some shit? Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, apparently what happened was his wife approached them, and so she acted as the intermediary. The Japanese were allowing conjugal visits. Wait.
Right.
The Japanese were denying conjugal visits with his wife. That's why he said it was torture, and they only allowed him to see his daughter, because the Japanese said, we'll give you the benefit of the doubt, and we don't think you're fucking her. Of course, they don't know him. Yeah,
He's French. He's French. And I'm not saying that against French people. It's like, it was a big scandal they had, the Germans reported on this, that like the rates of incest in France is like off the charts. Like, it's actually pretty bad.
Oh my God.
So I'm not like talking shit against French people. It's like, it was actually reported on Deutsche Welle. So yeah.
Oh my God. Well, thank you for sharing that. I mean, that's incredible. So go on with what else is going on in your own life. How are things going with the struggle with the automobile? And your injury. Tell us how you're doing with taking care of, rehabilitation.
Oh my God. I don't even want to think about it. Like, okay, so I went to the chiropractor earlier, and my lower back is totally shredded from the accident, right?
Holy shit.
And so he finally got the okay from my lawyer that, like, okay, there's enough money in it and we can go further. And he was working on my lower back, and I swear, like, I've never been in this much pain before. He's just like stabbing the part that's injured, to the point where I was like screaming. I was like, what the fuck? Oh my God. And like, he's like, just let me work it out. Like, relax. And like, it still hurts, like, but it feels like, like something was fixed, but it's going to take a while to recover from what happened earlier.
Oh my God.
So yeah. So it's like, and then he was like, oh, this is good for the case or something. And I was like, holy shit.
Well, oh yeah. You tell him you're fucking
like,
crippled for life.
Injury. Yeah. Like, it's like a real deal injury. So it's like, I'm not making it up, but it was so painful that, like, I was pissed. I just walked out. I was like, all right, I'm done.
Oh my God.
Then I saw the people in the waiting room after that, and they were just like, oh shit, do I have to do I have to go through this? Because they like heard me yelling. Yeah. Right, it's pretty bad.
Oh God, I'm so sorry. That's just so awful.
Well, hopefully the lawyer does his job and gets me some cash, because she fucked my back up, this lady. So
yeah, but without concentrating too much on that, it's like I said, Right,
I'd rather not think about it.
Yeah,
it's not worth it. Just in case anyone wants to thinks they're gonna get rich like this, it's not worth it. Don't do it.
Thank you. Don't throw yourself under a bus.
Right.
It's because I actually know of a case of one old white lady who did that, and just a horror story. That's another
My God.
object lesson for another time. I'll tell people about that when you take off, when you're done. But tell us a bit about what about not that I want to overdwell on this, like I said, but what you're really saying is that you're hoping that you can get money from her insurance company, because if the judge says she's got to pay, you're not going to get shit. It doesn't matter. She'll just turn into a fugitive.
Oh, it's from the insurance companies. It's not from her personally.
Right.
I mean, she's like, I'm literally staring at where she works, like right now, because she works right in front of my work.
Holy shit.
And like, she has plenty of money, but like, obviously, like, that's why you have insurance, so they don't go after your house and stuff, like,
Yeah.
So like, that's the point of having it. So now it's just a matter of them actually paying up, which is like pulling teeth, I'm sure.
Right. And but hopefully it will be done. And so tell us more about what's going on with, how about the job you're in now? Anything you want to bitch about? How many days do you have left before you're free?
I mean, tomorrow I'll find out if that new job I got is worth staying at or not. So I'm gonna go like do my orientation, and if they try and play hardball with me, like, I'm gonna play hardball with them and be like, well, if you need a good worker, like, this is what I need, So I mean, there's a lot of opportunity right now because a lot of places need people. So I'm not just gonna settle, you know what I'm saying? So
Right.
And I'm also trying to get like better jobs. So it's just like it's a process, as with everything.
Yeah.
So, but right now, like, my job, they after I did I tell you about how like there was that whole incident where like I basically went to HR and blasted the whole, like, all the management, and then I was off for 4 days and I came back and now they're like saints. They're like, it's like Mother Teresa or like better in there.
They're all treating
like,
you. Okay.
Yeah, they're like, oh, Brendan, you're here. Okay, like, this is what's going on. Like, the communication is flawless. Like, everything like got fixed overnight because I blasted them.
Oh my God. Oh my
Yeah,
God. Well,
so
it's all too late now.
Yeah, it's a bit too late, exactly. Because now, like, once I leave, like, they're so screwed. They have no one. Like, there's no one. They've had like a hiring sign up for like a month. No one's even like looked at it.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, every place is, even though the economy has gone to shit, nobody's answering the for help signs.
Yeah, yeah. It makes you wonder, like, how many people died.
Yeah.
Like, is everyone alive? Like,
it's true. It's bizarre. It's bizarre. And tell us what else.
I think it has to do with maybe like people are like making money off like scheming stocks or something now. Like, they have some other way to make money. They don't need to work.
They're all robbing each other on Bitcoin or something. They're using cryptocurrency to just fuck each other over.
Literally.
And do Ponzi scheming. Getting people to invest in invisible objects and shit. So.
Yep. Literally.
Oh my God!
It's the American way, the Bernie Madoff way.
Yes, that's right. Oh my fucking God! I am. So tell me what else is going on, and what what you think we need to be paying attention to in current events.
Oh my God! I mean, current events. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that's interesting. Something that goes along with the Vedic astrology today is it's an asterism in between what would be called in the modern astrology as Scorpio, right? It's between Scorpio and Sagittarius. Mm-hmm. It's known as Shaula is the star, the tail of the scorpion, the poison tail of the scorpion, and the moon is transiting that section. And that section of the sky is the center of our galaxy, the center, the core of the Milky Way, where the where the actual visual like Milky Way comes out from. Like, you could actually see it if you go to a dark sky spot. I have some photos of it on my profile if anyone's interested. And basically that has to do with astrologically, like, underground things that are like getting to the core, to the root, stuff like that. Like, that's just a very brief explanation, but how it connects to current events is today the Germans and the Russians formally agreed on restarting the Nord Stream construction.
Okay.
So that's has a lot to do, and this is the fractality of it. It has to do with underground stuff, petroleum resources coming out from under the earth, hidden things, the root of the matter, roots go underground. So that's the connection I would put with today's asterism and current events and how it would connect.
Right.
So, yeah.
Okay. So that's important. And
since I'm talking to you, it's Adolf Hitler had Jupiter in Mula, this asterism.
Interesting.
So that's
Go on.
that's where he got a lot more of his more occult side and like diving deep, because Jupiter is the ruler of religion and spirituality, and that's when he would dive deep into that. That's why he had a more occult bend, was having to do with that. And also like negative aspects can come out from that too, and it made him possibly more serious and stuff like that, when it came to like he took his spirituality serious, like obviously, as anyone could see, so
Yes, it's true. It's very true. And people try to pervert that as much as they can by making him sound as if he's some kind of lunatic or a quack, and how irrational this is. And that's one of the reasons why the occult is so vilified for the longest time, was because of those political reasons. So go on. Yeah, with anything
and
else.
it just and it just means like he wanted to get to the root, he wanted to know the knowledge and get to the root of matter. And that's why he ended up he made it to like the Vedic stuff.
Yes.
Like he was trying to get to the root of the knowledge. And so that's definitely important.
Well, it wasn't only that, because it was also because of the roots of Aryanism that he recognized, the Aryan roots of the Nordic race. So go on.
And that exactly. Yeah, the roots of the race, of the genetics, of all of that. So that's the connection there with that. Yeah.
So what else do you want us to pay attention to right now? Of course, everyone's shitting all over the Japanese for holding the Olympics, but I want people to know that the Japanese are holding.
I mean, they stuck to it. I'll give them to this. They had perseverance and they stuck to it, so they didn't just give up. Like if it was a Western nation, they probably would have been like, "Oh, we can't handle it." Right. So at least the Japanese gave as much as they possibly could in this kind of situation. So
but also emphasize the fact that this is going to be the first Olympics in the world where they're holding equal sex tournaments. In other words, both the sexes are so please go into that if you know anything about it beyond what I've said.
I mean, what you're saying like the genders are equal?
Yes, that's what they're actually. This is going to be the first gender equality oriented Olympics, in the sense that they're not just allowing men and women to participate, but they're allowing them to compete with each other. So that's never been allowed.
That's
in the
very
Olympics
essential.
Before. Yes. So
that's very important. And there's a lot of other revolutionary in that sense, like new things that are coming up, like skateboarding is in for the first time. I think BMX, like various extreme sports that were considered not even a thing, are now being recognized. And I definitely commend the Japanese for that, because skateboarding is it's a sport that is way more dangerous a lot of the times than just like regular
even
like track and field and stuff.
Absolutely. So but this
giving them recognition is very important in that way.
Yes. And that's exactly why they were trying not to allow it in the Olympics for so long, because they felt it was so self-destructive. But the point was that so many Japanese have participated in these events all over the world. It's actually the Japanese who have been
some of the best skaters in the world are Japanese, actually, because I keep track of some of them. And
that's right. So that's what helped lobby for that, and made that happen. And please go on. That's incredible. It was so funny that you were talking about you had that one poor skater friend who just fell in love with Jordan Peterson simply because he was telling people, "Don't yell at the skateboarding kid."
Yeah, it's funny. That's the same dude that went to the he ended up working. He's in the Navy now, so he's stuck doing that. But it was just funny, like. That whole Jordan Peterson guy is just like, I like your deconstruct of it.
Yes. Oh, you did listen. Thank you.
Yeah, and I listened to also your thing on the multiversal stuff.
Yes.
So as I suspected, I definitely agree with everything you said. But I would like to clarify that when I was saying multiverse, I'm meaning like the seven levels above and the 7 levels below.
Explain that to people, the Vedic cosmology.
So we can take it from the Nordic angle as well. Like this is Midgard.
Yes, the 9 worlds. Nordic. Go on.
Yes, Midgard and Yggdrasil is the whole structure of the multiverse. And by that I mean it's a universe, but there's multi-layers, there's levels to it. It's not just we're like in a galaxy spinning and stuff. It's like you can go up and you can go down. there's like 7 realms below, 7 realms above, and this is the middle realm, so there'd be like 15 total. In the Vedic, it's called the Brahman, the egg of Brahma, so it's shaped like an egg. So this realm is the middle, and then you go above, up, and down, and that's what I mean by multiverse, is that there's levels to this universe. It's not just, and then everything you said about the way that it's totally destroyed like imagination and stuff is like so on point. I appreciate you bringing that up. So
thank you.
The opposing side of that.
Yeah, no, definitely appreciate that. And give us some examples.
Because it's becoming like I'll just comment on it. Like, it's just becoming like a total cop out. Like, these writers, like, they get paid so much, and then that's what they come up with is just, like, there's so many Batman series now that are just like alternate universes. It's
yes,
like come on, like, and that goes with Marvel too. It's just like get some originality. Don't just say, oh, we're gonna make we're gonna use the same characters and then rearrange the whole thing. It's like, no, that's not how it works. Like,
thank you.
It gets boring after a while. Even that's why I got out of watching like a lot of the Marvel and DC stuff, because it's like it just got boring. It was just like, okay, like, how many Batman alternatives can you have? Like, how many Superman alternatives can you have? Like, it just doesn't appeal to me,
Yes. I mean, it's just awful. I mean, it's just awful. It's pathetic. There is no continuity.
It's just cheesy. It's cheesy. Like,
thank you. And and besides that, it's death never meant anything in the comics anyway. But at least you want some sense of potential for loss,
like closure. Like, there's no closure. It's like, oh yeah, well, in this other dimension, we can go on a tangent, but I just was saying, like, I got what you were saying about that.
Thank you. And tell us a little bit more about whatever else is going on in your life, and anything that you want us to know about or in the world. I think all of that is important, of course.
I mean, everything's pretty good. So far, so good, other than my back getting destroyed by the chiropractor. Like, that was the highlight of my day, pretty much. But I've been snapping photos. Like, I did another star shoot, so I just been getting into that, like, connecting more with nature, as much as I can. And
and tell us a bit about what's happened out in nature. Anything in particular that you saw that was indicative of anything? Tell people a little bit about the wildfires in California, the drought. None of that's affected your interaction with nature personally, right?
Oh no, not at all. And it's this is important. I guess we can bring this up, is like all of those things, like, nature is eternal, and it's like the powerhouse that creates all these different things. So the only thing it's really going to affect in a substantial way is us humans, because nature, like, it can adapt to all of these changes. And, like, there's like even animals and plants can adapt to desert conditions and all of that. It's the humans that have to rethink how they're going to live, and if all of this is even sustainable for human civilization at all, because it's not nature that's going to suffer. It's not the earth that's going to suffer. It's not like we couldn't destroy the earth if we tried. It's like ourselves, like the human race, the continuity of it, and what we actually have built up. That's what we're trying to save, is ourselves. Not, it's not about like nature and the trees, really, because they've been around longer than us. They're more sophisticated, in that way.
Yeah.
So that's what I would say about that. Not to say that it's like, oh, we should just let them all die, but in this way, it's more about self-preservation. So humans, I think, need to change the trajectory to better ourselves and the planet for ourselves, because this planet can sustain like tens of billions of people, but it's just a matter of distributing resources and taking care of the resources we have, and not doing crazy destructive agriculture, in a positive way. Like, we could actually change it for the positive.
Yes.
That's what I would say about that.
Yes. Very, very important.
And it's important to realize too that, like, California, like, from a climatology angle, just like Italy, we're on the same latitude and we have the same climatic designation. It's called a summer drought climate.
Yeah.
So typically we're in a drought state, actually, but it affects us humans because we have, reservoirs and all these different things set up so that we can live here. And so when those run out, then we're in trouble. But like a lot of the stuff out here, the riparian wilderness, like the oak trees and, the birds and the squirrels, they're like more adapted to this. They don't really care that much about, you know, these kind of temperatures.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
And loss of, you know, stuff like that.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Of course. You know, I mean, and I appreciate your expressing all of that. So, all that being said, you know, I'm just so glad that you're being finally treated better at work. But as always, these are things that happen when it's far too late. I just am. Oh, by the way, have you had any luck checking into any replacement or, you know, my supplements?
Yes, I have, and I will. I tried to answer your call the other day.
Oh, no worries. You know, I'm sorry that I had to hang up. Believe it or not, I butt dialed you while trying to get the cab for my dentist, and then you answered, and I said,
was like, "Hello."
I was like, "Yeah, oh God." I was like, "Oh, it was awful. You have no idea." And you know, I didn't know.
I figured it was something like that.
Yes, he figured that. Yeah. Yes, and by the way, I have no idea whether to appreciate the fact that he didn't follow up, because of course Brendan assumes that I can get my way out of anything anyway. But you know, either that or I resent him for not following up. But basically, there's nothing he could really do.
No, I had faith.
Yes, it's true. He does have faith, and that's very important, and that's what counts. I knew you have that. I know you have that. But yeah, it was like being abducted.
Come on. Yeah. Adolf had the whole world against him. Come on, Douglas.
That's true. It's true. It is true.
He got out of that. He got out of it and better.
Yes, it's true. It is true. Yes, you're absolutely right. And so I've got good precedent. So
yes.
Anyhow, I love you dearly, and
it's interesting because your moon sign definitely reflects that. Like, you can get out of any. It literally says that in the book. Like, you're like resilient to the point of getting out of any trouble, and it seems like, you know, it's effortless for you, but for other people, it would, like, they get destroyed and shit.
Well, yeah, so. I will share the good news tonight. I mean, honestly, I got it. Basically, UCSF Dental has agreed that they will pay for my replacement crown. So
very good.
Yeah, and so that's along with what you're saying. That's you know that
right.
goes
Yeah.
With it.
Yeah. So. I'll have to like send it to you at some point so you can see it.
Yes, and I definitely look forward to that. And so aside for that, you know, how many minutes do you have left with us, or must you go now?
I have to go back in, but I was gonna say I watched this. To anyone who has like a Netflix, right? I watched this program. You should watch it too, Douglas, if you ever are with like your son or something. But it's called Record of Ragnarok. And it's about like, it's this new anime that came out, and I was watching my friend's house the other day, and he had like full Netflix and all the junk, so I was able to kind of binge, and I really liked the theme of it. Like, it wasn't like production quality, it wasn't like outstanding, but it was like really cool the way they did it. It was like basically the humans, the gods get together and they're like, okay, like humans have like, they're basically done, like we're not going to sustain humanity anymore, like, and then one of the Valkyries comes in and says, no, we have to hold Ragnarok, like it's part of the rules, right? So it's like the gods versus the humans, and the way the Japanese did it is so cool. It's like the gods fighting against like humanity.
Cool. And
it shows all these cool characters like Adam. They bring out like Adam, like Musashi, Yubu from Dynasty, the Dynasty Warrior era. Yeah. Like, he's like one of the most badass people in all of history. So it's cool that they bring out all these people, and in the roster it shows like Nikolai Tesla, but they haven't finished like the episodes. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to like seeing that.
Yes.
So it's worth a look if anyone's up for it. It's called Record of Ragnarok.
By the way, stay with us for just a second. Jameson Reese, tell him what you've read about the manga. You've read the manga. Okay. Yeah, Jameson, if he can get back.
Oh, he's read the manga.
He's reading the manga now. Yes.
Yeah, I am. They're up to the point where Buddha is facing oh my gosh, what is it? Bishonen.
What?
Yeah, I'm up to chapter.
Dude,
they're at chapter. They're up to 49, but I think it goes even further, because the last update was, I think, June 30th. It depends on where you can find the manga. But the manga is awesome.
Yeah, sweet. Thank you, Jameson. Yes.
That's
what I wanted to hear.
Yeah. Yes. Good. See there. So you see, we're all one big happy family. We all have this. It's like a tribe on drugs. It's a shared experience. There we are.
Yes.
And
I've actually stopped like all my consumptions.
Why?
Just because I'm detoxing. What do you mean why? no more cannabis.
It's just I don't understand the concept of detoxing. So that. I mean, oh my God. But I'm glad you are, I guess. I mean, because the last time I was trying to call you and all the blue honey fairies were chasing you out into the wilderness and shit. And exactly like I thought, I envisioned this poor guy running out into the middle of the field at night and falling down and looking up at the stars. And his texting just showed it as he slowly died of frostbite out there as the night got colder, and he woke up covered in dew and cobwebs and shit, and all of his body heat depleted, with just awful. Various animals curled up next to his body to sap what body heat he had, of course.
What's interesting about that is when I was I saw like a forest spirit or multiple, like I saw this a stag, like and my friend saw it too, so it wasn't like a hallucination. It was like a real deal like creature. It was a stag that was sitting down in the bushes, but he was like so blended in with the background that it was almost as if he was like a chameleon. Like the reds of his horns matched like the reds that were behind him, and it was like he was totally camouflaged to the point where it was like pretty much no creature could see it, but because we were on shrooms, we were able to just like see it instantly. Like once you saw it, like you could see it, but to like any other creature walking by, like it would be invisible. Amazing. It was amazing. So
thank you for sharing that. It takes a lot of courage to share this sort of experience. And so all right,
I have to go back in now, but you guys have a good evening.
Yes, we love you dearly. You have a blessed night. Okay.
Good night, Brendan.
All right, good night. Thank you, Jim.
So that was wonderful, and of course, Brendan will speak. He's spoken now. Jameson Reese will give us a debriefing on what's going on in his life before I try to give people a little background on some of the holidays, etc. So, Jameson, please take the stage and take your time.
Well, as you can see, there's the smog.
Yes, tell us about that. He sent me this image. Tell us about this image you sent myself, and share that with Salman can see it. But tell us.
The smog was so heavy and dense that I was able to take a picture of the sun through it, and so I was able to take a picture of the sun to the point where it looked yellow, and I was like, I got to take a picture of this. I should probably have not been out that day because of the warning of the air quality. Air quality, or I should have had the mask that has like the the 3M mask, the heavy duty shit, but I didn't.
I thought you had all that at home. You left it at home or what?
No, I didn't even have any idea. I thought it was just regular smog that we get in the summer. I had no idea that it was all coming from the west in the fires and whatnot. Because if I known, I would have prepared for it. So there we go. I was like completely caught with my pants down, I guess you could say.
Oh my God! You went out without your pants on, is what you mean to say. It's like dreaming that you're naked and walking around in public. So go at any rate. So aside from all of that, tell us a little bit about what's going on. And as you said, I'm so sorry. It's a wonderful analogy you used. It said right here. Let me take a look at what our man Jameson Reese said. I handed him an article about a murder in Staten Island, and he said crazy stuff going on at Innsmouth. And he's not surprised at all. So tell us a little bit about your impression of that and what you think might be going on with that.
All right. Well, there was a man, 80 years old, found dead in a Staten Island hallway, which had someone had marked on his chest, "I touch little girls." And the guy was found dead with I think he had like blunt force trauma to the head. He did not appear on the sex offender registry. This guy's last name was Raynor. They haven't gotten any further details, but there was trauma to his body, including an injury to his nose. Now, who knows what happened with that? He probably, I don't know. what to think of
we
that.
can only speculate, but of course there's really only two possibilities here, to tell you the truth.
Either he was a chomo and he did some effed up shit and someone retaliated,
Yeah.
or somebody is just trying to find or someone's mentally disturbed and they're just like taking it out on other people. I really don't know.
Right. It'd be one of the
I think it's probably that the guy really did do some effed up shit and he's got what was coming to him.
What I would imagine is basically that he was some old guy who happened to basically a little girl was around who was a member of someone else's family, and he did something like diddle her or picked her up, or it could have been something that other people would have thought, quote unquote, was innocuous, such as just merely laying his hands on someone else's child would be enough to trigger someone to do that. And and that could very well have happened, because that's just something that most people never want to tolerate. And so the other option would be, of course, that somebody may have simply identified him as, basically the archetype of someone who fucked with their family member in the past, and because he looked like the kind of man who did, then they did that to him. I mean, those
that's
are the two
also
major.
possible.
Yeah,
that's also possible. It could be because that kind of stuff happens all the time, oddly enough.
I know. I mistreated a white guy once who approached me at a conference because he looked the spitting image of the FBI agent who interrogated myself at one point. When I was basically kept prisoner in the federal building for 3 days without food or water. And that was totally unfair of me, but I kind of sat down and spoke with him later about that. But it didn't really give him the reasons for my behaving the way I did. But, basically, did the best I could to speak with him. And so there you have that. I mean, we do that. We project, there are people who look like people we've had negative experiences with, and then we do that to them. But other than that, by all means, tell us what else.
Well, there's another story I happened across with a man found dead in the hallway of a Staten Island apartment.
Wow.
That very same day, and police are investigating the death of a man discovered Monday morning inside a multi-family home in Tompkinsville. There was trauma to the man's body. They await a ruling from the city's medical examiner on the cause of death. They're still working to determine the guy's identity. They believe he was staying at the address, and at one point he was seen speaking to someone outside the home. And that's all they have. It's just like scant details, but there's that. And then there was also, I think, a shooting. Oh yeah, a 14-year-old boy was shot after a large group dispute in West Brighton. Yeah, Staten Island.
Oh my God.
All in the same freaking time frame. I mean,
so obviously Staten Island is degenerating into chaos.
Yeah, this place is just not. It's gosh, it's it's like we came here to leave that kind of stuff, which was going on around Brooklyn.
But you brought it all with you.
And it just followed us. I mean, seriously. I think a lot of this has to do with the fact that the coronavirus, the lockdown has unhinged a lot of people. And, people are just acting more erratic in general. No. And it's like I kind of predicted that this virus is not over, and that I predicted that we would see an upsurge, and here it is. Now Delta is the predominant strain in the United States.
It's got all the conservatives. Finally, the leading conservatives, other than Donald Trump,
Lindsey Graham, saying, "Get the vaccine."
Yeah, I mean, other than for crazies like, Ron Paul's son, Rand Paul, and Ron Johnson, and some of these other fuckers. But, the extremes that really, truly cleave to Donald Trump as the Messiah. Other than that, the rest of them are trying to get with the program just to look like they're semi-sane, like they're retaining a modicum of sanity. I could go on about that later. In terms of, what about you personally? Tell us about what's going on with yourself personally. You heard Brendan Zoget saying he's detoxing.
Here's another interesting story. Okay, a man 56 was nabbed with guns and ammunition on the South Shore. So apparently, this person had weapons that they weren't supposed to have.
Wow.
By the
way, let people know, because a lot of people don't understand New York at all. Tell them about gun control in New York. It's very serious in New York as opposed to...
Gun control is so stringent here in New York. You can't even open carry. So when people are like walking around, you're not going to find you're not going to find white dudes in a rally carrying assault rifles out here.
Thank you.
That stuff's not going to fly in New York.
Yeah.
So that's how strict gun control is. So when this stuff is going on here in Staten Island, that's pretty alarming. The guy supposedly has no prior arrest and looks forward to resolving the matter.
Good fucking luck.
He has been apparently, I'm guessing the guy's a white dude because he's been released under supervision. He's been released under supervision.
Oh, that's he's white. Go on.
But yeah, it seems like there are apparently these crazy Peckerwoods are arming themselves to the teeth for something.
Well, they're preparing for race war. Have no doubt of it. And you can say, instead of Peckerwood, you can just say crazy white
Crackers.
boys. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we have no need to be diplomatic here. Other than that, what about you personally? I say this as half a joke because I'm not preaching. I mean, I'm the last person on earth to preach. I'm never going to stop my drugging because it doesn't impact me like others. But so Brendan said he's detoxing. What about yourself? What's going on with you?
We'll just say that I have to make sure that I have nothing in my system the day when I have the endoscopy because I don't want there to be an interaction,
Right. Yeah, because the puppy full of drugs. When is this endoscopy taking place?
I got 5 days.
Okay. Why was it scheduled again?
Oh yeah, they want to make sure that there's no cancer in the esophagus.
Okay.
They found a lesion that was in the esophagus, and I'm prone to stomach acid problems, ulcers, things like that. Right. Because all those years that I've spent going crazy.
Self-abuse, abusing yourself. Yes, go on.
Well, or rather trying to escape the abuses of my own mind by shutting it off. There's a price we pay for this.
Of course.
There's always a give or take. I have started to dive back into the book of the the voodoo quantum leap.
Okay.
And I found something very interesting.
Explain to people the origins of that book, how you came across it, and
I came across it because of you, Douglas.
You. Yes.
You were the reason why I bought this grimoire, and that's what I would call it, a grimoire, because of how thick it is.
Right. But you can also tell people the reason I brought the grimoire up was because of Michael Aquino's jealousy of black people's natural affinity for magic.
Yes, and there is something where we don't seem to have to pay as high of a price to get things done that white folks have.
Yes.
And I don't know what that is. Maybe it has to do with melanin. I don't know.
It has a lot to do with simply in the African tradition just being a lot closer to the primal universe in the sense of the cosmic forces, where in Black Africa, of course, certainly in East Africa where I was at, everybody understood the existence of demons, but the attitude towards them was that a demon can be your friend, that a demon is basically an agent of retributive justice, an agent of retribution that can be on your side. So their attitude towards diabolatry or the diabology is much different than it would be in the West.
It's not distanced. It's like a part of everyday life,
right?
For the
as opposed to the attempt to sever oneself and the concept of total revulsion. In other words, total rejection, repudiation, the so-called rebuking that Westerners have come into, and Muslims. Most fundamentalist, reactionary Islamo-extremists, Islamo-fundamentalists, they would look on the jinn as just this side of devils. So devils and jinn would be almost synonymous with them, the way they would treat that, as opposed to the more classical Muslim who would understand the jinn as a part of our universe, because the more classical Muslim would have their roots in the more ancient pre-Mohammedan world of the Southwest Asia. So go on. Hopefully that draws some parallels.
Well, we can even look at the mindset of Western ceremonial magic with the concept of banishing rituals. I mean, in Africa, once you're with the spirits, you don't banish them, you don't get rid of them. They're just part of your everyday life. So it's like in the West, the mindset is the spirit as being something foreign, whereas for Black folks, it's like the spirit's part of what we are. Mm-hmm. So that might also have to do with why. But what I found really interesting was a passage that says there is the probability that the subterranean world, the Chthonian realms,
Chthonian is fine. Yeah, go on.
Chthonian is the confines of the dark matter entities. That is all for. Oh my gosh, what the hell did I write down?
No worries. I have trouble reading things when I write them when I'm high too. I have trouble
Nandi, Rada, Petrol, Congo. Now, what's very interesting is that he writes there are no extraterrestrial beings among them. None are from outside the solar system. This I found very interesting.
Yes. There. That's what I've always said. So go on.
Beings after Mau, Lissa, and Ogou come from the Chthonian abodes, the inner earth. So a lot of these interesting beings that we experience, they come from the depths of the earth. This is exactly what I was thinking from the very beginning. It's like something I always knew intuitively, but I didn't understand how to articulate it. And bang, this guy, he got it.
Yes, it's very true, and very deeply appreciated. And so what I'm going to do now is leave you two gentlemen on stage. I have to grab some tea. I'll be back, at the top of the hour to bring Peter Moon on. And my love to both of you brothers. Both of you hold the stage for me while I'm gone. I'm going to go mute. And thank you, everyone. I just want to thank everyone who is in the chat room and everyone who is kind enough to leave some entries, some comments on the transmission before tonight's. I'll explain that later. They didn't appear publicly. Maybe that person withdrew their comments, but their comments were fine, and I certainly did nothing to them. But YouTube is removing a lot of comments, as our friend Jameson can attest to, and he'll share those experiences. Yes. So I'll go mute while you talk about that. Thank you.
Yeah, my experiences, even when it comes to things like my music, because I used to use my YouTube to talk about esoteric matters, but I've stopped doing that because I've learned that there is a sort of punishment you get for sharing your wisdom with others. And I've decided to take the route of self-preservation being more important. For that reason, I've decided to take down all the videos I've had on esoteric matters. But what I have noted is that I will get these trolls that just always pop up. And what they will post are links to some kind of Russian site, or some Russian date site, or some Russian sex site or something. And I will always have to censor it. So what I've done is I've started to post videos where I just don't allow comments anymore. Because and there's something about their YouTube's aggregate that is stopping people from accessing my stuff, you know. So it's like very few people see what I produce anyway.
That's interesting, JMO. You mentioned that because after I had interviewed you for my channel, there was a gentleman, I believe it was a day later or 2 days later, from Russia who had emailed me, and he was talking about, yeah, it's not just an American thing, you know, we Slavs get gang stalked too, and it was just like this whole email that he had sent me. So I found that interesting that you have these Russian trolls that are after you, and it was a Russian individual who emailed me about that interview that I did with you, and that's a interesting point that you pointed out.
Yeah, and there's at this point there's no way that that's a coincidence. It's pure. There's a synchronicity there, and I don't know what the Russians. I don't know what interest they have in me. I can tell you that I have no interest in them per se. I mean, granted, I had Russian friends when I was growing up in high school. I used to play Magic the Gathering with quite a few of them, and they were pretty cool guys. But, and yeah, there is the fact that one of the girls who I really liked was Russian. But other than that, I don't see well, who knows? I mean, it's probably part of that whole aggregate that Michael Aquino left behind in his machinations. And so they seem to have some kind of desire for something, which I'm not going to indulge.
Exactly. And, you know, it's interesting, Brother JMO, you mentioned about the inner earth and all of the realms in between. And, of course, like I pointed out, the Assassin's Creed video games always have a habit of putting truths here and there. So the game that they made, the one that was about Egypt, which was Assassin's Creed Origins, in there's a part of the game where you're like the Magi of Egypt and you have to go to the Valley of the Kings. And they find out that these different, I guess, afterlives of the gods, there were like these deep chambers between the Valley of the Kings and the pyramids where a lot of these kings and pharaohs were buried. And there were some hidden mechanism or hallways that took you to the deep inner parts of the earth. And that's where he found the gods and the inner earth and all that stuff. So that's where a lot of these realms were hidden. So I found that interesting that you came across that same realization.
And what people need to, what I'd like the listeners to understand is also this little gem. The infernal, or the realms of the infernal, are actually in inner earth. And the sort of heavens, I suppose, that people aspire to in the Western culture due to the, predominant religions. I believe that might also be in inner earth.
Yeah, that makes complete sense because it's the aspect of as above, so below, and that the story that you mentioned about the gods that were against war with the humans, that's the same exact story that I read in the Epic of Gilgamesh, which kind of existed before Norse mythology or before any of those, and it says in there that the gods had decided that they had enough with humanity, and there was a flood, where they were going to wipe humanity out. Then it was Enki who basically reached out to this guy named Utnapishtim, and he instructed him how to make a boat and take two species or two pairs of each species, male and female, put it on the boat, construct it in this cubical manner. And that this is a pre-biblical story in the Epic of Gilgamesh, and it says that Enki was the one who compromised with the gods because the gods wanted to destroy humanity. Enki didn't want that. And they came to an impasse where the other gods said that, okay, we'll let you have humanity, but there's going to be a compromise, that they're going to have shorter lifespans, they're going to have disease, war, all of this stuff that's going to make life difficult for them. So that's the impasse that they came at the end of that story. And then that's what Utnapishtim told Gilgamesh, that it's not about you trying to find eternal life, because that's not the case anymore. It's about just make use of the time that's been given to you, and that's basically your legacy that you're leaving behind.
Now, I think the flood that they talk about isn't a real physical event, but I think it's a metaphor for the sort of breakdown of the bicameral mind.
Yeah,
I'm led to believe that. I'm led to believe that more and more, because the flood is the recognition of human beings recognizing themselves as individuals, rather than being in a sort of altered state where they're following the gods.
Yeah, that's exactly right, because there is a loss of innocence. It's like what you see in New York, Brother J-Mo, and even when I was there with you, we just see that everyone's kind of living this fast-paced lifestyle. Humanity doesn't really care about each other, and that's why you have Mother Earth herself as a living being that's acting out. She's just mad, and I think she's had enough, where you see floods and all this stuff happening in Germany and China and India, like so much chaos, natural disasters, temperatures rising, people are just acting out with each other. Just in Philadelphia, just this year alone, the city has crossed like 300 plus homicides, and it just goes to show you the aspect of the loss, like you said. That's exactly what it is. It's that loss of the innocence of the bicameral mind, the heart and mind of a child. I agree with you.
And the thing is, you know, it seems to me what sorcery and what the occult really is a way of going back to that bicameralism and creating something new, where there's still a self and I, but now there's also that connection to, you know, both sides of the brain are communicating with each other, basically, instead of being just in the left side of the brain where we predominantly are these days. So it's like connecting to art, connecting to, you know, dance, connecting to anything that's creative, you know, get you back into that sort of bicameral flow.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's why you have these indigenous cultures, such as African American cultures in Africa, here in America, the indigenous peoples of Australia, in Australia here. That's why they were always connected to the spirit realm in a lot of other higher ways that your other people weren't. And that's where I guess Michael Aquino's jealousy and envy came from, that he didn't have that natural ability, no matter how hard he tried, that some of these indigenous people had.
That's right. He didn't have the innocence. But go on.
And I also think he lacked the capacity to create things that were original as well. And this is reflected with the way he tried to rewrite other people's stuff.
Yes.
He didn't have that creative spark. And, you know, when you look at the Black American, you see that creative spark there. Yes. Our entire culture came from that creative spark, and we literally created American culture from the ground up. From blues to jazz to rock and roll to everything that people take for granted now.
Yes. Yes, no, very, very important. Certainly, that's something that I would agree with, and I would happily elucidate upon that at some point in the future. If people don't get it, I'd be happy to provide details. What Jameson is referring to is that Michael Aquino had a really bizarre habit of basically taking people's works like Tolkien's Lord of the Rings and then writing a revision of it from the perspective of the dark forces, Sauron, etc. And one man, a white gentleman who was very much a product of his culture, and for one thing, he had a fairly positive rapport with Rand Paul, for instance, and he was like saying that he couldn't wait for Michael Aquino to write, to do a revision of Jaws from the perspective of the shark. I mean, what's at the level, at which it was just about there, and so we have with us Peter Moon, I believe, and I think he's rejoined us. So Peter, is that you? Let's check in with him for a second. If he doesn't answer, then we'll get back to him in a moment. But he did join the call, but he might be busy at the moment. So let's see. Yeah. And I think he's still on mute. So
I'm going to go on I need to take a few seconds.
Take your time.
I'll be right back.
Yes, and just let us know when you return. Thank you. And since we have Salman with us, I do want to let people understand a little bit about the culture of Islam from the perspective that I have of it, just so people understand some of the basics right now. The Feast of Sacrifice, Eid al-Adha, as I mispronounce it terribly because I haven't used Arabic in forever, but Muslims around the world were observing yesterday, through today, of course, and into a period of several days is when the Holy Day spirit lasts, because the pilgrimage, of course, has got it's ongoing, and but this is yet another major Islamic holiday in the shadow of the pandemic, and amid growing concerns about the highly infectious Delta variant of the coronavirus. So that people understand it, for the pronunciation of EID, that's Eid, and it would be more like Al-Udha, and that's the Feast of Sacrifice, and it's marked by communal prayers, large social gatherings normally, a lot of slaughtering of livestock, and distributing meat to the needy. And so this year, however, the holiday is coming as, every country on earth is battling the Delta variant, first mutated out of India, and it's prompting some nations to impose new restrictions or appeal for people to avoid congregating at all. And of course, everybody follow safety protocols. You know what they are. But the Eid al-Adha is one of two Eid holidays that's observed by Muslims. It is the second one. The other is Eid al-Fitr, which follows the conclusion of Ramadan, one of the holiest of all the Muslim holidays, which does involve much fasting. And what you would say, of course, to greet people as these two gentlemen did to each other, Brendan Zogit and Mr. Salman Sheikh. And bear in mind, Brendan Zogit's entire background is Christian, Syrian Orthodox Christianity, whereas Salman Sheikh, of course, emerges out of Pakistan as a Muslim from that background alone, even if, he was kind of born into it. So, but what they were saying to each other was Eid Mubarak. Try to pronounce it that way, Eid Mubarak. And Eid Saeed, these are routine greetings. They're used during the observance to offer best wishes. And Brendan explained it best. Honestly, I'm really just trying to remind myself. So I'll get a bit more into that. Mr. Peter Moon is with us now, and I want to welcome him aboard. And he will update us on many things. So excited about his working on the home and catching up on it. And as I said, excited to share with him and with all of you the good news that basically the UCSF has agreed to install the replacement crown free of charge. And so that relieves me of enormous financial burden. And honestly, just all of the cab trips there and back have killed me. So I'm still in need of fiscal support, what fiscal support can be provided so I can make it through to the end of the month. And obviously, checks and money orders are very much appreciated to help me avoid the pain in the ass of transferring money from my PayPal into the bank account. But I'll try and do that, and I'll try to get to it before all the horrible organizations that seem to be able to reach in there at will remove all the money they can. These are basically just internet organizations, and some of them I have no contracts with, and but they are contracts that were established in the past by all of these just wretched woman that I was working with, from Lorien Ann Fenton all the way through to Lena Shea, and whatever contracts they establish, and there's nothing functioning with, for instance, what's that, GoDaddy, and yet they're able to reach into my account will and just take all the money they want. And we still can't get the money from Google that was people donated through this channel, which is why we demonetized it completely. So
Douglas, get yourself disconnected from GoDaddy. Don't have anything to do with them. They set themselves up so they can just reach into your account. I protested with my credit card company and cut them off.
Wonderful. So
I mean,
I'll do that.
They're very, what do you call it, predatory.
Yes.
Extremely predatory. Horrible experience with them for another company that I did, and I just had to, and they responded when I threatened them.
Good.
They respond, but I don't know if they're breaching into PayPal or whatever, or you have to, talk to PayPal and get this thing.
I just hope I can talk to PayPal in time. Obviously, with all the responsibilities and everything I've been dealing with, hopefully I'll be able to talk to them tomorrow or shortly. I just fear for what's going to happen. Honestly, probably wind up losing some money before I get to it. Some more good news financially for myself. I did talk to Comcast, and again, they were very helpful. For those who don't know, my Comcast bills doubled up while I was so busy dealing with the dental emergency and all of the farce of their malpractice, and there's no other word for it until this point in time. And so when it came to forgetting to pay my bills, the most important bill I have is really the Comcast, aside from, of course, the electricity. And the electricity just reaches into my bank account, which I don't mind. Comcast, on the other hand, I finally arranged for them, so I'm paying much less starting next month. Spoke to one of their primary salespeople, a wonderful young black African-American man who helped me arrange so that I get auto pay, and will be paying a fraction of what I pay even now. So not only did I just pay half of the bill that had doubled up, just the part that was overdue with no fine attached, I also, starting the month after next, I will be paying much less for what's supposed to be 4 times the internet speed. So there we have it again. Comcast comes through as a real partner, and that brings us back to the subject I was sharing with Peter Moon. And of course, he made an astute observation. I was telling Peter Moon about, basically, I sent him a photo that really dates back to Wednesday, October 18th of 2017, and it was a Project Loon. That was the name of the project, Loon, L-O-O-N, a photograph of a stratospheric balloon taking off for Puerto Rico from a project site in Winnemucca, Nevada. And for years, Alphabet, which is the parent company of Google, worked to perfect an internet balloon division service called Loon. And it shut down the project in January of this year, saying it was not commercially viable. But Florida's governor, Ron DeSantis, has called on the Biden administration to greenlight a plan to transmit the internet to people in Cuba via high-altitude balloons, when their government has blocked access to the internet. As Peter Moon has pointed out, of course, in these third world situations, that's almost a moot point. It reminds me of the Al Gore during the Clinton administration arranged for all kinds of computers to be sent to Africa. And a friend of mine in Canada asked a question that should have been obvious, where do they plug them in? There's simply no infrastructure for much of this information systems age technology. And so people seem to think that this is ubiquitous, that wires and outlets grow on trees. But tell us a bit, Peter, about what else that this brings to mind, as well as everything else that's going on in your life. I understand you've had some time to catch up on a lot of home renovation, and all of this is wonderful, and the book is going well. So I've figured out now pretty much a number of people to give my signed autographed copies to, and there we have that. So go on with just take it away.
Well, yeah, that email you sent me, it just made no sense or the message you sent me made no sense whatsoever, because yeah, it's like the people in Cuba. It's like, I mean, I don't know. I really don't know what the situation really is or was, but you know, I could imagine the people at Google being so stupid to think that everybody in Cuba has cell phones. I could really see that.
Yes. Yes.
And I think, you know, when you see this hyper illogic, it's really astounding. But I saw something today on the news. It was the general of the chief of staff, I forget his name, it begins with an M, with the defense secretary of defense. And they were doing a press conference. And the secretary of the defense, much to my surprise, he was black. But he looked like he had, you know, studied hard to sound totally white.
Right.
Like,
yes.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, you know, he would have put Colin Powell to shame in that regard.
Yes.
He was just, I said, man, they turned this guy into a white man.
Yes.
And just by his inflection and the way he talked, and he talked with this sort of authority establishment, you know, like, you know, I'm going to kiss the ass of every establishment meme out there as he spoke. But what was so absurd about this, he was talking about, well, apparently there was quite a fiasco going on because they pulled the troops out of Afghanistan, and now that, you know, about tenths of a second later, the Taliban starts moving in and taking over. Surprise, surprise. Now, it's, of course, will be interesting to hear Simon Sheikh's take on whatever the hell's going on over there. But what I thought was so interesting is they're sitting there fielding questions, and the press is asking them, I guess, hard questions. And it's a press that is very establishment embedded. You know, they're not like, this is not like Donald Trump they're going to take to task. And they're asking, quote unquote, hard questions. But when I'm sitting there listening to this stuff, this crap, and I'm thinking, like, first off, if you're at war, or and they're claiming how they're going to go in and save the day, America is very safe, we're going to represent Americans, blah, 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 blah. It's like, if I was the Secretary of Defense, I would be telling the press what to do. I wouldn't be entertaining questions from the public who was going to sit there and judge me. It makes you look like such a fool to have the public asking you questions about your top secret military operations. Why on earth are they doing this? Why do they set up the defense to be these little whipping boys, both the military and they're saying, you know, the general saying, we're not political, he's as political as hell, but that's beside the point. Why do you have to sit there in front of a press and talk to them as if they have some upper moral authority and as if they're actually representing the people of America? It made them look, it emasculates the energy of Mars, which is the energy of defense. Like, who's gonna tolerate this shit? I would say, okay, you are all embedded. As of now, you will say what we want you to say. And this would go on down. This is what they did in the Roosevelt administration. Yeah. And they did it a lot more politely in the Eisenhower administration. They still did it. When it came to Johnson, they began to pick him apart. The press began to pick apart the president, who was doing things he really didn't think he should do. That's a whole nother question. You know, they just like took the office of the president and turned it to crap after Kennedy was killed. And I think that was probably because Kennedy was such a thorn in the side to so many things. And of course, he could look good in front of the press no matter what he said. And he was the last president other than Reagan, to look like a tough guy, like to act like a tough guy and stand up. George W. Bush, was phony as hell. He was tough, but he was hiding under the desk looking for weapons of mass destruction. And so it's like, I mean, I'm not to say that Reagan Reagan played the role of tough guy very good with the Soviet Union.
Well, he was an actor, and it was his best role. He was far better. He was a far better actor as a president than he ever was in the films. But go on, yes.
Yeah, and he wasn't a bad actor in the films. He just kind of sat there and read the lines, and was kind of this agreeable guy. I mean, he wasn't a bad actor. Was he great? No. If you ever want to see Reagan, the neatest movie to watch of Ronald Reagan is the last movie he ever made. It was called The Killers with Lee Marvin, and he played a bad guy. And of course, Conspiracy, it was done in 1964 before he ran for president or governor in 1966 and won. But he was he played this bad guy, and conspiracy people would say this was to show what he really was. It was like it was going to be his last film, and instead of playing the nice guy, he was going to show himself to be the true character he really is, the killer. And he was a bad guy. It's a funny movie to watch because it's not a very high budget movie. It's not a very good movie, but it had a plot. You could watch it. It was just kind of very simple and ridiculous. But anyway, this absurdity of having the Defense Department answer questions as if they were on trial with the press and or the American public. I just don't understand it. It's I wouldn't tolerate that for a minute. And I think what a zoo. What a zoo. Especially after we're writing all this stuff about the Office of War Information, which dictates everything. Yes. They dictate what the press is going to say and do and think. So now you have, these press who are really ready to take these people to town. It's just absurd. So that's what I noticed as far as the news goes.
Right, definitely the immediate impact of what's going on in our world, and it's one of those things where in the military in particular, in a desire to look as professional as possible, you do get these black men who then act very, very white, and it's disconcerting to see. And it's, of course, the important thing to say is that to qualify that, obviously this isn't to say that, well, blacks should act a certain way, or that that there's some kind of behavior that is expected of them. But literally, when you see someone like, say, for instance, Colin Powell in the past, literally, there's no joke here. Everybody was attributing it to some kind of disease, literally a melanin condition of some sort. But the guy physically got whiter as he got older. I swear to fucking God, and you can see this in photographs. He starts off as a black man when he's younger, and literally, the way he is right now, the guy is fucking white. I mean, it's like he had a Michael Jackson bleach job. I'm not kidding. And so it's something that comes with the territory. And whether this is some kind of like chameleon-like, I mean, literally chameleon-like adaptation where the melanin fades with their adaptation to the environment they're in, or what? People can rationalize it as much as they want, but it's hard to believe that it's that it's not something that they've done medically. So there you have that. And in terms of Peter Moon, he was relating one story where a white man was trying to prove that there was racism in America, as if that needed, but I guess there was no way to prove it to white people except by doing what he did. But of course it had no real impact, even though they made his book almost like required reading in school. I don't remember the fellow's name, but he had melanin.
Black Like Me.
Yeah,
Black
yes.
Like Me.
Oh my God, tell us about that. Oh, shit.
Well, I read it in high school, and I don't remember if it was. I don't think it was. I mean, it was commonly read. Of course, this was the radical '60s, when racial issues were at a paramount. I will never forget. I mean, you walk into the university bookstore, and there were many bookstores around Davis University, and they'd have a whole, God, it was like a department, you know, like we have the department store with all the T-shirts and, or not T-shirts, but shirts and everything laid out. It was like this whole big, I don't even know what you call it. You don't see those in bookstores anymore. It was nothing but Eldridge Cleaver's Soul on Ice, and all sorts of. Now, Black Like Me was a pocketbook that I read, and it was about this man who got injected his skin with melanin, and he went to the South and started moving, you know, going into restaurants, coffee shops, and whatnot, and dutifully reporting how people would treat him much poorly, you know, and the darker he got, the darker they treated him, because at first there was sort of a, you know, in between world, but, you know, and it was just like, and then eventually, you know, I remember reading in the paper that this man had died. Right. I think he died in the 80s because of skin cancer as a result of, you know, injecting. My God, coloration.
What a sacrifice.
Well, yeah, as if he had proved something. But it was a zeitgeist of the times to be bringing up it as an issue and actually becoming the sacrifice for which you stood for. Did he raise the social consciousness? Yes, but it seems like a pretty odd, you know, calculation. As I said, there was no question there was prejudice. However, I think there was a lot of denial.
Yes.
A lot of denial. I mean, we have denial going on in our culture right now of racial issues. And back then, it was outrageous and egregious. And in spite of that, the buses ran, the trains ran, the airplanes ran, and you know, I don't remember seeing a lot of social outrage extant. I saw protest about social outrage. I mean, in Oakland was full of stuff going on a daily basis with the Black Panthers, where there was prejudice against them and them defending themselves.
And Reagan was governor at the time, and that was when Reagan said it's time for gun control. That's what started gun control in California, was Reagan's response.
Well, the Black Panthers had actually went into the Capitol building, into the Rotunda, Sacramento, with guns. Yes. And they sat there stationed all around that Rotunda, as I read it, and they surrounded the Capitol. And they weren't about to shoot anybody. They were sending a message.
Yeah, my understanding is their firearms were not loaded. That was my understanding. I don't know if that's true, but
that might be, but they weren't there to kill anybody. They were making a statement. Where shooting would happen is back in Oakland, where the police could or would go after them, and they would have to defend themselves. Right. That was a pretty bad situation in Oakland itself. But they were asking for social justice, and all you can say is that progress was made. Progress was made as a result of what they did. And Reagan, of course, was extremely right-wing and extremely anti-left, anti-anything that was going on at UC Berkeley. I can't call him a friend of the Black Panthers. As a matter of fact, he went into office in 1966, and I was in summer school in 1969, the year of the moon landing. And our teacher, U.S. history, and this is what enabled me to graduate early, was going to summer school. And he was completely entertaining and radical teacher. And he told us a couple of things. He said that Reagan was put into office by all of the oil barons. And he's really referring, I mean, the whole oil company, all the oil companies were boosting Reagan. They thought he was the guy. So he was backed by oil. He also taught us that, he says, if you want to be political if you want to become president or you want to become anything in this world, you have to go to New York. He says, Nixon was from California. He was in the Navy. He ran for president and he lost. He says it wasn't until after he lost the presidency that he went back to New York and he got a job as a lawyer at PepsiCo. And he became to cater to the Eastern establishment. And he became, one of them, quote unquote. Now, Nixon, I remember seeing documents where Kennedy was making fun of Nixon. And this was I don't know if it was before the election when they were senators or if it was, I think it was. And Kennedy made this comment, don't forget to tell him, remind him of what school he came from. And, I think he went to someplace out in Whittier. It was not a prestigious college compared to Harvard, where Kennedy went and was, I guess, had other people do his work for him under the direction of his father. So, but schools back in those days, there was a lot more prestige attached to where you went to school than there is today. I mean, a Harvard diploma is still going to take you a long way even today, but not as far as it would have taken you 50 years ago.
Oh my God. Well, you remember I told you Lena Shea's husband graduated from Princeton and he's working for DoorDash.
Well, there are so many people that have gone through the Ivy Leagues. It's not what it used to be, just in terms of people. And then once you're in the Ivy League, it really helps to belong to the right fraternity because,
Well, there you go.
If you belong to the Animal House fraternity at a Ivy League school, the people from the Skull and Bones will look at you with a jaundiced eye. Oh yes, you're for Harvard. You can run an ice cream parlor. You can run an ice cream parlor. You could be here on the campus, but you'll be doing ice cream.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So, yes, it's a different world than it was then. But so yes.
Oh yeah, I really appreciate your observations there. By the way, to put this into some context, right now, so people understand what's going on in a trans-Pacific sense, and this is so important considering our book, and this is why it was so ingenious for Peter Moon to introduce the book with a quote from Donald Trump about Roswell, and that is so important because if there's any one aspect of the Trump administration that we can say positive things about, it was his constructive foreign policy, most certainly in regard to communist China. Now, right now in communist China, things are bad with just the weather alone, and they're getting worse. There is a tremendous flood in Henan province, which is spelled Henan in the romanization of the Chinese language. There is some nerve-wracking footage that you can find on the computer just looking through your search engine of Henan province, where people have been in a train, a commuter train, that had water up to their chest, and they were all going to drown, but the engineers were able to open up the roof of the train by cutting open the roof of the train and rescuing them thereby. But over 250 people that we know of so far have died. I'm sure the numbers are much, much higher. But in terms of the army, it was sent in to blast areas around the dam to divert the dam from breaking open. But just so people understand the importance of this, this is the site of the Shaolin Temple. That's the most famous monastery in the world as a school for martial arts, and the Longmen Grottos. So these are actually United Nations heritage sites of stone Buddhist carvings dating back to the 5th century. So this is the birthplace of traditional Chinese martial arts and the home to many Kung Fu academies. I was trying to get Daniel on a bit tonight to talk a little bit about what he may know about this. But the scale of the disaster is, you can imagine just by what I've described here. But beyond that, there's another disaster on a personal level that many of you may not know about. Speaking of martial arts, the Hong Kong action star Jackie Chan is just, he's I don't know how to describe this. He is a traitor to Hong Kong, and he has become a pro-Beijing politician. He is actually now a card-carrying member of the Chinese Communist Party, just so people know about this son of a bitch. And as Jameson Reese says, fuck him, yes. So basically, Jackie Chan is now a communist. Understand that all of his movies are communist propaganda at this point. He's very definitely the enemy. And this is what Donald Trump was able to at least see. So understand right now we have Biden sending a top U.S. official to China at this time of extreme tensions. They've already stated if she brings up anything about Xinjiang, Uyghur, the home of the Caucasoid Turkic Muslims whom they're exterminating, they say all talks are off if she even brings that up. In other words, they are dedicated to extermination of their Muslim minority. The rest of the world be damned. But understand Biden has, contrary to what Fox News or anyone else misreports, he is simply carrying on the Trump policy towards China. At least he's extended the ban on a number of companies. I remember sending a message to Peter Moon. There was one white male who said he looked up the Zoom company, which I'm always complaining about as a communist Chinese front, and said, oh, well, that's an American company. It's owned by a Chinese American and, with U.S. citizenship. And, look, this guy contracts with communist China. And he is, in that respect, he's a goddamn communist Chinese front. And, he's feeding all the info back to the mainland. So this is why Donald Trump took an industrial approach to blacklisting companies. So this is exactly what needs to be done by Biden. And so he is, in a sense, Trump light in that regard. He has expanded the list of companies to pressure. And so he should do more, of course, against Russia. And but he's, he was in sync with Trump in a continued commitment to withdraw troops from Afghanistan. Of course, they need to ensure that Afghan translators and their families who served the U.S. military are not left behind. There's already been assassinations of American collaborators in Afghanistan. And and this is where some of this questioning has come from when Peter's complaining or looking at the absurdity, the surrealism of these kind of press conference / mob trials of the government. That was the aspect that's almost also inherited from Donald Trump, because even though he notoriously battled with the press, he made himself personally far more open to news conferences and ad hoc questioning. And I think that they're trying to emulate that, only they're doing it one step removed. In other words, rather than Biden doing that, because he's so much less transparent, he's basically putting out, I hate to say it, the errand boy, the black guy who acts like a...
Listen, I don't think Biden would do as bad a job as these guys did. Because Biden could have, gotten away with his fumbly stuff. Well, but they're handling what they're supposed to do. Those guys over there over there where they are, they're doing the stuff. That would come off better than what these guys are saying. These guys, he puts them, like, I think one of the hardest jobs in the White House is to be the press secretary. because you're not speaking for yourself. You're speaking for somebody else, and you're trying to cover, no matter who the president is, you're trying to cover his ass, not yours. And it's a very awkward position. And these guys are in that position too. And it's very good to be able to have, somebody, kind of put the blame on somebody else. But this is like, and then again, Biden should explain what he's doing in Iraq or Iran or Afghanistan, but he should make it clear enough and just make a definitive statement without answering questions like, if you give a complete enough iteration, we're going to go in, we're going to protect everybody who's there, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're not going to do this. If this person makes a false move, we're going after him. And meanwhile, the whole country's going to go to hell because the Taliban's taken over.
Yeah, it's awful. And by the way, there are some things that I do want to clarify and bring up here. I had some people are writing me some messages asking, what is this list about? And basically, this list that Trump started is basically to bar American investors from investing in certain companies that are Communist Chinese controlled, or basically Communist Chinese front companies. So in terms of Biden, he's expanding that list. So it's very important to remember whatever Fox News is saying about him selling out to China isn't true. And yet, at the same time, I understand myself that he's not as strong on the sanctions against Russia, which he should be, because Trump, of course, was under pressure to look like he was not a Russian collaborator. So he did put in motion a number of sanctions based on the Ukraine issue, which was so sensitive. He had to make certain that everybody saw that he was putting the sanctions against Putin out there, and Biden needs to be much stronger than that. But I'm not sure he's carrying that out. I had a dream. I do want to share this with Peter and everyone. Had a recent dream that was. It was just before the show. I sleep in the daytime, so I get up. When I'm not partying or coming home straight from a party or something, then I'm basically coming here from a deep sleep. And the dream that I just had, bizarrely enough, was that I was here in America, but as a Asian American of Taiwanese nationality, I dreamt of a world in which Trump had not initiated this Cold War. And I dreamt of a world in which, because of that, many Chinese here were heavily influenced by the Communist Chinese Party, and that basically people like myself, people who were like Taiwanese descent, even though we were in America, Chinese Americans who were siding with the communists were hunting us down. Now, that's the world we would have lived in had we continued with the Obama policy of non-confrontation, which was the policy followed, in all fairness, by all administrations since Nixon. Before Obama, he was just carrying on the Nixon open door policy. In terms of what Trump...
Douglas, Nixon was still in bed with the Roosevelt
yes.
communist ideology. And then I think during the Johnson administration, the Chinese were very much viewed to be aligned with the North Vietnamese. And then Nixon opened back up when he became president. Yeah. He opened the doors to China. And then, Reagan, I don't ever remember him. I mean, Jimmy Carter would have, kissed their ass and given them massages. Just because of who he was, a proletariat, advocate for every worker in the world. But Reagan, I don't remember him conflicting with China. He was too busy on Russia.
Right.
And he might have had a similar view to the old days. But Clinton was a notorious
Chinese
sympathizer. And George George W. didn't know what he was doing. He was busy with 9/11 and
the war on terror,
fighting the war with the Taliban or whatever.
Right.
So
go on.
Yeah, and Obama was a big So it's
he was Obama was a total appeasement-oriented individual. But go on,
he was an opportunist. The thing is, Obama had so much more. He was a much better sleight of hand than Biden. Obama's never been caught. But he was caught by Truott, my friend Truott, who exposed Obama in all of his connections to BP. He was a total agent for British Petroleum. And his wife was a lawyer who thought up cap and trade, or helped. She didn't think it up. She was part of the British Petroleum did cap and trade, which was basically an exchange whereby if a carbon tax, if you had carbon emissions, there would be an exchange where you would pay a tax, and this would go to, this was cap and trade. You'd pay a tax to this exchange for green energy, and this would now invest in green energy. Of course, they didn't mention that BP owned this exchange. It was all done for BP. So BP, British Petroleum, was creating this carbon tax on their own products, and then becoming the beneficiary of the tax. It was all convoluted.
Oh my God!
And this is, and Obama was like the main point man for this, as was his wife.
Right.
So this was a whole, and of course Truott was taken off the internet. He also went into whole exposés about how Sean Hannity's ratings were completely phony and false.
Right.
But they were propping him up.
That's right. Go on.
He's now outrated by far by Tucker.
Right.
He's paid better than Tucker Carlson. And speaking of Tucker Carlson, I don't watch him that closely. I try to tune in, but he seems to have been just completely 180 degrees reverse on the disclosure issue. I don't see, he was bragging about disclosure every night practically. And now, ever since the book came out, ever since I sent him copies of the book, I don't hear him mentioning disclosure anymore. It became it became a toxic subject.
Go on. Yeah, it became a toxic subject. He's afraid to touch it now.
He's ordered not to say it because he has there's a great diversity of things that he can talk about on any subject. He has a cadence and an attitude which is much less confrontational and hostile than Sean Hannity, who's very one-dimensional. He is confrontational, but he's not as, I guess what you'd say, off the ledge as Sean Hannity, who is the most extreme right-wing commentator since Bill O'Reilly went off the air and Rush Limbaugh passed away.
Yes, that's right. Oh fuck, that fucker, I didn't even keep track of him. I knew, of course, he had the cancer, but the fact that he's finally gone now, that's right. Oh God, and all I can do is, the world's a better place without him, but honest to God, I wish I had known the day he died so I could have pissed all over his grave. But there we have that. But do understand this, everybody who's listening. I want to explain to people some of the reasons why there is an AAPI, or Asian Pacific Islander American, kind of a term. It's a very odd term, and it also has to do with what I expressed in that dream about the fact that you had Chinese preying on each other in this dream of mine, the pro-communists hunting us down, those of us who were not. And this is the world we would have had Trump not, in a very real sense, saved my life and saved the life of all of the Chinese community by preventing that from happening by putting America on a Cold War stance with communist China. And that's exposed by this one, I'm going to take it as a completely innocent message from a well-meaning white guy named Jake Mueller. And this was like, I would say it was dated maybe around July 10th. So we're talking about, you know, a while back. He was talking about the original interview I had with Penny Marshall, and he says, not the latest interview, which is now up there on her YouTube channel, and I'll link that after the show, as I will link the latest video created by Peter Moon, which I noticed on his own page when I looked at it had been up there for like a full day almost, and nobody had left any acknowledgement of the post he put up, but on the YouTube it got a few, and so a number of people.
The problem was I put it up late at night on Facebook. I haven't sent it out to my to my mailing list, and part of the reason is I realize I would have done it differently if I did it over again. I'm not going to do it over again, but if I did it differently, I would have done it the story behind the day the Earth stood still. I would have featured that. It appeals more to the UFOnaut, you know.
Yes.
What's the story behind? I would have started with that instead of talking about President Roosevelt.
That's right.
Beginning the censorship. It's less of a sexy entree. People, if I would have, you know, the story behind the day the Earth stood still with that big flying saucer.
I still think you need to do one starting off with that, and you can go in a, you know, just a video on its own. That
I'm not going to be doing any more videos now. I gotta, you know, I mean they're time consuming.
Okay.
I mean, if I can fit one in, I will. I'd like to do stuff on Hirohito, but I've got other things I got to do.
Yeah.
And but yeah, I mean, we could talk. If I feel like I need to do videos, I'll talk to you about it. But there's so many things I could do because you gave me so many pictures, so many visuals, that those are great for videos. If I were to do videos on the Montauk Project, which I have, I'm fairly limited.
Right.
I don't have actual footage from, you know, but with you provide a lot of footage, or a lot of stuff that can be used for footage, and that's really great.
Thank you. Bless you. Yeah. And
it makes it more conducive to advertising the book.
Yes.
Yeah, but I mean, I could go to the yellow fever, or, you know, go more into the Jack London stuff and all that, the build up, the Fugo balloon bombs, the 555 division. What's it called again?
Triple Nickels.
Triple Nickels. The Triple Nickels. Yeah. There's so many little subplots that, you know, if you watched enough, you wouldn't have to read the book, but you still have to read the book because it gives you the context. But
yes, that's right.
Each chapter could become a short commercial video.
Yeah. But by the way, yeah, just so I don't forget, so it doesn't dribble out of my ears, and remind me to get back to this missive from that one individual. Now, of course, every time I read the book, I want people to know this. It is incredible how Peter Moon has managed to fit in major points in a very concise manner. So rather than going about it the way that I do with, I will admit, I have almost I am a storyteller. And as the one thing my gang brother Beaver has said before, you sure know how to tell a story. And I know this because, of course, there are, you know, whether it's Selena Kahn or Judith Ager, I've been admonished, or Vanessa and Clark, people have admonished me in the past of the feminine gender, where they want me to stop talking and deliver a bullet point. This
is what in the movie or a documentary they call B-roll. You have way too much B-roll.
Yeah.
B-roll is the supplementary. You know, in other words, it's the footage. You know, that you supplement the main. They don't call it A-roll, but the bullet points. You know, and then the B-roll is the footage in the background. You know, and you provide so much B-roll, it's too much B-roll.
Yeah. Yes, there is such a thing. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, somebody once told me, a director says, the Montauk Project, as it is, the book, the original book, is mostly B-roll. Although it's very rich B-roll, there's not a lot of story there. There's not a lot. There is some story in the actual book, but there's a lot of background, and it makes it challenging. Although the stuff you have, it's a matter of taking out the bullet points and putting the succinct points in. Like my astrology chart is very good for this because I'm Capricorn with Virgo rising. The Virgo is analytical, precise. The Capricorn is ruled by Saturn. It's going to make things the bottom line. The bottom line is boom, 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 boom. Just like if you're going into court. That's why I began the book with an opening statement saying this is what we're going to prove. This is what we're going to establish. Like in a courtroom, you know, if you're talking too much, they look like the judge saying, you know, what does this have to do? Are you going to make your point, counselor? What does this have to do? And, you know, the attorney will object and he'll say sustained or overruled.
Well, bear in mind that, see, this is the difference in our audience. I'm not rationalizing, what I do. Just to put it into perspective, why I developed this manner of communicating. And fortunately, Peter Moon represents it and reformats it for the general public. The general public, of course, when presented with and this is still a very thick book. So people understand this. This is no thin book at all. This is a thick book. And, it's one of those things that the public needs it to be of a certain kind of slimness so that it's not novel length, so that they, do not feel intimidated or like, I'm not going to go into this. And
you could have written The Rise and Fall of the Roman Empire by Edward Gibbon.
Yes, it's true.
You could have written that. That's voluminous. That's something you put on your shelf if or is in the library shelf and you never look at it.
Yes.
Even when I was doing reports on Rome, it was too long. You could only go and read a little section of what you were assigned to report on.
Yes.
You couldn't read the whole thing. How could he spend his whole life writing that thing?
Yes.
He must.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I mean, that's an excellent example. And
do you know that Will Durant, who has been heralded as this great historian because he wrote, I don't know the name of the book he wrote, I don't remember, The History of the World or something, I don't know the book. He has been castigated for it being not accurate. He goes to summarize, I think H.G. Wells did an outline of history too, but it's like you outline history and you're a fool because you can't do it. And they say he didn't do a good job. He's been picked apart, although it has also been generally well thought of, but it shouldn't be well thought of according to real historians. It's an amateur work, yet it's heralded. So it's like, because when you want to study the history of the whole thing, you need about 10 Douglas Dietrichs going at a subject from different angles. And then you'll have an assessment of the history of what really happened. But then you don't have time to absorb it anyway. I mean, it's like, that's what it takes because history is so complicated. Anyway, carry on.
Yeah, no, definitely, important what you said. And so the reason I talk the way I do, of course, is like basically I deal with the tech heads and the war fags. This would also deal with people who are constantly attacking. The reality is I've grown up dealing with people who are gang stalkers. And because I've spent all my life dealing with gang stalkers, they attack everything you say. Everything you say is attacked, and so you preempt them.
But isn't this way you present information, isn't it more born of your duty as a librarian to regurgitate and iterate information? Isn't this a lot of it come from that?
Oh, well, a lot of that is different because I would have to summarize for the idiots who are in uniform who are listening. That's the point. When it came to what I wanted to do, which was to present on behalf of think tanks, and what I had practiced to do. As I said, I presented before the men who ran the think tanks, like Rand, MIT, and a few of the others whom at one point I considered him a hero, the man I wanted to appeal to, James F. Dunnigan. Of course, Herman Kahn was far removed at that time, but my real hero was, of course, Herman Kahn. People today don't know the man, but his surname was spelled K-A-H-N, and he was German, and he was the man who wrote an indispensable book called The Emerging Japanese Superstate. And he was a think tanker whom everybody in America who does remember him, all they remember him as is kind of like a Dr. Strangelove figure, a German man who was trying to simulate or game nuclear wars for the United States so they could preempt nuclear wars but prepare for them if they happened. And so, but when it came to these kinds of individuals, yes, they were very technical in their presentation, and you see that in the way I format what I say. But
a question. You were actually presenting to the Rand Corporation?
Yes, this was at the time that I was trying to transfer into a think tank. That's what I wanted to do. I didn't,
Yeah, where did you present to them? In San Francisco or down? Where was their office that you did this in?
Oh, I went to Massachusetts at the time, and so
California as well.
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, by the way, so people know this, Rand is actually a California company. It affiliated with MIT, which is the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. But at the time I did my presentation, I actually went to Massachusetts for that presentation. And that was because they wanted to emphasize, it was kind of like UCSF Stanford. For those who don't know or remember, UCSF for a while, along with Stanford, they became UCSF Stanford, literally. And that was because they wanted to simply get this grant that they would otherwise have never gotten without affiliation. And as soon as they got the grant and they split 50-50, they divorced. But with Rand MIT, they were trying to emphasize their cohesion. And so that's the reason why I was, wound up going to Massachusetts at the time. It had something to do with that. I don't even remember the politics as clearly as I do with...
Now, the Rand, there's two Rands.
Yeah.
And I want to, this has confused me a little bit. I haven't spent too much time on it. But a disambiguation is required between the Rand Corporation and Sperry Rand. Now, Sperry Rand is very important because Sperry was the contractor at Montauk. And Sperry acquired Remington Rand and renamed itself Sperry Rand. Now, there's also Rand, which was a think tank, which it was either von Karman or John von Neumann that were involved with Rand, which is a nonprofit institution that helps improve policy and decision making. This is what you were involved with, I believe.
Wanted to be involved with, yes.
Well, yeah. Well, if you spoke to them, you were involved with them. The think tank that controls America. So you have this name, and I was confused. Sperry Rand, and then you have Rand, and then the affiliations of, it was either von Karman and or von Neumann. So their headquarters, it says, are in Santa Monica.
Santa Monica, California.
Yeah. Founders Henry H. Hap Arnold, Donald Douglas, and Curtis LeMay.
Yes, of course.
Were the founders.
Yes. And
I don't know the relationship. There has to be, I don't know, Remington Rand. But
remember that RAND itself is simply an acronym for research and development.
Well, I know, but I'm saying is Remington Rand was a machines manufacturer, originally known as a typewriter, and the manufacture of the UNIVAC.
Right.
So
the universal vacuum tube, computer. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, obviously, John von Neumann would have been connected to that RAND for sure, because he was involved with the UNIVAC. He was now here it has him involved with the RAND that you were talking to. So he was involved with both RANDs.
Right, of course. Yeah, he was just like, it would be... Yeah.
With Ayn Rand. He was probably involved with Ayn Rand, too.
Yes, yes.
3 Rand. Yeah. So it says, the memorandum describes the 13-year life of the Johnniac computer, referring to John von Neumann, the Johnniac, a Princeton-class machine designed and built at the Rand Corporation in 1953. The history presented here is based on documents and recollections of the individuals involved in the creation of the Johnniac. So, yeah, I mean, here are the 2 Rands. This is my first revelation. I never really go into this too much because it gets kind of obscure. But, research and development, the human thought process, and then you have the machines. It's almost as if there is a deliberate nuance there. It's intentional. And if it's not intentional, it speaks volumes for being synchronistic. So anyway, it's the fact that you were involved with either of these RANDs, and especially the one you were, it says a lot that you were even rubbing elbows with them, because you also investigated the HART project, or the early stuff that was going on there. So you were like right in the middle of so much. Why you weren't chosen for the think tank, perhaps you were better, your services were better used elsewhere.
Well, I'll say this much. It was like they said I've told this story before, and to just say it as briefly as possible, my presentation was, they said, tell us what's going to happen. Give us the future. Give us the future, Douglas Dietrich. Show us your stuff. And of course, I told them, first off, the majority of people who are futurologists, which was the field I was interested in particular, I was enamored of futurology. And of course, I had a much more optimistic perspective that I wanted to maintain, which is, of course, what futurists should have, is a optimistic perspective. But in terms of the realities contending with geopolitics and the like, the biggest problem that most people have who work for these futurology companies, where they're consultants for various corporations and the like, or consultants with the Department of Defense, etc., is that they will give you an asinine perspective, which is based on taking what's trending now and projecting it into the future. This is, of course, the most asinine thing to do. It makes no sense. One great example of this was this one guy who was making all kinds of money on contracts with trying to predict the future for corporations and the Department of Defense. And basically all they did, this was the day when we had nothing but video cassette technology. They were taking video cassettes and they were putting them on fast forward. And they were just watching video cassettes of the news. They would record 24-hour-a-day news, and then they would watch it on fast forward. And this would give them an impression of pattern. And so then they would say, oh, wow, this terrorism thing is going to be big. And then because there was a lot of reports on terrorism, well, that's the whole reason of terrorism, is to get reports made. This is why terrorists do what they do. And so basically they catered towards that by saying, oh, this terrorism thing is going to get a lot bigger. And then, of course, with 9/11, then we wound up in the war on terror. And, we've been terrorized ever since by our fucking state, as opposed to any goddamn terrorists, because they were enamored of this kind of mentation process. In order to try and preempt that, I said what you have to do is base everything on the past. You don't base what you see in the present and cycle it into the future. This is what cheap science fiction novels do. And the science fiction novels nobody remembers, the ones that are not seminal, are the ones that do just that. You know, they're written at a point in time where they say, oh, here's a trend. Let's extrapolate into the future by taking this trend to a extreme conclusion. That's the whole point of these people creating dystopias. They really created dystopia on trending into the future. I said, if you cycle into the past, then you have reasons for belief in the future. And the point that I made was with the reunification of Germany and the collapse of the Soviet Union. Now, bear in mind, this was in the mid-'80s that I was doing this. The mid-'80s that I told these people that the Soviet Union is going to collapse, Germany is going to reunify. This was back when you had Ronald Reagan as president, and he was basically confronting the Soviet Union, and every science fiction novel written at that time extrapolated the Soviet Union into, you know, the 25th century. Nobody conceived of its collapse. They conceived, if anything, that it would conquer the solar system because of its very aggressive space program. I mean, compared to the United States, which simply landed some men in the moon, and then other than that developed a space trucking system by Richard Nixon taking some of the military shuttles and giving them over to the civilians for use. The Americans have done nothing, comparatively speaking, in terms of manned space exploration, whereas the Russians have the busiest spaceports in the world, still do. As a matter of fact, America's their entryway to space, until these private billionaires began their jack-off programs to masturbate in weightlessness, the Russians were it. You could only get to the International Space Station through Russia. It's only their spaceports that are left working. America's dead meat in the water. So everybody was predicting they would conquer the solar system. And I said, this isn't going to be the case. The Soviet Union is going to collapse. And I brought up the demographics. I brought up why Germany would reunify. And that's when James F. Dunnigan said, it's astonishing. He said, get out of here. We want nothing to do with you. And he says, look, we're paid by the Department of Defense to provide them a threat. What you're saying is there is no threat. And I said, yes, that's right. And he says, well, that's not the world we live in. We're here to feed them a fantasy of fear. That's how we make our money. We want nothing to do with you. And he said, look, what you're presenting, I know is true. And I know that the way you've described it, I know it's going to happen. And he said, but that's not what we're paid for. So that was it. They're just paid to feed fantasies to their contractors. And their contractors want an excuse to juice the taxpayer out of billions and billions of dollars, which never needed to be spent at all.
You know, Douglas, this is interesting. There was one scientist who actually understood Dr. Anderson's work. Mm-hmm. He understood it far before I explained it so simply. Mm-hmm. And he had a job connected to JPL. Mm-hmm. He didn't need the money. He was very rich by other means. And when he was exposed to this, he first was like, you know, kind of complimentary of it, and then he made this comment. Well, he kind of poo-pooed it because he says, well, if this were to be known, I would lose my job. Now, lose his job?
There you are.
You know?
It's like, why would he care, right?
Well, not the fact, well, yeah, like he didn't need the money, but this whole idea of money directing one's decision.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't have a job, yeah, but it's like sort of like, this is like, and I think there was probably some professional envy that he hadn't come up with it. But this stuff is groundbreaking, and it falls on deaf ears mostly.
Yes.
It's just
those who do understand it, they have no concept of what they're dealing with, nor interest, in terms of, if they understand it and they have a concept of what you're dealing with, they don't want that concept to be shared with the rest of the world because it threatens what they've got going, their own scam, their own.
There's people it's not theirs, so they're not doing it.
Yeah.
Just like, there are many authors I will not read or even consider reading because it's not what I'm doing. I'm doing what I'm doing. And, that's independent of whether it's worthwhile to read it or not.
Right.
That's a whole independent issue. Right. It's probably not worthwhile reading, but I don't make a judgment on it. Yeah. I just, don't have time for it. So, to the point where they're not going to give it any sort of credence.
Right. Right. And just so people understand, again, the complexity of the situation when we're speaking about what I was talking about originally, which was being Asian in America, for instance, and the complexities, people just don't understand what the hell was going on with anything that, say, for instance, when we're dealing with just well-meaning white guys. A good example, before I go into the complexities of this situation and how it even parallels, not that I want to dwell on this because it's not a subject of interest for most people, but bizarrely it parallels, for instance, the fact that Friday, I didn't even bring it up, I didn't bring it up Sunday night, was because I've always been ambivalent about this. Friday was International Drag Day, which many people would think, oh, that's like something that I would be upfront with, but I've always been ambivalent about that because what they've done with the gay community is they've tried to integrate the drag culture into a gay thing, which, of course, my perspective was I learned it through my mother as part of ninjutsu, as you Americans would call it, or inindo. This is very different. And besides that, presenting oneself as a female and getting away with it in the Asian tradition has never been a gay thing. And it wasn't really that for many Westerners either, but they're just trying to lump as many people as possible into this alternative community for representation for all. That's the idea. That's the whole rainbow trip. This is why Asian American Pacific Islander acronym, the AAPI, Asian American Pacific Islander, it's a very cumbersome term, and it really has no meaning. But what the Asians, their population in America is so minuscule, and they have no representation. They basically struggled for years, and it took them decades to get the Oceanians of the Pacific Islands to say, okay, we'll lump ourselves with the Asians in a lobby so that we can say we get better representation. And this way the Asians could communicate with a body of people who are U.S. territories, because these Pacific Islands are all protectorates of the United States or U.S. territories outright, like the Marianas Islands and the former Japanese Pacific Islands. They have all fallen under American trusteeship, and these people have no right to vote in the United States. And yet, many of them, like on the Marianas Islands, they're American citizens by default, but they have no representation in American government. And the Asians, by pairing with them, basically turned themselves into a community of outcasts working together to try and get some level of representation, because the Asians can vote. And because they said, well, we can vote for you if you tell us what you need, and at the same time, you can help us increase our numbers, and you're considered Americans more than Asians are, no matter if we've been here for several generations. They'll lock us in concentration camps anyway when the need arises. So that's the whole point of the awkwardness of these situations. Then you get these well-intentioned white guys who have no idea what the fuck they're dealing with. One time, and I'll get back to that Jake Mueller and what he was saying about Zoom, but to segue into that, I remember listening on radio one time, and what happened was there was a bunch of deaths in Japan. And this came from a bunch of wontons that were being shipped from China and made it into Chinese restaurants in Japan. And for people who don't know this, Japan is a cosmopolitan culture, and they have international restaurants all over Japan, but of course, most certainly in Tokyo. And so you can get cuisine from all cultures in Japan. And so they were eating Chinese food just like they were trying anything else. There's all kinds of Chinatowns in Japan and Chinese restaurants. And so a bunch of Japanese began to die because of poisoned wontons from communist China. And when this was being investigated, an undercover journalist, maybe even a federal agent of Japan, went into a communist Chinese facility where they were making wontons, and he found out what was happening. And that was basically, there was footage of this one Chinese manufacturer, coming into the facility saying, literally picking his teeth. You could see it on the hidden camera and saying, "Hey, you idiots. The Japs are complaining about the roach eggs they're finding in our wontons and dead roaches. I want you guys to make sure all the insects in here are dead." And then you saw all these Chinese guys going, "Yeah, boss." And then while they're making the wontons, while they're spreading out the little starchy stuff they put the meat and shit in, they all took out these bug spray canisters and just sprayed it all with bug spray. So it's just saturating all this shit with insecticide. And so, of course, when it gets shipped over to Japan, people were dying. None of this was part of any conspiracy. This is just stupidity. But the end result is people were losing their lives. Now, I remember listening to the radio, some jackass white Americans calling in from communist China saying, "I've worked here and nobody's dying from wontons. Of course not, you dumb fuck. You're eating all the roach eggs. You're eating all the dead roach wontons. They were trying to make sure that shit wasn't being shipped to Japan. And they were loading it with insecticide, you dumb fuck." And, so it's like, this is how stupid Americans can be. And he was denying anybody was being harmed. No, they're not dropping over in China. They're eating roach eggs and dead roaches. But, over in Japan, they were dying because they're eating insecticide-laced wontons. This is like what we get from Jake Mueller. Here's this innocent white guy, and he says about my interview, and this is not the latest one, but the one before that, where I mentioned about Zoom being communist Chinese, which I did in, the first two interviews with Penny Bradley, and that's why they finally switched to Skype. Then, this Jake Mueller says, "Great and informative. By the way, this is what I found out about Zoom on a search." And he entered the question, "How much of Zoom is owned by China?" And the answer is no, with his capital N-O. Zoom Communications Incorporated is not a Chinese company at all, but in fact, an American company founded by Chinese-American billionaire Eric Yuan. You gotta suspect a guy like that because his very name means money in Chinese. That's like, remember there was a guy named Matt Moneymaker who kept saying he found Bigfoot? Anyhow, he says, "It is headquartered in San Jose, California, and Yuan, who is also the CEO of Zoom, holds American citizenship." Yeah, this was from June 30th, 2020. Okay, first of all, this motherfucker purchased American citizenship, and he works specifically with communist China. He's been working so long for communist China that federal prosecutors proved he was working with the communist Chinese government to surveil users and suppress video calls. So you're talking about $100 billion United States dollar video call giant that is a California-based company that is using your data for communist Chinese espionage. You literally had a security expert with that company who worked with the Chinese Communist government to terminate Americans' accounts and disrupt video calls. And this was going back in the 1989 massacre of pro-democracy activists in Tiananmen Square. So it's going back to the 1980s that they made certain no American footage got out of communist China about the massacre of thousands of Chinese being rolled over by communist Chinese military tanks. And they violated their own terms of service for access to communist China's market, caving into the Chinese government, which meant they overlook all basic human rights. So the U.S. Justice Department brought charges against them for conspiring to terminate Zoom meetings. And they started doing that back in 1989 at the Communist Chinese government's behest. So you're talking about, for one thing, nobody knows this. They're China-based. So they've got an executive over there named Xinjiang Jin, who serves as the government affairs liaison. And, of course, he's the one who contacted Zoom's headquarters in California about the massacre's anniversary on June 4th. And every year they do this, they say, make certain this is entirely blacked out, that no information comes out of China. And so, yeah, they will stop calls, they'll glitch calls, and they do that here in America. And all your information you provide them goes directly to the Communist Chinese government. They know more about you than many American intelligence agencies do. So for anyone at this level of naivete, what are you going to do? And this is why many Asian American Pacific Islanders feel that they do not affiliate with me and that they want to avoid any contact with me at all costs, because they're saying, oh, Douglas, but you're going to justify putting Chinese in concentration camps because they won't be able to trust any Chinese with what you're saying. Even if they hold U.S. citizenship, you're saying some of them are really working with the Communist Chinese government. We see that wasn't the case with the Japanese. In the time of the Japanese, we had a totally autarkic system. The Japanese who came here, the land they purchased was here. The business they did was only with the United States. There were no Japanese Americans doing business with the Empire of Japan. They had been here for generations, entirely assimilated into the American economy and culture. That's incredibly different from the Chinese situation today. And that's what brings us back to Bill Clinton. Well, everything Peter Moon says is true about Clinton. At the same time, it's not, in the sense that people mistake Bill Clinton for being like somehow like, okay, I sold out to the Chinese. He was very much open about selling out to either the Chinese or the Taiwanese, whoever paid him the most. And the person who did most of the transactions was Al Gore. Sometimes it was his wife, Hillary Clinton. But in the end, my Chinese, the nationalist Chinese, paid them more. And that's why we bought out the Bill Clinton administration. Originally, Bill Clinton was like kind of open to communist China. And then what happened was we Taiwanese paid him off. We did it through a bunch of Buddhist monks. And so people can look up the Buddhist monk scandal from Taiwan with Al Gore, and they're going to find out all these Buddhist monks brought Al Gore a bunch of money and shit. And then after that, suddenly Bill Clinton sent the U.S. carrier task forces into the Taiwan Straits between Taiwan and communist China and said, hey, cross this line and there's going to be war. And so it was just like, that's all it took. And you just have to pay more money, and he was willing to go either way. It's straight out whore, mercenary, and that's fine. So long as you can afford it, that worked. And Taiwan was still a lot richer than communist China, and still is in so many ways. So the end result is that, unfortunately, unlike the time of the Japanese being put in American concentration camps, today's Chinese in America are either with Taiwan or with communist China. Their politics go on here. And that's what happened even in Brazil and Canada, where the Japanese communities, but especially in Brazil, which was the only nation in the Western Hemisphere that refused to put Japanese in internment camps. Basically, Brazil, unlike the rest of South America, which the Americans said, we want you to put all the Japs in camps, everybody was happy to steal their land. Everybody was happy to take them and put them in camps and ship them to America for internment up north, because they said, great, we get to steal all the land they bought and take it back and sell it to ourselves for pennies on the dollar to our own citizens. But in Brazil, they said, fuck you. If we put the Japanese in camps, our economy collapses because they're our middle class and they're our entire educated class. So they let the Japanese free. And that's why one of the reasons why the Japanese won the war, because the Japanese in Brazil, they went into a civil war against each other. Those who said, well, we're Brazilian now, we're in the American hemisphere, we're on the side of the Allies, because Brazil eventually joined the Allies and sent tanks into Africa, and they sent various troops to invade Europe, for people who don't know. And the Japanese otherwise said, we're for the emperor, and the side that fought for the emperor won. They annihilated the pro-Western Japanese faction, and they were able to ensure that Japanese submarines were able to port in their major city in Brazil for years, for the half a decade it took, so that the submarines could continue to patrol America's Atlantic seaboard and threaten the East Coast with nuclear annihilation with the medium bombers they were able to launch from their submarine aircraft carriers, the I-400 class, which people can look up, the I-400 Sentoku submarines. So all of these were porting in Sao Paulo, Brazil, where the major Japanese community was, because the Japanese imperial faction had won out. And to the Brazilians, they didn't give a shit. They figured, well, to hell with Americans, up north. And so there you have that. In terms of the Chinese today, it's the same thing. Those who are nationalists among us would be totally threatened by the communist sympathizers if Trump had not taken the stand that he did. And so this is where we are at today, and this is what needs to be understood. And so hopefully that contextualizes things in a manner that shows people the importance of this, and for naive Americans to just even casually buy into this shit and not have any inkling of what's going on. I shake my head. I want to cry. How do you communicate to these people the enormity of the situation, the seriousness of it?
That person who was taking you to task on Zoom was just an idiot. In other words, he doesn't understand anything. In other words, he's just denying what you're saying. His whole purpose is confirmation bias. Well, he's a U.S. citizen, therefore he couldn't be representing Red China. It's stupid, and without even looking into the history. This is what people do. They go to Wikipedia and they look for one paragraph that will confirm or deny what they want to confirm or deny. This is just what people do. This is about how far or how deep, and it ultimately results in them rejecting or countering the information irrationally.
Yes.
Rather than just listening to it and saying, okay. I mean, if I saw that this person was from China and had American citizenship, I would say, wow, that means he's probably telling the truth. Because, China is infiltrating the United States and is much more, is better at it than the United States infiltrating other countries.
Yes.
What the United States would do predominantly to invade another country was use Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola company was like the favorite hangout of the CIA. And because Coca-Cola is a drink that most everybody in the world would want. So it looks very innocent. Oh, Coca-Cola. And, you become you're working there at an office in the Coca-Cola company, and this is how you find out information. Coca-Cola, I think there's a whole book on it. And of course, Coca-Cola was one of the favorite stocks of Warren Buffett, and he has been maligned for his association with Coca-Cola, which also goes into the Chicago plant when they outlawed the stuff they were putting into Coke. That was
the original cocaine, yeah.
Yeah, they had to do something with the cocaine, so they had all this cocaine that they couldn't put into the Coke. So this began a illegal manufacturing of coming out of the Chicago Coca-Cola plant, and there was an alignment with Cuba because Coca-Cola wanted to buy the sugar fields of Cuba, and they got very upset because I think Castro took a lot of money from Coca-Cola, and then for the sugar, and then he betrayed them.
Oh my God! Yes.
He was there's all sorts of stuff about the cola wars and whatnot, and traditionally Coca-Cola is aligned with Israel. The Israelis would drink Coke. The Arabs would drink Pepsi, who were also aligned with the Russian. Pepsi Cola was very big in the Soviet Union. So if you were an Arab, you would drink Pepsi. If you were a Israeli, you would drink Coke. And this was cola wars. This isn't just the cola wars of buying shelf space or putting in refrigerators in grocery stores. It was like, you know, you'd have signboards, Coke versus Pepsi. And bin Laden, he was disgusted with this patronage of Pepsi Cola, so he made his own cola called Mecca Cola.
Yeah, no, thank you. That's very funny. That's incredible, and I hope everybody appreciates the irony and the sheer absurdity that these things can go. And to give people a further example of this, some further nuance as to the complications that we're talking about, of course, when I was with Revolution Radio, there was a weird guy named Thomas Wagner who was convinced, either him or some friend of his was convinced that, you know, they had been persecuted because they were Jewish by the American federal authorities when they were somehow involved with some kind of job with a lab or something, and it was absolutely bizarre to me. I said there is some crazy delusional sense of a persecution complex, if ever there was one. It is impossible for me to imagine Jews being persecuted because of their ethnicity in the United States at this point in history by the federal government. It's something that if you even go back to the Rosenbergs, their son is still trying to prove their innocence, which is, I don't know why. Well, of course you could say simply, well, he's, you know, their son, right? But I mean, oh my God, it was like the evidence was overwhelming against the Rosenbergs, who were both hanged for basically providing nuclear secrets to the Soviet Union, because like many Jewish people, they were just ideological communists, which was the overarching ideology of the majority of Jews who were not robber barons, but were academic intellectuals. They, you know, they just viewed this as the wave of the future, and that they were doing humanity good. It was part of their mass insanity. But when it comes to what this guy was telling me when I brought up the case of Wen-Ho Lee was, of course, a Taiwanese-born scientist who the Americans fucking persecuted. I mean, they basically said, well, you're Chinese, you must be working with the communists. And of course, he said, no, I come from Taiwan, which is an ardently anti-communist culture. How can you say this? And he says, you've got to be kidding me. And they said, well, you know, we think because you work at Lawrence Livermore Labs, he began, you know, working there. You're talking about in the 70s. And but he was born in Taiwan like myself. And they said, but since you took all the trouble to become a nuclear scientist, we're firing you from Lawrence Livermore. So then they fired him from Lawrence Livermore. And of course, this is persecution. This is something that makes absolutely no sense. They're basing all of this on his ethnicity, and it has nothing to do with the logic of his loyalty that he tried to explain to them and was simply dismissed. And so then when I brought this up as an example of true persecution, then this guy responded to me, this Thomas Wagner guy. He said, Wen-Ho Lee was a Chinese agent, and he gave me this link to encounterbooks.com from this author with the weird-ass name, Notre Truelock. I mean, I've never seen that name before at all. N-O-T-R-A, the first name, Notra, and Truelock, a surname spelled T-R-U-L-O-C-K. I have never encountered that name as a real name before. That is like somebody just made that shit up. And so this Notre Truelock claims he was working for the Department of Energy and investigated Wen-Ho Lee. And he was just about to arrest him when the FBI showed up at Notre Truelock's house. And so Bill Clinton not only stopped him from arresting Wen-Ho Lee, but had Notre Truelock arrested. And so this guy, Thomas Wagner, is saying this was Bill Clinton protecting all his secret money coming through the People's Liberation Army since he was governor of Arkansas. And Wen-Ho Lee was transferring data to China, and he was part of the payback for all the illegal funded money. And this destroyed Notre Trulock's life to cover Wenho Lee. This is not American racism. It's spying on this country, and Wenho Lee should be in jail. I know Notre Trulock, and he is not a racist. And then I balanced that out by saying, are you even familiar with Iris Chang, who, of course, wrote the book, The Rape of Nanjing, which Derek Talley used to ambush myself on my own program. And his attempt to ambush, of course, was quite flat-footed and basically, failed completely. I deconstructed everything he was saying. But Iris Chang also wrote a far more important book, far more important than The Rape of Nanjing. One of the last books she wrote was The Thread of the Silkworm. And that was about the late Irish Shun-Ru Chang, herself as an authoress, when she was investigating and writing this biography, which was definitive, of Qian Juixian. And he was known in the English as Qian Zuqian. And this individual was a pioneer of the American space age, who was wrongfully accused of being a communist because he had escaped from communist China. And after he helped the Americans pioneer their rocketry, and don't forget the Chinese built the first goddamn rockets on Earth, then, they said, well, now that you've helped us, we're deporting you to Red China. And so he was so pissed that, to the continuing chagrin of the United States, he became the father of the communist Chinese missile program and developed the Sunburn missiles that can take out American carriers. So, I mean, the Americans created their own fucking problem. I mean, here's the guy helping them build rockets, and they say, well, you're Chinese and we don't want you. That's persecution. And so then basically you've got someone like Wenho Lee. I would say that you're talking about a man who's been condemned as a communist all his life just for being Chinese. If he did become a spy for communist China, it would be along the lines of that other Chinese American who, if you're just going to be called the enemy all your life, you may as well become it. No one will ever consider you otherwise anyway, no matter what you do. So this
is just like the guy. He's got the long name, Chakra.
Subramanian Chandrasekhar. Yeah.
Yes, it's the same thing.
Yes, thank you.
The British didn't embrace him, so his work went to the Germans.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I mean, honestly, so when I tell people I'm stranded here, there are more elements than just the Dietrich Ardelech that are a factor in that. I truly am stranded here among the white savages who, no matter how American you are or how much you try to be American, this is one thing that I brought up with Peter Moon, is that I'll timestamp it for him some point in the near future, the episode in which I was talking about the alienation between the Japanese and Jewish Americans here in the United States. Started with the Japanese, basically a veteran of the Go for Broke units. The most decorated unit in the American military was the Japanese American units. And a veteran of them said, well, we've got to, press for our rights as Asians because we've been so persecuted. And he wound up alienating the Jewish Americans because of that. I went into the politics in that episode, and
I heard you talk about that, okay, about the Japanese being the most decorated. Yeah, I heard it.
Oh, you heard that part? Yes.
Yeah.
And again, it really shows, here's these people trying to prove themselves, but, to what end? And that's why I've always been ambivalent about them, and I really feel that they're fools, and that that's the last thing they should have done. And if anything, they should have tried to escape and go back into Japan. But you understand why they were doing it. Their families were kept hostage, so it adds a real sense of the true persecution. There's no Jews in America that can claim anything close. Their families were not in prison camps where they were forced to fight for the Americans like it happened to us Asians, and yet they are treated as if they're the most persecuted people on earth. This is what, if you want to know why people become Judeophobic or resentful of the Jewish community and their elite status in America in particular, try and reflect on some of everyone else's experiences, whether they're black or Asian American. And as a white person, try to understand. The Jewish people can get away with being white and yet claim they're persecuted as some kind of ethnic minority. They co-opt everyone else's suffering, as Jameson Rees says. A great example is that certain blacks have claimed that Stan Lee, the Jewish guy who was designing the X-Men, was actually ripping off some black experience. And I forget the nuances of that, but people can probably look that up. Stan Lee ripping off black culture comics or something. But there you have that. So enough on that for the moment. And but very glad for Peter being with us tonight. It's close to 11 p.m. where he's at, but he sounds like he's going pretty well. So stay with us as long as you like, Peter. How are you holding up?
I'm fine. I'm ready to go to bed at any moment, but I don't know. It's I don't know where you're going with the Arc of Narrative.
Well, venting. I'm venting.
I'm venting right now, but I'm saying, where are you going tonight with the Arc of Narrative?
Oh, thank you. With the Arc of Narrative tonight, I will continue what I said about the Spanish Civil War, and I will go into the murder my father committed. I did promise that, so I'm not.
Oh, yes, that was fascinating. And one thing I will say is that while I was on the beginning of when I came on, you asked me what was going on, and I had just gotten this email from Sandra from Taiwan.
Oh, wow.
And she had let me see, she had basically just published Radu Sinemar's book in Chinese in Taiwan.
Wow.
And I had helped connect her up with the publisher, and she was having a problem contacting him, which he's notorious for not communicating, especially when you're trying to offer him money. But it's just kind of weird. You have people that write to him from foreign countries. I want to publish this book. So he's just not real good with communicating sometimes. And anyway, I just sent her all of these graphic files she needed for putting the book together, because he wasn't sending them to her. So she was very appreciative, and I said, would you like to look at the Roswell deception? Yes, she says, I'm going to get the book right away.
Wonderful.
She's very interested in the topics that I'm involved with, so she could well be our first foreign rights deal.
Delightful.
Yeah, I don't know, I don't know what, but at least she's like interested in these type of topics, alternative topics. So she's we're going to get some attention in Taiwan.
Yes, delightful. That is so wonderful.
So,
and
just right up when I came online. So it'll be very interesting to hear how the Asian community takes to this book. I gave it to the 2 Taiwanese people in the post office.
Oh, wonderful.
I haven't seen them since. I don't know if they'll have time to read it. I said, this is all a precursor to the book I'm going to do on Taiwan, I told them. It's all a precursor, but they're very, very interested.
Good.
Or seem to be very interested. So
I'm sure
it'll be interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. And I also wanted to ask you about, I'm not going to send her a book, but Caroline, whatever her name is, Schlesinger or whatever her name is, Caroline Kennedy, she was the ambassador to Japan during the Clinton administration.
Yeah.
I think it was the administration. I always got the impression, she couldn't know too much of what was going on.
Right.
But then you never know. She was going to run for senator of New York, I think, and then she had to back down because they told her they were going to investigate her finances, and she wanted no part of that.
Yeah.
She was going to step on board and be a Kennedy, but I don't know if you know anything about what she did or didn't do as ambassador.
Nothing really about her, because it was one of those things where my impression would be that she didn't do much of anything and therefore didn't rate notice. It's just, I think
that's what you would think.
Yeah.
But who the hell knows? Yeah, she was just there.
Yeah. I mean, that's the way it is with most of these people. I mean, it's incredible to me, the people that they send in various places. Just to give people an example of this, a lot of times, to show the ignorance of Americans and why whoever they send anywhere usually either doesn't count or is some kind of horrible mistake that's going to do more harm than good. Basically, what you have is a situation like when Americans select black ambassadors to Africa, and they'll say, "Oh, this guy's black. Let's make him an ambassador to Africa." I mean, that's one of the worst things you can do, especially if you're sending them to a West African country, because in the West African countries from whence the transatlantic slave trade originated, these are the militant warrior tribes who basically annihilated the more peaceful agrarian farming tribes when the whites showed up and began to offer them a bounty for slaves. The whites could not go into Africa to get these slaves themselves. I mean, there were several factors to that, one being the fact that white people in those days, and this is not, a pejorative like slander, they did not bathe. And to Africans, they could smell them a mile away. So the Europeans had that going against them in terms of sneaking up on any blacks to, capture them. But beyond that, so many other factors. The whites were also very vulnerable to malaria, etc. So the blacks would get the slaves for them. And basically all of the blacks that were sent to America, the blacks in Africa, especially by this, I'm saying this is a West Africa trip. But the East Africa, they have a long slave trade going on with the Muslim and Arab nations. So it's that attitude in the other direction. But it's almost like everybody in Africa basically considers these blacks from America pretty much to be the biggest losers in the world. And they consider it the gravest insult when America sends black ambassadors, because they'll say, fuck, these are the descendants of slaves. And you're sending us a slave to represent you. It shows that you're insulting us. Fuck you. I mean, this is why Americans can't get nothing done in Africa. I mean, it's this level of ignorance of, so if Americans, just identify, it's kind of like when that idiot Abdul Karim Haq was over there in Europe, and he was already high on marijuana and hashish, and then sees that cathinone that I had told him about, the cat from Africa, and says, "Oh, gotta try it," thinking, "Oh, he's black and it's from Africa. It must, no harm could come," and then goes straight into asthma attack when he pumps this shit into his lungs. I mean, it's like that level of stupidity. Come on. Nobody's doing any background research. Nobody knows what the hell's going on anywhere when it comes to the United States. They're operating in a vacuum. So it's something that, honestly, America's hopeless when it comes to interacting with the rest of the world. Here you have an advantage of someone like myself. This is why I represent myself as your Vulcan intervention. And this is what men like Gene Roddenberry were trying to encourage with characters like Spock, is to get people to listen to a Chinese advisor, that the Chinese community could be the source of, the Vulcan on the starship, the indispensable source. And this is like the Americans they love Star Trek, but they never learn its lesson. They haven't taken the lessons from Gene Roddenberry. And I have to say, his legacy is now being totally wiped out by the latest series that they're making, like Picard. It's just awful. Everything is, at this point, they're just destroying everything with the concept. Ever since they started the different timelines. This is what I was arguing about the other day. And I'll send Peter a timestamped episode I spent about an hour talking about multiversality, the multiverse, and how most of these people have used it for lazy writing. But I also spoke of the time in Iraq and the reason that Americans took that and encapsulated it in a matrix. You may have reviewed that, actually, Peter. Maybe I sent you that already. So
I didn't listen to the part about the multiverse.
Okay, it's important because I connected that to the misinformation that the Americans cocooned, and the British, all the West, cocooned themselves in concerning Iraq. I was pointing out the fact that you create a fantasy universe, and Iraq was a kind of primary example of that. By the way, Jameson Reese is having horrible problems with his computer, and this is just like Amanda Ute. Just so people know, Amanda Ute did not respond to me, so, with the latest question, but she did respond to me. So I do want people to know she's alive. My concern was she might have been the woman who was killed in the latest mass shooting in Portland. So she contacted me to say, hey, Douglas, we had a stomach flu bug hit the house. Not to mention, I have a hacker/stalker. My phone was/is compromised. And so, I asked her if I could share that, but she hasn't responded since that time. So I will share that because it now seems to be what Jameson is experiencing. Could you tell us what's going on, Jameson?
Yeah, what happened was I have a smaller laptop that I usually use to do these broadcasts, so I could use the big one to read stories, find what's going on the web, and of course get whoop people's asses in Magic the Gathering arena. Unfortunately, something seems to be happening where at first I thought it was because the table was moving or the mouse was moving, but the table wasn't moving. And it was like the image on the screen started to, the image on the screen of like the overall screen shrunk, and it started to move from left to right. And I'm like, what the hell? And then other options started to pop up as if someone had hit the other part of the mouse, but I didn't even touch the mouse. So things like, and it started to, and the mouse and the mouse on the screen starts moving by itself, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on here?
And so Salman Sheikh, Peter Moon, what do you feel is going on with Amanda Ute and Jameson Reese, and any impressions as to?
I don't know exactly what's going on, but sometimes malware will take over a computer, and there's free software you can get, malware bytes. I don't know if that's just for Mac or, you can run it on the computer, and when you start getting too much aggravation with, you look for malware.
The thing is, if I were to get malware on that laptop, I should have malware on this laptop, but I do not have the same problem on this laptop. And in other words, I have
computers. They're two different computers.
I understand that, but listen to what I'm telling you. I only use this small computer just for the broadcast. I don't use it for anything else. I only use it so that I can open Skype on that small computer. That small computer is used only for Skype.
But the way you're going to deal with it is drop off the call and come back, basically, right?
I did that already. I did that already.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm basically on the larger laptop, which is not acting up. The small one I had to turn off. I don't know what the hell is going on with that thing. It's almost like the thing is possessed.
I've had that happen a few times in the past, and it happened fairly recently where it almost seemed like somebody else grabbed control of my cursor, so to speak, and was moving it around. I'll have people know, of course, that when it comes to the electronics, we're all completely vulnerable, and anyone who's affiliated with me can be subject to this kind of thing that's going on. Obviously, something is going on with Amanda Ute as well. And of course, I don't know if Peter remembers this because, he's got plenty going on. But even Pac-1 Morales, someone recently took the pin out of the tire of his taco truck, and he just had an instinct not to go on the highway, and that could have been fatal to himself and others. And so instead, he was driving along the regular road when his tire fell off, and he went to check it out and saw the pin had been removed. So that was truly an assassination attempt, very much similar to what happened to Brandon Young and Amanda Ute in the past. This seems to be happened to many people who are affiliated with myself. I feel that Peter is in a much safer position than many of these other people, that he doesn't seem to have that level of vulnerability where they're willing to strike at him as they are the others. But
let me say something about that. There is something called guardian chi.
Yeah.
And guardian chi, and this is a Qigong term, and it's not unrelated to the term guardian angel, but it's in a different context. And where this came up in our class, I didn't see it. I was told about it. Our teacher, who was a phenomenal teacher, was doing push hands against Jadiel, my friend Jadiel. This is before Jadiel became my friend. And Jadiel was doing push hands, and he threw my teacher back 10 feet. Nobody had ever seen this before.
Right.
Jadiel had done Tai Chi since he was like a young boy.
Right.
And when he came and started studying in our class, far before I came there, all of a sudden he could go back to his Tai Chi class and beat everybody. And they accused him of using black magic.
Wow.
He was not. He didn't tell him what he was doing. He didn't tell him he was going to another class. But anyway, Jadiel was very good, and he threw my teacher 10 feet, and then my teacher says, "Okay, come here." And then my teacher threw him back 30 feet.
I was waiting for that.
Yeah. And he explained, and he started teaching us guardian chi. He says, my guardian chi was down. He got, Jadiel gave him more than he bargained for. And when you're teaching martial arts, you have to be on guard all the time, because many of these students that people have are ready to attack them, sometimes blindly. This is stupid. You shouldn't do this. But people will inevitably if you're teaching martial arts. So, because they say, oh, you think you're good. I'm going to hit you in the back of the head when you're not looking.
Right.
See how good are you?
Right.
And this is what I was told did in Bruce Lee. Not that he hit somebody from the back, but he hit somebody who was not prepared. A Chinese master who was an old man, and he just clocked him.
Right.
And then one of the students delivered Bruce Lee a chi blow, and then offered to rescind it or to fix it, and Bruce Lee didn't pay any attention, and then he died of his aneurysm later.
Yes.
He didn't listen.
That's very similar to what did in Harry Houdini. It's kind of parallel. If you know about that, you can add that as the parallel as well, kind of like that.
Yeah, I saw one thing about Bruce Lee, who's basically heralded as this great character, and he is an incredible martial artist. There's no doubt about that. But he did not live a very long time. No. He didn't have his guardian chi up, and I saw in Enter the Dragon in the beginning of the movie when he's talking to him, he's sitting with his legs crossed. This is something you never do. It's not because it's effeminate. It's not necessarily effeminate, but it's just something you don't do. But in any case, he was still a great athlete. But
by the way, could you tell us why a person doesn't sit that way?
Well, it crosses your energy.
Okay.
It crosses your energy.
It
like
binds
if you put up, you're gonna be weaker if you like put out your hand. It's gonna weaken you. Right. It's not gonna kill you. It's just like there's a major no. It's just like it's just like if you put out your arm and try and resist, and then you cross your legs, your resistance is much weaker. And that applies not just to the physical body, but to your whole energy field. So, like say when they did the Eucharist at the funeral, the son of a bitch priest, he says, okay, he's going to come up and he says, if you don't want the Eucharist, put your hands like this. So he has you crossing yourself. He has you crossing yourself. So if he's not going to cross you, he's making you cross yourself. And when you cross a person, put the cross in front of a person, they'll be weaker.
Yes.
They will be weaker. So, like, you know, if I do the sign of the cross on you, you're going to be weaker.
Interesting.
It's a good way. If, like, say you're playing football, like I'm talking about serious football on the line, and you go up and you do the sign of the cross in front of the your opponent, you're dissecting his energy field. I think I would teach this if I was an offensive line coach, or a defensive line coach. I'd teach the players to cross the person's energy field. They're going to be much less strong to get at you. So, you know, the priests have it covered either way. It's almost like they know how to mess with your energy.
Yes.
But
yes.
Yeah, and this is what it's all about. And I said to my friend in Bulgaria, he's pointing out how they put all these monasteries in Bulgaria near the sacred spots. And he keeps showing me. I go, why do they do this? He goes, to mess with the energy.
Yes.
So he said, to mess with the energy. It's what they're good at doing. So, I will look forward to listening to your father's role with the murder of this murderer.
Thank you. Yes. And one of the things I found out that shocked me through dealing with my father's notes was that this man's reign of terror, the number of people that he killed was extraordinary. And I thought, aside from the Nuremberg 10, I thought that they were all Americans. But it turned out that apparently the U.S. occupation forces dispatched him all over Germany to hang Germans that they accused or were indeed had committed acts of resistance against the Allies. In other words, part of the werewolf resistance movement, and therefore they were condemned as terrorists. And this man hanged them all in the same torturous manner. And then there were many Americans that he also killed. And this man was a serial killer. And what really astonished me was, and people can look this up themselves, the man was a private, and when he lied, as even the man who tries to promote him as a hero, this stupid retired lieutenant colonel who wrote a book titled The American Hangman that was brought to my attention by my son, where even he says that this man lied when they said, we're looking for an executioner, and he had been through the D-Day landings, and he said, I never want to see any combat action ever again. Apparently he was a coward during the D-Day landings and hid behind bunker formations and the like while everyone else charged the machine guns. And so he survived where everyone else died. And when they said, oh, we need a hangman, he says, oh, I killed two men as an executioner in two different states. And it turned out nobody bothered to verify this or even look it up. And then they said, fine, you're the man. And they promoted him from a private to a master sergeant. By the way, people who aren't familiar with the military, this is a series of ranks where it's like somebody who's going from the level of an office worker to the next man up from the CEO, like a deputy executive. It doesn't make any sense. And so his salary was, as I said before, 3 times that of the man performing combat. And so they're enabling this serial killer, paying him all this money, giving him rank. It was madness. And how this happens is really indicative of exactly what Aquino said about his birth. He says, yes, he told me that there was a special man that they wanted, a Jack the Ripper serial killer, to help them with their occult ritual of the sacrifice of what would have been 12 men to bring in the reign of the Antichrist, the birth of the Antichrist. But since there were only 10.
Aquino hired this man? Aquino used this man, the same guy?
No. Aquino was born, too late. I mean, Aquino was born, and by the time my father killed this man, Aquino was like, 4 years old. But Aquino had found out about him. Yes. Go on.
So what did Aquino say about him, that he was used for a specific ritual?
Yes, the Nuremberg ritual, the Nuremberg hanging ritual specifically, he mentioned this man as being selected for that because they felt that he was diabolic and evil enough for the task. In other words, he was enough of a psychotic. And this man apparently was killing other people besides just hanging them. The man was truly a serial killer. And when he said, I killed 4 men in the United States, that was a lie in the sense that he didn't kill them as part of any legal execution. Aquino did some serious research on this man because this man, as Aquino felt, helped bring him into this world. He considered him kind of like a godfather figure. And so he felt that this man, it's a matter of fact, he proved, but the evidence was never turned over to the authorities. But he proved that this man had been killing all kinds of people in the United States as a serial killer before he got into the military. Bear in mind, my father had this man dishonorably discharged from the U.S. Navy. When the man had gone AWOL from the Navy, my father reported that he suspected he was responsible for the disappearance and murder of several young children to the authorities, and they ignored it. But my father made certain he got a dishonorable discharge from the Navy, which I've expressed before how rare that is. In other words, the Navy pretty much took my father's evidence and said, okay, they believed it, but said, well, we want nothing.
Everything was rare about this man, and he was being enabled by the U.S. Army.
Yes.
And Aquino must have just really sucked this up because it was right down his alley, a serial killer. And did he torture the Americans that he killed as well? As
absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. This is just what the...
Okay. Yeah. So he wasn't just a killer, he was a torturer.
Yes.
And he could get away with it under the law, but it really didn't matter. What a horrible situation. What a horrible person.
What a horrible American institution, and what a horrible culture.
Yes. And what could you say about now? Aquino believes that, he was born on the day of the Nuremberg hangings, and he believes that was an actual ritual.
Oh, yes.
Yes. And who was engineering that ritual?
Well, the interesting thing is this is so easy to just degenerate for many people. They believe it was a Jewish sacrificial ritual held on the night of Purim, a Jewish holiday. Not at all. This was an American satanic ritual. And these were the people who were the forerunners of Michael Aquino. They were the men who enabled Aquino's connections. So when Aquino became fascinated with Satanism and approached Anton Szandor LaVey, this was a man who knew that he had support. So in other words, when he approached Anton Szandor LaVey and became a convert, Aquino was confident that this was not only not going to hurt his military career, but was going to enable it, going to actually propel it. And so this was because of the kind of men that we had who enabled Jack Parsons. Now, Aquino told me this, and he basically, was saying, and I only found out from Peter Moon just the other day that Robert Goddard was involved with witchcraft. And it doesn't surprise me at all. But Robert Goddard, what direction he was taking that witchcraft in, I don't know. But whether it was light or dark kind of witchcraft, or whether he was on the level of Jack Parsons, the fact is Jack Parsons was involved with Aleister Crowley and his organization of the OTO in America. And so this is why when it came to a choice between Robert Goddard and Jack Parsons, there was more than just, shall we say, practicality involved. Obviously, people could say, look, Robert Goddard was working with liquid fuel rockets, and Jack Parsons basically, through his alchemical research, and remember that Jack Parsons did not consider himself a modern-day scientist. He considered himself a medieval alchemist. And here's this man who invented solid fuel propellant. And it's obviously much more efficient. And you can say, oh, that got him the job. But it didn't make sense that they placed him in the position they had Robert Goddard and just threw Robert Goddard away like he was, you know, expendable Kleenex? Why didn't they, like, maintain Robert Goddard in some other kind of position, even as a contracted consultant? Instead, they just fired him and just got rid of him and said, oh, we got this golden boy here instead. And Aquino always told me it was the satanic politics, that because Jack Parsons was involved with Crowley and the OTO, that was why he was put in charge. And they came crawling back to Goddard at the time that the balloons started devastating America, the Japanese fire balloons, and then asked him, what can we do about this problem? And he just said there was nothing they could do. Whether it was solid fuel or liquid fuel propelled rockets, there was no way they could, you know, effectively in any economical manner deal with the balloon threat, and using rocketry technology of any sort. And of course, you know, the planes had their own problems, etc. We could go into the logistics of all this, but all of you should, by common sense, understand how impossible the problem was to tackle with any technology we have even today, which is why you have the Palestinians using the balloons to firebomb Israel. And of all the weapons they use, not all the rockets that they fire into Israel, which are taken care of in almost in the majority by the Iron Dome defense system Israel has established, or their drones, which are usually, you know, not very effective. The Israelis want to make these condoms that they're turning into balloons to carry incendiaries on the wind into Israel. They want to make that an international war crime. And then you have the Americans who are dealing with Cuba, and what's the thing that they think might be able to tackle the problem? Balloons. This is all, everybody is basing this on the Japanese experience as well as the British experience using balloons in World War II. And you can look this up and you'd be amazed at the Americans now, you know, or the British now saying, oh yeah, we launched all these balloons against the Third Reich and they couldn't do shit about it, and we destroyed their electric infrastructure, and oh yeah, there was no way they could fight back and divert planes, and all these thousands of balloons we unleashed on the Germans. And yet everybody says, oh, the Japanese balloons were, you know, that didn't do shit. Oh, that was just desperation. And, oh, yeah, just set a few fires. Oh, kill the family. Yeah, didn't do nothing to harm us. Yet, you know, you've got the Brits saying how much damage they did to the Reich. You're like, what kind of shit is this? I mean, people live in two realities? This is the multiverse we're talking about.
Douglas, let me roll this back a bit and just make a comment, and then I'm going to ask a question. And my question is going to be about the forerunners of Aquino, the ones that, you know, made it possible. And this would go back to 9/11, the original 9/11 of the, you know, consecration or of the Pentagon on 9/11, 1941 or 2 or whatever it was. But what I'd say about that, notwithstanding any satanic or occult endorsement of Jack Parsons, which would always seem to be a problem to the government. His connections were always scrutinized. In other words, he was not, it didn't seem to serve him. Maybe they had a handle on him, but the real reason they picked him over Goddard, was because they needed him for the jet-assisted takeoff. They were trying to make jets taking off from aircraft carriers.
JATO, yes.
Yeah, the JATO rockets. So
and they actually used those. They actually used those during the oh fuck, what was the expedition down to Antarctica? They actually used those down in
Operation High Jump.
Thank you.
Operation High Jump. Well, they used them in World War II. They tested them on August 12th, 1943, off the coast of Norfolk, Virginia, with Jack Parsons being on board. This was supposedly, you know, this was the day of the Philadelphia experiment as well. But Jack Parsons, you know, invented these efficient solid fuel. These were tiny rockets. You know, he figured this out. And the way he figured it out wasn't through any great alchemy. It was through watching the somebody tar a roof. And he just happened to be sitting there, you know, and he'd been doing his research. He says, you know what, tar burns very, very slow. You know, I could do this. And then he did it in the shape of a pentagram. inside of the rocket. That was the alchemy of it. But it was so much more efficient than what Goddard could even possibly consider as far as the jet-assisted takeoff. So that was why they endorsed him from a rational, logical sense, where the occult stuff. But if you could comment on the forerunners of Michael Aquino, the people that, the satanic, you mentioned, you were alluding to them as if you knew who they were or had something to say, but you didn't go down that alley. This would be very relevant to the next book.
Oh, of course. And this is something that I've emphasized before all too little. And I do want people to understand this. The biggest problem that I had was it's kind of like when you deal with the way people's minds work and how they basically function in a certain way where there's a line to their behavior, a limit to their arrogance. With my operations manager at the library, Andrew Mingeris, someone who was completely disdainful and contemptuous of any sense of responsibility, and yet had a pathological compulsion to check the amount of toner that was in the photocopy machine every morning and every afternoon before he left for the evening. So there are certain things that people do. And with Michael Aquino, despite the fact that he's had an unlimited amount of braggadocio and his pathological need to self-aggrandize, when it came to protecting the identities of the majority of the people that he was involved with, his forerunners, that was usually kept secret. But I mentioned a few of them, and the names don't consciously recollect to me now. Let me search around for, and we could do this throughout the book, of course. I did mention in Satan's Crusaders, I named the names of some of the generals who were involved with the Delta Net, and those were the ones I knew to be satanic, literally members of a full-blown Satanism that had its connections to the Hellfire Club across the Atlantic. And this was, of course, something that otherwise Aquino spoke very little of. And it was actually through the pervasiveness at the Presidio military base of all of the satanic activity that I actually knew many of these generals and exactly could name a number of them. I remember now that when I look back on it, the Robert Shoemaker, he was the Army's Deputy Chief of Staff for Personnel. He was the man who really called James Channon, the leader of the 1st Earth Battalion, the Army's leading futurist. I mean, I remember that because it just seared me to my soul. Here I was trying to become a futurist, and, I'm just told by think tanks, look, we don't want the truth, and get the hell out of here. And yet somebody like James Channon, who's saying that the Army needs to start sending, child psychics overseas so we could have our own child soldiers. He's called the Army's leading futurist. That really hit me. Is just the pure evil of the American man in uniform. And so Robert Shoemaker was one son of a bitch. The other person was who was the individual I named in either Satan's Crusaders as working with the strategic force that they had developed to train officers to be so-called Jedi, etc. I mean, I'd have to look up some of my own lectures. But I name him in Satan's Crusaders, I'm sure, if I remember correctly. But when it comes to many other generals that were involved, the deputy director of Task Force Delta was Tom Kelly, and of course Lieutenant Colonel John Alexander. He was a friend of James Channon. These were truly practicing Satanists. And the older men were the men who made it possible for Michael Aquino to thrive. Of course, our man, Jameson Reese, is mentioning Stubblebine. And, I almost hesitate to bring up Stubblebine because Stubblebine was basically a useful idiot. And he was the man who...
These people are very much late. They're contemporary with Aquino to a large degree. I'm talking about
the older World War II generation. Those were the people that I never found out about. Aquino would allude to them. The impression that he gave to me was that these were men like Marshall and King, but of course I was never provided any evidence. The one thing I do know was that at the time that Einstein came up with his equations and formalized them, was, as I've said before, the two things that came out with that when it was exposed, and this is why it took so long for his equations to be accepted, is that most people thought that Einstein was an occultist more than they thought of him as a physicist, because he had relied upon the inspiration of the Jewish Kabbalah. And so, by the way, I want to thank Jameson Reese, who keeps bringing up the 1st Earth Battalion and James Chan. And as Peter Moon says, these were all just basically contemporaries of Michael Aquino.
That's Daniel.
Oh, that's Daniel saying that? Oh, thank you, Daniel Roland. Thank you, Daniel. Now, these are, like Peter Moon says, these are contemporaries. So, as I said, the one thing I do know from the records I was dealing with and from what I could ascertain from Michael Aquino's allusions was at the time that, our man Einstein, the correct pronunciation, came up with his equations. The Axis took the physics. The Americans took the metaphysics. And so when that whole aspect of the new science of relativity, with its foreboding hints at that human logic is of very limited use among the vicissitudes of the universes, that was when the establishment of an Edomite lore program with the objectives to weaponize Kabbalah's universal metaphysical schematic by the United States, which was initiated simultaneous plutonium bomb production that was basically used in the anti-theistic American rationale to try and destroy the earth, that if they could destroy God's creation, they would become as unto gods. That was something that clearly implied the man who had established the Pentagon. That clearly was the man who ran the atomic bomb project. And so that identifies the father of the atom bomb, quote unquote, as a
That was Leslie Groves, right?
Thank you. Leslie Groves as Aquino's. Again, that's the storyteller in me. I give too much B material. That's it was Leslie Groves as the Satanist. And that I pretty much, when I brought that up with Michael Aquino, he never denied it and looked at me as if I was very impressive, very astute. And it was after that he said, "This is why I want you to be my successor, Douglas." And so he pretty much confirmed it. Leslie Groves was his primary forerunner, and I think apparently his protege. And he was a devotee.
He was the protege of Leslie Groves.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. You say it correctly in the correct English. Thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah. He was a protege of Leslie Groves. Yes. And a devotee.
How long Groves lasted? Groves passed away in 1970. So he could have just, tapped him on the shoulder. He wasn't around that long.
Yeah.
He was probably retired or semi-retired.
Well, remember, none of these men ever truly retire because of their security clearances. They're always.
I would look for Leslie Groves with the Manhattan Project would be with regard to him a Sonic connection and the Edomite connection, because this would take somebody who was a lock, stock, and barrel Edomite.
Yes.
At least from what you presented here, it would seem to fit an incredible pattern here.
Yes.
I see. I don't really know much about him. He took charge of the project in 1942, handed over to the U.S. Atomic Energy Commission in 1947. He was in charge. Huguenot ancestors. There's a book on the Hellfire Club. It's a very occult book. It's an expensive book. I've been reluctant to either read it, purchase it, or whatever.
Is that the one by Daniel Mannix, the classic one by Mannix?
It's a fairly recent book.
Okay.
I'm looking at it now. There is one by Mannix. Let me see here. Okay, the Hellfire Club. This thing is only $15. I think it says the classic. No, I think this is a much more recent one. I don't know Mannix, but it's written by a real occultist, as opposed to a quote unquote author. It could be. I don't like this price on this one either. Although this could, Jeffrey Ash. It was reviewed by the former OTO archivist, and it was. I'm trying to find it. I think there was going to be 666 copies of it or something like that.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. It's goes into some real why can't I find it here? Hellfire Club. I'm not.
No worries. Yeah.
I'm not coming up with it. Yeah. But I could tell by I doubt seriously that I doubt seriously that the price has gone down that much.
Right.
It could be.
Right. By the way, Jameson Reese, why don't you tell us all how much it cost you to get that quantum book on black magic, or rather in African magic in the quantum sense?
Oh, that was like $200 plus.
And well, there you go.
It was well worth the investment, though.
Okay.
Sooner or later, not at all, the prices come down. Sooner or later, you find them. And as I say, I didn't even want to entertain it. I just didn't want that stuff in my world.
Right.
However, with reference to the book, it might be worth my while. Might not be.
It's hard to tell. My instinct would initially be against it, but definitely when it comes to Leslie Groves, it's his record. I'm sure that all you're going to find available through anything that's publicly accessible is going to be complete bullshit, where they're going to just have I remember the idiot I was talking to, John Costermullen, and who was by the way a fellow truck driver just like Derek Daly, and we're talking about a guy who built two working models of both the Fat Man and Little Boy atomic bombs, and all that was missing was the plutonium in one and the uranium in other to make them go bang. And that fucker knew everything about the atomic bomb. He wrote the definitive book on it, literally building them from the inside out. And, like I said, and I don't remember the color, to my eternal shame and disgrace and embarrassment. I hang my head. But one of the things he pointed out was he went around asking everybody involved with the project what was the color of the bombs. And each one of them had a different distinct color. And everyone had a different color that they remembered them being. And everyone said, oh, chrome yellow, olive drab, gunmetal gray, the entire spectrum to, steel blue. It just went on. And nobody could remember the real color of the atomic bombs. And he wrote about it in his book, which is considered definitive. And he told me what the color was, and I couldn't. For some reason, I can't remember. There's got to be something occult about that. But here's this fucker, and he knew Leslie Groves probably better than most, and in terms of knowing about him, and and he just brought up just how, oh, I love this guy, oh, great guy, everybody who worked with him said, oh, he's such an exciting guy, I want to work with him again, and it's incredible to me that this individual, just to give you some of the insanity that we're working with, John Costermohlen, because if people remember what I've said about him before, he was made an honorary member of the 509th Bomber Group. And trying to think about the implications of what I'm saying. This is a man who never spent a day in the cockpit or even tail gun or anywhere near a plane in World War II. Was young, probably like along, I think he's Peter Moon's age. So he wasn't in World War II. But because he did a character assassination job for the 509th in character assassinating Pellegrino, Tom Pellegrino, who wrote The Last Train from Hiroshima, to the point where the man was forced to withdraw all of his books from the public sales and then reissue them completely scrubbed in such a manner as to hail the 509th as heroes. This man was the guy, Tom Pellegrino. He's not some obscure academic. He was the science advisor to the movie director who produced the Titanic. And what's the guy's name again? He made Avatar as well, that film. James Cameron. I mean, this was the science advisor to James Cameron for all his films, from the Titanic all the way up through to Avatar. And, Tom Pellegrino decided he was going to do a book on Hiroshima, which was going to be made into a film by James Cameron. And all that was flushed down the toilet after John Costermohlen did a character assassination on this guy and just basically proved, oh, well, he didn't graduate from the New Zealand Academy of Auckland. He basically had all the credit equivalent, but they didn't, when he went through the final analysis, or where they kind of, give you whatever questioning they do and go through the process of deciding whether or not to award your PhD, they didn't award him a PhD. So he wasn't really a doctor, Tom Pellegrino. So he made it all the way up to a doctorate, had the credit equivalent, but they rejected his master's, his doctoral thesis, basically. And, and because of that, he went on to become a science advisor anyway and had a great career going, and he lost it all because of this John Costermohlen. He lost all of his contracts with James Cameron, who said, oh, I'll never hire him again. It's a terrible... you'd think that this guy had gone around fucking babies or doing an Aquino and, eating them after barbecuing them or something. Everybody was speaking so poorly of this guy, talking about him like he was a piece of shit. And, John Costermohlen's character assassination is titled The Perils of Pellegrino, because he has the same name as the drinking soda. And so because of this, then he was awarded an honorary member status of the 509th, as if he had flown in one of the crews over Nagasaki or something. And so this son of a bitch was bragging about it to me and telling me, well, because of this, they've flown me everywhere. They flew me to Tin Yan Island, where, the atomic bomb was assembled. And he, what his favorite memory was? He kept recounting to me being able to fondle human bones, because he says, oh, all the Japs were there looking for bones to take home back to Japan of all their dead troops. And my favorite was holding those bones in my hand, and they're so light, nothing lighter than Jap bones. And I said, but you've been to Japan? And he says, yeah. And when I went over there, oh, they're the friendliest people on earth. There's the only place where when I got up from the bar and I went to the bathroom, I could take out my wallet and put it on the bar table, and that was my placeholder, and it was full of money. And I could go take a crap and come back like almost half an hour later, and nobody touched the wallet. They just accepted that as my placeholder, and nobody took my bar stool. And this was on a crowded night. They're the friendliest people in the world. I could sleep all night with the doors wide open. Nobody'd come in and take anything. I would fall asleep drunk on a train. They'd wake me up at the right stop and help me to my door. And I said, so what do you think about all of the people that were killed by the atomic? Oh, well, they're fucking gooks and they deserve it. I'm just sorry we didn't wipe them all out. What do you do with someone like that? I mean, the man is mad. These are people who, unfortunately, he reflects the norm. The majority of Americans who have been to Japan are still Japanophobic. This is the insanity that we're dealing with. And so when it comes to this guy, and he's writing that whole book on the atomic bomb, it's part of his obsession with that fantasy of annihilating the Japanese. And probably one of the reasons he was made an honorary member, but he character assassinated somebody who was writing a sympathetic book from the Japanese perspective, who was not Japanese himself, Tom Pellegrino. I mean, this is what we're faced with. This is the dichotomy of what kind of humanity we have and where humanity's future lies. So this is manifest in, and when I talked to him one time, his son, I found out, was in the military. His son was an intelligence officer. And when I was talking to him, he lived in Chicago, and I was talking to him one time when a flood was taking place. This is what blew my mind, which, for people who don't know this, Chicago is like Venice. If you don't know this, Chicago is sinking. With climate change, Chicago is like flooding all the time. And so he lived on this floodplain in the city. This is a guy who's like a truck driver. He has a good living. His son is in military intelligence. And yet one time when I was on the phone with him, and he's saying, oh, the floodwaters are coming in. And he said, oh, we got to get all this stuff off the floor. And I said, who's helping you move all that stuff? I could hear somebody in the background. He says, that's my son. And I said, but your son's involved with military intelligence. I knew that for a fact because I cross-referenced with somebody else and found out his son was, military intelligence. And then I said, what's he doing home with you? And he says, oh, he's here all the time. And I just realized, well, his son's his fucking handler. I mean, it's basically it. The guy's at home helping to pick up shit at home. And then, why is this guy living in a place that's flooding to the point where it floods so regularly? He says, oh, this happens all the time. We have to take everything off the floor because we're walking around with water up to our ankles. I'm like saying, who would want to live like that? And I said, why do you live there? It's like, this is where it's most convenient for my son to, basically what he was saying was, this is the place most convenient for my son to handle me or something. It was just crazed. And so you've got his son's a military intelligence officer handling the dad. I mean, the whole thing it's just, these are the people who run your world. And this is the mentality that they have. This goes back to the satanic, kind of programming that Aquino specialized in. These people, their lives are like that, so that they, it's how they keep them under control. They're constantly hampered by insane behavior patterns that make their life impossible to function. So there you have that. Anyhow, very late now. It's getting close to, close to midnight probably. Peter Moon, certainly was glad to have you here. One thing I'd like to say is that the one thing that I didn't find, or that I can consciously remember in the book, was I remember you said that this was technical enough where you just would probably turn enough people off, and I'm very impressed by the amount of technical detail you already put in the book. But the one thing, the war fags or the attackers, and I know you're going to tell me we may as well ignore them, and you're right, but I mean, the one thing that they might attack is, well, how could Hirohito control the communications without Americans intercepting his communications so that they could apprehend these vehicles before they got there, like either the submarines or the dirigibles? And of course, that's where the courier system came in. For people who don't know, the courier, it's spelled K-U-R-I-E-R. The courier communication system was developed by the Third Reich, and it was non-interceptable by any of the Allies. So it didn't matter if the Americans had broken all the codes, they couldn't intercept the signals. And for that reason, the courier system was in Hirohito's palace, where he lived in the bunker. He lived in the combat bunker until the 1960s, when he finally emerged from the combat bunker. People can look this up and verify this themselves. He lived in the bunker, and that was his command center, his Führer bunker, where he controlled the communications, where he could give the orders for launch at any moment, and they were non-interceptable. So it was based on the courier communication system. So was there a casual mention somewhere in the book that I missed, or it's just something that, if people bring that up, I can just bring that up in interviews? Or maybe we could add an electronic appendix on the website, just kind of like...
If you had mentioned that I would have put it in for sure. I never ran across that before. It's a whole another fascinating aspect of Hirohito. I mean, there are so many things in it. Actually, it just adds, what you're telling me adds to the richness of the truth of the book. You see, the book has so much truth in it, and what's beautiful about these comments, and I think Crystal brought this up back a few months ago, is, you see, when people go to counter the book, you can add these anecdotes. You see, it's you know, the reason it's not in the book is because I didn't know about it, but it's astounding. So in other words, the more, so if people are but people aren't countering this book. You don't, I mean, you hear stupid, lame brain things like saying, oh, the Yakuza are children. They're not even Yakuza. And that's not even the book, that's just the video. So you don't hear people saying this is bullshit. It's hitting them, a Qigong, here's a good Qigong lesson. 2 laws of Qigong: strike within their chambers. Strike within your chambers and do not go out of your chambers. Do not go out of your chamber. One of, and just this is in a strictly martial sense, one of the most idiotic things you will ever see in martial arts demonstrations, and you see them all the time if you look up YouTube, and you'll see the student going up to fight the master, and the master will just toss him on his ass or the equivalent thereof, is that they're sticking their elbow way out. Their elbow is going way out, extended elbow. And when you extend your elbow, you're very vulnerable. So you'll see masters, great masters, tossing their students. The student comes up and sticks out his arm, and the master grabs it and throws them all over the place. Now, it takes skill. If somebody comes up and throws their elbow out to you, you might not be able to manipulate them like a master would. I mean, because it does take skill. Nevertheless, all these students are coming out and throwing out their elbow. Well, why do they do this? It's because the master is not teaching them how to protect themselves. However, within and to strike within. Okay, the other thing is to strike within their chambers. The master's striking them within their own chamber because they're out of their chamber. But this is the thing. What is the chamber? The chamber is like a location. It's a place. And this book, as does much of the stuff I've published in the past, strikes people in their chamber where they are vulnerable, ignorant, in a sense, unoccupied. They're not occupying their chamber. They're not there. They're not there. So it's like it kind of just goes as dead. It's a dead response. Right. It's not like, of course, I've gotten enthusiastic responses by people who get it. So this is a whole number that gets done on the gray matter, on the unconscious matter of the population. It goes slowly. It goes slowly. And then, as I say, years from now, you'll have people of Wilcox ilk saying, did you know the Japanese really won the war?
You're right. Yeah, and they will co-opt what we expose, and they will present it as part of their own shock and awe program for whatever their agenda is. And that will be a testament, of course, to the power of truth. By the way, I just sent you an email. Please open it and take a look at that. I'd like you to respond to that here on air, if possible, what you see. That will be appreciated.
An email or a message?
Oh, it was an email titled Courier. So that will give you a look at that. And see if hopefully that's retrievable. God knows. I know sometimes I send out emails and
let me see here.
See if you can. I sent it to both Skybooks and your other.
No, I'm thinking like. I don't know how to respond to it. It requires some serious reading here because it's not like putting something right in my face.
Understood. Well, the first paragraph where I'm answering the gentleman is in Dietrichonic, but when I write the other one, it's more in common English, in the Allied race against courier deployment. At least it's concise. Yeah, Devlin Adam Morris was the guy who was asking the question. And so I brought up some backing for it so that people could take a look at the NSA record. And that would be titled Selections from the Cryptologic Papers collection. As a matter of fact, what I'll do in the messenger, maybe I can send. So
I don't. But I see it, but I don't know what to say about it. I mean, it's just it's just I don't know what to say about it. It's
well, it is what it is.
Yeah. I mean, you should communicate. I don't have anything to say about it because it's just stuff about codes and communication.
Right. And it's probably why it didn't stand out. If I mentioned it before, it's probably one of those things that just slid by. It's
I never recall this, and it could have been buried in some, but I don't think so. I mean, basically what you're showing is that the Axis had very superior communications, very, very effective superior communications is what you're showing here, and yeah.
Well, so definitely, I appreciate, well, maybe what we can do is it would help. I think it would be, and we may never need this. Honestly, it's like you said, what we've presented is it's so much shock and awe already. Nobody's really going to protest other than, just people with cognitive dissonance and just flat out, flat earthers, reality deniers. So, but might be helpful to just have like an electronic appendix, and then that would be up there on the website. And, you're rewriting that in plain English for the people might be something that they could.
I don't even have all the pieces of it together, but that's something we can, get together on.
Sure. I can give you some images of the code book. I know the reason I bring it up is I was sending you a lot. So I'm sure it was buried in all of it because there was just so much. But I do know I sent you the images of the code book at one time, the courier code book. And that was something that I
looked at all those images several times. I don't recall. I mean, I can look it up close enough. I can look it up in my Gmail. But
sure.
Anyway, this is to be attended to.
Yeah, sure.
Another time.
Well, you have a blessed night, and before you go, I hope everything's going well with the home, all the repairs and everything, or rather upgrades. The upgrades are going fine and smooth.
Yeah, everything's fine. I'm, everything's okay. We're,
wonderful.
Everything's good.
Well,
Yeah, and I was just saying, the thing is, I want to finish on the Guardian G.
Sure.
The Guardian G is it's something that one has to just be conscious of. I remember the first time, this was even before I got involved with Qigong, at a Dowser's meeting, a Dowser said, he says, what you want to do is you protect your car with Qigong. Every time you go out, put a field of energy around your car. Wow. This is to protect you from having any incidents with the car. It's like this is something that people can produce and just, create energy. Put your energy out before you go somewhere during the day. Create yourself. A lot of people walk around unprotected and they're vulnerable. They're vulnerable to stuff that Douglas isn't even vulnerable to. Because these occult forces and whatnot, Amanda is very vulnerable.
Yeah.
She's very vulnerable in her poltergeist-ridden house or whatever it is. So, but this is stuff you have to build up, and even prayer works, even prayer. So it's like there's all forms of, common sense protection. And this is something that one has to work on. Qigong, of course, is great for that. And when you do Qigong and you really do it, people will start exiting your life. And it's never an unpleasant thing.
That's right. You purge your life of toxic people. And by the way, where can people find, you have that wonderful video on Qigong breathing you sent to myself. Where can people find that? Is that on your own YouTube channel?
It's private.
Okay.
People, need help, they can write to me. I share it frequently. I'm trying to put together the course. That's why I'm not going to be doing videos. I want to put my video time into finishing the course.
Understood.
That I started, the mini course, and I haven't had much time for that. But yeah, it's, as they say, it's, and these are not even people I disliked. People that were friends.
Right.
You do Qigong, and I've told that, you know, if you want to get rid of this person, start doing Qigong in your life.
Cool.
And it will, and they will vanish. They will vacate, because I don't know what it is. It's just like it's a solution to so much. It's a solution to so many things. So anyway, I'll leave with that, and I will want to hear the details of your father. I don't know if I'll wake up to, you know.
Understood.
But you could tell me when you start talking about him.
Yes, I will.
Yeah, I'd love to hear that. Okay, so I'll say goodnight to everybody, and I'll try and find that book on Hellfire, because it sure isn't showing up in my routine searches.
Interesting. That in itself says something. Well, all our love. You take care. Blessed be thy night.
Okay. Yes. All right. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Peter.
Yes.
Good night.
Yes, that was Peter Moon with skybooks.usa.com. Make certain to order our book directly if you can't find it in your bookstore. Make certain to demand your bookstore carry it first, and then if it doesn't, then order it directly from skybooks.usa.com. And sorry, Solomon, as always, hopefully... I know it's almost midnight. You have to leave yourself. Tell us a few things. Peter said he would like your opinion on some of what he was bringing up about Afghanistan and America pulling out. So do share with us that and anything else you would like to bring to our attention. Take as much time as you want. I wouldn't care if you stayed here for the next hour, but of course, you know, our man Salman has to get up in the morning and feed the birds, and otherwise they come pecking at his window. You can tell people a little bit about that.
Yes, Brother Douglas. So for the Afghanistan situation, I see it as a redux of what happened during the end of the Soviet-Afghan War.
Yes.
When the Soviets had left Afghanistan, it had broke out into a civil war where all of the different tribal warlords were fighting for control. So it's the same situation going on now, even at that time, where the Pakistani intelligence was working with the Americans and the Mujahideen to drive the Soviets out. So now it's the opposite situation, where now the Americans are being driven out and being forced to negotiate for peace. So after that's been over, it's going to be the same exact situation, where you're going to have more of these factions that are going to break out and try to fight for control. And it's just going to be an endless cycle, because Afghanistan is known for that in its history as the graveyard of empires. And that's something that the Pakistanis have to, or their services have to figure out, where that destabilization doesn't carry over into Pakistan.
Right.
Because that was the reason, Brother Douglas, why they got involved in the Soviet war, because the Soviets' next target was Pakistan had they succeeded in Afghanistan. So they were fighting for their survival, and then after that, the civil war broke out, where Pakistan had to take in all of these Afghan refugees, and now they might face the same situation. So I think America can just leave from there, that just take their men and equipment and just cut and run like they always do. Right. But you know, with the Pakistanis, they have to deal with the repercussions, because they're right then and there. So it's going to be interesting, Brother Douglas, especially with the China situation and the Cold War going on, because China has had involvement with the Pakistanis too in Afghanistan for their own motives. So we will see as time goes on how this will pan out, and I would love your analysis on it also. In terms of Peter Moon's book, The White Bat, yes. I'm about 100 pages in. And what really stood out to me is when he went to the Transylvania area in Romania, and the gypsy, the driver who gave him the tea, and when he had that lucid dream of, I guess, encountering Dracula himself, but he encountered the white version, and how Dracula explained, like, you know, that the one side of me, the white side, is trying to do the good and helping the departed souls with their karma, while the other side was the wrath, that was doing all what it was doing. And then it reminded me of the Sufi story, Brother Douglas, about the aspect of everything operating within the one hand, where people get confused about God and the devil. And there's always like two sides of the same coin in many ways. So that really stood out to me, how Peter encountered in his dream the white version of the Dracula, like the good version, and how even that aspect of good and evil and light and dark exists in all groups and species in the world. And how he was able to have that dream was drinking that tea that the gypsy gave him. And that reminded me of Assassin's Creed, because they always show the truth in those games. With the new one, where you go to this oracle, it's like a Norse mythology type of setting, where you go to the oracle and she'll make potions and teas for you from like these different herbal ingredients. And that allowed the character to visit like all of these different realms, like in terms of the Norse mythology. The same what I pointed out to Jamo earlier was the one that they had in Egypt. There were these hidden caverns, like in the Valley of the Kings, and they would find out that the aspects of the Egyptian underworld or the afterlife, there were these secret tunnels and hallways that you had to access under the Valley of the Kings, and that would take them to these mythological realms. So it's interesting how a lot of that truth is shared in that aspect, and how Peter Moon's own epiphanies encountering the White Dracula kind of was a changing point in his life too. So besides that, the Afghanistan situation, I also wanted to point out that Sister Amanda and everyone who's kind of vulnerable to a lot of these occult attacks, they have to stay in prayer and protection. See, myself, Brother Douglas, I'm protected in many different senses in terms of my background and who I am. So I could do what I do with a lot of freedom, and I'm grateful for that, to carry the message, including what we're going to share on Saturday about H.P. Lovecraft, which I look forward to doing and supporting you.
Thank you.
And looking through the Roswell deception, and I was glad I made a book review about that, because a few of my friends and fraternity brothers, they bought the book, and one of them messaged me saying that it was because he grew up with the American mindset and the American atmosphere, and he had described that many elements of the book were heartbreaking to him, but he was happy that I had recommended this to him to kind of open up his eyes. And he's an African American individual, so he was happy about the stuff you shared about the triple nickel unit and the chapter about the Black Lives Didn't Matter. And I encourage everybody to please go on Skybooks USA and purchase Douglas's book, and also check out his vampirology book, which is next on my reading list after I finish The White Bat, which is going to be an interesting correlation of, I guess, the Transylvania environment, Romania, and Peter's adventures, and seeing the White Dracula compared to like your comparison and research and studies that you'll be providing, which is important because just like how Americans have been growing up with killing Germans and Nazis, like in these video games, and seeing it in movies and books in their upbringing, they have been taught to fear the vampire in the same sense with the video games and the shows and movies, etc. So this is important that you have this work out there with the research paper telling people exactly what's going on and in what manner. So I look forward to reading that and expressing my revelations that I came with when I speak with you. And it's important everybody supports Brother Douglas Dietrich, supports his work. Go on Amazon, leave a 5-star review, and then report the reviews of the gang stalkers who leave him the 1-star reviews. Subscribe to his channel, share his transmissions, do what you can, because it's like he says that it's all of our war collectively. If we don't do nothing about it, then that's on us. So humanity has to collectively make that decision. And myself, from my Sufi background, we have to strive for a world where all beings have an equal right to exist, whether it's human, vampire, angel, jinn, whatever realms of existence. And that's what I do, Brother Douglas, because I bonded with a lot of these other life beings when I'm out at the park, where they just like will come to me. I have stray cats that will come up to me. I have birds that come up to me because I'm following that life of the Sufi. And the Sufi is basically losing himself in the love of Allah and God and the aspect of the Prophet, peace be upon him, where he wants to see everything in unison. And that's basically how I'm being synchronistic with a lot of these birds and a lot of the other beings that are here out and about. And that's why even the Sufis in the desert, when they're encountering these other beings, they don't get seen as a threat. So that's how humanity, that's the goal that you have to possess is, are you able to ascend to that level in the time and the challenges that we're facing? And I believe humanity has a pivotal decision-making point from now until the next 10 years about which way do you want your species to survive? I mean, I was devastated to see all of this flooding and destruction in Germany and other parts of the world. And humanity does have a choice to make, my brother, and put aside these artificial barriers and these things that even I discussed with the Sufi teacher that I had on my channel, that we have to put aside these artificial barriers and designs to basically fight for our future.
Yes.
And that's the most important thing. And again, I cannot stress this enough that everyone has to support Douglas Dietrich, as he is our walking interventionist. And I depart you all with the greeting of Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you all. I look forward to sharing Douglas's work on Saturday again about H.P. Lovecraft. And my love and prayers and peace and blessings are always with my brother and with JMO and with all of our brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich. And Eid Mubarak to everyone.
That's Daniel.
Brother Daniel.
Oh, delightful.
Good night, Simon.
Yes.
Good night, my brother. And before I leave, I want to ask Daniel, hey, where the white women at?
Yes.
Hey, they're waiting. They're here in Houston.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you, brother.
They are waiting, and we'd love you dearly, and thank you so much for everything you do. And I do want you to repeat a great deal of that when our man Peter's back with us on Sunday. And by that time, you'll probably be finished with the White Bat by then. But I'll try to remember to timestamp this part of what you said tonight for him to review, because that's certainly something that he needs to hear. It was all wonderful. And, beyond that, I'm just so glad to hear that some of your black brothers have read that book and that it opened their eyes from what I can't even imagine how a black man in this day and age, no matter how they were raised. Could you tell us how old he was to be even, to have the wool pulled over his eyes about America as even a halfway decent place for a black man to even think that is beyond me. How old is this guy?
Yes, Brother Douglas. He's like in his mid to late 30s. He's getting close to his 40s. So
he's young.
Yeah, definitely. And when I made the book review after I was done reading it, it was him and another few of them that purchased the book. But he's the only one that got back to me so far, and he said it was the greatest thing that he's read. It was heartbreaking in many extents because the truth is never easy. But he was happy. And for me, that's the most important thing, my brother, that as long as one person minimum was affected by your work, then you left this world in a better place. And that's what matters most.
And we know many are and many will be affected by it. So God bless you. What you've given us is just the first of the wave, the first, part of the wave. And love you dearly. Blessed be thy slumber, and of course thy Eid holiday. May it be blessed, and I hope you find it enjoyable. And go out there and slaughter some animals so you can share that meat. Yes, that's what it's. By the way, the next time you're on Sunday, maybe you can tell us a bit about how that goes back to the sacred bull of ancient Persia. This kind of the slaughtering of the bull. That's how that transitioned into the experience of the Mohammedan faith through this Eid holiday. I think that's important.
Thank you, Brother Douglas. I will definitely do that. I love you dearly, Daniel, JMO, all of our brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum and good night.
Yes, good night. And
good night.
Yes,
good
that
night.
was Salman Sheikh, and he has his own website, and oh my God, I have to look that up and be able to promote that. He has his own YouTube channel, and oh my God, I forget what it is. Of course, if I look up Salman Sheikh just on YouTube in general, I'll see what I can find, but I'm sure there's plenty of other Pakistanis, probably a number of them. I hate to go there, but the same joke comes up in anyone's mind. Probably a number of them I'm going to find terror recruiting sites or something. Oh, look, he comes up as the first. All right. Shit. So I look up Salman Sheikh on YouTube, and he comes up. So hell, let me see if I can get the address for his site, and it's too complicated, honestly. But if you look up Salman Sheikh, well, you'll know you're there when you start seeing a bunch of Masonic symbols, and you'll see the guy waving my book. He's got the book review for the Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. He is also speaking of the Gilgamesh legend, which of course Jameson was speaking of with him before. So Jameson inspired him to put up something on Gilgamesh, so as well, the man he's referring to, this older man who is almost on the run, and next time he's with us Sunday, Jameson, do remind me to ask him about the persecution that happened in that old man's life, the Wahid Azal Islam, the Sufi, the old Sufi that he speaks to. Actually, it looks like the guy could be his father, probably his illegitimate father, but we won't go there. At any rate, with that, of course, Daniel Arola, speaking of illegitimate fathers, he's probably got a couple hundred kids, left across the fucking Pacific, some in the Philippines, some here. And you can tell us about that, what you're willing to share. How is it that you get away without paying any, what do they call it? What is it fathers have to pay to
child support?
Yeah, child.
I've already finished my responsibility there. My kids are already over 18.
There you are. Yes. Oh my God. But you've been active since. Oh yes, we won't go there. Have to leave the man some privacy. So yes. So aside from that, now I did mention, of course, about the rain in Henan province. Could you tell us a bit about what you know about the fact that is one of the sources, one of the primary it's one of the vortices for martial arts cultivation. Certainly a lot of the history that men learn about in the West, about Shaolin and whatnot, sources from that place that has been hit so hard by the rains. I don't know if you've been monitoring that situation or if you were listening when I brought it up, but please tell us what you know.
I don't really know much about that, but I do know. But what I do know by experience from growing up in the Philippines, when there's a typhoon season, those things are terrible. Yeah. I mean, of course, everybody's prepared. They know what to do. They're already ready. But when this flood hits, what's even worse is if a landslide were to happen.
Yes.
And so we're surrounded by mountains and hills also in the provinces. Right. So we also had to be concerned about that.
Oh, I know, and it's devastating. Obviously in California we have our own landslides, and you've heard of this. You're free from all of those concerns in Texas. Oh my God. Honestly, comparatively speaking, the biggest problem in Texas is other people. I'm sure you would agree with that.
Pretty much. Mostly white.
Yeah, there we are. Yeah, and
parts are funny if you're at Walmart.
Oh my God! Tell us about some misadventures at Walmart, if you wish.
Oh hell, pretty much everything you've seen in a meme about Walmart, it's pretty much true.
Oh God, tell us about the fat people with their they're not even on wheelchairs. What is that shit? They give out these little
little hovercraft.
Yeah.
They take advantage of using that. There's even a girl that I did catch using it that I knew didn't qualify, but she carried a cane with her to cover up with.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, yeah, and that was just so she could use it. Oh my God, I mean, you gotta
How
admit,
lazy are Americans? Oh my fucking goodness!
I know, it's awful. I mean, this is terrible. By the way, have you seen any of Salman Sheikh's videos where he's doing pull-ups, Daniel? I was just wondering if you had any kind of,
Yeah.
opinion on what shape he's in.
Yeah, he's got it down the pull-ups because that's just pretty hard, especially when it comes to the stamina.
Yeah, it is.
Like me when I'm like in a sloppy off season,
Yeah.
I could barely do 5 before I gas out.
Right.
So yeah, it does require some serious upper body strength, and I think he's doing pretty good.
Yeah, he is. He's very impressive. And, otherwise he's just a big teddy bear. And, yes.
I have a pull-up in my backyard too, but I could barely even squeeze out 6 a day.
Holy shit. And tell us about the haka that I've seen you doing. Tell us about that activity.
Okay, the haka. Okay, I appropriated that from the Maori indigenous tribes that I learned because also partly because I've seen the New Zealand All Blacks national rugby team perform it before every game. Mm-hmm. So it's furthered my interest even more into studying the Maori culture. Although I had been familiar with the Maori culture when I lived in the Philippines, I read a lot about them and knew people that had been to New Zealand for work back and forth. So, but yeah, I don't know if I have any blood relatives living in New Zealand, but I do feel quite a bit of kinship on the indigenous level. A lot of their spiritual beliefs, a lot of the old animistic beliefs, they're a lot similar to even the indigenous animistic beliefs of in the northern provinces in the Philippines where my family's from. So it just made me even more interested in them, when I was a kid. But I became more interested in the haka when I was an adult.
Right. Well,
I kept that study to myself for a while, right, until I finally worked up the courage to start, videotaping myself doing it a few years ago.
Well, you do well, and I want people to understand that, of course, he probably does have some genetic strain going back to Maori, or Aotearoa, the long white cloud, the land of the long white cloud, which is New Zealand. Yes, thank you. And this is because, of course, all of the Oceanian peoples, particularly the Austronesians, they all source from my native Taiwan. And there is the Taiwan origin theory. Of course, there was supposed to be a whole series of articles that Lena Shea was going to post. And she posted but maybe 1 or 2 before, when we brought her back for a period of time to try and help with the website before she disappeared again on us. And honestly, I try to retain what I can in terms of, thinking of the positive of people like her, and, not holding her responsible for being a programmed individual. But, it's difficult. But if you go to my website, douglasdietrich.com, you can see a bit on the Taiwan point of origin. And this is where the majority of Austronesian people source from, going into Polynesia and New Zealand. As a matter of fact, New Zealand all the way through Easter Island, across the Pacific, all the way up to Hawaii.
Rapa Nui.
Yes.
Rapa Nui.
Yes. Rapa Nui is the correct name for Easter Island. Thank you, Daniel. And Rapa Nui is the where of course, for those who don't remember, that's where the big stone heads are, the Moabs. Okay, the big stone heads. So
Moai.
Yes. Oh, go on with that.
They're called the Moai. Moai.
Thank you. And why do the Westerners, I believe you, by the way, but why do the Westerners write it as Moab? Where does that come from? Is that just like some Romanization, a vulgarization of it or something?
I have no idea. I've never really seen it spelled like that before.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, I've seen such vulgar, you know, Anglo bastardizations, really, that this is why there's such a difficulty in understanding other cultures. Language really does pose a barrier. And how do you deal with that, Daniel, when you were in the Philippines? I understand that, you know, most Americans would assume that English is the lingua franca, but tell us a bit about some of the different dialects and what you encountered there and how you dealt with maybe any communications difficulties.
Okay, in the Philippines, Filipinos are really good at etymologizing words. Wow. You know, it's for just to make them work in the moment. Like they would mix a word from one dialect and a word from another dialect in another tribe in the same region, and with some Tagalog, you know, and then there's a complete sentence there. But you know, but they're not going to get graded for grammar or anything. But you know, whatever they say, it is because it works. And of course, this also includes tonality, head gestures, and a lot of gesturing. So I mean, yeah, they you know, they do make an effort to, you know, to listen, you know, through as many levels as can be.
Right. And what does the term Pinoy mean? Like, I saw a column writer in the Philippines who called himself the Thinking Pinoy. And how's that to be taken?
Another slang term for just saying short for Filipino. Okay. It's like I think it's like a city term. Yeah, that city people came up with. So it's supposed to be cool to say, Pinoy.
And so who are the worst people in the Philippines? Who would be the people that you would least trust? The city people or the country people?
Oh my gosh. Well, I never really had any. I never really felt any affinity to trust city people right away. Right. But I still didn't trust people in the provinces just as much. But I don't know. That's kind of a weird toss-up now and then. Well, I don't know. I would have to say people in the province because they know me.
Okay, there we are. And it's just a hard place. It's a very hard place, and people, you know. By the way, it's just so funny. You know, honestly, I've got this one guy who. You know, anyhow, he wrote on one of these old photos. It's actually the one at the beginning of the queer month of Pride, which was June. And this guy was writing, "What a beautiful woman," he says on one of the photos that I put up. That was back with the blonde hair and the glasses. And that's funny, and it's cute. And then the other guy in the messenger, oh God, there's this guy who's calling me. It's a very complimentary name, but you know, he's basically, what is he saying? He may have blocked me if he feels I'm not answering or something, or he may have. Oh no, he's still there. Now this guy, if he's listening, look, you're a wonderful human being, Earl Large. What a name, Earl Large. Large is his last name, and he keeps saying how exciting my profile is, and he's saying Sita. He calls me Sita, which by the way means like a goddess, you know, a child of the earth, a god, earth angel, basically in Asian, Indian, or Vedic terms. You know, text me, Sora. Oh, nice to see you, Sita. And I'm like, oh, okay. This guy, you know, how is it these guys don't know I'm male? It's like there's enough hints with the rest of the anyhow. It's just like I don't know how to handle this sometimes if the guys get too serious. But you know. At any rate, it's cute. So other than that, our man Daniel has been very good at making videos in the past. He's still putting out some videos, and I'm wondering, are you going to go back to at some point putting out a few of the, you know, snippets that you used to do from some of our videos to make it easier for people to digest?
Yes, actually, I still have some on the side that I'm still working on, and listening to over again, you know, even if I've heard it before, but I still have to, you know, just for detail's sake.
Right. definitely appreciate that. And I'm so glad that you found a program you could work with to do that, because I know for a while there, the program you were working with was inaccessible. And so finally something became available that enabled you to work with YouTube again and publish videos, right?
Yeah,
good. And I'm just surprised he doesn't get banned off YouTube as much as he does off Facebook. And you seem to behave yourself a little bit more on YouTube than you do on Facebook, and that's appreciated. And of course, just people don't know how to handle Daniel. And, of course, people don't know how to handle Jameson either. I mean, both these guys are kind of like, yeah. So Jameson, of course, has replaced his icon on Facebook with what appears to be his back muscles. And is Daniel Arola, I'm sure you'll agree, those are very well developed. And of course, Daniel, he doesn't have to maintain the shape he did when he was doing the stripping, but tell us about what it was like when you were maintaining your shape while stripping. I mean, were you really hitting the weights that much, or was it just
a lot? I mean, I went to the gym regularly, and of course I also drank water often. I mean, like every 20 minutes, even at the expense of having to pee all the time. But because I have to have water go through me, that's what would slim me down.
Wow. Okay. That's amazing.
So I could stay ripped.
You're very blessed that you could do that. So basically your body purges a lot of weight just through water. Somehow you piss it out. Oh my fucking God. Again, very fortunate. You're very fortunate in that regard. Both of you gentlemen, I'm going to have to start monologuing soon and giving credit to people. I'll hit the chat room before I do that. Hopefully I want both of you gentlemen here when I do that. But let me do that before I go refresh myself. When I return, of course, I'll start monologuing, but I'll probably need you both here. If Daniel can stay with us a few more minutes to hold the stage when I go refresh myself, I'd rather have both of you here than just one of you for that period of time. So let me check into the live stream and kind of review what people have been saying, because of course there's all these wonderful people in the chat room tonight. We started off with Spartan O Negative, who said hi everyone, and love to see him in the chat. Jameson Reese responded, and then of course Marcus Grix joined us. He is in Australia, and he said, hey, thanks about the deep dive on this holiday Eid. Yeah, oh gosh, that was no deep dive. That was just Solomon really wasn't going into some aspects of it, which are like, the animal slaughter, where the whole meat thing comes from. That's to replace the sacrifice of the son to God. Was, it was either a sheep or, a bull or it's different depending on the iteration or the narrative. The narrative can change as to what animal was sacrificed. Mary Jagielski, or Jagielski, probably the correct pronunciation for her surname would be Jagielski. And she says, I've been around a few, Jan. Cool. Yes, she's met you, Daniel. And then my fetish story has a couple of little kittens that are, laughing. So hi to her. Hi to Mary Jagielski. And Nancy Volker. Hey, honey. She says, hey, DDD. And then the wonderful Sarah Thomas Lyons. Hey, honey. She says, greetings, everyone. Beautiful thumbnail. Oh, thank you, honey. And that reminds me to give people a few more details on it. As I said, when I start monologuing, I'll give some people some brief about that. That has to do with International Drag Day, which I never really wanted to publicly participate in because I really don't appreciate the way that, let's just put it this way. If a man cross-dresses, doesn't mean he's gay. It just means he's straight, but he's not narrow. Does that make sense? At any rate, most people don't fucking get it, and they just say, oh, the guy must be gay. As a matter of fact, one of these guys attacking myself once on the what was that guy's name again? The guy, Rex Bear, on the Rex Bear Leak channel. Yeah, the Leak Project. Oh my God, what a name. All I could think of is in urinary incontinence or uncontrollable bladder every time I think of the Leak channel. It's just, what a horrible name. But Rex Bear, he was like, he took the comment down. I really wish he would have left it up. But it was some, big football looking type guy, like crew cut white guy. He was saying, take this stuff down. Take that stuff down now. He's a cross-dressing queer, the kind of man both Jesus Christ and Donald Trump despise. I was like, the fact that he equated Jesus Christ and Donald Trump, and it was, it obviously was no threat to me, and it's almost beguiling in terms of its buffoonery. It's almost charming. But honestly, the response to something like that, you almost want to enter the comment like, oh, wow, someone needs a hug or something like that. It's like, what do you say to somebody like that? It's almost childish. They're infantile. And, but he took it down, and, but that's kind of like how most people respond. They see somebody cross-dressed, and, Lena Shea's husband, who looks like Xi Jinping. The fucker looks like Xi Jinping, and he would cross-dress. And I remember when I shared that with Judith Ager, she said, why? And I was saying, yeah, it doesn't make sense to me either. And then Laura Lee Solomon tried to rationalize it, saying, well, that's because he enjoys the sheer sensation of the pantyhose, that he's getting off on that. And he did have that fetish, but it was beyond that. The guy would go out dressed like a female, and everyone would know he was a guy, of course, because he looks like a Chinese version of, who's the guy who ran the FBI? That fucker who everybody found out he was a cross-dresser later. The first guy who was like in charge of the FBI. What was his name? That big ugly guy that was. Come on, somebody's got to remember. Hoover. Edgar Hoover would cross-dress, and they found that out about him. And this guy's like a Chinese J. Edgar Hoover. Everywhere he went in drag, kids would point at him and say, "Look at the man dressed like a woman." To their parents. What's wrong with him? And stuff like, there's something else going on there. Like, the guy's like some kind of masochist. This is basically what it is. Some kind of masochism at that point. He and Lena used to cross-dress as a thing. They'd go out to dinner. She'd be dressed like a man. He'd be dressed like a woman. And it was like, okay, that's cute, but at any rate, he was just, there's some kind of trip there. I cannot.
A guy like that's probably secretly gay too.
Yeah, well, there you go. That brings us back to the gay thing. And at any rate, my son convinced me that I should start talking about International Drag Day from this point forward, because there is the fact that people cannot discern, so they should be educated. So I understand that. And there was a horrible murder on just yesterday. So I do want people to know that yesterday a trans woman, Taya Ashton, was killed. So I would appreciate our friend Jameson Reese looking that up, because he's usually very good at searches, but of course he might be deprived the use of his computer, which he searches with right now. But Taya Ashton is this. I put her name in the message box there, and but she was killed in her own apartment, and she was only 20 years old. So I do want people to understand she was literally gunned down to death. This is, again, so many trans murders. I'll go a bit into this, just to pay it the justice it deserves later on tonight. But I want people to understand that was the 31st transgender murder this year, and that we know of. And so people are looking, the people in Maryland, the police, they're looking for tips. If anyone knows anything, this is a black transgender woman, and it's mostly black transgender women that are murdered, the overwhelming majority of them. So these are either white serial killers, or these are really homophobic niggers. I mean, and I'll use that term for any black that's ignorant, that's so ignorant that they feel like maybe they got fooled. Like, you know, they approached the person and then found out they had a penis or something, you know, or this person could have a full vagina if they've been through full sexual reassignment, but they may feel violated if they find out that they had sex with someone who was once a man and then they kill them. If a black man does that, because there's many blacks that are very homophobic, then honestly, you are a fucking ignorant nigger if you're like that. Otherwise, it's white perverts and serial killers doing this. Either way, these people are horrendous. And so it's for reasons like this that I probably, okay, the conflation's just going to happen anyway, so I may as well come out on the International Drag Day and put that into some perspective for people and use that as another opportunity to educate. But I'll do that, you know, a little later when we go into monologue. Other than that, back to the live stream here, the chat. So Nancy Volker was saying, Spartan! She had a journalist friend in China during that event and all had to leave the country. He walked to the airport with his wife and 4-year-old daughter. You know, he's very lucky he got out there. I've said before, there are a lot of people the communist Chinese will not allow to leave now, and they're literally holding people from other parts of the world prisoner. There's this one man who's Irish who was working as an attorney for a company that the Chinese had a dispute with, and he's in prison there for effectively the rest of his life. And he's just an Irish attorney, and Ireland has no hostilities ongoing with communist China. And Nancy Volker was saying she'd stick with the root beer. Yeah, probably I was talking about the blue honey at that time. And of course, even you notice Brendan Zoget is going a little detox after that last blue honey experience. Well, it's what happens when you wake up in the morning covered in dew and cobwebs and various animals nuzzling against you to steal your body warmth. By the way, we know, of course, Jameson Reese is now going to experience the colonoscopy. Nothing like getting a camera up your ass. This isn't the first time you've had that, right? I think it's the second time or something. He talked about before going out underneath the endoscopy, but this might be his first colonoscopy. At any rate, if he's not willing to speak. Daniel Arola, tell us about, there must have been times you woke up on the ground and wondered how you got there. Any incidents like that you could share?
Fortunately, I've been a whole lot more careful than all my friends have. I mean, I know I've done a lot of stupid stuff, but mostly it had to do with women and ending up married. So, but as far as getting drunk and on drugs, and I've always had to be very, very careful.
Oh, right. And are you telling us you were married a few times in the past?
Yes, I have.
Oh my God. Hopefully someday you'll share more of that with us. And by the way, so basically Nancy Volker was bringing up someone was threatened, so she didn't run in New York. Native Americans said the same thing, that the whites smelled. Yes, that's very true. The Europeans, the early colonists, of course, or conquerors, they didn't bathe in the sense that indigenous people all over the world did. And so Sarah Thomas said, fascinating about the crossing of energy, which of course is Jameson Reese brought up that it's also an opening as opposed to just a binding. Let me see if Jameson gave us any notice that he was going someplace. Did he say he didn't give us a notice he went someplace? It's like he fell off the map or something. So and then let me see here. Sarah says she took Reiki 1 and 2, very interested in energy. Excellent. Then Nancy Volker said, laugh out loud, maybe they get ideas about you from the titles like Tonight and your art picks. Yes. And she said J. Edgar Hoover was a cross-dresser moniker, was Mary. Okay, so his drag name was Mary. And she said, why do I know that? Laugh out loud. I was going to ask, how did you know that? And that's impressive. That's very funny. And so there we have that. I
can also,
yeah,
a little while ago, I can also vouch for something that Peter Moon said a little while ago about practicing Qigong.
Oh, please.
And where you practice when you're practicing Qigong, you will get rid of quite a few negative elements of people that have been around you in your life. And I can attest to that from personal experience because I do practice like the first two basic positions of it.
And that's amazing. And why only the first two basic positions and not the rest?
Oh, I mean, so far I feel like I get all I pretty much need from it. It's a part of my meditation practice. But yeah, but Qigong is a small part of my martial arts practice.
Okay. So,
but yeah, I just apply the basics.
Right. Well, thank you for sharing that. No, that's always important. And have you any video footage of you doing the slow qigong? Because that would be fascinating.
No, they're just boring looking standing positions.
Okay.
You know, I mean, when you're looking at it from the outside, but I mean it is a very active internal activity. You know, even though it looks like you're standing in a certain position, internally you're really working a lot of what's going on inside of your body, and you're paying more attention to what you're doing.
Right. Thank you. And so other than that, where the hell did Jameson Reese go? Jameson, are you with us? Because, I'd like to refresh myself soon, and I'd like the two of you gentlemen to hold the stage. And I'm sure Daniel Arola can hold it himself for a little while, but, Jameson at least.
I have to get going here pretty soon.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll just have to start, basically monologuing at that point, and then wait till Jameson shows up, if he shows up again. and that's that. Oh my fucking God, that's so frustrating. So before you take off for tonight, give us some thoughts and lessons, anything that you want to speak about that you feel we should be paying attention to, any current events or anything from your personal life you'd like to share that's been going on that, you think we'd be interested in. Please go ahead and share it.
Oh, you guys are talking about being attacked, I guess through the internet. And as I was listening, I'm recalling all the experiences I've had, with some of those, against some of those same individuals in question that have been doing the attacking. I mean, like Richard K. Cole and them, when I had that old Taboo Brothers YouTube channel before it got banned.
Right.
And and see who else is that other knucklehead?
Stephen Outram was one of them.
Yes. Cosmos.
Oh yeah, Stephen Cosmos, author. Yes, that's his actual real fucking name. Believe it or not, this is an idiot who lives up in Washington or Oregon State, and he's crazed, and he has been stalking myself forever. And it's funny because he's a comparatively young person, and that's one reason I wasn't communicating with. I can't even remember her name now. Who was the young lady who had the brother who had been in jail for a while? Then he was on my show. Do you remember what was her name? She had a kind of complex name. Remember she had all of the health issues?
Michelle Carmela Saldana?
Yes, Michelle Carmela Saldana. Yes, she was talking to that idiot. He kept coming to her because, these guys are all sex deprived and they talk to any woman they can. And so he was just basically talking to her and she was responding to him. And I was really disturbed by the fact that, like, Noreen Halpan becoming pretty much like somebody regurgitating white grievance ideology with Maria Carmela Saldana. She was becoming very much an ardent anti-feminist. And so it was like grooving with this guy, over this kind of anti-feminist, trip they were sharing together. And, this is why I stopped communicating with her. I should express to her, of course, why, and I should tell her why that. I should have her on again to express that to her and see what she says. But, it was just easier to just stop contact at the time. And, but so she was talking with him for a while, but he was like, he's crazed and he's very much anti-female and he can't understand why he can't get laid when he's shitting and pissing all over women all the time. So this is the typical violent incel, involuntary celibate. And so of course all these men are. Yeah, go on.
The thing is, these guys can't be helped. They're beyond help.
Thank you.
They don't want to get. They don't want to get help. They want it to have it their way.
Yes.
I mean, that's that.
Yeah, they're basically rapists. I mean, and this is if because they want it, as Daniel Arola says, they cannot accommodate other people at all. So they just want the sex pure and simple, and just want to take it to them. This is what those idiots said. Charles Ng, and I can't even remember the white guy's name, but the Asian guy was more infamous. Charles Ng was actually a former United States Marine, an Asian guy in the Marine Corps. So even though I was an Asian in the Marine Corps, I could tell you just by that I know he's fucked up. And he was like he was with this crazy white guy, and they were abducting couples by saying they had a sex exchange going, and so couples would go up to have sex with them in kind of like a couples orgy or something, and they wound up just keeping the prisoner. Well, they'd kill the man and they'd keep the woman prisoner. And so their philosophy was a woman should be like a video cassette, something you can keep on the shelf and then play it whenever you want at your convenience. So they were just keeping these women like animals and raping them repeatedly, hosing them down with garden hoses and shit. I mean, this is how all these men wish they could have it. All of these men essentially are Charles Ng, all these incels, and this is where they want women. This is why Jordan Peterson was saying, oh, there needs to be forced monogamy, enforced monogamy. In other words, men should be able to get some, pocket pussy in the form of an ambulatory, bipedal female that they can go on.
I remember a time when men were actually willing to make an effort to learn how to impress a woman.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, just to be real formal about it.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. And it's so sad.
I was one of them. Shit.
Well, yes. Thank you. And it's amazing to me that Daniel Arola is one of the most compassionate female positive men that I know. I mean, he's someone who truly respects the feminine and has always been about that. And this is why someone who, as a male stripper, he's dealt with many women who have been in need. But I don't mean just in that sense. I mean, a lot of these women want some kind of emotional support, and he's always been able to provide that. And so if men can't see that, they're out. They're just out. I mean, they don't deserve companionship. And I guess you can add a bit to that. Yeah.
Sometimes even the guys I work with, they're not any better themselves. I mean, because it's such a fast lifestyle, and most of us, are usually genetically gifted physically. As long as we had that look first, then if you could do the show, and then if you could move, then you could start making some money and getting the honey. But the thing about that lifestyle is the excess of things, like the drugs, all the pussy, whatever you ever want, all the clothes, all the expensive items, and when that becomes a person's whole world right there, they think that's this future. They think they're going to live forever, but
wow.
They don't see themselves outside of that bubble. And that's the problem. With being in that lifestyle. That's also why I purged myself from it. That was also part of my homelessness. That was actually a deliberate act to make sure I purged myself from that lifestyle, so that I didn't end up becoming an element of the toxic masculinity that came with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No.
I was around it, and I was in the middle of all that too. So. Yeah. As long as I knew who I was still, when I'm among them, I don't lose myself, then I'm cool.
Yes. No, deeply appreciate it. And thank you so much. I mean, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. I wish so many other people could hear that. You know, the other day you were trying to help Jameson out. Hopefully this drags him out of the woodwork if he's listening. Basically, you were like we were telling him about body language and how it helps to familiarize oneself with body language in order to understand if women are available at all. And you brought up, oh yeah, when they're got their shoe at the end of their foot and they're twirling the shoe on their toes. Of course, that's when you know things are positive and, you know, they really want you. And I was like thinking, I should have said it out loud. You know, at that point, you're practically in bed with them. So it's not something that, how would I say it? Don't get his hopes up. So
now, I have a funny story. Now this has to do with you know, being a man and not being able to catch the hints that a woman gives. Mm-hmm. And well, anyway, I was on a break from a tour that I was going on with the Playgirl magazine.
Wow. And
I was in Indianapolis with another guy that I was on tour with, and we stayed at a house of some people that my friend Steve known. Steve is the guy I had toured with, and we ended up staying at this one house that was owned by this one really hot stripper chick, and you know, Steve knew her, and no, but Steve was more close to her roommates, but I ended up hooking up with her.
Oh,
but
wow.
I wasn't thinking anything else any further than when she said that I could sleep in bed with her. I was thinking, okay, cool. At least I know where I can get to sleep. And I was thinking sleep. I didn't think nothing else, you know. And
Jesus.
So I'm in there laying here with her, you know, and she, you know, puts her leg over, and I had my arm around her. I'm start rubbing her back, and I go, "Hey, you like a massage?" She goes, "Okay, cool." She gets all naked, like, "Okay, cool." I'm rubbing her, and then she gets on her back. She's all spread for me, and I go, "Wow, look at that." And she's like, "It's like, are you ever gonna fuck me tonight or what?" He goes, "Oh, okay."
Oh, you dim-witted fuck. Was it all the drugs or what? I mean, come on. It's like that's so frustrating.
Well, we were taking a break from the tour, you know, and we were just tired. I mean, because, you know, we're on tour. Yeah, it's like, yeah, we get pussy every night, you know. But when I'm thinking break, I'm thinking rest, you know, and food, a place to stay where I didn't have to be around a whole bunch of people. So I didn't think of this girl as any more than that. And so I was like, oh, okay.
So were you able? I'm sure you were still able to perform even if you were tired, right? I mean, God knows there'd be some.
Oh
nights.
Yeah, I mean, I was. Yeah, I mean, the switch came on. I was like, oh, damn, I'm so stupid. Okay, let's go.
There we are. No, that's wonderful. I really appreciate you sharing that story. That's actually quite courageous. Give me just 1 second here. I want to finish this plum. While Daniel was talking, I really started eating one of these plums I have around. I just, you know, want to finish this so I can have enough hydration a little bit. But if Jameson were here, I'd finish all three of them. But where the fuck he went, I have no idea. And it's really disturbing because he didn't leave any note that he was going anywhere, which he usually does. So either his stupid computer got taken out completely, as he said he was being targeted, or something. In fact, I don't see his symbol up there. He's apparently gone off the charts, literally. Let's see if we can make a call to him. There he is, Jameson Reese, even though it says away. Put an ad on it, see if he responds. In the meantime, you're going to hear some disgusting slurping sounds. Our man Daniel will leave us any moment, but let me finish this first. So Daniel, if you could tell another little story, something to occupy so I can go mute for a second and finish chewing this so people don't hear me.
Oh man, I'm figuring out which story to start with. Now that I'm overwhelmed with some memories of all this shit now. I mean, it's been a long time, but
I'm sure it is overwhelming.
Very. But let's see. I've been. Let's see. There was this one birthday party that I did at a hotel, and it turned out to be the mother of this one chick that I had known, like many years prior.
That's wonderful.
I wasn't in a relationship with her, but I slept with her once.
Right.
And it turned out to be her mother's birthday, and all the other women in the hotel room were all spouses or girlfriends of bikers.
Holy shit!
And of course, on the cake, there was a birthday cake. You know, it had the Banditos logo on there, saying "Property of Frio," and thinking, "Damn, this is interesting." but it's like, but as soon as I heard one of the girls say, "Nothing leaves this door," I'm thinking, "Oh shit, it's on."
Oh God!
Hell, I didn't even get the chance to. I didn't even get the chance to perform. I mean, they were already stripping my clothes off of me.
Oh my God!
Whoa, okay.
And I'm sure that you got to work. In the meantime, I do want people to know it says Jameson Reese unavailable. He's abandoned me. And so that really fucking sucks. Let me finish the second plum. Honestly, Daniel does have to leave soon. It's about 11:50 a.m. 11:50 p.m. where he's at. It's not midnight yet though, so I'll try and keep him for one more story. Keep us a few since you're cascading your memories there. If you could deliver another memory while I finish this up, please, that would be wonderful.
Well, there was one time I was on the road with these guys to Louisiana, and there was four of us. I was the smallest guy. You know, there was two black guys and one white guy. You know, we were booked to go do a show in I think I believe it was Baton Rouge. Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And on our way there, before we crossed the border, we were in the East Texas area, like near Vidor, Texas. That town is notorious for where the Ku Klux Klan is at. And anyway, we saw these guys, and I guess they were like shouting at us, cussing at us. They saw the two black guys, and of course, you know, naturally there was a lot of racial slurs being exchanged. So we all pull over, we all get out to fight. Mm-hmm. And the thing was, all three of my friends get out to fight, and they're already ready to fight them. I'm the smallest guy. I get out there, and I'm ready, but I'm also the first one to run at them, dash at them. Uh-huh. The thing is, they all ran. They all got in the car and ran, took off.
Oh, that figures. I'm not surprised. I mean, so many of these bullies are just that. They're cowardly bullies. And so this was before you lived in Texas, right?
Oh, no, this was when I lived in Texas. This happened like my gosh, in probably either year 2000 or 1999.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Yeah. It was about that long ago.
Mm. People probably heard that. That was disgusting. I'm so sorry. Tell us a bit about your time with the Chippendales. How did you get involved?
Oh, well, usually, I mean, you know, it's usually through it's who you know networking thing. This guy Tony Valentine, who was a tour manager. He has a contract with Playgirl magazine to run a show called The Cast of Playgirl. So I was not in the magazine, but I was in the show under the Playgirl magazine company name. So that was a thing. I ended up getting hooked up for that show through one girl that I did do some work with in the South Houston area. She was friends with Tony Valentine when she lived in Cincinnati, Ohio, where he was based out in Loveland, Ohio, where those towns are close to each other. Anyway, so she knew him, and she just recommended me, gave him my number, and called me. Like, okay, cool, I'll get on the bus. I met them somewhere in Kansas. I believe it was in Topeka, Kansas, at the Greyhound bus station. And I waited there for a couple of hours until this big, huge white tour bus pulled up, and that was them.
Oh my God! And there was no like, what do they call it? Casting couch? Like you didn't like sleep with a lady in order to qualify or something like that?
No, I did not. Nah.
Okay, I'm on the third plum now, and I'm almost finished with it. One more story.
used to be behind the camera for that kind of shit back then.
And so tell us a bit about that. Come on, there must be some stories to share with some of the trouble you got into with these people. And the funny thing was, you remember the MAGA bomber. You remember there was a Unabomber, and then there was the MAGA bomber who was a former Chippendales.
Yeah, the MAGA pipe bomber, that Caesar Sayok. He actually did dance a few shows under Tony Valentine, who did run the Castle Playgirl tour. I never met him personally. But some of the guys I did tour with knew who he was, but they didn't really get along with him. They didn't really much care about him either.
Right, and that would be expected. He must have been just mentally disturbed, probably on steroids. And you can tell us a bit about the roid rage. How many of these guys were on roids, or was that just universal, or what?
That was a pretty regular thing. A lot of these guys, they look really good because of the steroids. You know, because of the fast results that they get from working out also, you know, so, which is also one of the reasons why I didn't take them, because of those side effects that happen. I mean, the mentality does change, especially when you have an excess of synthetic testosterone all in your blood system. It also affects your mentality too. You know, it puts you in that excessive need to win all the time, whether it's an argument or a debate or discussion or maybe somebody that you think is rude to you on the freeway, so you rage out at them, you know, shit like that.
That's such an important point. And, you know, honestly, that's just tragic. And it's one of those things that, believe me, at one point or another, we've all used steroids. And so in my case, I was on them, believe it or not, because of my hearing loss. So they tried to jack the, nerve, the hearing nerve back into operation by stimulating it with the steroid. And it just didn't... it didn't work, I'm sorry to say. And I actually got 2 runs of those steroids. I was supposed to be on only one because it was bad for the health, but I felt so good on that shit that I lied to them and I just told them, I forgot what I said, but they fell for it and they gave me another run of those steroids. I don't know if that cost me anything in the future. Probably not. It'd still be on a level of what your average weightlifter uses. But after a while, your shit turns black. So I'm sure you had that experience.
Actually, there's a mutual friend of mine between me and my friend Black Doug. This guy Joe, he was also a security guard, but he's like in his 60s or whatever. But my friend Black Doug, he meets with him like at least once or twice a week, so that he could do the injection of steroids in his ass cheek. And but his purpose for the extra testosterone was because he just to maintain an erection.
Oh my God, he needs it to maintain an erection? How does that work? I mean, oh my God.
I have no idea. I mean, but I know his purpose because he's a real sex maniac, and for some reason he always ends up hooking up with people, whether they're women or guys.
Okay, so he's just bisexual and he's a sex addict. Give me just a second here. What I'm going to do is change to my sweatshirt, and I may as well refresh myself. So, Daniel, can you do something to hold it? I know we're getting towards the top of the hour. In the last 2 minutes, I may as well go to the bathroom and come back. I'll be quick about it. And if you can stay with us till midnight your time and just tell a few more stories about the Chippendales adventures, I'll be right back, and then I'll take over. But I better go to the bathroom once first. And so thank you, Daniel. Really forever indebted. I'm going to go mute, and you can hold the stage till midnight and a little after, okay? I'll be right back.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Now, as far as my experience is concerned, from back when I used to be a male dancer, a male stripper, whatever, I was allowed many opportunities to be as much as a man as I want to be as verbally expressive as I want to be, and get away with it. if I wanted to, but instead I just observed the rest of the guys that I work with doing all that shit. They always seem to somehow get away with treating girls like shit verbally, and some of these girls will get into that, and they'll be quiet about it, not say anything, and for their reasons. And I notice that shit now and then, like, no, man, that's pretty bad. But hey, what could I do about it? I mean, it's really none of my business. I mean, they're grown adults; they have their choices, right? And anyway, also another thing too about these guys that I've worked with, actually, most of these guys I've worked with, I've known more people that have died in this lifestyle personally than the people that I've known that were veterans that have known people that have died in war. And because of the excess of the lifestyle, a lot of the drugs, they die from excessive drug use, steroid use, or they end up getting shot and killed over some drama, maybe some love triangle, or someone's jealous lover. That does happen too, and it still does. All that, a lot of the romance drama, because there's people that are still chasing after this fairy tale story that they want for their lives. And I can't really wrong a person for that. I respect their effort to want that in their lives, but I'm thinking, okay, cool, if you get it, great. If you don't, maybe you want to find another way to do it, but it's not going to deal with these stripper dudes. Our jobs as entertainers is we sell the fantasy. We get in these costumes. We look at ourselves in the mirror, get all as pretty as we can be, think about our performance, and see how we can move that energy on that stage to see how we can connect with our audience. Once we get them there, especially if we can get them emotionally involved, especially if we can get them to sing along with the song that they're familiar with while we're in our outfits, before we take them off, that rapport just builds up, and once they get into it, they get close to the stage, then we start getting tipped. Hey, we make money, great, but of course, we also get these other opportunities, of course. There are women that want to hang out in the club hoping to meet the rest of the guys. And, especially if they get past the waiters, a lot of those waiters in those clubs, they're pretty perverted too. Of course, they get their share of action as well. And it's usually with the girls that don't end up with any of the dancers. But I can save that story for another time. Okay. I'll just keep talking shit. All right,
that was wonderful. God bless you. Thank you. I am forever indebted. And honestly, since I'm going to be holding the fort down the rest of the night, I really had to, take advantage of Daniel while he was with us to relieve myself. So I could do that. You're an angel, Daniel. We love you dearly. And blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams. Again, you're a true brother and someone who I profoundly cherish as a friend. Thank you so much.
Hey, you got it. Yes. All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
The fun has been real, and I'll probably continue with some of this old shit in the future.
I hope so, yes. Sunday night, maybe. Right. And there we have that.
Got it.
Yes, that was wonderful.
Right.
Yes.
All right, bye.
Bye-bye for now. And that was Daniel Arola. And holy shit. Okay, so the call just died when he hung up. So, holy shit. That means we're still streaming, but the call is down and the stream is separate from the call. But I'm going to check to make sure because, of course, that's disconcerting. One of the things that call does is it gives me a feeling of security. It gives me a feeling of security because, you feel like you're interacting with people. So when that call drops like that, when he hung up, he was the last person on the call beside myself. So when he hung up, that ended the call. So Nancy Volker was talking about how and Arnold Schwarzenegger came to mind, and she said, good night, nice meeting you, to Daniel Arola. Thank you, Nancy. If Nancy or someone, Sarah Thomas Lyons, perhaps, anyone could tell me you're still there. Thank you, honey. She knew what I was getting at. Love you, baby. You can read minds. Yes. And, okay. So we now have about 7 hours left, which you were probably going to need. It'll take a while to get through some of these topics. The first thing that I'll start with is the ad. Got to go through the ad. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson. I remember when Ben Astenius, as an aside, was describing this man as very effeminate and wearing makeup, etc. Then Laura Lee Solomon kept saying how much he reminded her of myself, which is, hideously funny. It's anyhow. I remember when she first saw a picture of myself with my surrogate son, she was just awful. She said, "It looks like he's fucking himself." At any rate, so, yes. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from Ben Astenius's book, his yet-to-be-published work by that very title, The Unfinished Man, and as well, you can review some of the scenes from his cinematic documentaries at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com or telephone the Baron Ben personally at 1520-323-3406 to privately guide your tour. I'm going to repeat both of those connections once again. Either for tour information, contact Baron Ben through the TucsonMurders.com. That would be spelled like Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it, the TucsonMurders.com. And remember that Tucson was voted the stupidest city in America, if not the world, by Family Guy. So why would you not ever want to go to Tucson? By the way, that vote would be probably one of the primary voters was Ben Astenius for that vote, probably to say it was the stupidest place on earth. He probably voted twice on that score just because he would agree with that statement, that position. Living there as he does, he's seen a lot of stupid things. Other than that, you can telephone the Baron Ben personally to privately guide your tour at 1-520-4/323-3406. Once again, that's 1520-323-3406. Okay, making certain all of my electric blankets are functional here because San Francisco gets deathly fucking cold with precipitous temperature drops, as if we were out in the middle of the Mojave Desert, and making certain I have my warming collar around me. And of course, much of the quality of my life I owe to Lena Shea. I always remind myself of that. Of course, she did so much to make so many things so inconvenient that, a lot of the credit got balanced out by the debit. The way Selina Khan says I should handle it psychologically is as if she was never here. Of course, it's hard to think like that when it's thanks to her I'm able to live a higher quality of life with the mattress that I'm on, with the the collar warming my neck, and the toaster oven with which I cook my food, heat my food, my home delivered meals, my Meals on Wheels. So I try to be grateful. At the same time, of course, just like credit where credit is due, debit where debit is due. And she really left me stranded in high and dry in so many ways. At any rate, as we prepare to dive into tonight, there's a few things I do want to bring up. As I said, Friday, the 16th of July, was International Drag Day, which made it a Drag Day weekend. And normally I am not someone who promotes Drag Day because it's been just co-opted by the gay community, when it's where probably it's a gay trip in many gay communities, but there are, of course, men who cross-dress who are not gay. In fact, the majority of cross-dressers are not gay. And so that people understand this is not a sexual orientation, which is why I rather resent the conflation of cross-dressing with gayness, because of course it confuses people, and then they just automatically assume that somebody cross-dressing is gay, and it reinforces that assumption, which may be understandable enough for people to make when they see some of these guys who are just totally flamboyant about it. But honestly, it's not something that is really the factual reality. As a matter of fact, to try and give people a little bit about the shall we say, the medical definition of all of this and the way it used to stand. Gender identity, of course, is one thing, and cisgendered people are people who, of course, are comfortable with their sex. The concept of cissexism would be the belief that there are and should be only two genders, and that one's gender, or most aspects of it, are inevitably tied to assigned sex. This is basically genderism. And so this is indeed a construct, because there are 5 different sexes, as I've explained before, when it comes to intersexed individuals, or people who are born hermaphroditic, which is a medical term that many of them resent. Of course, you've heard the term sexism, and it now applies to far more than just, shall we say, men who oppress women. It also applies to people who have a kind of orientation in which they feel that they are, that in which they don't tolerate people of another sexual orientation. And this is where people get confused, of course. When somebody's cross-dressing, that has nothing to do with their sexual orientation. They are simply presenting themselves in a different manner. And so hopefully that gives some explanatory background, though I know it's almost like a hopeless case. There's people who are either going to get it or they do not. And other than that, what comes to mind when people are asking me about these different genders, and this is something that Dr. Fausto Sterling, who's a professor of biology emerita, she proved that there were 3 different kinds of sexes aside from male and female. To put it short, herms, merms, and firms, or hermaphrodites, literally both genitalia. And people are born like this all the time. And of course, pseudo hermaphrodites that are masculine false effeminates, the hermaphrodites are the herms, male pseudo-hermaphrodites are masculine false effeminates, meaning boys that are born with breasts, and this happens, actual mammary glands, etc. These are merms, and then the firms would be female pseudo-hermaphrodites, or literally feminine false effeminates, with more female than male sexual organs. So any child who's born in an intersexual state would be classified in one of those three categories, unless this was caused by a disease that happened with congenital adrenal hyperplasia. I shouldn't say because none of you know this commonly, because all of this is never addressed. Everybody feels so uncomfortable about it. But that would be something that all three of Penny Bradley's children had. So just so people understand that it is something that, her children were indeed dealing with a disease, as opposed to, people who are not. And again, now that brings us to clarifying just briefly transvestites. Of course, they used to call them TVs or trannies. Now, it's outdated. It's a problematic term in its own way, due to historical abuses as a diagnosis for medical or mental health disorders. So cross-dressers has really superseded transvestite in the postmodern lexicon, and it's not to be confused with drag queens that are essentially performers or drag kings. So cross-dressing is, just to be clear, it's not a sexual identity, and therefore it's not acknowledged by a representative letter on the alphabetical rail car of LGBTQIA plus identity. So it's not a sexual identity. Nobody normally says, I'm cross-dress as a thing. Like this is your whole world is wrapped up in it. Though I'm sure there's people who are, but these are more like performers, and they're like voguing or posing or presenting themselves to the world consistently in that manner, is in as outrageous and as provocative a manner as possible. So there you have that. But rather the qualification more realistically and practically, you have to realize that sexuality is not a major factor in primary transvestism or primary cross-presentation. Rather, that qualification would apply to my situational personations as a female from my past, or what I would do as part of what my mother trained me in the assassin's martial art of Inindo, which is simply the Japanese word for the way of invisibility, or the art of what Americans vulgarize as ninjutsu, which is simply a combination of the Japanese syllable for invisible with jutsu, which is kind of an Okinawan term and really doesn't apply. So at any rate, drag queens or drag kings are, they're performers cross-dressing for purposes of entertaining. So people would probably confuse myself with a transvestic fetishist because of my presentation at other times. But the reality is, I guess I could fall into that realm simply because I do it at parties a lot and cut loose and feel more comfortable dressed in either my mother's clothing or other female paraphernalia. But most people would notice that the vast majority of the time it's heavily orientalized when I'm partying, as opposed to when I'm cross-dressing for the sake of combat, for lack of a better word. In other words, fooling people into thinking I'm female in order to get a job done that I'm doing with my fellow gang members, where I would always be the vanguard simply because nobody normally expects trouble from a woman for very practical reasons. So the fact that I can also party or cut loose in a more elegant or decorative fashion, that is, I think, probably the best way to relax while maintaining my capabilities, so to speak. That's probably the best way to look at it. It's how I look at it. So either way, even if someone considers it fetishistic, it's all paraphilia rather than gender identification. So it is, however, transgender implicative, which cycles said behavior back into probably the gender identification of transgenders in a very, very loose sense. So there you have it. Aside from that, I could go on about this for hours to try and, cover it for people, but, you either get it or you don't, and it's not all that important in the end whether you do or not. It is, however, important in the sense that you understand and therefore educate yourself into such a way that you no longer hold any preconceived notions or biases. Now, before I go deeper into that again, I do want to give my shout outs and thanks to everyone who has contributed to my needs, my fiscal needs. First of all, to the anonymous Canadian lady, there is a wonderful woman in the Great White North, and she's north of the 49th parallel, and she has contributed 100 United States dollars. It was basically over 100 Canadian dollars, and we were able to get that sequestered into my PayPal with the help of Peter Moon. So it was wonderful that she was able to contact him, that he was able to work with her. God bless the both of them. And so she is, of course, someone I dedicated an e-card to, and she left a wonderful message. I'm not going to name her, of course, and but she said basically, I've just woken up to a beautiful surprise. Your artwork is stunning. I am in awe. Thank you, Douglas. So much love to you, brother. God bless her. Love you, honey, in return. And, so just so glad to be able to give her what I did, and wish I could give her so much more. And she is someone that is an example. Of course, I hope others follow. So do remember, if you can, without putting yourself out, do indeed send a check or a money order to my home address, and that would be Douglas Dietrich, 1242 Green Street, like the color green, 1242 Green, San Francisco, California, and the zip code is 94109. And that's, that obviously should reach me. So very definitely appreciate anyone who can help. Now, right now, what I'm doing is trying to send a kind of appropriate response to this wonderful lady. Just getting a looking through my image files here, and going to send something that hopefully will be apropos. And here, let me get this. No, that doesn't look appropriate enough. And of course, you don't want to ever send somebody something too racy. And the problem is my files are full of racy images. So if I can manage to prevent myself from being too distracted by all the porn in my files, and you get something that's just a little acceptable for this person. Let's see what we have here. I'm trying to get something pretty, but not too suggestive, obviously, because don't want to implicate romance per se in something like that. So I guess I passed a number of the contenders. We'll go back down to them in that direction, and that will take us back to, let me see this image here. I guess I'll stick with, no, don't want that. All right, this is probably the most susceptible. All right, this for now. And okay, there we are with that. And with that now, into the night, we go with some other shout-outs to Stephen Myers. Stephen Myers provided me $50 United States dollars in PayPal. A wonderful human being, and he's someone who I definitely appreciate. He is my Blasian or Black Asian brother from another mother, and he is someone who has always been following me for many years by now, and he has this to say. He left a note with the $50 United States dollars in PayPal, and by the way, of course I'll accept money in PayPal as well. If PayPal is simply the easiest way for you to do this, do it that way. And I'll find some way to transfer that into my account with the adult help from some of the staff at PayPal, sometime soon enough. And obviously we've got a little while before rent is due on the 31st of the month, and that will be fine. I now have enough for rent, and I've paid my bills, and the UCSF has agreed to treat me for free of charge, thanks to a wonderful young man who's my dentist now. I'm not going to name him until the crown is actually installed. He will get an autographed copy of my book, and he basically represented myself on my behalf and advocated for me with UCSF. All the problems and pains that I've been through, and how it was actually all their fault that I lost the tooth. And so they agreed, but it'll take 2 weeks to process the paperwork. And in the meantime, I'm going to very much baby my, temporary dental crown that is installed. And he recommended not flossing it or touching it at all, but I can't help but floss it, and I do so quite gently. Anyhow, so you'll hear more about him in the future. Nothing homoerotic there, I assure you. He was very interested in what I had to say about history and whatnot, and but it was mostly just because he's a decent individual, and definitely very impressed I am by his good nature, and it's very good that there are good people in the world, and there are good people in the world, and so with our man Stephen Myers, he says, "Hi Douglas, bear in mind this is a man with a Chinese parent and a black African parent who was born in the Caribbean. I do believe he was from the Isle of Trinidad and Tobago, or he may have been from Jamaica, but he's certainly here in the United States now and lives in the belly of the beast, the island of Manhattan, which, as I've said before, is when foreigners ask me about Manhattan Island, I describe it as a small island of hostile warring tribes. That is the best way to describe Manhattan Island. At any rate, he says, "Hi Douglas, extra money for your health. I enjoyed your transmission on Tesla, which brings back to memories when I used to follow a person by the name of John Coleman, who wrote the book in the 80s called The Conspirators' Hierarchy. The story of the Committee of 300. He was a rogue MI6 agent, and I have been to one of his lectures and had many of his tapes back in those days, and spoke of the Tesla death ray was used to take down Aero Air Flight 1285, the space shuttle crash, and many other atrocities that the Soviets used in their secret war to destroy the West. And as you say, they are still at this secret war. Thank you for your knowledge. Can never stop supporting you. You are the apex of truth." God bless you, dear brother, and thank you so very much for being you and for being there for me. And that is the wonderful Stephen Myers. And of course, I still owe Louis Rogers a dedicated show for the 135 Australian dollars they sent my way, which equals 100 United States dollars. They calculated that perfectly. Louis Rogers is a wonderful human being in New South Wales. I do not know their gender. They could be either male or female by their name, as far as I seem to reckon it. But they are a wonderful human being. Blessed be themselves and all their own. Salman Sheikh, of course, sent half a hundred United States dollars with a money order earlier in the month, a check. and Eric Lastic sent his usual and always welcome, and sometimes he sends more, his $250 United States dollars, his $25 in a check. Every bit helps, and honestly, just so glad these people are in my lives, and I do encourage, of course, everyone to donate. I'm safe now, but certainly still need enough money to maintain myself with a higher quality of life. There's several things I need to get. I do need a higher standard of vitamin supplementation, and that they are expensive quality supplements. The kind that I used to get would probably be about $60 a bottle, maybe I'm wrong on that, maybe $30 a bottle. At any rate, I've got to get back into a regular supplementation. The kind that I used to use seems to be no longer produced. I've got to contact the company and see what can be done to replace that with something similar, even if I have to take several different types of supplements to get the hit I used to get from that. And aside from that, I also need to start eating a lot more red meat. My doctor is prescribing that I need a lot more red meat. And so that doesn't come with my home delivered meals or Meals on Wheels. As a matter of fact, sadly, in my case, Meals on Wheels is becoming increasingly vegetarian, and they are increasingly replacing their meats with various vegetarian replacements, like what they call vegan chicken, etc., or vegetable patties. I mean, they're just awful. The vegan jerk chicken is fine. It's basically like a tofu. The patties are horrible. But obviously there are some meals that are not eaten, and I do eat the meals with meats, or a good deal of them when I can, and I always blend two of the trays together, but I don't eat that often, really, because I just don't have that much of an appetite for solid foods as I do for blood. And so the doctor is recommending much more red meat, and therefore, obviously that's expensive. So I would have to buy it from restaurants because I cannot cook myself. I have the toaster oven provided by our lovely lady, Lanny Shea, and that's what I cook my Meals on Wheels with. But when it comes to real food like steak, then I've got to go to a restaurant. And so those are expensive. We're talking about, literally when I go and get some steak and stuff, this can cost up to $100. Obviously, this. And so it's just something I can't do too often. But honestly, my doctor's telling me I can't do it often enough. So this is, of course, because I'm basically a quarter or 1/4 vampire, what's called dampfire in the ancient terminology. And this is very real terminology. You can look up yourself, though you'll probably find all kinds of just legendary lore that gets polluted by modern misconceptions and straight out fantasies or notions that people have. Dampfire is a genuine term of someone who is the half-breed or hybridized child of a vampire, and that is something that these terms exist for a reason. They existed because there are real, genuine phenomenon of people who are truly hematophagic or live off blood. We're not talking serial killers or people with VPD or vampiroid personality disorder, an actual genetic adaptation where the blood is their main source of, if not the only source of their sustenance. But my mother was half vampiroid, and I am a quarter so, and it's beginning to impact me more as I get older, my need for blood. And fortunately, I have access to sources of human blood, such as the young men who are adopted by my son's husband, and of course, for people who don't know or haven't heard this before, the idea of vampire men drinking female blood as this kind of sexual consummation, it's preposterous. I mean, it's a food. The idea of men having sex with somebody whose sustenance they're taking, that's like literally playing with your food. It's like somebody who would be having sex with a pig or a chicken before eating it. Well, yes, I know. My gang stalkers have actually done that, and that's what they pride themselves in. Vampires are not perverts, okay? We're talking about people who would, and they are people, they're a subspecies of humanity. They are simply a people who have a different evolutionary arc than you do, and this is for a reason. They help cull the human herds. The rest of humanity is surprisingly vegetable oriented, and so you're very much the grazers as a species. And I've compared you before based on solid medical research to what you are, and you're kind of like, and this is not intended to be insulting, you're kind of like shrimp or pigs in the sense of omnivorous, but heavy on the grains and heavy on the vegetables. So human beings are a very strange primate in a certain sense, in that they've adapted to eating a certain amount of meat, unlike most primates, which don't, but other primates do, and other primates wage war. And the most violent, vicious meat-eating primates are chimpanzees, aside from man. And so there we have that. And anyhow, so as I was saying, you had this situation where there's this trans drag day, and the reason that I decided to really educate people about that to at least a brief degree was because of this trans woman, Taya Ashton, who was killed in her own apartment. I mean, as said by one of her relations, Taya was just at the beginning of her life, a life that she deserved to live to its fullest. So she was found dead in her home in Suitland, Maryland, this past weekend, and she was shot just before 10 p.m. on Saturday. Neighbors called police when they heard the gunfire, and the police statement reads that the victim was located inside her apartment, suffering from a gunshot wound, and was pronounced dead on the scene. Horrible travesty. Give me a second here. But anyone who looks her up can see she was a beautiful woman at this point in her life. And the police statement that I'm reading from confirms that the police are investigating her death. They're working on identifying suspects and a possible motive. And what they have to say vis-a-vis this statement is, based on preliminary investigation at this time, detectives do not believe this was any random crime. Yet at this point in the investigation, we have uncovered no evidence suggesting Taya's murder was due to her gender identity, but as in all cases, we explore all possibilities. They're trying desperately to avoid saying this was a hate crime, but it most certainly was. Obviously, these are hate crimes that target these individuals because of the way they present themselves to the world in a manner in which other people are provoked. And this is not necessarily because these people are trying to provoke violence, but they're provocative by their very existence. So in terms of the Ashton's grandfather, Stuart Anderson, he was interviewed by the local rag, the Circular Washington Blade, which is, that's an interesting title, isn't it? The Washington Blade, of all things. You think, of course, all I can think of now is the Marvel comics-based films. And so her grandfather said that her family, of course, is devastated. He was quoted as saying, "We saw her. It looked like a struggle might have taken place." And so he and other family members got to her apartment just after the police arrived, and there were no signs of forced entry, which means she may have been killed by someone she knew. But the police have not confirmed this. The transgender advocate who I called, Earline Bud, is the name G goes by. I'll use a gender-neutral pronoun. Her jur statement, that's a gender-neutral pronoun in place of he, his, or her. Jur statement was that today is a somber and sad day for the transgender community as we remember yet another precious life, another life so precious taken away. Transgender individuals are experiencing violence locally around the country every day. There should be no rest in the LGBTQIA plus community. When something as tragic as this happens, our prayers go out to the family of Taya. And basically, as I said earlier, Ashton is the 31st transgender or gender non-conforming person murdered this year that we know of. And Lindsay Clark, who is the person who I often source for these statistics, her community, which goes by the acronym HRC, basically they research homicide, and they're part of the Human Rights Campaign. And as a matter of fact, on the last day of last month, they filed lawsuit against Florida's transgender sports ban, and they are going to litigate all of these other transgender bans all over the United States. And of course, my sympathies are with them. At any rate, they are represented by Lindsay Clark. And what she had to say was that Taya was just at the beginning of her life, and that was the life she had deserved to live to its fullest, and reemphasized that Black transgender women continue to be killed in this country, and this violence is unacceptable. So when it comes to the state of Maryland, Prince George's County Police are asking that anyone with information on Ashton's death call in at 301 area code 516-2512. That's 301-516-2512. Of course, you can always call Crime Stoppers at 866-411-TIPS, TIPS, 866-411-TIPS. Aside from that, to bring us back to the International Drag Day just for a second, that was, well, why do I keep saying that? We're talking about an annual event. It's every year on the 16th of July, and it was created by a particular individual in terms of the individual who advocated for its coming into essence, coming into being. What do I say about that? The name was Adam Stewart. So that was in the year 2009, if I remember correctly. And that was in his mind, his objective was to give drag artists a chance to showcase their creativity and their contributions to gay culture. And again, this is where my resentment comes in. I would think it should be to culture, but of course he meant it well. He meant it that what they gave to gay culture, or via the gay culture, through gay culture, what they give to us all. But it doesn't come out that way to me. It tends to lump dragsters, or rather, as I said, cross-dressers, for me, an infinitely more preferable term, to, everybody else who's happens to be gay. But it was created to basically celebrate drag culture around the world and to give it more exposure and highlight its transition from the marginalized to the mainstream. Of course, the term drag refers to the performance of femininity or masculinity if you're of the gentler sex or the fairer sex, or other forms of gender expression, and it's associated most commonly with drag queens, who are people who are usually male, who perform femininity. And historically, the practice of men playing female roles is as old as theater itself, until the late 17th century in England and the early 19th century in the Papal States of Italia. Acting on stage was considered an immoral occupation for women, so female roles were conventionally portrayed by boys or young men. And it wasn't only in Europe where men played female roles on stage. The classical Japanese theater of kabuki started as an all-female troupe founded by Izumo no Okuni. However, In 1629, women were banned from performing to prevent indecency, and cross-dressed male actors took over all the female roles. And I think this personally was some lobbying effort by the Japanese gay community to get themselves jobs. I'm sorry, I had to say that. I took us back to that, didn't I? At any rate, the men and female roles in the traditional theater, they're known as travesti actors, as in transvestite, right? That's where we get that from. So they can hardly be considered the predecessors of modern drag queens. Now, drag is its own, for lack of a better word, people might call it an art form. It's just a manner of self-expression where you want to dress yourself up like a parade float. Well, have at it. I mean, these people put on like hats shaped like the Golden Gate Bridge and shit. And but this kind of culture began to flourish in music halls and vaudeville, where the female impersonators, the men performing in drag, they enjoyed quite a popularity. And in the early 20th century, female impersonation became tied to the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender community, which at that time was simply known as queer, or it was considered a branch of faggotry, basically. And by the time of the swinging 1960s, drag queens were actively involved in the Stonewall riots. That much is a fact, and they were among the most marginalized people in the gay community. They were often arrested because it was so hard for them to blend in. So the drag culture remained marginalized for decades, and now it's gradually becoming mainstream, largely due to the popularity of RuPaul's Drag Race. And he, of course, is married to a husband who is someone responsible for fracking all over the borders between the United States and Canada, leaving the land of the 49th parallel that divides those cultures, the United States and Canada, with a kind of mortar-like pit in the ground, strip mined, in a very real sense, because they're using clean petrol to basically mine and process shale oil. A very dirty business, if ever there was one. And so RuPaul's husband is involved with that, just to show you that our world is a psychedelic hellscape. Now, although drag culture, and by that I mean drag, not the kabuki or the travesti actors or anything historical, rather this kind of modern development, this mutated offshoot of cross presentation, is commonly associated at this point with the gay community. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, specifically gay men in gay culture, but not all drag queens are gay. People who do drag can be of any gender and sexual identity. They partake in this activity for any number of reasons, mine being, I flatter myself, the most historically based within an ancient subculture of the ninja clans, which of course, well, by modern sensibilities, would mean families, extended families of terrorists. So there you have that. It's part of, really, for me, operational terrorism. Yes. And for those of you who don't know, take a look at my pictures in drag that are embedded in a thumbnail, not only of tonight, but of the last time that I dragged out. And let me take a look at the channel where I can just analyze that for a second, or bring that to your attention. For those of you who are curious and want to play a little visual exploration game, let me tell you something. You can find, if you turn to the Douglas Dietrich channel on YouTube, the last time I dragged out was 2 weeks ago, and that was the 4th of July, Independence Day, cum, meaning combinative, Selina Khan birthday episode. So, and this wonderful woman has done her best to help me. And you'll see me dragged out in red, white, and blue thematic, the red, white, and blue being the wall behind me. And it tried to identify how many knives I have. Though you cannot see it very easily, the knives within view, try and count them. And then there are those that are out of reach of the camera. But the one thing I can tell you that you probably couldn't see otherwise, but you could certainly probably guess it if you simply balance out, I've got 2 blades on one side, I've got 2 blades on the other, right? Meaning if there's 2 on the arm, it's 2 on the other arm as well, and on the legs, and also on the torso, in case most people miss the vest. I'm carrying 12 blades altogether. Now, many people, believe it or not, look at that photograph and they miss the blades completely. And tonight's embedded image, in case you didn't notice, there are 2 blades right behind my arm. And of course, they look very strange with their white bone handles. Most people would not have identified those as blades, but those are white bone handles that are on my arm fixed, and they're of course away from the camera's view directly, but I assure you there's 2 blades right there, and there's more upon my person, so I'm always bladed, and it's something that I use to my advantage when I have to, and or when I'm on a job with of course my criminal affiliates, at which time, like I said, I'm always the vanguard. And it's, Sarah Tom says, you are appreciated and loved, Douglas. Psychedelic hellscape. I love that. And Marky Milk says, you're a beautiful human, Douglas. God bless you. And yes, and so there we are. Nancy Volker was making a joke that she was just making myself feel better, and I'm talking to myself, but thank God that's not the case. And so love you too, Nancy. And of course, our wonderful senora, Veronica Barrera. She says, buenas noches, Douglas. Hola a todos. Yes, buenas noches a todas, Senora Veronica Barrera. Love you, honey. And so glad to have you all with me, and very much appreciate everyone. So with all of that being said, when most people have their, oh God, how would we say this? A little bit more on terminology. I think it's important because my son did say I should educate people about this, and this is because of the tragic murder, that travesty against that trans woman yesterday convinced me, yes, I've got to start bringing some awareness to this, whereas before I was reluctant because I don't want people confusing, someone like these overweight men who just cake their face in makeup and dress themselves with various shower curtains and and they say I'm in drag. I mean, they're just so repulsive to me. I can't stand looking at them. But the term drag queen, as I said, the usually more appropriate might be faux queen, F-A-U-X. They use that for woman portraying an exaggerated presentation of femininity. So that's faux queen would be a woman taking femininity to a level that no female normally presents it. And the term drag artist is becoming increasingly popular because it's more inclusive. But since some people are presenting themselves like this 24 hours a day, then is that art? Well, I guess art can be a lifestyle. But of course, as was mentioned by Nancy Volker, drag queens usually have a drag name. Okay, I do not have one because I am not a drag queen, not presenting myself for the sake of art in the same sense that, well, I would consider my presentation more artistic than most of these fat guys that you see who put on a shower curtain. Anyhow, Nancy Volker says, I'm glad I caught up with you again. Thank you, Nancy. I'm glad you did as well. And so just to finish this up or wrap it up and get out of the subject here, basically, there are some other aspects of that subculture, when it comes to these drag names. Sometimes these guys picket themselves or it's usually given by their friends. As a matter of fact, it's almost like they initiate each other. Their friends who kind of usher them into as a debutante type thing to the rest of their crowd. That would be referred to as a drag mother. And for some drag queens, wearing drag is just a means of self-expression, as I've said, but many of them perform in shows, either as a hobby or even professionally. The process of getting into character can take hours. Do remember that. And those people who are on RuPaul's Drag Queen, which people, Drag Race, RuPaul's Drag Race, people have asked me why I don't do that. Why don't you go on RuPaul's Drag Race? You're talking about an enormous expenditure of time and money and effort. These are people who are investing their fucking life into a ridiculous presentation, which they have to make work for them. It can be worth it if that leads to some kind of networking and connection with something that brings their investment of time, energy, and money back to them with enough exposure. But for many people, that would not be a wise thing to do. That would not be a proper investment of time, energy, and money. But again, the person who created the day itself was Adam Stewart, who founded International Drag Day in 2009. And that was aiming to give drag artists an opportunity to celebrate and promote their culture in what he considered would be a proper manner. I would interpret that myself to mean safely. So it's marked with drag shows and performances, which were heavily impacted this year by COVID-19's new mutation, its new variant, the Delta variant. And so there's also discussions and debates on the role of the drag community in the alternative lifestyles movement and feminism. So there was probably a lot more of that going on virtually this year and last year than, and hopefully by next year things will be back to normal. Of course, I would think that this should emphasize all of this, the challenges that drag artists face on a daily basis, and the differences of drag culture in different countries and other relevant issues. And so for the first time, I'm actually acknowledging the holiday, which, as I said before, I really kind of resented being amalgamated into the gay community. And as I said, the parallel still holds. This is very similar to the term APIA, Asian Pacific Islander American. It's a stupid term. It is a clumsy, awkward, and completely synthetic term. It is totally artificial. And yet it was amalgamated as a neologism that has no real meaning. There's almost no one. Well, certainly there's some people who are half Asian and half Pacific Islander, but it's not even common enough where it would represent an identity. So it's basically a bunch of Asians got together with a bunch of Oceanians, and together they could do something for each other. And it's a kind of symbiotic relationship that has not worked out very well. And it may ultimately be subsumed and tossed aside, or, rendered obsolete and moot. So do bear that in mind. And that is something that a lot of people can't even begin to comprehend what I'm talking about. Why wouldn't it work out? Why aren't these things? Well, this is why you hear terms like a AA PI, or double A American, Asian American. There's different terms coming out now that are separate from Asian Pacific Islander. And it's because, of course, there's the Oceanian community, because they're Native Americans in a sense that they're indigenous to their islands that are now considered territories of the United States. They are Native Americans. And the Native American community has seduced them and called them into kind of a different identity matrix where they feel they might fit in better or would be more advantageous to them. That's one of the factors. And the Asian Americans, of course, they have a far more different experience than many people in the territories do. in the sense that they live on the mainland and, of course, are usually of a much higher income bracket, a far higher educational level. I'm just saying the demographics of it. And so oftentimes the experiences of life are completely different. So these are two very different cultures. But, you know, personally, I would hope that they remain combined just for the sake of our mutual advantage for as long as possible. All right. So with that, I do want to get into some things that other things tonight, but we're going to have to concentrate on the historical aspects that I had promised to get into. They're so in depth. And I've got to prepare myself to talk about my father. And as I've said before, it's not comfortable. Now, so I'll start with the history and gradually work my way there. Not too gradually. I'll get to it first before anything else. In the sense that what I left off with the latest transmission before tonight's was I was talking about how the fascists of Spain, the retro-Nazis, or the Nazis of the classical origins in Europe, whose relations were part of the fascist party of World War II. These fascists were marching through Madrid, the capital of Spain, and they said various things about the Jews and about the threat of communism and the Federation of Jewish Communities in Spain, the FCJE, and that's that particular country's EJC affiliate, and that would be, I believe, the Spanish Jewish community in terms of its the major body of whatever Jews are left in Spain. Now, bear in mind what I explained was that Spain was essentially depopulated of Jews around the time of Christopher Columbus, and it's not like they ever really resettled in any significant numbers. And by the time that Franco took over, it was what the Nazis considered already Judenrein, or free of Jews. So the number of Jews in Spain must number literally in the dozens. And so they said they were going to make certain that these people were deprived of the right to speak. This is what I've said before, is that we cannot afford free speech. We need to have a revocation, a repeal of the First Amendment. I mean, forget the second. The second's not an issue. People are driven to use their guns to kill by crap they find online. Bullets are deadly only when the person motivated to misuse them is indoctrinated by a bunch of poison in the mind that comes via free speech. So free speech has got to go. No other nation on earth has free speech, but people speak quite freely. There is no free speech in Canada. There is no free speech in Australia. What they have is a freedom of expression. You are allowed to express to a degree before it gets unreasonable. This is why they have protection laws for Muslims, with laws against Islamophobia in Canada, and in Australia, of course, may not have something similar, but you're talking about places where there's no constitutional right to free speech. But if you visit those places, unless you're saying something completely irrational and provocative in the most destructive sense, like kill everybody, or blow it all up, man, and repeating that in a way that has to be taken seriously, no one's going to put you in jail. And then if you take a look at Europe, which most people consider democratic and free, they burn books also in the New Germany. Anything with a swastika on the cover and anything that is considered Nazi, it goes into the incinerator in Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany. And if you were to say something about the Jews that was which, by the way, it would be false and it would be a lie, but if you were to say something like that idiot, oh God, what was his name? The guy who was David Irving, that son of a bitch. if you were to go there like that idiot and basically say that, oh, no Jews died in the Holocaust, that it's all a hoax, you will go to jail. David Irving was threatened with jail for what would have been a greater span of his lifetime if he hadn't gone out there and revoked everything he said. He basically said, the Nazis killed more Jews than I could count, and they let him go. And of course, as soon as he got back on American soil, he went back to his bullshit. But now, I'm not even saying we need to follow the route of Germany, which is obviously pretty undemocratic. But I am saying that we have to repeal freedom of speech. Now, this is what brings us to the conundrum. So the Jewish communities were saying they don't want the fascists to be able to speak at all. So what they want is a true censorship and suppression of speech. That's not even ever what I've said, other than for when something is obviously mobilizing people to a destructive action, well, then it shouldn't be allowed. And this is common sense. So the Jews feel that this is something along those lines in Spain. And so that brings us back to what will ultimately bring us back to my father, the case of Julius Streicher. And during the Second World War, as Adolf Hitler rose to power within Germany, my biological father, there were a group of high-ranking Nazis who, you could say, helped indoctrinate the population and also helped Hitler instigate what is propagandized as a reign of terror. Now, following the Second World War, in terms of proactive prosecution of hostilities on the surface world in Europe, the Nuremberg trials took place, in which the few high-ranking members of the NSDAP, the National-So̼Ialistiche or National Socialist Deutsche Arbeiter-Partei, or the German Workers' Party, were placed in front of a trial and judged for their crimes, such as waging war and the Holocaust. And one of these men was Julius Streicher, what most people would consider a vulgarly Judeophobic man who helped to spread hatred across Hitler's Third Reich. So Julius Streicher was by Hitler's side since the very start. He was present when Hitler tried to seize control of Munich during the Beer Hall Putsch, and he was a close friend to the Führer of Großdeutschland, Greater Germany, Führer meaning leader thereof. By the way, the Beer Hall Putsch took place in 1923, the year that my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, the vampiress, was born, or half vampiress. She's really a damn fire, like myself, being hybridized by half. And so she was born on December 5th. The Beer Hall Putsch took place the month before she was born. And that was... she was born very shortly thereafter. Now, in terms of Julius Streicher, he later became the Gauleiter of Franconia, and he's most well known today for being the founder of Der Stürmer, the Stormer, virulently Judeophobic newspaper that spread propaganda against those in Deutschland, or Germany, that were persecuted. So Der Stürmer contained shocking images and accusations, and although Streicher was not a member of the army or the military, after the Second World War was over, as far as the Allies propagandized it, rather the war ended in the continent of Europe, with the cessation of proactive prosecution of hostilities, he was placed on trial for crimes involving the Holocaust. And even though this man had never killed an individual or ordered anyone sent into the ovens, it was found that he was guilty of spreading hate and contributing towards the persecution of European Jewry and other victims, Slavs, Gypsies, certain gays and intellectuals, etc. And for this, he was sentenced to death. And it was with the Nuremberg executions that Streicher was killed by the executioner John C. Woods, the man my father would murder. But his execution did not go to plan. Or by plan of any professional execution. So that brings us back to, of course, October 16th, 1946, the day Michael Aquino was born, 75 years agone, and the martyrdom of Julius Streicher. It's spelled Julius, but it's pronounced Youlius, like Julius. That's a kind of Prussian or Slavic pronunciation. The J is pronounced as a Y. And again, the last name, though it's spelled Striecher, if you were to pronounce that like Dietrich, which is spelled like Diet Rich, most people would think it was Streicher. But no, it's basically Streicher, and or Streicher. And in a written account of Adolf Hitler with his mentor, Dietrich Eckart, Hitler said Streicher was a teacher, an educator in a school, and a lunatic to boot, Hitler's words, but that they could not hope to win without men like Streicher. And actually, Streicher is reported as having an IQ of 102, certainly no genius, but perfectly capable of understanding the difference between truth and lies and the consequences of what he was doing. And you could, of course, simply say, without too many qualms, that Streicher was a loathsome individual. He had zero military power, however, and little political power for most of the war. So a lengthy prison sentence could have sufficed in his case, because Albert Speer was guilty, if you use guilt as in the way the Allies employed it, of much more than Streicher ever was. I mean, publishing a newspaper should not be a capital crime, no matter the content. And for what it's worth, Streicher was also notorious for owning one of Europe's largest collections of pornography and degenerate Kunst, or decadent art. Most or all of it looted by American forces and never recovered. So he was unquestionably, in that sense, certainly what you could probably call a nasty man. However, it is a stretch to make his malfeasance a capital crime. And it is a stain on the honor of any court to permit torture or inhumane treatment to any condemned prisoner. So there was some discussion among the judges about whether being guilty of being a propagandist. I've been a propagandist for the Saddam Hussein regime. Does that merit a death sentence? Well, according to the judges of the Nuremberg courts, in the end, they decided yes. They would, if they were alive today, probably compare him to, say, they would say he was like the Rwandan radio that encouraged that genocide. Now, Charles Manson killed no one with his own hands, but he's deemed to have controlled those who did. Streicher killed no one, but it was deemed his ideas promoted and encouraged those who did. You preach and teach hatred. What other ending would you expect? Well, I think that's all ironic when he was being tried by the American Empire, that at the time had a completely segregated army, required certain races to live in certain areas, couldn't join clubs, couldn't stay in most hotels, were encouraged not to vote and had to sit in separate areas on transport. And the prosecutor at Nuremberg, an American, talks about hatred when the prosecutor's own university and school had no coloreds allowed. Now, I personally would say that, obviously, there's no point in trying to convince anyone listening to regret the death of Stricker, or even necessarily any of the other defendants at the first Nuremberg trials. But it is by all, well, it's simply completely self-evident that the trials themselves were but travesties of justice. Stricker was convicted not of ordering any murders, any enslavement, not even robbery on a vast scale as several of the other defendants were. He was convicted rather of having written odious things. Treating that as a crime is quite contrary to the value of freedom of the press, which the democracies claim they want everywhere. As for the botched executions and the slow strangling of all the defendants to death, that was very similar, I must say, to the slow strangling on the gallows of the July 1944 coup d'etat and assassination attempt terrorists by German army officers and others when my biological father, Adolf Hitler, ordered their executions. So, you could be someone who hates the Nazis and hates Nazism with every bone in your body, but I would still expect of you to think that even the most revolting specimen of humanity by your standards deserves a fair trial and a humane execution if convicted. Stricker was given neither. Now, most fucking Americans would say, well, that's what happens when you're on the losing side in a war. Well, that would be like saying, well, force majeure. Might makes right. That, in other words, if you're able to enforce something down another person's throat, that makes it right. Now, of course, anyone looking at this man would say he got a raw deal. Most people would say he deserved it. But then they would look at the executioner, John C. Woods, looking dumb as a box of hammers, picked by the Allies for just that reason, knowing he would fuck it up. And well, he did. Now, most people dismissed it all this time by concluding that John C. Woods was completely incompetent because, historically, he incontrovertibly, that is, inarguably, lied about his experience. He did not know how to tie the knot properly, never bothered to learn, and he placed it at the back of the head instead of under the left ear and pulled it too tight. It was a standard drop of 6 feet, but he was completely incapable of calculations, and even admitted that he pulled the knot tight so that the condemned would suffer. Now, even if you said, I hate the Nazis and they deserve it, then if you're putting yourself on a higher standard in your own mind, you should have a sense of duty and of mercy. But looking at the executioner's face as recorded on film, knowing the fact that he found his satisfaction from killing as brutally and as slowly as possible, I would say it was fair that he went only a few years later to the same place where it is purported he enjoyed sending so many other people to. John C. Woods suffered himself death by electrocution, died at the age of 39. Of course, that's hard to believe when you take a look at his face several years before he died, and his face looks incredibly older. Of course, the large amounts of alcohol have left the signs. He was drunken all the time. But he found his personal satisfaction in torturing people for as long as possible. Of course, people just assumed that by matter of some kind of synchronicity, some kind of fortunes of war, that the electric current found the right target. And I would hope any sane person, or some person even trying to present themselves as sane would agree he deserved it not less than his victims. Because while serving with the 7th Engineer Brigade in Inuiatak on the Marshall Islands on the 21st of July in 1950, John C. Woods himself died from electrocution while attempting to repair an engineer lighting set. And he's buried in Toronto Township Cemetery, Toronto, Kansas. Now, of course, as we've discussed, the late Seththeistic or Satanic High Priest, later on, a person who laterally transferred, so to speak, into the cult of the kings of Edom, the founder of the Temple of Set, Michael Aquino, was born that night of the hangings. Basically, for those of you who are not familiar, on October 16th of 1946, coincident with the Stadt Nuremberg, or the city of Nuremberg, executions of 10 prominent members in the political and military leadership of the Third Realm, das Dritte Reich. Basically, that execution of these men of great power was conspired as an anti-godly, allied human sacrificial ritual immolating what was supposed to be a dozen men of power unto the nullity, precepts ushering in a 13th apostasal, an apostate apostle, the Antichristos. But of the dozen deigned to die, 3 of them sabotaged the sacrifice, one by escape, Martin Bormann, another by suicide, Hermann Göring, birthing thusly an imperfect apostasal, an apostate apostle of darkness, in place of the intended Antichrist he would ultimately swear himself to serve. And on his own natality, Dr. Michelangelo Aquino, PhD, Colonel, United States Army, quote-unquote retired, he wrote his own commentary into his Seth-authored, as opposed to self-authored. He believed it was a case of automatic writing, instead believing himself possessed by Satan himself. His magical text entitled The Book of Coming Forth by Night, as published circa 1975. Within that work you'll find him saying, and I read therefrom, "Creators of magical happenstance may take note of the following concerning the persona of Michael Aquino. He was born in 1946, precisely 9 months after a working by Crowley's California disciples to create a homunculus, per a secret instruction of Crowley's, to the IX degree of his Ordo Templi Orientis. He was also born dead, raising the question of the nature of the force inhabiting his subsequently revived body. On his chest he bears the same horrid swastika of hair borne by Crowley and the Buddha, and his eyebrows have always been naturally curled upward into the horns described in the biblical book of Revelation, chapter 13, verse 11. He has taken the name of the Prince of Darkness as a part of himself, Ra-in-Seth, he who speaks as Seth." And so he died on the 28th of June, but yesteryear, in the 2020th year in our Lord, his years of military service, or rather disservice to humanity, being from 1968, at the height of the Vietnam War, to 1990. After the fall of the Berlin Wall, with the war in Kuwait, Operation Desert Storm. He and I served in that same battle. Thereafter, of course, his death precluded further public exposure in preemption of future controversies vis-a-vis his crimes. Of course, we have no punishment that is actually, how would I say it? Commensurate. We have no punishments commensurate with the crimes of Michael Aquino, and indeed most of these are crimes against nature itself, crimes for which there is no law upon the books, because no one has ever really conceived of people breaking the laws of nature the way Michael Aquino did. Of course, we're talking about a man who was considered a quote-unquote a super grade, the federal bureaucratic equivalent of a military rank of general, who ultimately was deputy secretary, the deputy executive of the National Security Agency itself, the Puzzle Palace. Now, the United States Army hangman, who Michael Aquino looked on as kind of a godfather, the man who helped bring him into this world via the ritual that preceded his birth as a dead child, born a blue baby, who, of course, was able to recover life with the artificial means that were brought to bear by the medical industrial complex. Here we have the person who pulled the cosmic trigger that resulted in all the slot machines rolling up lemons and Aquino spewing out of that womb. That man who supposedly triggered the occult event of Aquino's birth, the U.S. Army hangman John C. Woods from Wichita, found his fame by intentionally botching executions, especially of the high-ranking NAtional-So̶Ialistiche, the Nazis, to ensure their agonizing death, but was destined to die his own mysterious death. Yes, that John C. Woods lied to the U.S. Army, got them to promote him to the position of the official hangman of the Nazis at Nuremberg, and he made sure they suffered as they died. And in his career as a hangman, let it be known that this was a man who hanged. Yes, hung implies something completely different. He hanged so many men as to effectively lose count. This was somebody who took full advantage of his position to wreak havoc upon the world at taxpayer expense. Probably the most thoroughly repulsive human being that has ever walked the surface of the earth, aside from Judas Iscariot, an individual deserving of not a single sympathy. And of course, when it comes to what else is it that I wish to remember, and do forgive me, of course, most of the time when I get to this point in life, let me try and recall the number of people James C. Woods actually killed. He professed to all who would listen how he had committed 347 successful hangings over the last 15 years of his misspent life. 347 people. And that's just by hanging. As my father suspected, he was a true serial killer. There may have been scores more, certainly probably dozens, that are not added to that tally because they could not be officially admitted to. So, Woods is officially credited by the United States Army as executing 92 men consigned to death. Many of the killings that he conducted against native Germans who were defending Die Vaterland, or the fatherland, against the occupiers, were hanged without being counted onto that official tally because they were considered terrorists not worthy of recognition as human life. The 92 men he's credited with executing would be American soldiers sentenced to die, probably the Nuremberg 10. Many American men who were executed had their records wiped out, so they could not be counted officially. When Wood said he executed 347 of them, believe me, he's not lying. On his way to Eniwetok, he probably spent some time in Japan, where many black men were being executed, so they would never return home to tell about the crimes committed against them overseas in Asia. Now, again, think about the fact that these 10 Nazi war criminals hanged by Master Sergeant John C. Woods after their conviction at the Nuremberg trials following World War II. Of the 10 men he was charged with hanging, quite a few of them were never killed by a broken neck by any autopsy standards, but that's how a hanging is supposed to work. But instead, all these convicted Nazis died a slow death by strangulation at the end of Woods' noose. One quote-unquote Nazi, a member of the German military, Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, is recorded as taking a full half hour, 28 agonizing minutes to die. Now, of course, it was always rationalized that Master Sergeant Woods was bad at his job, but it's known that he was deliberately bad at his job, taking a perverse pleasure in the slow and torturous deaths of the condemned. Now, of course, your average fucking American would say, oh, this makes his handiwork all that much more fitting for some of the 20th century's greatest monsters. But if they looked at the footage and see how John C. Woods took to all the killings with morbid fascination, here we have a Wichitan developing a career of killing people badly. Americans might think they're all bad people badly because you've been indoctrinated to hate beyond any sense of compassion. He was thrust into the world spotlight at the end of World War II as the hangman of Nazi war criminals, all of them dying not from broken necks, as would be expected with hangings, but from slow, excruciating strangulation, with the German Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel taking 28 minutes to die, a full half hour, as one might say. Woods, of course, bragged about these hangings. His face was plastered on newspapers, magazines, and newsreels, and it's been over 7 decades since Woods experienced his own bizarre death. But I'll get to that point. Now, as for the early life and military career of John C. Woods, it's all a crowded backstory. It's a clouded backstory, which I'll try to crowd in as many facts as I can. What is known is that Woods was born on the 5th of June in 1911. My dad was in 1919, so when my dad was born in October 23rd of 1919, that made my dad younger than Woods. And Woods was born in Wichita and attended Wichita High School, later renamed East High School. He dropped out after only 2 years, joining the United States Navy in 1929, and then going AWOL, absent without leave, after serving only a few months. Now, Woods was dishonorably discharged with a diagnosis of psychopathic inferiority sans psychosis. That means psychopathic inferiority complex, where he's not supposed to be psychotic enough to do anyone harm. Oh, was that diagnosis ever disproven? And this term, psychopathic inferiority sans psychosis, that was coined in Germany in the late 1880s, or sometime maybe the mid-1880s, to describe irredeemable criminals who had a mix of violent and antisocial characteristics. So Woods returned to Kansas after the Navy, and remember, my father had him dishonorably discharged, and he worked in a variety of construction and farm-related jobs in Greenwood and Woodson counties during the Great Depression. He worked for a time for the CCC, the Civilian Construction Corps of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, but he was dishonorably charged from that after 6 months. He also worked at Boeing as a tool and die maker. Now, John Clarence Woods was born on the 5th of July, right after the holidays, 4th of July, that is, in Wichita, Kansas, raised by his grandmother following his parents' divorce when he was only 2 years of age. He made it as far as Wichita High School, but dropped out after attending only 2 years. Now, his grandmother raised him after his parents' divorce, but I guess that leaves us saying he was both born and raised in Wichita, Kansas, and joined the U.S. Navy to get as far away as possible in 1929, only to go AWOL, absent without leave, but a few months later. And as punishment, the United States Navy delivered a dishonorable discharge, citing the diagnosis of psychopathic inferiority sans psychosis, a comprehensive explanation commonly found in irredeemable criminals. As I said, those that show the most violent characteristics without any capability of resocializing. Now, go back to the year he was born, 1911. Then he's abandoned by his parents, raised by his grandparents in small town Kansas, dropped out of high school, and after struggling to find work, joined the U.S. Navy, only to find out that following orders apparently wasn't for himself, and after going AWOL, absent without leave, he was caught, declared a constitutional psychotic, and dismissed. Again, on December 3rd, just a few days before my late and sainted Cyrus's, my womb matron's, my mother's birthday, John C. Woods joined the U.S. Navy. However, as I said, when he went AWOL, and I have to keep repeating this to get it out about my father because this is hard for me to do. Then my father wrote the report and his suspicions about this man, to the point where Woods was convicted by a general court-martial and examined by a psychiatric board in April of 1930, where it was determined that Woods suffered from psychopathic inferiority sans psychosis and was deliberately discharged. Now, to read from that discharge paper, which I hold a copy of, it says, "This patient though not intellectually inferior, gives a history of repeatedly running counter to authority both before and since enlistment. Stigmata of degeneration are present, and the patient frequently bites his fingernails. He has a benign tumor on the soft palate, for which he refuses operation. His commanding officer and division officers state that he shows ineptitude and does not respond to instruction. He is obviously poor service material. This man has had less than 5 months of service. His disability is considered to be an inherent defect for which the service is in no way responsible. That's to prevent him from getting any welfare bennies the rest of his life on the taxpayers' back via the U.S. Army pensions. He is not considered a menace to himself or others. Wow, he must have been really sucking cock for them to write that down. Now, for years, he bounced from one job to another with little success, found himself in a scandalous marriage, and was busted for floating a bad check. When World War II broke out, Woods was drafted into the U.S. Army as a combat engineer. His former discharge, dishonorably so, from the U.S. Navy was either completely undetected or rather intentionally ignored. And he found himself, well, as I said, again, I hate this man so much. I want to try and come to terms with relating his story to you simply to be able to speak of my father's part in killing him. Oh, we have Jameson Reese back with us. Jameson, thank you. This is one of those things when I'm going to try and take a short break to catch my breath. And just thinking about this man makes me sick. He says the lights just came back on. Jameson, can you talk? So if he's able to communicate with me, he must hear me. He seems to be talking through the so let's bring him on call here and see what we can do. So let's give him a call. Here we are. There we are. Okay. That's wonderful. So can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Look, I'm at a crucial point. I need to talk about this guy, but I hate him so much. I got to take a breath. So if you could come on and hold the stage for a little bit, I'll refresh myself, eat some of these hard-boiled eggs,
Yeah. Sorry about that. My power just literally just cut off.
No worries, dude. I mean, I knew whatever it wasn't voluntary. I knew you wouldn't just desert your post like that. Come on, I know you better than that. I know that, that's not something you would do. So do me a favor, son, and love you dearly. Take over the stage here for a bit, and I'm sure you can handle it if your lights are coming back on and you're able to interact with me. You can probably look up a story to relate to people. And
no doubt.
And I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to go mute for now, devour some of these hard-boiled eggs when I return, but just refresh myself a little bit first, breathe, and center myself to cover this, subject, which is so repulsive to me. All right, then, let's go mute, and you'll be on in my place, young man. Thank you again for having the conscientiousness to return to us.
No doubt. All right, folks. Yeah, we just had a power outage that literally cut everything off while I think Daniel Arola was on while that happened. It was very strange. It seems to have hit our community, but it doesn't seem like it hit like the entirety of New York, which is a good thing. I guess they had some kind of maintenance or something where they pulled power down, or maybe something just burnt out. I really do not know. The good thing about it was I was at least able to I was at least had the mindset to use the generator that I had and plug in the fan, because it was literally like burning hot in here. All right, so we have a lot going on in this world today, and as of yesterday, we did have China got hit with massive rainstorms. There are many people missing, many people dead, without a doubt. I was able to catch some footage. I actually saw footage of. I saw one piece of footage where people are running past this area where there's a hole. I think a sinkhole must have formed, and this kid is like sitting right on the edge of the sinkhole, and all of a sudden the ground just caves in and swallows him up. And the guy who was walking past him managed to dodge it, like just barely. So there's clearly a lot of deaths that happened as a result of that. At this point, I do not think that the surface world is really inhabitable for humanity anymore, and I would say we would have a lot of resistance to go deeper into underground. Now, I'm looking at the article right now. At least 25 dead as rain's deluge hit China's Henan province. This is from July 21st, yesterday. At least 25 people have died in China's flood-stricken city province of Henan. A dozen of them in a subway line in its capital of Zhengzhou, and more rains are in the forecast for the region. About 100,000 people have been evacuated in Zhengzhou, an industrial and transport hub where rail and road links were disrupted. Dams and reservoirs have swelled to warning levels, and thousands of troops are taking part in the rescue effort in the province. 12 people died and more than 500 were pulled to safety after a subway tunnel flooded, state media reported, while social media images showed train commuters immersed in chest-deep waters in the dark in one station, reduced to a large brown pool. The water reached my chest, a survivor wrote on social media. I was really scared, but the most terrifying thing was not the water, but the diminishing air supply in the carriage. Now, this is also coming as, of course, we know the coronavirus and all that other stuff. So, I mean, there's a lot more deaths that are going to come as a result of that even. The rain halted bus services in the city of 12 million people, about 400 miles southwest of Beijing, said a resident surnamed Guo, who had spent the night at his office. That's why many people took the subway and the tragedy happened. Wow, Gao, I don't know how to pronounce that, told Reuters. At least 25 people have died in the torrential rain and have lashed the province since last weekend, with 7 missing, officials told a news conference on Wednesday. The dead included 4 residents of the city of Gongyi, located on the banks of the Yellow River, like Zhengzhou, following the widespread collapse of homes and structures because of the rains. More rain is forecast across Henan for the next 3 days, and the People's Liberation Army has sent more than 5,700 soldiers and personnel to help with search and rescue, and hopefully they could send Jackie Chan in there too. And he can, you know, since he's now all of a sudden a commie. From Saturday to Tuesday, 617 millimeters, which is 24.3 inches of rain fell in Xinjiang, almost the equivalent of its annual average of 25.2 inches. Wow. The 3 days of rain matched a level seen only once in 1,000 years, the Xinjiang Weather Bureau said. Like recent heat waves in the United States and Canada and extreme flooding seen in Europe, the rainfall in China was almost certainly linked to global warming, scientists told Reuters. Now, that may be so, but where is China as far as trying to stop the carbon footprint? There is some degree of harsh karma here. I hate to say it. Such extreme weather events will likely become more frequent in the future, said Johnny Chan, a professor of atmospheric science at City University of Hong Kong. What is needed is for governments to develop strategies to adapt to such changes. And currently, I would say globally, we have none, he added, referring to authorities at city, province, and national levels. Many train services were suspended across Hainan, a logistics hub with a population of about 100 million. Highways have also been closed and flights delayed or canceled. By Wednesday, media said flood and water supplies had run out for hundreds of passengers stranded on a train that had stopped just beyond the city limits of Xinjiang 2 days earlier. Roads were severely flooded in a dozen cities in the province. Flood prevention efforts have become very difficult, President Xi Jinping said. Flood prevention efforts have become very difficult. Yeah, he drops these really stupid one-liners just like Trump. President Xi Jinping said in a statement broadcast by state television. Dozens of reservoirs and dams breached danger levels. Local authorities said the rainfall has caused a 20-meter breach in the Yayatan Dam in the city of Laoyang, west of Xinjiang, and that the dam could collapse at any time. The Xinjiang itself, where about 100,000 people have been evacuated, the Gaozhizhui Reservoir has been breached, but there was no dam failure yet. Chinese companies, insurers, and state-backed banks say they have offered donations and emergency aid to local governments in Henan, amounting to 1.935 billion yuan, which is 299 million American dollars. Schools, hospitals cut off. Taiwan's Foxconn, which operates a plant in Xinjiang assembling iPhones for Apple, said there was no direct impact on the facility. Of course, iPhones, because iPhones are invincible. Yeah, everyone needs an iPhone. The China's largest automaker, SAIC Motor, warned of a short-term impact on logistics at its plant there, while Japan's Nissan said production at its factory had been suspended. This actually looks very good for Taiwan, considering that there is no impact on their facility. So that does say something in their favor. Schools and hospitals were marooned, and people were caught in floods, flocked to shelter in libraries, cinemas, and museums. We've up to 200 people of all ages seeking temporary shelter, said a staffer surnamed Wang at the Xinjiang Science and Technology Museum. We provided them with instant noodles and hot water. They spent the night in a huge meeting room. After the first affiliated hospital of Xinjiang, the city's largest, lost all power, officials raced to find transport for about 600 critically ill patients. There's no telling how many people probably died as a result of that. The neighboring province of Hebei issued a storm alert for some cities, including Zhejiang, its capital, warning of moderate to heavy rain from Wednesday. Wow, this is the longest story I've ever seen on Reuters. So I am actually kind of impressed by the fact that they had that journalism. Of course, we know the Olympics opening ceremony director dismissed after past comments on Holocaust. Wow. This is interesting. Tokyo, July 22nd. The director of the opening ceremony of the Tokyo 2020 Olympics has been dismissed, organizers said on Thursday, following news reports about his past comments on the Holocaust. That's all they have. They don't have any more. All right, I'm going to jump onto another website. We know that one of the important things we're going to be hearing about is going to be the U.S. and German deal on the controversial pipeline that Biden sees as Russia's geopolitical project, which I think he's right in that assessment. The U.S. announced Wednesday that it has reached a deal with Germany that would allow completion of the controversial Nord Stream 2 pipeline, opposed by the Biden administration as a malign influence project that Russia could use to gain leverage over European allies. And I do think he might be right in that respect. While we remain opposed to the pipeline, we reached the judgment that sanctions would not stop its construction and risk undermining a critical alliance with Germany, as well as the EU and other European allies, a senior State Department official said on Wednesday. The announcement is unlikely to end bitter divides over the pipeline, with U.S. lawmakers condemning the agreement. Ukrainian officials immediately weighing in to say they are lodging diplomatic protest, and even U.S. acknowledging their opposition to the project remains firm. Without a doubt, Ukraine would be pissed because that would cross over Ukraine to get into Germany. I would say empathically that we still oppose Nord Stream 2. We still believe it's a Russian geopolitical malign influence project. None of that has changed, the senior official said. President Joe Biden said late Wednesday that at this stage of the project, there was no way to halt its completion. Nord Stream is 99% finished. The idea that anything was going to be said or done was going to stop it was not possible, Biden said in Kentucky, after a CNN town hall before returning to Washington. But I had, as you know, very, very fruitful discussions with Angela Merkel, and she's working and the German government on a commitment that suggests if in fact Russia takes pains to deliberately inflict pain on Ukraine and other countries, they will respond.
Hopefully there'll be a response. Yes, please go on. Is that Biden? Biden talking?
Yeah. Okay. Well, the thing is, with the way Germany has neutered itself after post-World War II, in attempts to appease, especially
the West, everybody.
The West and everybody. I don't know if their response is going to be a significant one. An attempt to prevent Russia from, I'm pretty sure that Ukraine will respond, though, without a doubt.
The problem is, of course, that Ukraine is limited by its resources, and obviously the people have been fighting for their national life and their existence for years now at this point. I mean, they're the front line of Europe's existence at this point. And I do have confidence that Europe will triumph in the end, simply because of Russia's own its degeneracy and corruption at this point in history. But it will get a lot worse before it gets better. But go on.
An attempt to prevent Russia from using the pipelines to increase European dependence on its energy supplies.
Jesus.
Germany has agreed to take a series of measures meant to mitigate the risk to European energy security, to Ukraine and to the European Union and NATO countries close to Russian borders. In the past, Russia has cut off energy supplies to other countries, including Ukraine.
Yeah.
Germany has really committed to take swift action, the senior official said in call with reporters. There are a number of tools that Germany and the EU have at their disposal to push back against Russian aggression or malign activities. We'll see about that.
I hope this actually leads to war. Honestly, if it does, it'll be best for everybody. The Germans will be forced.
At this point, I should hope humankind even remembers how to fight war.
Thank you. You know where they'll have to go? They'll have to go back to Africa to find some people who know how to conduct violence. And seriously.
Yeah. And they could go to Africa and the Middle East and hire everyone out as mercenaries. Yeah, seriously. I mean, it's a serious option, and obviously they can learn from their example. That's certainly, of course, the biggest problem is when it comes to the Middle East. A lot of times the violence is, I got to admit, the Palestinians, but then again, they're living in a giant prison, but considering their limitations, you can't help but admire the fact that they were able to sustain the conflict for the period of time that they did, firing out salvo after salvo of rockets, despite the Israelis supposing to be able to pinpoint them with microscopic accuracy, using drones and artificial intelligence and satellites combined, and they still carried on the conflict as long as they did. I mean, that's remarkable. Even more impressive is their condom bombs.
Yes. Oh, those are delightful. Yes, and those are the ones the Israelis want to make war crimes.
Because those are the ones they can't do anything about.
Yeah, they can't stop. Yes, so true. And
See that this is the thing. They don't like unconventional warfare because they don't have any way of stopping it. So while everyone's over relying on technology, everyone's buying like the newest gadgets and shit and gizmos to try to counter other gadgets and gizmos. The war is going to be won by someone using a freaking balloon.
Yes, thank you. And it just goes to show that you cannot win a guerrilla war except by complete and total genocide. The Israelis cannot get away with that because the world is watching. So they're stuck with this chicken shit, high technology, drop 1,000 bombs from 20,000 feet in the air, bomb them from the stratosphere, and look at what happens. I mean, they're actually stuck with a worse problem than they had before. And as I said, this was the first time that Arabs who have Israeli citizenship were waving Palestinian flags inside Israel itself in solidarity with the Palestinians on the Gaza Strip. So at this point, Israel created its own internal insurgency with the kind of policies that they've been enforcing to this point. And the best for them will be a division between these kind of extremists and those that are more liberal and tolerant. And there we have that. With that, I'll go mute again so people don't hear me finish this second egg off, and you can go back to what you're sharing with the public. And obviously, at some point, Russia's going to try and manipulate this by resource manipulation, and it will ultimately force probably a war. And at that point, then Europe will be forced to basically take Moscow in order to ensure a regular and uninterrupted supply. And there you have it. Let's pray.
The best bet would be to try to take it out from the inside right now, rather than even letting it even get to that point.
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
I don't know if anything clandestine is really going to work in the Kremlin at all. I don't think strategically it would be possible. I don't know.
Yeah, that would be It would be difficult. It's not impossible, but I don't know if they have the apparatus for it. The problem is that there are no real professional espionage organizations in Europe. The French probably have one, but and they have gotten into conflict with Turkey. But penetrating Russia would be the biggest problem. Would be getting caught, of course, and then that leads to war anyway. So you might as well just wait until it gets to war. It's just one of these things where at some point or another regime change is necessary. I mean, there's people who are arguing, and I can understand their perspective. They're just saying that the Biden's administration is talking about regime change in communist China, just as Trump did. Of course, none of these people are seriously saying they're going to actively try to change the regime in communist China. But everybody knows that things cannot go on the way they're going on right now with a man-mad, Xi Jinping, who's basically North Korea's Kim Jong-il. It's Kim Jong-un this time.
He's arguably worse than Putin.
Yes.
In some respects.
Yeah, yeah.
In many respects, honestly.
Yeah. And just look at the power the man has. Imagine Putin or Kim Jong-un with everything that the dictator of China has got, and in an active state of genocidal conflict, no less. It's how long can the world tolerate this? But people are saying, oh, you can't, expect any regime change that's just going to make the Chinese more reactionary and more loyal to him just out of spite of the rest of the world trying to change their regime. I mean, they are, after all, exposed to no other information. They've got the place, behind the great Chinese electronic firewall, and they're just pumping them nonstop propaganda. Later on, I might tell, not tonight probably, but at some point I'll have to tell people, if China does succeed in becoming a world power greater than that of the United States, the world will change. You will not recognize the world you live in at that point.
I don't think we want to live in that world.
No.
Quite honestly, that's when it's time to take the cyanide pill and check out.
Yeah. As bad as it is now, that's not a world. As I said, even a stuck clock is right 2 times a day. When it got to the point where I have to give Trump at least some credit for starting a Cold War, then this shows you how bad it is. That's how bad the situation is. Okay. Thank you, son. Keep going for a little bit longer. I'll go mute again for a few minutes. Finish this up.
All right. We don't threaten our partners, the senior State Department official said, adding that the administration engaged Ukraine on deliberations with Germany and expects to work trilaterally with Ukraine. Ukrainian officials immediately registered their disappointment and disapproval, with the country's foreign minister taking to Twitter. Honestly, I have to say something about this. It's really lame now that, we're hearing in news about what people are doing on social media.
Thank you. Yeah, when did it come to that?
Who cares about him talking about something on Twitter? I mean, goodness sake. It was like when Trump was in office. Trump tweeted that he doesn't like purple birds. Who fucking cares?
Thank you.
It's like every 10 seconds. It was every 10 seconds with that guy. It was just like...
awful. It was awful. It was a nightmare. It was just, you couldn't escape this motherfucker crawling into your head. And just like a turd in your brain, just honestly, he just couldn't stop, and he wouldn't shut up. So glad he got taken off social. This is why we have to do away with the First Amendment. Honestly, it's you do not have the right to be in my fucking head 24 hours a day. Anyhow, go on.
Yeah, well, First Amendment is only protected for those in power. It's not protected for people who the state doesn't give a shit about anyway.
Yeah.
So I mean, it by that virtue is pretty much null and void anyway. It's a bullshit amendment.
Right. Yeah. It's definitely true. By the way, can you check into in my own golden state of California, for those who don't believe what I said about a red Republican insurgency here, see if you can find this. Oh, and by the way, did you have a chance to look up that poor young trans woman who was murdered? As I said, that was when your lights went out. And I take it we probably won't find out the source of that until tomorrow. But I'm presuming that something happened to take out the lights in your part of Staten Island.
I don't know what the hell happened. I just found it weird. I was like, oh yeah, I'm fairly certain it has nothing to do with the broadcast.
Yeah, I know.
It seemed to be like my neighborhood, my community. So it's like my area code. I don't know why or what, but whatever. I mean, hopefully we're not reaching a point where energy is going to start to be rationed off.
I doubt it'll be there yet. We got a while yet before then, so let's not worry about that. So I believe the young lady's name was, I'll enter it here, and if there's any further information you can find out about her, it would be interesting, because she was just murdered yesterday, and like I said, they are seeking any kind of information that anybody has. I do want to remind people that if you have any information, do call in Prince George's County in Maryland. The police are asking that anyone with any information on Ashton's death call 301-516-2512. That's 301-516-2512. Or Crime Stoppers at 866-411-TIPS. That's by the way, I hate those fucking letter designations. I'm not quite sure what the number for that is, because they should have a converter like that on hand, something you can access on the computer. But it's 866-411-TIPS for that. And aside from that, I do want our man Jameson Reese to see if he can find something about, there was a man arrested here in California.
Yes. A 27-year-old man was charged with killing a transgender woman in Suitland, Maryland. Was arrested over the weekend when he ran onto the metro tracks at Pentagon City, police said.
Holy shit. So there we are. So this is by the way, we're talking about the Capital District almost. I mean, this is right near Washington, D.C., I believe. And so if he's going into the Pentagon City, that's, the city that's completely parasitic on the Pentagon. There we have that. And but aside from that, there was also a California man who was arrested with an arsenal of weapons and a racist manifesto, I believe. If you can find anything on that. That was not too long ago, but literally like a few days ago at the most by now. And what I'll do is I will go mute and, finish this hard-boiled egg, get myself back into some shape and to monologue. But I'm so glad Jameson Reese is back. Honestly, we could not carry on the show without him. And it's just like, Daniel Arola did his best for a little bit, talking about his time with the Chippendales, of all things, which is, there you go. That talk about a group of misfits.
All right, so this is from the 16th. California man was arrested with an arsenal of weapons in a racist manifesto, officials say. A California man is in custody after police found a cache of weapons, ammunition, and racist writings in his vehicle, saying he wanted to wipe out black, Hispanic, and Jewish populations, officials said.
Yeah, well, it's just everybody, right?
Basically, everyone who's non-white. I mean,
yeah.
Wesley Charles Martinez. This really goes right to what you were saying about the Hispanics being at war for the whites, with the whites, against everyone who's not white.
Yeah, the self-loathing.
Which you said,
yeah,
and that was like years ago.
Thank you.
That was back when you were on Revolution Radio.
Thank you. Yes.
Wesley Charles Martinez, 32, was stopped by Campbell police officers on July 9th, officials say, after a local business owner alerted police shortly after midnight that someone was prowling the area, peering into vehicles and a storage shed. These guys always do some weird ass shit to get themselves caught.
I'm sorry, I had my earbuds off. What did he do?
He was like prowling in the area, peering into vehicles in a storage shed. I mean,
what the fuck?
If you're on a clandestine mission, why would you do something suspicious that draws attention to yourself? Oh my God!
Yeah, it's that white privilege. But then again, he's got this Hispanic as hell name. So he probably considers himself like white through the light skin color more than anything else.
Yeah. A white Hispanic.
Oh my God. And at any rate, obviously one of the, like the MAGA bomber, the MAGA pipe bomber, if you remember, Daniel Roller remembered his name because, as I told people before, he was actually kind of pivotal in the guy getting caught because he was a former Chippendale dancer like Daniel Roller. But anyhow, so go on with what you're saying.
Responding officers found assault-style rifles, a handgun, body armor, and ammunition, along with what was believed to be an inactive pipe bomb in Martinez's truck, according to a statement from Santa Clara County District Attorney's Office. Police seized a journal that included the racist and anti-Semitic writings, along with a plan to go to sporting goods store, dress up as an employee, and tie everybody up, the statement said. Wow. This is
and what did he hope to accomplish by this?
I don't know, but I'm looking at him. They show his picture. He's a dumb, fat, ugly, white son of a bitch. We feel a crisis was averted, Campbell Police Captain Ian White told CNN, saying there may have been a plan to target a local business. There was a significant threat to the public, he said, noting investigators hope to learn more to understand the motive behind the arsenal. Some of the bullets were personally inscribed with phrases that included, "To a widow from the Grim Reaper, cop killer," and "a good start," according to the DA's office statement. So the guy is just probably fucking deranged.
Yeah.
He looks like he has more than a few screws loose anyway.
But to take the time to do that is like, oh my God, just the fantasy that he's living through in his head. He's seeing all of the violence repeat itself in slow motion. Anyhow, so do go on.
Yeah, well, with all that time, he could have probably hit the gym and, started talking to women.
Yeah, imagine that. Well, then he'd be halfway functional, and then he wouldn't be, all these guys that can't even,
Yeah, these guys are like ugly incel pieces of shit who got nothing else going for them.
Yes.
He tried to rationalize everything, insisting there was no ill intent, White said, adding that Martinez did not resist in any way. Once again, law enforcement saved lives before blood and tears flowed, said Santa Clara County District
that's
Attorney
almost poetic.
Jeff Wilson, in a statement. Yeah. I mean, this guy. Yeah. Well, the district attorney likes to write poetry, defending cops, I guess. All of us have a role in stopping the next mass shooting, suicide, or domestic violence murder.
Oh my God, that sounds like a official, how would you call it? Like a federal government sponsored infomercial or something.
Yeah, I know. That's this guy's statement. They just have this almost cookie cutter generic talk as if they're on TV or some shit. Please call law enforcement if you know that someone is armed and dangerous. And
we'd all be calling in our neighbors with that, right?
Shit. I mean, it's probably going to reach that point.
Because every other American is armed and dangerous. Okay, let me, now that I've finished the, let me go pick my teeth. I'll be back in a second.
I don't even know why they're holding this guy on bail.
He gets bail? Holy shit!
They're holding him on $300,000 bail.
Jesus Christ. I mean, you're right. Why is this guy on bail? That should not be happening. And Nancy
White privilege doesn't exist.
Yes.
What are you talking about, white privilege? It's the elite who are privileged. Yeah. Okay. Next time someone...
that's another thing they say. You know what? I'll have to address that sometime soon. Not tonight. There's several things I have to address. These kinds of mimetic tropes that the white people do keep regurgitating. They keep repeating this. Yeah. That
those deflections are not only offensive. I say, listen, I rather a white person just say, listen, I hate you because you're a black and you're a nigger. I'll be like, well, good. At least you're fucking honest, you piece of shit. Rather than them saying, oh, there's no white privilege. It's the elite. They want to fight.
They want to divide us against each other.
I mean, how many freaking times have I heard that? I mean, I've heard that like, oh my gosh, every other person has said that shit, and it's just ridiculous.
It would be funny if it weren't so tragic. By the way, Nancy Volker says, I'm going to say goodnight and God bless. I'm on the East Coast. It's been a pleasure. And Sarah Thomas, she put up the clapping hands. She said, Jameson's back. So, God bless both you ladies. And Nancy Volker, I hope you can at least hear this good night from myself. Love you dearly. Hopefully, if you don't hear it now, you'll hear it later. And she was saying that this guy I was describing, John C. Woods, it was a mess, that good men die in combat. Well, men like him go on to live forever. Of course, well, my father took care of that in his case. In the meantime, or rather the man who raised and guided me. In the meantime, I'm glad Sarah Thomas found that amusing. I was describing most of these guys who claim this title of drag. I mean, again, like I said, they're dressing like parade floats. I mean, it's not like, they're artistically presenting themselves as women. It's more like almost, I hate to say it, really.
I literally, the other day, I passed like two guys who were in drag. And, they didn't even try to shave their faces.
Oh, my God. See, at that point, it's almost like...
It was like satire.
It's like an insult to femininity. I mean, honestly, if these guys do what they do, it's almost like this is why I was so reluctant to try and bring up the International Drag Days, because there's so many of these people who really it's an offensive presentation.
Yeah. I mean, and I'm sure a lot of them aren't even like transgendered. They're not. I'm sure a lot of them are probably even straight guys. Yeah. Just, I don't know what the hell they want to do that for. I mean, I can see if you had the beauty to pull it off. But if you're someone who just has a bear gut and, hairy legs and
Thank you.
They didn't fucking try.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you were able to hear what I said about Lena Shea's husband. I think your lights went out at that time, but later on you can hear it on the replay. But it's like like I said about him. I mean, this guy was he looked like Xi Jinping or J. Edgar Hoover. And this guy was, dressing up as a woman, and everywhere he went, it was all the kids would point him out. Look at that. That's an ugly man, and it's like, it's just masochism. At that point, there's some kind of bizarre masochism involved.
Wait a minute. He dressed like a woman?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah. There is some masochism involved. It's like this person wants to be victimized, so that they can complain about the
victimization. Yeah, I mean that's why I'm so reluctant about this whole drag day thing. It's that's what it comes down to for me. And not only that, but they're almost like taking the ideal of feminism and turning it into something grotesque. I mean, it's really kind of an insult.
Yeah, it's beyond grotesque. Even the ugliest woman has something feminine about her that a man cannot replicate. I mean,
most men at least.
Well, most men, yeah. I mean, because there are what you would call there are some differences which someone with an eye for it would be able to see. Well, The only reason I have an eye for it is because I spend my days drawing women almost all the time.
Yes, yes.
So I had to literally do research and see what the differences in the bone structures were.
Yes.
And I had to learn all the subtleties, and so now I can just see it.
Mm-hmm. And one of the important things immediately, this is if you're a guy in a bar, so you don't turn into some idiot who murders some poor transgendered person. You know, most of the time these guys, these transvestites go around and they go into bars, and they basically are counting on that by the time you get into bed with them, you're not going to care. Your need for friction will be so bad, you'll just fuck them up the ass. And they are usually able to do the mangina bit and throw their legs up in the air and just moan like a female. And you know, most straight guys, they're not really straight in the sense that they'll screw a snake if it just will stay still long enough. So they just don't care. They really do let it go and go with it. Other guys, they have a violent reaction and then afterwards feel as if they were raped or taken advantage of, and then come back and kill this poor schmuck for existing. But so that doesn't happen to you. Do take a look at the shoulders. Most of the time it's in the shoulders because men cannot help but have much more broader shoulders. There's very little that can change that.
Yes.
A sex change operation won't even change that.
There's also the fact that there's curvature above the belly button in females, whereas guys usually always have these love handle things going on. I mean,
that's pretty complimentary for, you know, basically.
I mean, even if a guy doesn't have like the, I mean, a guy with me like a muscular build, like I couldn't even try to, you know, look feminine because everything's all like Batman looking.
Yes. Yes.
It's like Batman. It's like seeing Spider-Man go drag. It's like, okay, that's Spider-Man in drag.
Yes.
He's not fooling anyone.
Yes.
So I mean, I had to find a good analogy for myself because I'm not like Batman large now. You know, Batman, he's just like a big guy, but Spider-Man's more like
By the way, a little bit about the pathology of these characters. When you think about these characters, they're far more frightening than the supervillains. I mean, think about somebody who, like Batman, who's supposed to be a multi-billionaire, and with all this wealth, he says, "I want to fight crime." By the way, that's a quote. That's from the Batman cartoons I've seen, where the guy was like crippled, and his butler is like preventing him from going out to fight crime because he's crippled, and he's like, "I want to fight crime." I mean, oh my God, if you want to fight crime with all the money you've got, all you need to do is put so much of that money into social programs so that kids can play basketball in local gyms instead of going out on the street. And, you know, I mean, there's so many things you could do.
But you say, but no, he said he wants to fight crime.
Yeah, there
he doesn't
we
want
are.
to prevent it.
Yeah, thank you.
So he has a pathology,
Yes.
and it's his pathology that enables criminals like the Joker, who just go around massacring people all the time.
Yes.
He literally enables them to bust out of Arkham.
Yes.
So he doesn't give a fuck who the bad guys kill.
Yes.
As long as he could capture them and keep them coming, because he gives them something to do.
Yes, thank you. This is madness. There is really no difference between him. In fact, he's worse than the basically terrorists that he's combating. You know, they're not terrorists. I mean,
this is actually why I like some of the villains, you know,
there
because
we are.
The villains are more relatable. The villains usually have a good reason why they're doing
Thank
shit.
you. They're far more sympathetic.
It's like when you read the storylines and you understand how they got where they got. It's like, geez, I could really see that happening.
Yes, thank you. Any one of us should be able to relate to the majority of villains that are out there, as opposed to the superheroes. Who the fuck can relate to that?
Then the heroes, it's like, dude, you're just fucking nuts.
Thank you. Who can relate to that? Thank you.
I can't. You know, the heroes are just too. They just are people who are addicted to violence and conflict.
Thank you. They're toxic. They're toxic people.
Oh, this is what they are. They're like you're perfect. They're like someone who's in the Marines and just wants to stay there just so he could continually kill people and eat their brains.
Yeah, yes. And
that's
yeah,
and this is why the superhero fetish in the West is so big, because that's exactly the kind of mindset that our government likes to promote.
Yes. Yes, and it's true. Now we're still live streaming. Let me check that just to make sure, because what happened was, oh shit, got a no data there for a second, and now it says excellent connection again. There we are. We're still streaming, and just making sure about that, because what happens is I had the switch locked off for the keyboard so that I could wipe the keyboard, because I was eating these eggs and putting salt on them, and of course I'm wiping the keyboard off and just making sure I didn't turn something off. So anyone who's there, do tell us that we're still on, much to the probably the annoyance of some of our listeners, but do confirm that with us. Always appreciate it. Oh, and thanks to Sammy Romero, who earlier said we were on. God bless him. Hugs to you, dear brother, and your brother Isaac, always. All right, so I'm going to go mute for a few minutes and go basically wash the salt off my hands and just see if I can grab some other refreshments, and I will be back. Our man Jameson will catch everyone up to date on probably one other thing to see what you can find out is
I had actually a good article here by Popular Mechanics. It was about
oh, yeah, like you said, Popular Mechanics is now saying there's no aliens, right?
Yeah, yeah, they're saying intelligent life really can't exist anywhere else.
There we are.
Hell,
thank you.
Our own evolution on Earth was pure luck.
Yes, and if you could provide a link for that to me.
This was, of course, this is oddly an old article from November 24th, 2020.
But still, yeah, it's
still, you know, it's quite interesting how the change of tone from aliens to this is you know.
Yeah, and it's about time. And obviously, they were probably, at that time, I was probably active with something that, you know, of course it could have had nothing to do with me. I'm awfully megalomaniacal in that sense, but certainly what comes from the government very much is a response to my quote-unquote whistleblowing. I hate that term, exposition. And oh gosh, okay, so we got somebody. Is that Cookie Monster? Yes. Oh, that's you. He's providing the link to myself. And thank you for that. With that, I'm going to go mute. I'm going to leave our man Jameson to share the newfound wisdom, or comparatively newfound wisdom, of yesteryear. And it was after, you know, Popular Mechanics did that, of course, that the government, you know, later on this year dropped that stupid bullshit bomb about, you know, all kinds of UFOs. Yeah, but the government said it's not aliens. You know, they
they keep emphasizing that now. Yeah. Now they're going on about well, we know that it's not aliens. Well, if you know it's not aliens, then you know that it's human.
Thank you. Okay, let me go.
We know it's not aliens, but we don't know where it's from.
Yeah. What is that? Such bullshit. And as Jameson's explained it before in the chat, yes, some of these are organic creatures, some of these are extratemporals, and you know, and then of course there's the Reich in Exile, etc. So, okay, thank you, son. Let me go mute, and I'll be back.
All right. In a newly published research from Oxford University's Future of Humanity Institute, scientists study the likelihood of key times for evolution of life on Earth and conclude that it would be virtually impossible for that life to evolve the same way somewhere else. Life has come a very long way in a very short time on Earth, relatively speaking, and scientists say that represents even more improbable luck for intelligent life that is rare to begin with. For decades, scientists and even philosophers have chased many explanations for the Fermi paradox. How in an infinitely big universe can we be the only intelligent life we've ever encountered? Even on Earth itself, they wonder, how are we the only species that has ever evolved advanced intelligence? Well, of course, they're wrong about that, but I'm not going to go there. There are countless naturally occurring but extremely lucky ways in which Earth is special, sheltered, protected, and encouraged to have evolved life. At some key moments of the emerging life seem more likely than others based on what really did happen. The fact that eukaryotic life took over 1 billion years to emerge from prokaryotic precursors suggests it's a far less probable event than the development of multicellular life, which is thought to have originated independently over 40 times, the researchers explain. They continue. The early emergence of abiogenesis is one example that is frequently cited as evidence that simple life must be fairly common throughout the universe. By using the timing of evolutionary transitions to estimate the rates of transition, we can derive information about the likelihood of a given transition, even if it occurs only once in Earth's history. So whatever life is out there is probably unicellular, some simple multicellular things, with exception of those UFOs that are actually a sort of gelatinous species. In this paper, researchers from Oxford University's Illustrious Future of Humanity Institute continue to wonder how all this can be and what it means. The researchers also include mathematical ecologists who do a kind of forensic mathematics of Earth's history, which I wish I was good at math, because that sounds really fascinating, and I can imagine getting lost in something like that, especially when it comes to numbers. I'm actually envious of people who are good at math. In this case, they've used a Bayesian model of factors related to evolutionary transitions, which are the key points where life on Earth has turned from ooze to eukaryotes, for example, and from fission and other asexual reproduction to sexual reproduction, which greatly accelerates the rate of mutation and development of species by mixing DNA as a matter of course. Most of these evolutionary transitions are poorly understood and have not been well studied by the scientists of likelihoods. And using their model, these models say that Earth's series of Goldilocks lottery tickets are more likely to have taken far longer than they really did on Earth. There's an iconic scene in the 2001 movie Ocean's 11 where George Clooney explains the series of escalating improbabilities of his planned crime. After several hugely unlikely outcomes, he says, then it's a piece of cake. Just 3 more guards with Uzis and the most elaborate vault door conceived by man. In a way, the unlikely hurdles to why the hell did they throw in that movie reference? I guess that's so regular folks can somewhat get it. In a way, though, I still don't see how it even connects, though. In a way, the unlikely hurdles to the rapid flourishing of complex life on Earth are the same way. First, we win the lottery for surface temperature and protection from spaceborne dangers. Second, we win the lottery for the presence of building blocks of life. Third, we win the lottery for the right location for the building blocks. And that's before anything like the most primitive single cell has even emerged. Using some information we do know, like the age of the Earth, the expected end of its habitable lifetime due to the expanding heat radius of our sun, these researchers have turned evolutionary transitions into a series of existential scratch-off tickets. And it ends with read the whole fascinating study here. And this is a Now I can go into this, of course, but there was also another interesting article that that Popular Mechanics had that I wanted to cover, which I found was really good because it's now the Russians trying to flex on the U.S. by saying we have something that's better than the F-35. That's basically the gist of what they were saying. Meanwhile, they haven't even gotten it into flight yet. Holy crap, where the hell is that article? I'm sure they didn't take it down. I actually had it on my Facebook timeline. And that's where I have to look for many of these things, because for some reason, like the things that I had open to read, everything's like rolled back to these older articles that I had closed out. This is really freaking bizarre. This is really getting to me as to why, what the hell is going on with my computer? What's going on with my internet? What the hell is going on with everything? It's like something's interfering with everything that I'm supposed to fucking do. It's really starting to become annoying. And I don't want to really, point fingers at people, but I'm saying that there's probably an agent stalking me. Or agents. When haven't they been doing that? I mean, and that whole thing about honestly, the whole thing that Solomon Sheikh said about someone Russian contacting him, that I find extremely odd too. After he did that interview with me, that's really freaking odd. It's like, what the hell? I don't have anything to do with anyone Russian. I haven't spoken to anyone Russian in ages. So I don't know what the hell is going on with that.
Oh shit! Well, with what we say, do remember, just so people understand the context of this. In both cases, first with the former Soviet Union, the current enervated and just kind of, how would I say it, limbless Russian Empire as it is right now, and with communist China. They've got just entire populations that they live on the net. And so with the communist Chinese, they monitor the entire world for what anyone is saying about communist China, so they can bitch and moan every time somebody waves a Taiwanese flag. And I'm not kidding you. I mean, literally, they'll spot some singer waving a Taiwanese flag and they'll condemn them with millions of people. They'll mobilize millions of people to bitch on the internet until that person is shamed and disgraced and forced to, apologize, quote unquote, for having offended the Chinese people. I mean,
well, yeah, that I expect.
Yeah,
I expect to be told by some Chinese people who are just like regular folks who are pretending to be regular folks who are like, you said something bad about China.
Yes.
Shaking their finger up at me. You're going to retract that statement.
Just you know what to say then. Yeah, I mean, tell him Xi Jinping looks like Winnie the Pooh, and start singing the song. But with the Russians, I mean, you got people just like that who are in Russia, and they spend all their time listening on the net. And at this point, I'm a known figure. I know there was this one guy who was formerly from Kazakhstan, which means he's, there are Russians who live in Kazakhstan, but he's probably got some of that Turkic blood in him. But he identified with the Russian culture. And I remember this was years ago, probably around 10 years ago at this point in time. But this idiot, he was saying on YouTube to somebody else, oh, Douglas Dietrich is crazy. You got to remember that Douglas Dietrich is crazy. And so I looked up his site, and I swear to God, this is exactly what happened. It's what I told everybody on Revolution Radio. I looked up this guy's email address or whatever, because it was in those days, it was not hard to find. I was just curious, is this guy still affiliated with Russia formally? Because he was working in Texas. And, I was just going to really slam this guy because, if you're working in Texas and you're a Russian guy who comes here to work, you know, why are you even saying Russia won World War II, which was his trip? You know, well, we Russians won World War II, and everything Douglas Dietrich says is because he's crazy. Well, you know, then what are you doing fucking here? If you won the war, why is your country so fucking poor that you have to come here to find a job? Why? Right? Because there's nothing going on in Russia, obviously. So,
I mean, but yeah. Why would you even like want to sponsor a state that was so shitty you had to leave it?
Yeah, thank you. And then what happened was when I, you know, looked at the guy's email address and website, and I turned on to what I thought was like his email address or website, what might be a blog spot or something, because it all traced back to that. And none of this was something I spent any particular amount of time on. It was just literally a casual search. I'm not kidding. And that's how easy it is on the internet these days to really track people. I mean, especially when someone's not really bothering to hide themselves. And I swear to God, this is what happened, was it went to a child porn site. And it was, I couldn't, when you get on these child porn sites, by the way, half of them are like traps set up by the feds because they're like trying to entrap people who are looking for those sites, and you can't get out of it. And so what you have to do is press the buttons Control, Alt, Delete. I know this from years of cruising for just conventional porn. And eventually when you're cruising for conventional porn, just by the nature of aggregate systems, at some point you're going to run across illegal pornography. Child porn or something like that will pop up simply because when you're searching for any type of porn, it's just the odds are the analytical search engine throws up all kinds of shit, and all kinds of flotsam and jetsam emerges from the deep web all the time. And when that happens, oftentimes you become trapped because it's basically the government arranges it in such a way, and the Google search engine cooperates with them, so that anyone who winds up on those things, you can't get out of it conventionally. So it's Control Alt Delete, and that basically shuts down the computer and restarts it. And at that point, you're out of the trap. So that's what I had to do with this guy, as if I were escaping from a porn site that came up while I was cruising for conventional porn that I didn't want. And so when I mentioned that on air, then later on I saw the guy communicating online, "Help! Douglas Dietrich accused me of child molestation and pedophilia, and now my life is ruined." And I said, "Oh, well, tough breaks, motherfucker." That's what I felt. You know, I didn't say anything, but that's what I say. Oh, you know, well, tough shit, man. Don't go around saying somebody's crazy. You know, that, you know, you guys, see, the problem with all these people is that they live in a world where they feel there's no repercussions. And this is why they can casually just, you know, hurl stones at people and fling mud all fucking day, because to them it's just a spectator sport where, you know, the Christians are trapped in the Colosseum with the animals, and you can throw shit at them and just laugh and nothing's gonna happen to you. Well, life's not like that. You know, there's ways that people can fight back and basically do what needs to be done. And I'm fortunate in the sense that even though I'm a public figure exposed to all kinds of domestic terrorism, at least I have a venue on which to inform people about it, so that people know what's going on, and that's very important. And James, and that'll protect you too, just taking advantage of that to let people know whenever something odd is going on. That's why I'm glad Salman Sheikh brought up what he did. So apparently after he was talking to you on that interview, then some Russian guy approached him and weirded him out for understandable.
Yeah, he said the guy sent him an email or something. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, all right, well, it'll be interesting to hear, you know, what the contents of that was.
Okay. Yeah. But, so he hasn't told you yet, and the two of you will discuss that privately, I'm sure.
Well, we were discussing that earlier today. I just forgot because my brain was just like...
I'm there. Oh my God. I bring up things and half the time I forget to follow up on them. I'm just glad.
I mean, it's like it's just now coming back. It was so weird about the blackout was, you know, I was listening to you guys. I was writing a spell, and then as soon as I had filled out the last line, the last sigil with ink, everything just went dark, and I'm like, what the hell? I'm not sure that had nothing to do with it. I mean, I'm absolutely sure.
Maybe it was the spell already working in its own way. Mm.
Yeah, well, if I had the capacity to cause blackouts whenever I cast a spell, I need to really consider getting a job where I can get a lot of money doing stuff. I mean, because I wish I had that level of mastery. Man.
You want to hear something funny? My gang brother Beaver, and this was when he was really young. I mean, we're talking about, not that young, but young enough. I mean, we're talking about like junior high school. Of course, like I've said before, we didn't have junior high because they took away that grade and made us, converted junior to middle school. So we lost a year of school. And ours was a generation that was totally deprived. And during that period of time, we're talking about how old were we? How old is a person normally in, junior high, the lower levels? But was at that age when at one point he just decided, I wonder what it's like to pretend to be dead. And so he crossed his arms. He crossed his arms and pretended he was dead. And while he was lying down in bed, crossing his arms, pretending he was dead, then the phone rang. Then he got up to answer the phone. And a relative was calling him to let him know, oh, God, I just wanted you to know, one of our relatives just died. And he said, oh, wow, I got the whammy power. And so he said, let me try again. And so he laid down, crossed his arms again. Nothing happened that he knew of. But like I said, for all he knows, maybe some plane crashed somewhere out in the middle of nowhere. And, and he just didn't receive the news. But at any rate, that's something that's a running joke between us. Of course, he gets annoyed with me all the time. And he'll say something like, I'm crossing my arms. I'm crossing my arms. Yeah, which is funny because then Peter Moon brought that up. Yeah, crossing arms. It's all about... Oh yeah, you might want to explain that, the difference between
all right. Well, he's looking at it from a completely different paradigm that I'm looking at it from, because when one is doing, let's say, if one was doing the Ordo Templi Orientis, if one was doing like some of the poses that they do. There's one with the Osiris is risen, and with the Osiris is risen, you cross your arms in front of your chest, almost as if you're like the mummy with the holding the on and whatnot. But crossings in the occult really more or less mean the intersection between different realms.
Yes.
So a crossing opens a gateway. So the idea of crossing your legs, disempowering you, I don't think that disempowered Bruce Lee at all. There's nothing I've come across in the research that suggests that he received a negative chi blast that killed him later on. If anything, it was a combination of substances that he was taking. And he was already on a certain type of steroid that he needed to be on because of the fact that he had that back injury.
Right. And
so
go on.
So they did a really they did a really in-depth series on what really killed him, and it was a combination of that, the hashish, which he had a bad reaction to, and some other drugs he was given while he was with this co-actress who he had a sort of affair with, because he was a ladies guy, so I mean he screwed around with all types of chicks and whatnot. So all that stuff in his system interacted, it just caused a bad reaction that killed him.
That's awful. And I think there were some other things that were involved as well. I'm certain that some of the blows he received as well had a kind of latent or delayed effect. So it was just so many things, so many factors that were he was just exposed to so much. And
well, if there are blows, if there are hits that can do that, I need to learn them.
Well, it's not necessarily intentional. Bear in mind, it's like what Daniel Arola was saying about these Muay Thai kickboxers.
Oh yeah, you could get a blood clot, and that can eventually.
Yeah, that's a delayed kill. It's not like anyone's intending it, but it's like that will ultimately be something that kills you, and it's probably something like that was the way it was portrayed in certainly the martial arts films, that when they tried to do these biographies of Bruce Lee and
those films, they overly sensationalize things for like the dramatic effect.
Right.
But I think a combination of two of the different drugs he was ingesting, and the fact that his body was on the steroid for a pretty long time after that injury, I think it just caused a really bad effect. He basically died of swelling of the brain.
Oh God! So yeah, there you have it, and so that's tragic. Okay, now my die sticky asses had to kick in. I got a wanker in my eye. Let me go mute. I'll be back in a few minutes. Finish up speaking about anything you want.
All right. So this is Russia's bullshit. Russia's secret new fighter jet is officially out in the open. There's just one problem. It doesn't actually fly. After a week of entertaining hype, Russia officially released its second fifth-generation fighter jet. The quote-unquote checkmate fighter is designed to go head-to-head with the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter, both in the skies and export market. The plane's fire, sale price, and rapid development schedule, however, seem almost too good to be true. Russia and United Aerospace Company, an umbrella corporation that includes the famed Mikoyan Gurevich, MiG, and Sukhoi design bureaus, unveiled the fighter jet at the MAKS 2021 air show in Moscow on Tuesday, with President Vladimir Putin on hand to personally inspect the aircraft, because he's a fucking fighter pilot and he knows what he's looking at, right? Seriously, the lack of wiring and hydraulic lines within the visible parts of the main landing gear, as well as the rather oversimplified external textures seen in the leaked footage, pre-official, the unveiling appeared to suggest a mock-up rather than a functioning aircraft. Yeah, mock-ups are like those things you see in like airspace museums and whatnot. The fighter jet features an unusually pointy nose and an engine intake below the cockpit. The Checkmate also has internal weapons bay design to preserve its anti-radar shaping and can carry both air-to-air and air-to-ground ordnance, including both infrared and radar-guided air-to-air missiles, air-to-ground and anti-ship missiles, guided and unguided bombs, and unguided rockets. And though Russia said the aircraft features a gun, we don't know where the gun is mounted internally or externally. The Checkmate is designed as a short takeoff and landing fighter jet, a feature that lends itself to operating from aircraft carrier flight decks and runways damaged by enemy action. I guess they're trying to mimic the vertical takeoff that the F-35 is supposed to have. The plane has a combat radius of 923 miles, or the distance a Checkmate that's fully laden with missiles and bombs can travel, fight, and then return to base. The plane will have a top speed of 1,180 miles per hour. Sukhoi, in a dig against the F-35, says Checkmate is capable of continuous supersonic flight, a nod to last year's revelation that the F-35 can only fly hypersonic for 50 seconds before passively damaging the plane, because America just likes to waste its money on shit that it's not going to really use anyway. Sukhoi claims its aircraft is capable of 8G maneuvers. 8G would be much faster than 1,000. 8G as in 8. I'm thinking my head's in the gutter.
No worries.
They said 8G, not Mach 8. My mind is just like, what?
Is this the Popular Mechanics article?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So they're gonna get technical with it, and at any rate, one of the things we can do is get back on that subject soon enough. We'll probably get back there on Sunday, and I think you should bring it up again. And for right now, I'll go back to monologuing, unless you're almost done with it, or I mean, go ahead. It's a few more minutes or whatever you feel. Make the point and take your time. I mean, I don't give a shit.
Well, the point is, again, this is something I find really interesting. Is the fact that they always say 2023. So 2023 has come up in articles where
but
U.S.
what are they prognosticating will happen that year? Or
they say the first checkmate will fly in 2023.
Checkmate being some kind of instrument, or
it's the airplane. It's Russia's airplane. It's Russia's plane that's supposed to go up against the F-35, which America has.
Right. Oh, Russia's checkmate plane, right? Yeah, and
they want it to be combat ready by 2026, 2027. So obviously everyone's dragging ass for this, global war we're supposed to have. it's like, yeah, we're gonna kick your ass. I'm gonna kick your ass. And then it's like they turn around, and when they go back to their quarters, they're like, do I really have to?
Yes. Oh my God, it's just really. It's just lame. The whole thing is lame, and this whole thing about just their, all the energy they're putting into fucking this shit. Always.
I mean, they're putting their energy into flexing, and meanwhile, somewhere somebody's going to strap an explosive to a balloon.
Yes.
or they're going to strap some biocidals to a balloon and drop it over there and say, and everyone's going to say, okay, we quit, we surrender.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's like the situation in Russia is so bad with their fucking lack of vaccines, and the vaccines that they offer not being particularly worthwhile. It's just it's already they're having problems with maintaining their population. Normally with this, it's just like come on, I mean, we don't even know if Russia's going to survive as a coherent entity by 2023, 2026.
Yeah, then they have the desomorphine outbreak, that crocodile.
Mm-hmm. Another one?
It's just, no. That's been ongoing.
It's a chronic problem, is what you mean.
Yeah, but it's chronic. I mean, you have people. I mean, you're not going to have much in terms of troops. You're going to have people with like missing limbs, missing arms, exposed
by the way,
tendons and shit.
Yeah, what he's
you're literally going to have like a zombie.
Yeah. Go on. Yeah.
You're literally going to have like a fucking zombie. You're going to have a zombified population to go to war.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just not going to work. Yeah. Everything's going to have to be electronic.
Yeah. No, it's awful, and they certainly don't have the infrastructure for that. And God knows, it's not even like. Anyhow,
this is literally a flex to like impress the American Russophiles
public. Yes.
So they could be like, "Oh man, you see, Russia's doing it, and we got nothing."
No, beyond that, it's actually worse than that. Your average Americans who hero worship the Russians, the way they would interpret it is that, see, you must never go to war against the Russians. We'll never be able to defeat them.
You know whose trip that was? Oh my gosh, who's that linguist again? Oh my gosh.
Which one?
The guy with glasses. The famous linguist. The one who's funded by Wallace.
Oh, God! You're not talking about that doofus. What was his name? The America hater. What the fuck was his name?
I can't remember his name.
The conservatives call him the America hater because, of course, he's like talking about America all the time with he's basically pro-communist. I mean, there's no what's the guy's name? I can't remember. It was Brandon Young's. Kind of.
Oh my gosh, I can't remember his name.
Yeah. Oh my God, we can't.
I watched a few videos of his.
are they shoved somebody in the stream? Please, somebody put his name in there, so because I hate it when
Noam
Chomsky. Noam Chomsky. That was it. That's
He's always talking about how if we go to war with Russia, there's not going to be anything left, and everyone's going to die. It's going to be the end of humanity, and your generation has to stop this. And I'm like, oh boy.
Yeah, it's just bullshit. It's just all fear-mongering. I mean, honestly, Russia couldn't even afford to maintain a war effort. It's like the modern mechanized wars are expensive, people. They require, even Napoleon Bonaparte said you need, for war, you need money, and more money, right? So without, tremendous pillaging, I mean, that would be the Russian strategy, would be to invade Europe and pillage, but what's between the rich part of Europe is the former Soviet satellite states, and they've got to cross that first, and there's nothing to plunder or pillage there.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, by the time they get anywhere in Europe, they're going to be stretched too thin anyway.
Yeah, it's just a fucking joke. I mean, honestly.
They're almost like a non-contender.
Thank you.
In what's going to be a war between China and the United States over Taiwan.
Yeah, that's basically it. Well, like I was telling, Penny, it was just between certainly Japan's in that game as well. And again, her naivete, it was so cute. Like, but they don't have a military. You remember? Oh my God! My son's in the military, and he's in Tokyo. And the first thing I thought was, I believe her son's in the military, but you really have to wonder. So the military took him, and he's got that. What is that shit he's got again? That hyperplasia. The guy was born half female conditionally, and how did he get in the army? I believe her when she says he's in there, but it's like it looks like they don't even give a shit. They just take anybody.
Yeah, I guess the standards have changed since I was in. I mean, it's, and the standards weren't that high when I was in anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, so I guess they'll take anybody.
Yeah. Holy shit. I forgot to bring that up with Brendan Zoga, his friend who he said was what was his friend again who wound up on the carrier? He said he was skateboarding and shit. So his friend I think he said he was skateboarding, then wound up on that stupid carrier. Yeah, I should have made Brendan bring up the nuclear fire. There was a fire in the nuclear fucking reactor in the fucking carrier the guy was in. It was like they weren't even at sea. They were just importing their nuclear reactor.
That's just great.
Yeah,
that's just great.
Yeah, that's Soviet level. That's Soviet level shit.
Soviet level negligence. I mean, yeah, and that exposes the population in the surrounding area to radiation.
Yeah, well, yeah, not only that, but I mean, that's horrible. But you can imagine what it's like for the idiots on the ship. I mean, I hate to say it. This is like something I would never have said when my dad was in, simply because I'd be thinking of, my dad.
Well, I would say at this point it's Darwinian selection.
Thank you. At this point, it's like, God, you really have to be an idiot. Oh, come on. Let's see if anybody's giving us any messages about whether or not I know we're on, but, always helps to get the continuous feedback loop. No, nothing, but I know we're on. So what I'll do now is I'll start monologuing. And again, it's like... really wish I knew what to respond to these people, and I just kind of heart what they say, and as for the other guy who's in the private messages saying, "Oh, come on, talk to me, Sora, come on," and calling me Earth Goddess and shit. I mean, look, I'm not always dressed in female drag. I mean, can't these guys see? What do they think when they see the other photographs? Like when I'm with the escort. What are they thinking?
It's like they don't care. It's like you said, guys. You said guys would screw a snake if they can. If they're in the right mark.
Yeah, I mean, I still say that, but I mean, I think these guys truly think I'm female, and it's like obviously
they probably do.
Yeah.
Well, It's what I would do if I were you would be to
yeah, you would torment them, right? Yeah, string them all
yeah. I would say speak to them in Dietrich.
There we are. Yeah, that would turn off anybody. Yes, that's
they'll be like, what?
Yes. Oh my God. So there we have that, and all right, let me get back to monologue, and I'll give me just a second here, drink some more of this juice, and try and get myself revved up again to talk about an extremely distasteful subject, and it's something that, of course, personally bothers me. Not that my dad killed this son of a bitch. But I'm beginning to realize other things about his past as well. Nothing shameful per se, but obviously a few other times he may have been forced by circumstance to take the law into his own hand. A kind of what people don't understand about chief petty officers. This is what made me so mad when I'm talking about this son of a bitch, John C. Woods, going from private to master sergeant literally within minutes for the sake of making him an executioner because, we just can't have any old private doing this. I mean, beyond the injustice of that, the amount of time it took in my father's career to get to the naval equivalent of master sergeant status when he became a chief petty officer. We're talking about someone who was dedicated his life to the naval service, and there was several times when he was encountering things that, if they got to the level of officer status, could result in half the crew being hanged because they'd be accused of mutiny or something of that nature. These situations, people don't realize these days just how bad it was in the military service in those days, and just how serious the repercussions were for any kind of perceived insubordination with an officer class that could literally get away with murder. So when you have this kind of situation, obviously the chief petty officers turn to prevent anything from going to the officers, to prevent anything from reaching the officers at all, if possible. And so the men are counting on him for when one of them is brought in who's done something horrible, and such as raping children while on shore leave or something, which is, you have no idea how common that is. Of course, someone like Jameson wouldn't be shocked. The majority of Americans have been raised on some kind of fantasy that these guys are like saints and shit, as opposed to...
Because they watch too many fucking movies. All the movies, I sometimes pass like my parents and family watching movies, and they have all these movies where America's going to war and they're Marines, and I'm a good Marine. It's like, oh my God. And I just have to walk by, and I'm like, how do they even watch this shit?
I mean, do you ever stop and ask? I guess there's no point.
Yeah, there's no point. They just want to, enjoy the fantasy. I'm like, I'm not going to kill it for them. I mean, I've pulled them down to the depths of darkness with the grim reality of things. Enough.
Yeah, I get it. And so, okay, thank you, son. Love you dearly. I'll try and maintain myself. Do hang around long as the lights stay on.
I'm gonna go on a fast break, and I'll be right back.
Understood. Thank you. And so that was Jameson Reese helping us out, and thank God that he was able to return. So as I said, you had this James C. Woods returning to Kansas after his dishonorable discharge from the U.S. Navy, where he was working in a variety of manual labor jobs for the next several years. Before finding himself back in the military during World War II. Now, here's the point. I have not been able to cross-reference this exhaustively, but I did mention before I took my break there that he was drafted into the U.S. Army as a combat engineer, and that's almost said reflexively. Like, this subject is so repulsive to me, it's hard for me to get through it, and he was not drafted. He basically enlisted. He enlisted in the Army in August of 1943, when they're obviously taking any warm body to throw at the enemy, and that's when he was assigned to Company B of the 37th Engineer Combat Battalion, the 5th Engineer Special Brigade. Again, as I said, you're going to find me reiterating a lot here because, honestly, what I've been doing is consulting multiple sources and references. And honestly, the information on this individual is not consistent. The U.S. military is, as I've mentioned before, the absolute bottom end of the information maintenance spectrum. And as a result, there are conflicting accounts of what this son of a bitch was doing, and I'm trusting what I can find from my father's notes as well. But again, almost to reassure myself that I've got the information right while trying to cross-reference my father's notes with what I'm digging up on screen from what's supposed to be any official records that are available. Also cross-referencing the book that was written by this U.S. Army officer who wants to make a hero of this son of a bitch, who wrote the book on him, the guy named Maclean, M-A-C-L-E-A-N. Again, in 1943, John C. Woods was assigned to Company B of the 37th Engineer Combat Battalion in the 5th Engineer Special Brigade. He, I'm going to say, may have participated in the D-Day landings at Omaha Beach on the 6th of June, 1944, 6644. And that, of course, was D-Day. So according to Maclean's book, American Hangman, he thinks that Woods, and his own words are, probably participated in the D-Day landings at Omaha Beach, which was the worst of it, on June 6th of 1944. But it is quite evident that John C. Woods does not have any other combat experience. What I can tell you is from all that I've been able to gather from what I found elsewhere, the Freedom of Information Act concerning this guy's background, and my father's notes, is that John C. Woods completely dodged combat duty. So here we have it. When the United States entered World War II, he enlisted in the U.S. Army, which anybody who has any semblance of understanding of the military should know this. He should never have been able to even do, since he had already been dishonorably discharged from the Navy, based on my father's evidence against him, which was taken seriously enough by the Navy that they not only discharged him, they put him through a psychiatric evaluation before he was discharged. By the way, that stands out as exceptional in the most negative sense. That's not something that would normally happen to anybody at that day and age, because it simply was not something that was part of any operational procedure where they even recognized post-traumatic stress disorder or anything of that sort. Those conditions did not even exist as diagnostic options in those days. They would simply say from World War I era experience, they'd say somebody had shell shock or combat fatigue is what they called it in World War II, when somebody's just beginning to behave in zombie-like fashion and not responding coherently, etc., all the rest of that evil shit. At any rate, so this was almost certainly he was put through a psych eval because he was suspected of murder and and the disappearance of murderer and obviously the sexual abuse of several children who were found dead. Now, at any rate, this was in the days before the internet, and nobody checked his records because it probably would have taken some effort to order them from across the Atlantic into the European. Well, bear in mind, I'm thinking of when he was promoted literally promoted to the rank of executioner. And when he was given that status as Master Sergeant, of course, nobody bothered to check his records in Europe by ordering them from across the Atlantic. But again, when he was enlisting in the U.S. Army here in the United States, there should have been ample access to his records. But of course, nobody bothered to check. And so he was just brought into the Army, having had a dishonorable discharge in the Navy. This is what's so incredible to me, is when people think, how did Douglas Dietrich become a San Francisco peace officer or a cop when, oh yeah, they don't allow people with dishonorable discharges to become peace enforcement officers? Well, look at this son of a bitch. You know, where you guys even have a foot to stand on? Then you might say, oh, this is the days of the internet, though. No, it wasn't. Not when I joined. Not really. The San Francisco peacekeeping, as they call them, peace enforcement officers now, which is, they've been using the term peace officers for quite some time, but everybody still says police. At any rate, the internet doesn't really help, because the record-keeping situation sucks ass and just swallows turds anyway when it comes to the U.S. federal government, and especially its Department of Defense, for reasons I've explained over and over again. So here we are. Prior to the D-Day landing, American military executions in the European theater of operations were carried out in England by a civilian executioner named Thomas Pierrepoint, Pierrepoint. His surname was spelled Pierrepoint, and Thomas Pierrepoint was the British executioner, and of course other British personnel who constituted his staff. They carried out the executions. So men were shipped to England to be executed if they committed a crime in the U.S. Army overseas in the old world hemisphere of Eurafrica. And in late 1944, the U.S. Army started looking for an enlisted man to take over the execution of American personnel, and John C. Woods was one of the applicants for the position. And somehow, of course, just imagine this, somehow in North America, he convinced a U.S. Army recruiter to allow him to enlist during World War II, where he served in North Africa, because that's where all the Americans disembarked as the springboard for Europe, and then saw action supposedly at Omaha Beach on D-Day. I mean, think of this. Then came D-Day, and Woods supposedly lands in Normandy during one of the first waves of assault. And, of course, if he was there to witness that level of bloodshed, of course it must have shaken him. It must have shaken him because, by all odds, he shouldn't have survived. If you've ever watched fucking Band of Brothers, or what was it? Saving Private Ryan, even better. If you take a look at Saving Private Ryan and just take a look at the landings at Omaha Beach at D-Day, and you see the first wave of the guys when that amphibious landing vehicle lowers its ramp and the German machine guns just pound everyone into hamburger without their ever leaving that amphibious vehicle. They all die there at the amphibious vehicle on the ramp without ever hitting the beach. They die in the vehicle because the German machine guns just they just grind them into hamburger. That's what happened to the first wave. How would this son of a bitch survive the first wave? Basically, he's somebody who is supposed to have been there, and of course he saw at least enough bloodshed wherever he was so that when the army put out a call for a hangman executioner not long thereafter, asking if anyone had experience, he piped up and explained how he'd once helped execute several men, 2 men in Texas and 2 in Oklahoma. No records exist showing that he did. He was probably really indirectly, obliquely confessing to 2 murders, probably committed 2 illegal murders in Texas and 2 in Oklahoma. And that would be why there's no records, of course, because they're crimes. Now, to reiterate, when the Army posted the recruitment lottery for experienced executioners, Woods threw his name into the hat. And asked about his prior experience, he lied, telling Army officials that he had been the assistant hangman twice in the state of Texas and twice in the state of Oklahoma, even though there's not a single record that can confirm his claims. All of the Americans, like this idiot, MacLean, who wrote this book trying to make him into a hero, they twist that reality into saying, well, there's no records to refute his claims, at which point you might as well say, well, that means you can say anything. That means I could say I won the Congressional Medal of Honor. But, of course, in those days, a death sentence was typical for grievous crimes such as murder and rape. And it was an effective way of maintaining discipline during wartime, while also sending a clear signal to the locals, the European peoples, the indigenous white savages who were, quote-unquote, newly liberated from Nazi tyranny, and of course introduced to psychotic American hangmen as their national savior. Now, per this military historian, Frederick Borch, B-O-R-C-H, his surname. He's a regimental historian for the Army JAG, the Judge Advocate General's Legal Center and School in Charlottesville, Virginia. Where all the racists go to hang people and run over them with cars and shit in support of President Trump. And he basically has stated on record they didn't want the French to think that they just traded one set of sons of bitches for another set. So they introduced the hanging man as a kind of alternative to, again, Nazi tyranny. As if you've just fallen from the frying pan into the fucking fire. So what happened was, at that time, this son of a bitch was promoted. The United States Army had 96, that's almost 100 American soldiers tried with death penalty cases that were scheduled for execution in 1944 for crimes such as desertion, murder, and rape, while U.S. forces were in Africa and Europe. The most famous was the private Eddie Slavic, whose story was made into a television movie in 1974 starring Martin Sheen. Of course, in case you didn't know it, there was an original movie, The Execution of Private Slavic, which I think was older than that, an actual film released in the cinema. You'd have to look that up. So some of those soldiers were executed by firing squad, such as Slovak. Others were hanged. I keep wanting to say hung, and even some of the columns where I see that word being used by journalists or historians will use that term, and that's totally inappropriate. It's not correct English, and it shows that their minds are in the gutter. It really means that somebody's got a long dick when you say the word hung, and that's really what it refers to. At any rate, Woods' application was formally accepted in October of 1944, and he was attached to the 2,913th Disciplinary Training Center as a hangman. And the consensus among historians is that Woods lied his way into this job to avoid the possibility of returning to combat duty. Now, Woods immediately found himself fairly busy. Of the 96 U.S. soldiers executed in Europe and North Africa during World War II, he personally hanged at least 30 of them. None of the death sentences were carried out smoothly, and people attribute this due to Wood's lack of experience, but that's just rationalizing for the son of a bitch. You're just doing his job for him of revising himself. What happened was, of course, this was a situation in which he was a psychotic, sadistic serial killer who basically got sexual thrills out of watching men twist and jerk and twist, again, until they died slowly of horrible strangulation. He used to hold them up by the legs specifically so that they would take forever to die. And the retired U.S. Army colonel, guy of the same rank as Aquino or Chapman of the 1st Earth Battalion, this guy named French MacLean is the military historian who authored American Hangman, and he's hopeful that there may be Kansans who remember stories about Mr. Woods that could lead to more understanding, which is what he's seeking, about the so-called Nazi executioner. And what understanding is there to have? Why would this man even be driven to try to reform the image of this creepy clown? And so to quote us the writ from MacLean himself, let me read you what he wrote. This is at length and verbatim, several paragraphs. It'll take not too long, but, we're talking about probably take me 5 minutes to get through this, or 6 or 7. So, here's what MacLean, bear in mind this is a commissioned officer, a colonel, writing this shit. He says, reading from his book here, he did not get wounded on Omaha Beach, but he saw a bunch of guys get killed. Okay, so how the fuck does that happen? He just stood around, the bullets magically went around him because, he's got these little angel wings that he's grafted onto his back, or he's invisible or something. It doesn't make sense. I'm sure he thought, this is MacLean's words I'm reading, I'm sure he thought, I did not want to go through that experience again. He was right on the border with Germany and about to cross the Rhine River. He probably thought he'd get hammered again. He volunteers to get out of the combat engineers. Well, he was lying, but the Army didn't check up. The Army doesn't check to find out because we didn't want to find something we didn't want to find. Or we tried to check up, and it was too hard. And I'm sure there was the thought, how complicated could it be? A hanging, He behaved like a bum. He did not get wounded on Omaha Beach, but he saw a bunch of guys get killed. I'm sure he thought, I will never be serving through the rest of this war in combat on the field. So he volunteers to get out of these combat engineers. He is accepted and promoted from private to master sergeant. And his pay goes from 50 United States dollars to 138 United States dollars a month. Okay, and again, all so offensive. It's like I just can't really get over this. It's when Woods was hanging people, going back to what MacLean wrote here, I'm not going to dwell on this too much longer. He says, when Woods was hanging people, he was the main primary actor. It was his show. Those Nazis were bad men. So what if it took longer for them to die? Maybe they should have thought of that as they were sending people to concentration camps. Shit. How about maybe you Americans should have thought of that before every evil thing you did? Man, you wouldn't be able to get anything done. Anyhow, so back to McLean's bullshit. I don't look at him as an evil guy, but as a guy who had to do something for which he volunteered to do. Oh, like those kids he murdered after raping in the United States, because he couldn't afford them talking. I don't think he was a sick serial murderer. This is MacLean speaking. I don't think he was a sick serial murderer, but you could have fooled the Germans. Oh, man. Oh, God. Talk about rationalizing your own crimes. Oh, yeah. Somehow the Germans are pissed off because he's hanging Germans as a occupying force. Fuck these people. So back to Doofus here. MacLean writes, the discussions on the internet about his death are legion. The army ruled it an accident. But the last chapter on my book is about Wood's death. It will show the official army report of investigation was flawed. It was wrong. This guy's just beginning to realize somebody killed this man. If only he knew about George Dietrich. Anyhow, back to Master Sergeant John C. Woods, the executioner. Woods, again, was promoted from private to master sergeant in a single day and trained under a major for about a dozen hangings. Most of them performed on American troops, by the way. I was quite right on that. And then Woods served as the primary executioner in the hangings of at least 34 American soldiers in France the remainder of the year 1944 and 1945. He also assisted at the hanging of at least 3 other soldiers, and army reports suggest that at least 11 of these executions resulted in completely bundled hangings, where the rope actually snapped or unraveled, and the men fell to the floor violently with their hands tied behind their backs and cracked their ankles, screaming in agony while he just strung them up again slowly. And these executions would take an hour for these men to die. This is something that is like a homosexual snuff film. It's like torture porn. And it's always been acknowledged that some of the condemned men hit their heads on the platform as they dropped from the scaffolds. This was reported by Time magazine. Now, John C. Woods's, or should I say Master Sergeant Woods's, his first execution in Germany occurred on June 29th, 1945, when he hanged 3 Germans for their assassination of an American Lieutenant Lester E. Royce, R-E-U-S-S. Then on November 10th of 1945, he hanged 5 Germans involved in the Rüsselsheim massacre of American airmen of August 26, back in 1944, the preceding year before. And that was when the airmen were coming down from the sky and the Germans just blew them out of the sky. Then the Americans hunted these Germans down, and when they captured them, had this guy hang them. Because, you know, the Americans are such fucking sore losers. Yeah, you drop out of the sky in another person's country and you expect them to fucking love you. At any rate, during this period, John C. Woods caught the attention of Hermann J. Obermayr, a clerk in the office of the theater, meaning the European theater of war, the provost marshal thereof, the office of the theater's provost marshal, the provost marshal for the European theater of conflict, who later went on to become a well-known journalist and publisher, who was himself less than impressed by John C. Woods. Hermann J. Obermayr wrote, "John Woods was a short, muscular sort of man, and I would describe him as a kind of the world's flotsam," meaning he spawned in bilge water, as my father the sailor would say. He talked the language of the hobos and flotsams and the people who do these kind of jobs. Woods, of course, whatever job he did, and I think the guy was entirely unemployable and proved it, he continued serving on the U.S. Army hangman, as the U.S. Army's hangman, in Germany throughout the winter and spring of 1946. So you cannot say the war ended in 45 for obvious reasons. You still got a man hanging people that they find who they perceive as a threat to the troops. And these, let me see, during the spring of 1946 through the winter and spring, his most notable executions during this period were those of 14 men convicted of committing concentration camp authorities at Dachau, and he hanged them over a period of 48 hours, 2 days, May 28th and 29th of 1946. He hanged 7 men a day for 2 days. He returned to Landsberg, Germany for the hanging of the German policeman Justus Gerstenberg for the murder of a United States Airman, Sergeant William M. Holden. Now, bear this in mind. The German policeman Justin Gerstenberg shot the U.S. Airman, Sergeant Willard M. Holden, for attempting to rape a young boy. So, let's shoot this German who dares to interfere with our all-American raping a young boy. And it was there while Woods was strangling this man to death, holding his feet up so he would take forever to die, his neck wouldn't snap. That's where he caught the attention of Lieutenant Stanley Tillis, surname spelled Tilles, who was tasked with organizing the Nuremberg hangings. And indeed, Woods's crowning, albeit macabre, achievement came following the Nuremberg trials of October of 1946, ushering Aquino into our world. Of the 11 top surviving Nazis convicted of war crimes, well, there were 12, but one was sentenced in absentia because he had escaped, Martin Bormann. 10 were sent to Woods to meet their end. 2 hours before his turn, former German Luftwaffe, or Air Force chief, Hermann Göring, killed himself with a vial of potassium cyanide that had been smuggled into his cell. These executions were not clean kills. Joachim von Ribbentrop, the foreign minister who went first, shortly after 1 a.m., took no less than 14 minutes to die. The second prisoner, Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, choked for nearly twice as long, according to all eyewitness media accounts. While those mistakes may have been apparently accidental to eyewitnesses at first, even the author of this book promoting John C. Woods as some kind of all-American hero, written by this U.S. Army colonel, no less, McLean. He believes that Streicher's shoddy execution was incontestably intentional, arguing that the propagandist's famous flair for the dramatic stole the scene from Woods himself. And he also cites testimony in this book from a lieutenant present at the scene who saw John C. Woods cast a wry smile during Streicher's turn. So, right here, I'm reading from the book. McLean says, at an execution, John C. Woods wanted to and insisted on playing the lead actor. Now, on that infamous day, the Kansas high school dropout was brimming with confidence, boasting of his efficiency in killing 10 men in just 106 minutes to all the world's journalists on the scene. So, let's talk a little bit about the Nuremberg trials and the execution of the Nuremberg 10. Now, following what were viewed as atrocities by the Allies as committed by the Nazis during World War II, the Allied powers convened a series of international military tribunals in Nuremberg, Germany, according to the governing international laws of war at the time. In other words, they were just making this shit up. And the Nuremberg trials were most notable for the prosecution of 24 prominent members of the Third Reich's political, economic, military, and judicial leadership, judges being judged. The trials' tribunal was convened between November 20th of 1945 and the 1st of October 1946, resulting in the conviction of 12 men for war crimes, including Martin Bormann in absentia, the head of the Nazi Party Kanzlei, the Chancellery, who was also, well, that would be Martin Bormann, really. When I'm reading here from the list presented in on screen that I'm drawing up, it's kind of like they toss out the title after the name. Well, the sentence was death by hanging for Martin Bormann, the head of the Nazi Party Kanzlei, or Chancellery, as it would be anglicized, and it would fall to John C. Woods to carry out that sentence, should he ever be captured. Of course, John C. Woods died long before Martin Bormann, I'm happy to report, so Bormann must have been laughing his ass off at that, saying, what are you going to do if you did catch me? Resurrect this man from the dead? Well, he was electrocuted. Maybe you could turn him into Frankenstein's monster. I would lay my soul on the altar that with John Henry Hagman still around, he would not be adverse to that experiment. Now, although the Nuremberg trial had sentenced 12 men to hang, one of those, Hermann Göring, committed suicide by ingesting cyanide the night before the execution. And, as I said, as Bormann was still at large, the Americans, well, all the Allies, propagandized that Martin Bormann was believed to have committed suicide in May of 1945, and they claim his body was not recovered and identified until 1973, saying that, oh yeah, that was Martin Bormann. We found him in 1973. But by the way, that is so easy to deconstruct, and I could do that on a different transmission. There's no point in going in there now. They honestly, bear in mind, these are the same people who brought you the death of Adolf Hitler when the Soviets said, we have his skull. And then when they finally presented that to the West and they took a DNA scrape, they said, whoa, Hitler was a bitch. Oh, look, this is the DNA of a woman. Damn, she pulled off that mustache all those years. Yeah, that's so fucking Russian. Yeah, we have the skull of Adolf Hitler. and it's some poor woman they gang raped to death. And they got that and said, yeah, it's Hitler's skull and shit. You know, what? Oh, God. You just shake your head. Okay, so Woods carried out the death sentences of the remaining Nuremberg 10 in the early morning hours of October 16th, 1946, simultaneous during that time to the labor pains of Michael Anthony Aquino's mother, who was burdened with bringing that bastard into this world. And, of course, during that period of time, John C. Woods was supposed to be deploying the standard drop method of hanging instead of the long drop method. The U.S. Army has consistently denied claims that the drop length and other errors caused the condemned men to slowly die from strangulation instead of quickly from a broken neck. However, all evidence and all eyewitness accounts remain proving that these men died agonizingly slowly. Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, chief of the High Command of the Armed Forces, the Oberkommando der Wehrmacht, reportedly took 28 minutes to finally choke to death. All men on site reporting him taking half an hour to die. Well, of course, they stood there and did nothing but watch a sadistic madman jizz his pants, holding Keitel up by the legs so that he could not collapse and black out. Woods himself became an international celebrity in October of 1946 following the International Military Tribunal at Nuremberg. And of course, this was because he had been assigned to kill 10 of the Third Reich's top Nazi military and civilian officials who had been convicted of war crimes against humanity. And after the scheduled execution of the last man among the Nazi war criminals convicted at the Nuremberg trials was pronounced dead at 2:57 a.m., there be a quote by John C. Woods, what was published and ran in hundreds of newspapers and magazines worldwide on the 19th of October, 1946, my birthday eve day, albeit exactly 20 years before I was born, and but 72 hours in the wake of the hangings, which is why Michael Aquino thought he and I were metaphysically linked by ectoplasmic bond, because his boast, his coming out party, his debutante as the world's bitch witch came out on my birthday eve day, and that was so resonant with Michael Aquino being born on the day of the actual execution. So Michael Aquino believed me to be kind of an extension of himself, but a couple decades removed. Now, bear in mind, I hesitate to even bring that up because then it makes you realize I'm only 20 years younger than that son of a bitch. Just like, oh my fucking God. And, you know, it didn't even feel like that when I was working with him. It always felt like the guy was 100 years older than me, or at least half 100 years older, really. But that alone, think about that. Hard to believe I'm that old. And at any rate, especially don't look it since I've taken back to drinking blood, but still. All right, let's read that quote. The Wichita Hangman, Master Sergeant John C. Woods, he bragged unto the Sioux City Journal, thereafter being quoted around the world by Time magazine on the 26th of October, 1946, as saying that, I never saw a hanging go any better. I hanged those 10 Nazis at Nuremberg, and I'm proud of it. 10 men in 106 minutes. That's fast work. No, motherfucker, that was slow. I gotta interject that. Back to Master Sergeant Woods. I wasn't nervous. A fellow can't afford to have nerves in this business. Oh yeah, you were the picture of courage, motherfucker. Oh yeah. Okay, I gotta get back into character here. I used a different rope and a different hood on each man. I fixed the nooses and stretched the ropes myself to make sure nothing would go wrong. The ropes and hoods were burned up with the bodies. Listen to this. The ropes and hoods were burned up with the bodies, leaving nothing for the souvenir hunters. What he's doing is destroying evidence. I want to put in a good word for those GIs who helped me. They all did swell. I am trying to get them a promotion. The way I look at this hanging job, somebody has to do it. I got into it kind of by accident. Oh, no, you didn't, motherfucker. Years ago, in the States. Yeah, where he was a serial killer on the streets. Now, bear in mind, 106 fucking minutes, and this guy's blaring about how fast it was as if it took 3. The executioner's manifest was a short one. 2.5 hours before Joachim von Ribbentrop, the Oberkommando der Wehrmacht leader and an enabler of the Holocaust, walked his final steps through the doors of a bombed-out gymnasium to reach those gallows. Hermann Göring had committed suicide in his prison cell. Bear in mind, the main target of the prosecution was Hermann Göring, considered to be the most important surviving official in the Third Reich available to the Allies on the surface world, had requested himself to be finished off by firing squad, and his request was denied. And rather than giving his captors the satisfaction of bringing his life to victor's justice, or rather simply loser's justice, as the Allies certainly had not won the war overall, he crushed a cyanide pill between his teeth, ending his own life. And then Joachim von Ribbentrop, while this was ongoing, with a hood over his head, was given his own personalized noose, just as the other Nazi war criminals would also receive. They were each allowed their final words before the trapdoors of the scaffold fell. Ribbentrop cried out, "God protect Germany. My last wish is that German unity should remain, and that an understanding between the East and West will come about peace for the world." Will come about and peace for the world. It's a bad translation. I should go back to the original German and translate it myself, but I'm reading the English translation of what he said, and they were as bad with that translation as John C. Woods was with his hanging. Then Julius Streicher, I'm anglicizing that, Julius Streicher, the founder of the Judeophobic newspaper Der Stürmer, which played an instrumental role in Nazi propaganda efforts, looked directly into Woods' eyes, taking the show from him, which earned Woods' greatest ire. And he said into Woods' face, nose to nose, breathing right down Woods' collar, "The Bolsheviks will hang you too someday." Now, maybe for most of you sympathizing with an admittedly sadistic Nazi propagandist is a tall order. Julius Streicher used to be known for walking around with a whip in his hands, and he would attack anyone who dared to say anything about his newspaper, his staff, or most certainly himself, by beating them in the street. You had to give him balls for that. Still, all that being bared in mind, Julius Streicher's execution in a small prison gym following his conviction on war crimes at the Nuremberg trials was undeniably agonizing. After the noose was snugged around his neck and the black hood pulled over his head, the infamous editor of Der Stürmer managed to get out one last Heil Hitler before that trapdoor opened, and he plunged out of sight behind the black cloth hung as a privacy panel in front of the gallows. That was to hide what John C. Woods was doing to the men behind that black cloth. And as the Allied military officers and 8 journalists in attendance immediately discovered something was not right. The rope had failed to snap the Nazi media man's neck. Instead, Streicher swung violently and groaned in pain as he struggled for air. A correspondent for the International News Service reported that the American hangman, Master Sergeant John C. Woods, disappeared behind that black cloth to, quote-unquote, rectify the situation. But in his October 16th, 1946 dispatch, that reporter wrote, "I was not in the mood to ask what he did, but I assume that he grabbed the swinging body and pushed it up to increase the man's agony by the muffled screams that we were able to hear." But then, with all the nooses and hoods burned with the bodies, with the evidence erased, and the interesting reasoning in the newspapers, questions began to arise as to why the Nazis were being strangled in a long, drawn-out death, as opposed to a quick snap of the neck as was typical in professional hangings. With, of course, the most hideous travesty manifest, or rather exemplary, in Nazi Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, one of Hitler's most trusted lieutenants, hung from a rope for 28 excruciating minutes before he succumbed to death. Now, news of Woods' participation in these hangings actually came as a complete surprise to his wife Hazel, who was quoted in the Emporia Gazette on the 17th of October in 1946 as saying, "He never told me that he was doing that type of work. He didn't mention any hangings, and the first I knew of it was when I saw his picture in the papers." By the way, this is how serial killers operate. They never tell their relations they're out killing people. What would ever make you expect they would? And that is primary proof the man is the textbook definition of a serial killer, because he's acting as if these are crimes. That's how Derek Talley was with me one time when I was talking to the idiot in the Facebook Messenger. And believe it or not, even though I blocked the son of a bitch, that guy is still on my Facebook Messenger. He just won't fucking go away. By the way, Jameson, have you ever had a chance to, block that guy yet yourself? It may not actually help. That guy may be stuck there for the, as in my case, it seems like he's there permanently.
No, I kicked him. I kicked him off.
Good for you. Thank you. I mean, you aren't missing shit. But, he's down there in my page, and I could, access him at least till recently. He may finally be gone. He may have finally disappeared. Maybe they got some time limit where they keep the person that's not supposed to work like that. That guy was supposed to be gone, and literally the fucker was still there forever, where I could look at his hate-filled face. Maria Gregorich said it perfectly. She said, his face, she just couldn't even look at it for a second. She said, the Marine Corps bullshit was bad enough, but when she looked at his real picture, it was just, dead, hate-filled eyes. I remember distinctively asking him about something casually, saying, that it was mentioning something about breaking the law. It was talking about somebody else completely, and I knew this before. He was a fucking mind control asset, but you know, it really exposed itself so blatantly when I was saying something like, oh, have you done what you said you were going to do? And there was somebody else I was mentioning who, you know, I was going to pursue legal or something with. And he honestly thought I was talking about him. What are you talking about? I was like, you know, I'm doing this. And like I was going to charge him with some crime. And, you know, the only person who thinks like that is obviously somebody committing a crime. Somebody who's, you get what I'm saying, right? And it's like, that was
yeah. For him to have that sort of persecutory reaction is kind of weird.
Of course, yeah, and you know, it's just like what you said about, you know, the more I thought about what you said, the more it just became so blatantly self-evident when we were talking about the albino escort my son found for me, and when he said, what does she taste like? And you were there to hear that. And then later on when he talked about making that meal with all the white noodles and the white sauce and the white meatballs made out of chicken and, you know, that would be white looking, that whole leukocytic dish, like, you know, who the fuck would want that? But beyond that, the fact that he was like making all that white meat to eat, it was like what you said. Here, you know, when you look at Africa and how they eat albinos, I'm beginning to realize he was probably fantasizing about that. It was like, so what is that shit? Is that like some recessive African gene? Or
No, that's the gene of individuals who are just fucking crazy. And as for Africa, what I can say is they could nuke that continent off the map. I wouldn't give a crap.
Oh God. You know, I can understand that. I mean, honestly, I can understand that, but it's one of those things. Of course, we do have to remember it's not we you know, it's, you know, there are African.
I have my reason for saying that, because everyone there, you know, I'm descended from the people who was enslaved, who were sold into slavery by those people. So it's a sort of intergenerational hatred, and a sort of genetic vengeance and rage.
I hear you. But let's to be fair, these are kind of like it certainly doesn't involve the Africans who are in the darkest Congo regions, okay, or the truly inaccessible parts of Africa. It wouldn't be those people that were involved. Also, say for instance, the tribes of South Africa, the Zulu tribes were not involved in the slave trade in any way. So we need to disambiguate.
Fair point. I do have a tendency to have this sort of indiscriminate destructive streak.
Well, you're not the only one. Take a look at the Americans with their constant genocidal fantasies. I mean, honestly, let me give you an example here of something that is repulsive. I should be able to find this in just a second. By the way, everyone who's probably heard me muck around in the past, moving around and shuffle, looking for books, honestly, I do hope everyone is impressed by the fact that I find fucking anything. If anybody's ever seen a picture of my home and just piles and piles of books, you must all wonder, how does Douglas Dietrich find anything in that? The fact that I'm able to find things so quickly, like I'm doing now, I found it. And there's a wonderful box here from Judith Agert from the past. And here we are. Colonel Oliver S. Cass. And he wrote a field manual in which he was trying to basically talk about the future, and what he felt was the background and historical context for future Marine Corps space operations. And here's what he wrote for background and historical context. The following information places this field manual in proper context. A. The pre-war desperation of WOD years, 2035 to 2067. 1. The pre-war of desperation, POD, or WOD, War of Desperation. It's an interesting term. Prior to the War of Desperation, the United States, as well as other major powers, ergo the Chinese Consortium, or the CC, the Islamic Pact, the IP, the European Union, the EU, were engaged in interplanetary economic, religious, and military competition. Talk about fucking optimistic. Interplanetary! He says here, with little time spent on deep space exploration, yeah, no shit, the organization once known as the United Nations was discredited with its repeated failures in brokering a lasting peace among New Zion, which is formerly Israel, the Islamic Pact, and the United States. The UN's ultimate demise was in 2067. That would be when I'm 101 years old. Actually 100, because I was born so late in the year. Upon commencement of hostilities in the War of Desperation and the subsequent cutoff of all funding of the UN from the United States. The economic decline of the United States due to significant, unfair economic competition from the Chinese consortium. You like that term, that anybody in competition from the United States, the competition is unfair? That's, like they were saying about the Japanese, right? Yeah. And continued military involvement within the confines of IP, it est Islamic Pact territory, resulted in a significant reduction of U.S. funding for a significant deep space capability. However, visionary Marine Corps officers continued in their quest of a small USSMC force, or United States Space Marine Corps, primarily to blunt the rapid expansion of CC, or Chinese Consortium, merchant activity. The early pre-WD, or pre-WAD, War of Desperation, USSMC force was large enough to protect the U.S. national economic and military interests by protecting space lanes of communication, or SLCs, space lanes of communication, to U.S. economic and military space outposts. It was not, however, adequate to stave off the WOD. And two, this is the kicker part. Basically, the United States, in the decades leading up to the War of Desperation, the United States was known as the world's policeman. Among other conflicts, it was embroiled in a continuous war of attrition with the Islamic Pact since the First Persian Gulf War in 1990. As I said, that's actually the Second Persian Gulf War, you dumb fuck. I participated in it, I should know. So did Michael Aquino participate in that same war. Anyhow, flawed U.S. foreign policy, as well as the aggressive growth of the Chinese consortium, resulted in a United States weakened both economically and militarily. Nonetheless, the United States had the most capable military among the Earth's major powers. Well, I guess if you consider a money pit in which it had the most money going into it, I guess that makes it the most efficient Ponzi scheme. At any rate, economically, U.S. industry developed the first commercial space fleet, protected by 4 U.S. men of war, meaning 4 warships. The U.S. experience in the IP wars, as well as countless other small skirmishes, resulted in a battle-hardened military capable of conducting both low and high-intensity operations. While the United States was still a major world power, however, the writing was on the wall that it needed to end its never-ending conflict with the Islamic Pact and concentrate on competing with the economic threat posed by the Chinese consortium and the European Union. So then he goes into the War of Desperation. Here is really where it becomes the kicker. He talks a bit about the People's Liberation Army and the Communist Chinese Party. Economic growth and expansion quickly became the Chinese consortium's most important party goal. Communist Party Chairman Zhou Liqin noted in his 2036, okay, go beyond that. Here we are, the Islamic Pact. He goes into basically this thing that, I didn't realize it was this long, so I'll skip to the ending. This is the punchline because it's like, basically, yeah, well, this is horrific, this man's vision. And just so people, people got to hear this to understand how people still think. We were talking about the genocidal mentality of Jack London and the the fucking what was it? The Unparalleled War, or I think that's what it was called. The Unparalleled Invasion, about the genocide of all the Chinese race, all the Asians, basically. Here we are. The War of Desperation began on January 7th, 2067, with the destruction of Washington, D.C. At that time, the U.S. capital, Syrian terrorists Ismail Abdul Khan Mohammed Abdel Sheikh, same name as Salman, must be a relative, and Farouk ibn el-Takriti infiltrated the United States through its southern border. Oh, there goes if we only had the Trump wall, that would have stopped it. Yeah. Anyhow, and with complex IP support infrastructure, meaning the Islamic Pact has an insurgency going, we're able to transport and detonate a 20 megaton dirty bomb at the Washington National Zoo. Why the zoo? He goes on to explain why. The only public facility with negligible security within the confines of the National Capital Region. I guess this means they let the animals just kind of run wild, right? I mean, that explains a lot. Anyhow, the bomb was perfectly timed to detonate midway through the President Philip Hammersmith's State of the Nation address, ensuring the virtual annihilation of the U.S. federal government in one attack. New York Governor Alexander J. was appointed acting president by the I'm reading this as it's written. The Assistant Deputy Assistant of Defense for African Affairs, Victor Nelson. What the fuck title is that? The Assistant Deputy Assistant of Defense for African Affairs. Victor Nelson, the only living political appointee after the attack. Well, that explains it. They said, God, he's a fucking nigger. He's taking care of all the nigs. Who needs him anywhere in any important meeting in the Capitol, right? So anyhow, Nelson was invited to the address, but could not make the engagement due to inclement weather in Montana. Okay, at that point, we're, too much detail. Jay dubbed the city of Philadelphia New Washington, D.C., and declared war on the Islamic Pact. Here's where things really get ugly. After the U.S. declaration of war against the Islamic Pact, the Chinese consortium declared solidarity with the United States by not directly interfering in the U.S. IP struggle, to include suspending its financial and economic support of the faltering IP economy. The European Union declared itself neutral, however, and continued to act as an IP economic proxy. So this is total American racism, where they think all the Europeans are now Eurabia, basically a puppet state of the caliphate. The Chinese consortium used this period of instability to crush its own minority groups, specifically exterminating the Muslim Uyghur people of the Xinjiang Autonomous Region and the remnants of Tibet's pacifist religious movement. The Chinese campaign against its own population allowed the CC Politburo to consolidate its own power and further ensure the regime's survival. I guess they're going all out balls to the wall way early on that. What this guy is predicting for when I'm 101 is what they've been doing forever. Anyhow, the Chinese campaign, here we are, Taiwan. Get what this idiot says here. Taiwan, now known as the Communist Chinese Special Economic Zone of Formosa, was reintegrated into the Chinese consortium on January 1st of 2068 as a result of a bloodless coup d'etat led by the pro-CC integration People's Wish Party. I guess this is his wish fulfillment. And the Islamic Pact. Here's where things get orgasmic. The Islamic Pact, taking a page out of Operation Iraqi Freedom, fought the war of desperation through terrorist attacks within the United States and the Chinese consortium, resulting in mass civilian casualties. Chicago, Los Angeles, Seattle, New York City, the Port of Baltimore, and Dallas were all victims of 20 to 30 megaton dirty bombs from 2067 through 2068. U.S. popular opinion quickly turned against Islam worldwide, with President J, a former Protestant minister. Oh, that's ugly. A former Protestant minister, a televangelist as president, declaring anti-Muslim holy war during this war of desperation. J asked for and received a formal declaration of war against all nations with a Muslim majority. The proverbial gloves had come off. In coordination with the Communist Chinese Consortium, the United States conducted surgical nuclear strikes against major Muslim population centers. Riyadh, Beirut, and every major population center in Iran and Syria were targeted by 500,000 megaton nuclear weapons. Before J shifted targets, Indonesia and Malaysia quickly surrendered to the United States and Communist Chinese Consortium Authority. The war of desperation ended with 1.3 billion Muslim deaths and 1.2 million American deaths on October 1st, 2070. And J, sensitive to charges of despotism and parallels to the German dictator and mass murderer Adolf Hitler, resulted in a Muslim reintegration into Christian society program. J ordered the halt to summary executions based solely on Muslim heritage, electing to establish a re-education refuge camp in the area formerly known as Yemen. The Yemen RR, I guess that's why they're killing everybody in Yemen today, the Yemen Re-Education Refuge, where Muslims were to be Christianized, was established in 2071 and continues its activities of conversion to Christendom to this day. The Communist Chinese Politburo, not as sensitive as President J and the U.S. Congress, simply exterminated all Muslim minority residents living in Chinese consortium territories. This is the realization of a wish fulfillment, an orgasmic fantasy that Americans want. 1.3 billion Muslim deaths for only 1 million or 1.2 million American lives in exchange. They'd be willing to sacrifice 1 million Americans to kill basically 1.5 billion Muslims. And, force the rest to re-educate in Yemen, where they're clearing up, they're ethnically cleansing that country now. This is what we're faced with if, as he said, the Protestant Americans get their way. So bear that in mind, people. There is nothing fantastical about... people are writing this into what are called field manuals for the future, and this is not some franchise. I mean, this is like literally... the kind of stuff that I saw while I was at the Presidio military base in what the futurologists and the futurists were projecting, albeit at that time it wasn't the Muslims that were on the target. It was, of course, something that they basically were looking at the communist Chinese even in those days originally. And now, of course, they were looking at Muslims until recently. In terms of this day and age, I can only say that bear all this in mind. America, when you've got people like Jameson Reese who says, look, because of this intergenerational trauma, I don't really care about lives lost on the continent of Africa. But compare that to what people are officially writing in the manual I just read. And certainly Jameson Reese is no worse than any of these people. In fact, he's far more commendable in that he can at least understand a disambiguation between what he says in a moment of ire or as opposed to people who are putting this in writ. And then you understand the genocidal maniacs, the true monsters we're actually dealing with, the true cultists of the kings of Edom. Would any sane individual ever even propose as prospectus the genocide of over 1 billion people on Earth, or 1.5 billion, and at that point, we're crossing any lines to to anything.
If you're gonna hit the billion point, you might as well just take out the entire species.
Yes, yeah. I mean,
why not just do the thorough job and assume apotheosis?
Oh shit! Did I go past 12 hours? Oh fuck! Let me check the. Oh shit! Where are we here? I hope I didn't. Because I don't know if that'll come out. Oh, thank God! Oh, we're far away from that. Oh shit! I lost all track of time. Guess all time passes by when you're having fun. In terms of basically, to put this into some perspective for people, we have, if you want to just really round it out to what the world is comprised of, there are 1 billion Muslims on Earth, a little over that, but we're rounding the numbers down. There are 1 billion Chinese on Earth, who are, I'd say, the most cohesive, unifying cultural factor would be Confucianism. There are 1 billion Roman Catholics on Earth, including all the populations of Africa, Latin America, that are Catholicized and truly following the faith under the Pope. The other billion, well, that's 3 billion right there. In the old days, when Britain had India under its Raj, you would have, just with that alone, British dominance over 1 billion people. So we might as well say, with that kind of Delhi-centric economy that Britain still has today, probably the only people who really support the Commonwealth and actually give it any semblance of economic viability are Asian India. They default to English when they have to speak to each other, and they're from different parts because they hate each other so much in India that they don't really learn each other's dialects. So instead of Hindi as the national language, really they tend to default to English more so than Hindi, because there's a lot of people in parts of India that really don't want to learn Hindi because it really feels like an imposition to them from a bunch of people they really don't like. So there you have that. It's so about 1 billion Asian Indians affiliated through English-speaking nation status with the Commonwealth of Britain. And you can take the rest of the population of the Commonwealth in Canada and Australia, and it's so incredibly small compared to America, or it's smaller than England. The populations of Australia and Canada put together is less than what's in England, and England has less of a population than California. So really, any Commonwealth account, it's all rides on India. Basically, it's Delhi-centric as opposed to London, meaning the capital of New Delhi in India. So you're talking about 1 billion people there in that economic kind of malaise, the sick old man of the planet. And 1 billion Catholics, 1 billion Muslims, and 1 billion Chinese. That's 4 billion right there. I guess basically when you add up Africa's population, the continent of Black Africa is it's going to be 1 billion, definitely, as I said, in Nigeria alone by mid-century. And combined with the rest of Africa, that's almost 2 billion. In fact, that's not exaggerating it. So the continent of Africa, if it were ever united, is 2 billion people. But we'll just say, because that's not ever going to happen, at least 1 billion people in Nigeria as a regional superpower over the majority of West Africa. So you're talking about, there's 1 billion people for you. So 1 billion Black Africans, 1 billion Confucianist Chinese, actually, communized into this crazy train they're on. 1 billion Muslims and 1 billion Roman Catholics, and 1 billion Asian Indians upholding the English-speaking Commonwealth. The rest of England and Canada and Australia, they're just vestigial. They're like vestigial stumps or limbs on India's centrality, their central part of the Commonwealth status. So, that pretty much sums up 5 billion people right there on Earth. If there's only another 6 billion, that's the rest of us. but there's something like 3-4 more billion after that, right? Aren't we at 9 billion people now?
Yeah, I would think so. We're nearing the hell zone. 10 billion.
Actually, technically, as Brendan Zogit said, believe it or not, the world can support far more people than we have even now.
I know.
That would require enlightened government.
Yeah, but the problem is I'm looking at humanity as it is rather than what it could be.
Yes.
And when I look at it as it is, I would say the fact that we've hit 9 billion means we're in hell now.
Well, one thing I will agree with you on, if the two things that mankind does best are fighting and fucking, we're not fighting enough.
Yeah, we're not fighting enough, and instead we're just making each other miserable.
Yes, and
the other problem is there's only so much of the surface that's habitable.
Yes.
For us,
yes.
We're so fragile. It's not funny. So all these populations cluster.
Right. Now there's only
coastal regions.
There's only so much that we can live on. So only so much of the world that is habitable. Several things to bring up, of course, if we were truly to get visionary and there was some truly coherent form of planetary management, in the sense of at least an international body that could serve as a exchange rate system and a kind of intergovernmental consultation where everybody was agreeing to certain global objectives for the sake of human survival. We could build mega towers. It is not out of our technological feasibility through nanocarbon technology and the like to ultimately build skyscrapers or star scrapers that would be 1 billion floors. And so in these habitable parts of the planet, something like that is technically conceivable, where the moon
it
would
is,
look
but
closer.
the question is quality of life.
Oh, well, you had to go there. Well, bear in mind the quality of life is for most people, most people in places like India or Africa, the quality of life is so low that they would be able to take that and work with it, unlike you and I. I mean, you and I, how's this for tears in your eyes? Take a look sometime at Norwegian prison systems. If you take a look at the Norwegian prison system, they say, well, our biggest crime is recidivism for most prisons in the world, is that they release people and the people come back because they've been in jail, nobody will hire them, and they return to prison. Well, in Norway, you go to prison and they provide you with a college education. If you've ever seen a prison cell in Norway, it's over 3 rooms. You live in a place where they're the only prison system that has to provide eviction notices because nobody wants to leave. And so the end result is when they do leave, they're highly educated and they essentially are hired immediately and they never return. They have a 0 recidivism rate. Now, as an American, you and I can look at that and only wish that we could go to Norway and kill somebody or rape somebody so we can go there. So the difference I'm saying is that if you lived in Norway, your quality of life would be so high that where you live now in America, you'd say nobody can live like that. So imagine how the rest of the world lives in India or Africa compared to where we are now, and you might as well be on a different planet. And so honestly, it's not so much quality of life that really is that much of a problem. You and I somehow survive, despite the fact we're not in a Norwegian prison.
Well, yeah, but
think of your average American who works their ass off and cannot afford a room with 3 rooms. Your average person who's working their ass off in New York City, come on, you know this. They're living in a single room. I mean, oh my fucking God, they're working all day, every day, all their lives, and they could never live the quality of a Norwegian prisoner.
They can't even live the quality of your regular piece of trash in the South somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, or in the Midwest where people only can speak 1-syllable words.
Yeah.
I mean, so, I look at, added population. You have to understand, I have a sort of bias already because I'm coming from New York, which is already population dense.
Right.
And so I see the horrors I experience the horrors on a daily basis of high populations, high traffic. And I'm thinking, if all this shit, if New York was like this and this was worse, if we were to turn this into, I don't know, what's the biggest city in the world? Oh my gosh, it's somewhere it's one of those Asian countries. Oh my goodness, I can't remember. But
well, basically the overwhelming majority of the world's population is in Japan, China, the Korean Peninsula, Taiwan, Indonesia. You draw a circle around that region of Asia, and the majority of the world's population is there, period. Of course, that's going to change. That balance will change when Africa hits, basically about 1 billion in Nigeria and 1 billion on the rest of the continent. Then the dynamics will begin to change, and you would probably see, if China did attain a global supremacy, God forbid under the communist system that it ever does that, but if it did, the only people to really benefit at that time would be the Africans, because the communist Chinese will dump all their industry onto Africa simply because they will do what the Japanese did and move their lifestyle. They'll up their game. And so they'll stop producing tchotchkes and all these industrial goods and let the Africans do it. And as I predicted before, you're going to see more and more made in Africa. That will be the future of necessity. And But the thing we don't want is for that to happen under the communists. So the one thing that we do look forward to is, obviously, if there's more people living in the areas of the world that are going to be so impacted by climate change, let's hope that they will force attention to be brought to that issue simply by, if nothing else, violence and terrorism. And if that's what it takes for them to make the developed world redistribute wealth and investment, then it's justifiable. I
really don't think we have the time.
I agree with that too.
I mean, honestly, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the surface, and I can see how we're going to probably lose a good 4 to 5 or 6 billion people.
Well,
easily.
There you go. Well, that solves the problem, right? I mean, well, at that point, the problem solves itself. So with a good part of the human population dedicated to fertilizer, well, our greens are going to grow greener.
I mean, much of the problem is going to be eliminated. So, I mean, that could be seen as a good thing, but on the same token, it's like, geez, it seems more like if we're reaching a point where it can be permanent, like we're just going to go extinct. I mean, again, maybe that is for the better. I don't know.
Believe me, I'm in moods. There's times when I feel that way myself. I'm sure we all do. Honestly, I think a massive enough mega death will simply just make it easier for everyone. Honestly, you're just going to... ultimately, that's one reason why Salman Sheikh is pretty convinced 85% of the population will die. I mean, that's pretty heavy. I don't know if it would be that much, but either way, it's going to be horrific. Certainly, you do remember, and I might get to it tonight. We got some hours left. I did say that compare 9/11 when the Twin Towers collapsed and how the entire economy of the world went into kind of a mini depression. If that La Palma collapses and you get that mega tsunami and the entire East Coast is obliterated, then the world economy ends at that point. I mean,
that sort of solves my problem, and I don't have to. I wouldn't really have to consider. Worrying about old age and, suicide and shit like that. Just because, that'll just pretty much take care of the job for me.
Oh, God. Well, you were like saying, oh, man.
That said, I don't really fancy dying.
Yeah, it's there. Well, I mean, let's put it this way. I'll get into that if I can tonight. Let's finish this up. At worst, I'll get into it Sunday. So let me get back into the groove here, the zone, so to speak. Before I do that, let me. Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to take a leak before I did that. Do you need to?
Oh, okay.
Okay. I'll be back. Yeah. Right. After I come back, you need to go do something, and then.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to do it first? I guess I better do it first, because that way when I get back, I can go straight into monologue. All right. So do me a favor and hold the stage. You can keep people occupied with some thoughts based on what we've just discussed, and then I'll let you know as soon as I'm back, which will be soon. Okay.
All right. So let's see what I can scrounge up from the net. I have. All right. We have that U.S. Germany thing. I'm sure there's a lot of other crazy things going on. We have let's see. Well, look at this. Men have a bigger carbon footprint than women, thanks to their appetite for cars and meat. Gender stereotypes are alive and well and harming our planet, a new study from Sweden shows, as men's passion for meat and cars is making them bigger contributors to greenhouse gases than women. Yeah, and they're just bigger, uglier things to look at as a result, and more obnoxious. The study carried out by research company Ecoloop and published on Monday in the Journal of the Industrial Ecology looked at single men and women living in Sweden and considered their consumption and expenditure on goods such as food, household items, furnishings, holidays, and fuel for cars. It was found that Swedish men on average were responsible for 16% more greenhouse gases than women, despite the fact that men only spend 2% more on goods in total than women do. The research was based on official consumer spending figures from 2012, the most recent data available. The study gave a reason why men are responsible for higher carbon emissions despite spending a similar amount to women. It said that women tended to spend money on low-emitting products, such as healthcare, furnishings, and clothes, while men spent 70% on their money on what the study called greenhouse gas intensive items, including fuel for cars. When it comes to transportation and vacations, single men produce more emissions than women because of the higher car use. While the study found that car-based holidays in Sweden are 6 times more polluting than ones taken by train. It's interesting because I see a lot of guys, younger guys, they just drive around the neighborhood all day long. It's literally like, walk, move. But I don't understand it either. Annika Carlson Kaneyama, the leading researcher on the study, told CNN that men could really learn from women's expenditure habits, which produce significantly less carbon emissions, despite the similar amount of spending. She said governments need to factor in these gender differences into their decision-making when shaping environmental policy. I agree. Policies, for example, in transportation, should be targeted to men to discourage them from spending so much on fuel, from using cars so much. It's essential for governments in their messaging to explain to men how high emissions are that their expenditure is causing. The problem with men is men tend more likely to not care than women. So, right off the bat, it's a Y chromosome that's defective. Carlson Kaneyama also said she's noticed that it makes people uncomfortable to discuss the fact that men and women affect the environment differently. Of course, because men don't like to take responsibility for their own shit. Which they should. As may or Kaya, a doctoral researcher in ecofeminism and environmental justice at the University of Limerick in Ireland, echoed Carlson Kaniyama's point about the impact that fixed gender roles, within which men are more likely to spend their money on cars and fuel and eat more meat, for example, have on the environment. Yeah, I mean, we don't need any more Joe Rogans running around. Men's masculine identities become heavily associated with fossil fuel extraction and consumption and resistance to sustainable diets, they told CNN. The study's publication comes just week after the devastating consequences of climate change.
Ooh, there you go. Thank you. Keep going, as long as you want. Let me finish.
Were laid bare across the U.S. and Canada when record-breaking heat waves left many dead. And the EU last week announced its bold plan for climate action, the Fit for 55 initiative that aims to wean its members off fossil fuels. Now, again, it's just pretty sad. We just need to get rid of more men, and this is why we need a war. Orkaya and Carlson Kaniyama said, would governments must also consider how climate change affects men and women differently, as not only do women have a smaller carbon footprints than men, they also, according to United Nations, are more vulnerable to climate change, a fact that Carlson Kaniyama says should be reflected in the fight against climate disasters. Because guys decide, we just gotta leave the women and children behind and save ourselves.
But by the way, you are not exaggerating. That's not cynicism speaking. That's a fact. When they've noted that in various places where these flash floods have occurred due to the rising sea level in India, and in Pakistan, these places, like also probably what happened in Thailand with that flood, but that might be a different case. But certainly the cultures are so patriarchal, and they're so male centric, anthrocentric, as in centering on man, as opposed to female not being included in anthro with that term being used as I'm using it. The men will literally leave their families behind. And so they've proven time and again that the men just figure, well, I can get another bitch, and I'll just have her squeeze out more puppies. And because if the guy's capable of escape, he'll escape, and he'll leave the family, the woman and children behind. So, yes, it is a point to bear in mind. And we saw evidence of that. And Lena Shea actually was very astute with that when she was able to get that GIF that was based on genuine footage of a landslide in which you saw a white man do that, in which he was just trying to act the man and say, oh, nothing to worry about. It's controlled landslide, controlled demolition, and it gets out of control. And he has his family sitting there and watching it, all the while the wife is skittish and saying, let's get out of here. By the time that it goes just so wrong that it's wrong, the family is now going to be buried. The husband runs away chicken shit right towards the camera, and the woman is basically trying to keep up with him with these two kids and crouching over them, and is likely going to die. This is like what you see. And so it's as Jameson Reese says, you don't need men in general. 75% of the population of males could die off anywhere, and the human race will be the better for it. And I've brought up again and again the example of Japan after World War II, when everybody was saying, oh, the Japanese lost 20% of their male population in combat. They're never going to recover. Well, you can see the success story that Japan has become by sacrificing 20% of its male population in World War II. Honestly, it's what a joke. Men are just they aren't all that. And so with that being said, women are much more victimized by climate change, and they're much more vulnerable to it. And fuck the men. And aside from that, how did I get here? Oh my god. Somehow I clicked a wrong button, and I wound up in some racists fucking. Maybe they sent this to me. News for you. How is this news for me? Oh, the world of manga, comics and anime. I guess this is one of those pages, and okay, maybe this woman thinks this is funny. I guess I'll download this and give this to J. Mo Reese and our friend Brendan Zoget. The two of you would probably appreciate this. So let me just say, I hate that term. It's usually such a racist term that only a racist would use it. But I guess this is supposed to be funny. I got to admit there is humor to that. So let me send that to you here in the private messages. To our man Jameson, and fuck, I'm hitting the wrong buttons. Other than that, when it comes to what you were reading about, what else do they say in terms of trying to resolve this problem? Aside from, I presume, basically give women more rights.
Well, the problem is men spend more on cars and fuel. And they're more likely to eat meat, and there are guys who say it's the only way to lose weight and stay a man. You got to eat all this meat. Yeah. Please just hurry up and die of colon cancer while you're at it.
The funny thing is, God, I wish I could get more meat. Certainly like my MD says I need it, and I've really got to start. So people, I need your contributions. Honestly, I need to start eating some steaks. By the way, do you find that funny? I put that into your private messages, and you can take a look at that now. And it's something that I would share with friends, but would never publish myself.
I don't get it.
We that's supposed to be, it's a derogatory term for an anime fan or somebody who jacks off to hentai porn or something, praying to isekai god truck kun. He's racist shit, but the truck is bowing, he's bowing. Get it? That's it. The truck is bowing and he's bowing. It's just stupid. It's just
okay.
I guess that's supposed to come from the Transformer fantasy or something, and I'll just say, let me express this to Brendan. I personally, I noticed that for somebody who's a manga and anime fan, it just it certainly didn't you didn't find it funny. So
no.
So let's say Jameson. Go on.
It seems like their attempt of I don't know. I didn't get it. It didn't hit me right away. So it's like one of those things where it's like, okay. I guess I see what they were trying to do there.
Right, but it's.
I didn't even understand the terminology weeb. I didn't even know what the hell that was.
Look that up sometime, and it's just so offensive. Only in the sense that it's not offensive in the sense that it's immediately offensive. It's one of those things. It's just so fucking stupid. It's a white boy term, and it's what white boys call guys that they assume are jacking off to tentacle porn, or various anime fans. They all say weeb. It's a play on Weibo, which is of course the Chinese version of social media, and of course a whole bunch of Asians besides Chinese are on it. So you've got a very large population that is overwhelmingly Asian, because most of it is Asian language material. And so then the whites take that and they create a diminutive weeb from off of Weibo, and then say it's all part of what they project, all the negativity they project into Asian culture, pornography and all.
Okay, so this is mostly a white attack on
Asians. Yeah, that's why when I saw the woman's face, who's
on Japanese culture.
Yeah, when I saw the white woman's face, and it's not an attractive one. This is like some woman who, if it's an avatar, it's somebody who simply wants to look ugly to the point of being comical. But I believe it's probably someone who naturally looks like that, and that's the real face. It would explain everything. And so she put this on one of these timelines, a group, what's called a Facebook group, which, Sailor Moon, I've always enjoyed, never watched it as a kid, but I always enjoyed just, the thought of Sailor Moon as a concept. I never read it. I never reviewed it. People can ask me questions about the different planets these girls are supposed to personify. And the only thing that attracted me about the concept was, first off, they're attractive girls, and second, they represent planetary titular spirits, so that which is a medieval concept, that the planets had souls of their own. So they kind of personalized that in the Sailor Moon story. And so it was on a timeline that's a fan base for Sailor Moon that this woman stuck that. So she's trolling that group, I guess. And
yeah. It's probably a conservative troll.
Yeah.
Or reactionary right piece of shit. Because, they really got nothing better to do than to just, attack anything that is more culturally open.
And that's why you probably had some Russian guy calling and inquiring about you. And that's because, there's Russians out there who just spend all day online. And believe me, I think you would assume as well as myself, certainly Brendan Zogid assumes this. Brendan says he's certain Putin has got someone specifically assigned to watching me. Well,
this is probably the case for all of us on Team D.
Thank you. That's my point. So probably that's what happened. And
whoever it is now watching Shakes, Salman Sheikh. So because he's one of us now, so he's got to deal with it.
Yes, that's right. And I look forward to Salman Sheikh's response to what I read. This is like you've read The Unparalleled Invasion, I'm sure, or at least scanned it, or of it when I brought that up before, Jack London's fantasy about annihilating the Asian race.
Yes, I'm very familiar with that horrid son of a bitch.
Yeah, and so Salman will probably have probably his usual diplomatic response, and he handles these things well, and his expression, doesn't go to the lengths that you and I do with our.
Yeah, well, I believe in just cutting to the point. I've passed the point of love and peace because I see that it's just not going to happen. There have been many people who were really good at it, who tried, like Buddha, Christ, and all that stuff.
And look what happened to them. Yeah. How did that go? Look at nothing really seems that much different. So fuck that. I hear you.
It's for that reason that I stopped using my platform to share little things that I would find about occultism interesting, because it's like, if I'm sharing these things and they're actually productive, I'm just gonna get punished for these things for that shit. Mm-hmm. Fuck that. I rather keep my secrets and use it as a way of dominating everyone the fuck else. To hell with it, because no good deed gets unpunished. So, and I recognize that as a rule of this universe. So I'm like, all right, screw that then.
Yeah, and believe me, we all should be disturbed by these wealthy men trying to get into space. What the fuck is this shit? We could interpret it as simply a giant dick measuring contest, where a bunch of fuckers are just showing you, look at all the excess money I have.
Well,
literally.
I'll tell you what it really is the fact that unconsciously they realize that the trajectory that humankind is going, even they, the mega wealthy, are going to be fucked.
Well, that's what many people say. Yeah.
Unconsciously, they know it, and they're not trying to be conscious. They're not trying to let their minds go there. So they're trying to convince themselves that they're just like this new frontier for humanity. No, what it really is fear.
Actually, I would go so far as to argue that they consciously realize it, and they're actively trying to establish themselves some kind of ability to literally get off the planet. And
well, there's that too. I mean, that even if they do consciously realize it, they know things are going to get so fucked that they want out.
Yeah.
They realize they have no security here.
Yes. Yes, and by the way, well, there's still justice. Let me take a look at what I just found while I was speaking to you. There was, this is an interesting case, and then I will get back to monologue because I'll let you relieve yourself. But, oh, there we are. Oh, God, I'm looking at this old crone, and, I'll just let you handle this. Just let me give you the link, and let's see if we can get this working. And here we are. Let me get this out here and see if I can access this. And if I looks like these results are changing quickly. If this topic is new, it can sometimes take time for results to be added by Oh, here we are. Anyhow, let me give you the link for this. I will put this in your message box, and you can tell people. You can handle this. Tell people what you see. With that, once you access that in the message box. And by the way, this is so common. People need to know this is going on all the time. I don't know if you can see that and access the link. Hopefully you can. And that's some talk about morbid entertainment. You can. Are you able to retrieve it, or you open it?
You sent it to Facebook, right?
Yeah, Facebook Messenger. Yeah, it's in
I still have the weeb praying to the truck thing.
Oh, maybe refresh your page and see if it works. Otherwise, I'll give it to you here in this Skype link, and let's see how that works. Okay, here we are, Skype, and should be able to access it there. There, can you see it now? It's in the Skype text box. There we are.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I see it.
Some white old bitch with who she lost her broom to ride on, so she's riding a vote. Trump.
Well, that's the only thing that she's gonna be able to get up there. Well, I see this as a good thing because the less of them, the better.
I agree. So there you go. You can tell people what you're seeing. Basically, the subtitle says it all. We're going to see many more and more of Magats willingly die. And so, by the way, for people, this isn't anti-vaccination ideology so much as it's COVID-19 denial. These people, yeah. Thank you.
I mean, unvaxxed Trump supporter who spread coronavirus conspiracy theories dies of COVID-19. Good. Good riddance. Good freaking riddance. On Tuesday, Cape Cod Times reported that Linda Zorn, a former member of the Bourne, Massachusetts Board of Selectmen, and what the fuck is in Massachusetts Board of Selectmen, and a Trump-supporting figure in the local Republican Party has died of COVID-19. Good. I hope the rest of their family dies off too.
Oh my God.
Okay, here's what they claim. She has shared stories accusing the World Health Organization of a cover-up of the quote-unquote Wuhan virus and claiming COVID-19 is a cover for globalists to usher in UN Agenda 2030.
But by the way, note the contradiction in that thought process. This is what George Orwell said was the ultimate triumph of the totalitarian state was the ability to, in its population, have them be able to hold two contradictory thoughts simultaneously. She's saying that Wuhan virus was covered up by the World Health Organization, which, by the way, is true. I've brought this up before, that Ethiopian house nigger is in the back pocket of the communist Chinese. They paid him directly to deny this pandemic status, until it became a pandemic. Truly, it was too late to make the declaration. And then she's saying, oh, but it's all really a cover for the globalist agenda. So if he's hiding COVID, then how is COVID itself a cover for the globalist agenda when he was hiding it?
Yeah, I mean, it means by saying that she's still acknowledging that COVID-19 exists.
Yeah, but then she says it doesn't because it's a cover for a globalist agenda. Unless I'm miscommunicating, and she's saying it exists, but that it's being taken advantage of or exploited as a front by the globalist agenda. But that's not really what she's saying, because she says it's really doesn't exist, and that the globalists are just pushing this shit so they can, impinge upon your sovereignty at the national and individual level. So it truly is a contradictory, self-contradictory belief.
There is no logic there. It's like, okay, so if it's a cover for globalists to usher in the UN Agenda 2030, how are they ushering the Agenda 2030? By saying there's a virus and getting people vaccines? I don't get it. Because apparently the people who are getting vaccines are living, they're not dying. So my mind is just like, it's not processing this for some reason.
Yeah, because it's impossible. You'd have to be a schizophrenic, lunatic to buy into this shit. It's horrible. But it goes to show that you have an entire group of people that is infected with this madness, and as you said, well, hopefully a lot of them will die off with their COVID-19 denial. And
do us a favor, do us a favor.
And
someone else is this is a comment from someone else here. It is a blessing when these idiot moron jackasses finally do get the virus and die from it. I just wish Trump had died from it because of all the garbage that has followed his recovery, including especially his very own insurrection on January 6th, would have died with his rotten, vile corpse. So there are other people who feel the same way.
Oh, yeah. But you know what's so shocking is that, I don't know if you were aware of this, Bolsonaro contracted it and was out of the game for a while, but now he's recovering, and that'll probably bolster. It's like Jesus rising from the dead for these people, just like...
Yeah, but his recovery is he's going to have complications.
Let's hope
because we haven't heard any more about it after that.
Okay.
So obviously things have fallen silent. It's not like the Pope where we saw that the Pope recovered from whatever intestinal issue he had and he's walking around and stuff. Now Bolsonaro, he just dropped out the picture now.
God, I pray you're right. I really do. I've seen some stories where it looks like he said, I'm coming back or some bullshit, but I didn't
all these guys always talk shit.
They do.
Oh my God.
They do. And, but hopefully you're right, because honestly, that guy needs to go. I mean, because we're talking about the Amazon rainforest, and it's just like I said, that needs to be considered the property of the world.
Well, at this point, we're too late with the Amazon rainforest.
I understand.
Because I found an article somewhere. I
where it's now emitting more carbon than industrial nation states and shit.
Yeah. Because eventually the Amazon says, you know what? Fuck you guys. We're done sustaining you. Mm-hmm. We're done.
Yes.
They've had enough. I mean, my goal now is to use what I can learn to try to find a way. I don't know if it's even going to be possible. It's as far-fetched as possible, but to get into the inner Earth kingdoms, because that's the only place I can see being sustainable, and that would of course require the sacrifice of this physical form. I'm not delusional about that, but
Well, actually, it doesn't really require that. The one thing I know from what was presented about the inner Earth, especially if you're talking about the Thousand Year Reich in Exile, they were welcoming people of all colors, because their greatest problem would be morbid inbreeding from too limited a population, even though their population is large enough to sustain a viable population that's not going to degenerate with morbid inbreeding. all people have been welcomed there. That the one thing that I knew from the intelligence and the various interactions with the Reich was that, as I said before, if you take a look at the Nexus magazine articles that I have on my website. This is for all the listeners and not just yourself, of course. I know you probably know of this, but I don't know if you've ever really personally accessed them. But it takes some time to do that. And if you access the Nexus magazine articles on the Douglas Dietrich website, they'll notice that I bring up the fact that the transmissions that are intercepted by the scientists on Antarctica, they're definitely classified as enemy transmissions. But at the same time, their biggest problem in Antarctica is scientists of all races and creeds trying to defect. And that this was one time you had that, quote unquote, all these Russians or Ukrainians went missing. And then they said, oh, later on they found them. And that was a lie. And that was a defection. That was a mass defection. This happens.
I would defect from the surface in a heartbeat. There is no. This is over. This is over.
I get what you're saying. It's over certainly as we know it. I mean, it can't go on like this.
Well, what I'm saying is, I don't see humankind with the cleverness, with anything clever enough to bypass.
You know, the worst case scenario is that with all of the knowledge that we'll lose, with so many people in such a great die-off, we'll be back to essentially square one. And
I mean, I'm sure some people will survive, and I get the feeling that even if we're back at square one, I get the feeling that when they do start to reconnect to creating technology, I get the feeling that humankind will advance even faster than we did before.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's optimistic. That's good.
No, because I just know that for some reason, when it comes to that unconscious connection and the capacity to generate knowledge, I've seen a lot of things that humans do that are quite incredible. And I know that when it comes to accessing that sort of morphogenetic field of humanity, that we seem to have gotten better at it with time. But the only problem is the change, the positive feedback of the weather and the changing, and how things are just magnifying, and how the storms, the breakdown is happening faster and faster, to the point where there's going to be survivors, but they're going to be very few, and they're going to be scattered in, like, who knows? I don't think this is anything where the billionaires, buying bunkers are going to be able to get their way out of this shit. They're not.
Yeah, and by the way,
that's going to be a waste of money.
Yeah, if anyone ever takes a look at the Jerry Anderson, I think was his name. Jerry Dean Anderson, maybe, or maybe I'm conflating his name with someone else, but that was the guy who did a lot of British children's series. And also did the UFO series on television that was about a war with aliens under siege, Earth under siege, and there we are, Jerry Anderson, UFO, Thunderbirds, Stingray. If you take a look at the Puppetoon stuff they did, which what a waste, very realistic looking technology, and at the same time they ruined it all because they thought that kids just couldn't handle adults, and so they replaced them all with puppets, thinking the kids would like that better. Whatever. I don't get it, but so he, Jerry Anderson, made these things, and the first thing that you'll notice about them, by the way, that one idiot who I had on my show who tried to ambush me, not the Japanese idiot, the Jap trash piece of shit, whose name I'm already forgetting, but the other idiot, Keith Johansson, who I personally knew a lot better than the Japanese guy. What was that guy's name again? Do you happen to Hamamoto? Yeah, was it?
Yeah, Daryl. I think it was Daryl Hamamoto or something.
Maybe something like that. Yeah, and thank you. But this Keith Johansson guy, he actually wrote a article that was published in a Jerry Anderson fanzine, or a fan magazine, that was literally print page published. So most of that was like love stories written by women who just had, just got themselves published in the magazine because, they're writing fan fiction. But in his case, he wrote what he wanted to be, a member of a think tank, just like I wanted to be. And that guy's whole story is just so fucked up, pathetic. One of these days I'll go into it again just for morbid entertainment, but I kind of covered him at length before. Just an idiot who made a lot of wrong decisions, no matter what his baseline intelligence and creativity. Honestly, he had so many privileges, and he just thought that he could just keep riding them. And again, another time to go into that, but his article was about these television series, and what they really represented in their message was that there were so few characters and there seemed to be so few people represented. Of course, that's because how many puppets can you fucking make and handle in a scene? But there was never, everywhere there were, the earth was obviously underpopulated, extremely underpopulated. So he felt the message that was being projected was that a great catastrophic, horrible extinction event had occurred, and that basically the few human beings that were left were running the world on supermassive technology and automated production of all the machines they were taking advantage of to do what they were doing all over the world. And so that, that resonated with me. And certainly I feel that that's a potential for that world you're talking about. In other words, of supermassive die-off,
The cataclysm idea. It's interesting because when I first came up, I remember just dropping the idea out of the blue after reading some manga that I thought was really weird, and so I wanted to create something that was really weird, where there was a cataclysm that occurred on the Earth that killed off 75% of the population or something, and everyone who was remaining. It was like whenever they try to remember what happened, they can't seem to remember what that cataclysm was. Yet, all the technology and everything, they were able to rebound, and all the technology was able to literally come back to what it was before the cataclysm, which is technology like we have it now, in a relatively fast amount of time.
Right. People have also said that there might be such a thing as racial amnesia, not just racial memory. People have posited racial memory, but the other thought is that there is like a trauma victim where the human race has blocked out of its collective mind memories of past cataclysms, flood events, and as in global flood events and shit like that. So it's an attractive idea. I certainly don't argue against it. It would explain a lot, and the
idea was to try to use it as something that the character starts to explore, and starts to try to starts to find clues and clues about whatever this thing might have been. And I figured I would be able to run that by creating this sort of like suspenseful mystery, which would seem appealing at the time. Now I don't even take this seriously anymore.
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing that. You can.
It seems like something that's going to happen in real life anyway. So it's like, what's the point of writing it down?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying with that too. I can kind of grasp that. I definitely think that I hear you. I hear you. It's kind of like why did they bother to write World War Z, right? By the way, in all fairness, I spoke to the author personally of World War Z just briefly, but I met he's the son of who's that Jewish guy who makes all those comedies, and I forget his name, but he wrote World War Z, and his dad was Mel Brooks. So he's the son of Mel Brooks, and I forget what his name is, something Brooks. And so I purposefully met him and asked him if he was willing to put the World War Z into a board game, because I knew somebody who could design that. when he was open to it, and I brought that back to the idiot I was dealing with, saying, oh, hey, he's interested. And he's like, oh, yeah, that's not going to make, he was just thinking of whatever excuse that it wouldn't make much money because, the creator of a board game only gets so much, and then, and that it wasn't going to make him rich. And first off, it's just so stupid to think like that in so many ways. Think of the man I told everyone was a brand name in his day, James Cook Brown, James Cook Encyclopedia Brown, the man who developed the Careers board game. And that board game was, it made him, it added a lot of income into his life. So this guy was just so full of shit. And he's just awful because he had so much talent and just wasn't using it. He was just pissing it all away and, just crazy. I mean, he was a dear friend of mine, Richard McGuire, for a long time, but just to see him disintegrate, how would I say, just so it's just awful. It's just awful. And he had a beautiful girlfriend for a period of time that I helped make happen. And then she broke up with him, of course, within a comparatively short period of time. It cost him a lot, like whatever kind of, inheritance he had to a great degree, which wasn't much, but, she took a great deal of it. Of course, the only thing I could tell him, well, it's better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. So
that I have to disagree with.
Yeah, I can hear that too. I suppose I could. I mean, I get what you're saying, but at any rate, so do let me know when you're back if you
Gotcha.
Yeah, and I'll start this up again. And thank you. Appreciate that. We couldn't do it without Jameson Reese. He will let us know when he returns. Right now, I'll get back to doing what people are here for, and that is to monologue you through from dusk till dawn. And so when it came to the hangman, John C. Woods, Time magazine published an article on October 28th of 1946 detailing some of the horrors of the hangings of the Nuremberg 10, and Time magazine would call the executions at Nuremberg the night without dawn. And to read from their writ just a few sentences, 2 sentences. This was a night which had been longed for by millions in death cells in all of Europe's fearful prisons and pens. But now, in the piercing wind, victors and vanquished alike felt the chilling doubts that invariably attend man's deliberate killing in the name of justice. So, some would later assert the killings were botched, that Woods purposefully drew the deaths out so that the men did not hang but rather suffocated to death, each taking 20 minutes or more to die. And these men and women, they but spoke the truth. For example, Cecil Catling, a reporter for the London Star. His writ reads as follows: declared that there was not enough room for the men to drop, which would mean that their necks had not been properly broken and that they must have died of slow strangulation. And one eyewitness account of the killings described it thus. This source is from Kingsbury Smith, a reporter with the International News Service on October 16th of 1946, the day Michael Aquino was born, reporting, and I'll read from here, when the rope snapped taut with the body swinging wildly, groans could be heard from within the concealed interior of the scaffold. Finally, the hangman, who had descended from the gallows platform, lifted the black canvas curtain and went inside. Something happened that put a stop to the groans and brought the rope to a standstill. After it was over, I was not in the mood to ask what he did, but I assumed that he grabbed the swinging body and held it up. We were all of the opinion that Stryker had strangled with the beneficiary in his gratuitous sadism. Master Sergeant Wood being rewarded by whatever thrills he felt. And, of course, there is Kingsbury Smith, a correspondent with the International News Service, who reported on the execution of Julius Streicher, the publisher of Der Stürmer, that National-So̼Ialistiche Judeophobic newspaper. It's more of the same. As a matter of fact, I've got to stop looking this stuff up. It's only making me more angry. Anyone else might have been embarrassed about botching such a high-level mass execution. But Master Sergeant Woods, that almost charmingly helpless, rather hapless man with a checkered past, relished his role in sending 10 convicted top-level Nazis to their deaths. The fact that he reportedly bungled all of the hangings, in addition to around 200 others throughout his short and sordid career, never, ever bothered him. Yet, he worried there would be retribution by the Germans. He became so worried by the way the Germans looked at him, he started carrying 2 Colt 45 pistols. That's according to GetRuralKansas.com. And in terms of the aftermath, after the Nuremberg hangings, Woods would brag to people that he had executed well over 347 men, and what the United States government officially was willing to acknowledge was close to 100 men. At the very least, 90 were his victims, and this was during World War II. We have to remember that Woods continued serving in the United States Army after the war. And because of that heinous reality, although Woods enjoyed his brief notoriety, he died several years later himself from electrocution on the Pacific island of Eniwetok while serving in an engineering unit. So he was continuing to serve in the Army after the war with the 7th Engineer Brigade in Eniwetok, the Marshall Islands, and twas there on the 21st of July. And that's important because that's what today's date is, July 21st. Or it was certainly so until we crossed the midnight timeline in the west coast of these United States. So understand, the day I started into this is the anniversarial date, the celebratory death of my father's murder of this mass murderer. And so, just kind of taking a look at the time right now and getting myself kind of inspired, shall we say, just kind of puzzling over the irony of this, and hoping you all appreciate it as well. It's now 3:23 a.m. on July 22nd, Thursday, the 22nd of July in 2021. And I started this show tonight on the 21st of July, 07/21/21. That's what we'll show when it's published. It will be a July 21st show. And this episode is, of course, basically celebratory in terms of my father's murder on the 21st of July in 1950 of Woods. And it gives you an idea of how I work with the rhythms of history. And I hope everyone really does appreciate that. And so when we do the year 2021 minus 1950 calculations, that was 71 years ago exactly that my father killed this man. Pretty unbelievable when you think about it. And of course, officially, they simply said that Woods met his end on the date that I started this transmission, 71 years ago. in the 1950th year of our Lord on the month and date of transmission to the day. He met his own end when he was electrocuted while repairing an engineer lighting set. And so, by the time of the 21st of July in 1950, mid-century of century, the last century, Woods had fallen into relative obscurity and therefore was literally consigned, working on the Eniwetok Atoll in the Pacific, the famed, rather infamed test site for nuclear weapons. And that island was frequented by German scientists and engineers as a part of Operation Paperclip. This actually is non-fiction, non-conspiracy history. You're finally hearing about Operation Paperclip. This was the covert program to develop scientific and technological advancements to support the United States military's prowess during the Cold War. And so here's these Operation Paperclip Germans, scientists and engineers. My father met them, and of course they instantly took a liking to him because they could see his name on his uniform. Dietrich! And, sprechen Sie Deutsch? Are you German? And my father would communicate with them. And on July 21st of 1950, while both my father and Master Sergeant John C. Woods were stationed on Eniwetok Atoll in the Pacific, that testing ground for nuclear weapons, the entire island was at that point populated with German and American scientists and engineers working as part of Operation Paperclip itself in an effort to develop the American aerospace, atomic weapons, and military aircraft industries. And while clinging to a light bulb and standing in a pool of water, Woods was electrocuted. His death came faster than any of the Nazi war criminals he had executed. So the way the Army proposed this, he was standing in a pool of water, changing light bulbs, when a current of electricity suddenly coursed through the water, and Wood screamed and fell back into the water dead. Now, of course, everyone knew this death was suspicious, and there was public notation taken. In other words, the public did not fail to notice all of the known presence. At that time, it was alleged by way of the general public, but certainly this wasn't top secret. Certainly everyone in the military in general who cared to know understood the presence of German scientists working on the atoll for the United States weapons program. Either way, Master Sergeant John C. Woods' exit, it was certainly quicker than that of his most famous victims. His death was a pedestrian end for a man who once held the world stage. And, again, it cannot be overemphasized in irony. Woods died faster than any of the men he had ever executed, but his death was most certainly not an accident. And the anti-Nazi executioner, as he's known, is buried in a small cemetery in Toronto next to his wife, who died in the year 2000, Anno Domini, the first year of the third Christian millennium and the 21st century, by our chronological reckoning. So I'll bring us back to why this is important in terms of Julius Streicher in particular. But there is really not much for me to tell you other than what I already have. We have more of a context for it now. But what happened was when he was standing when he fell into the water, rather, was, as I said, my father simply threw him an open electrical line, and like an idiot, he grabbed for it, because a drowning man will grab even the tip of a sword. it was my father who knocked him into the water, and then my father who handed him the cable, and had the satisfaction of watching him fry in the water, where my father said he lit up like a light bulb. Now, because my father was in area and was interrogated, and they asked him, "What did you see?" He said, "Oh, well, he lit up like a light bulb." You know, my father thought he was going to spend the rest of his life in prison at that point. And they said, "You said he died screwing a light bulb?" And my father said, yeah, that's what I said. And I said, all right. And then they wrote that down and asked my father, "You may go now." Basically, he was dismissed. So my father got away with murder. Now, there were people who helped him set it up, the German scientists and engineers. And, you know, if anyone like Peter Moon asks me about it Sunday night, I should be able to provide extra details that may come out of my memory. And right now, that's really as far as I can go on the subject. Understand this. This is something that I was always warned would destroy my family name. I think that's pretty fucking funny in light of everything that's ever happened to me as a public informant. I'm well past such banal fears. And certainly, I will tell you myself, I am proud of what the man who raised and guided me did. And if I had been there with him, I would have helped. This is something that I believe any decent person would have done this. Certainly should have done this. Getting back into the task at hand, kind of again continuing to contextualize this, bring it all in light of the Spanish Civil War, which is so important in reflection, in context of our day and age today. Let's get back into that. It brings us back to Julius Streicher, the most infamous victim of Master Sergeant John C. Woods. We have here a man who was hanged for writing newspaper articles, and we are told with a straight face, in all seriousness, that this is democracy in action. Of course, you could just dismiss this with a joke, saying that it's always encouraging to hear about hangings of media moguls. God knows, I would like to see this happen to Rupert Murdoch. And at that point, you can also say, thank God today's papers tell nothing but the truth. And they don't push you to have a special opinion. Oh, that's why that's never going to happen to Rupert Murdoch, who, of course, is saying that climate change isn't real, and that's the officially stated policy of his goddamn mass media machine, which goes well beyond any fucking newspaper, but the control of Fox News, the media machine of the Republican state within our state. So someday, this will happen in America. Julius, MSNBC, CNN, you can say they're all the same. Streicher died on the gallows at Nuremberg solely for publishing a paper critical of the Jews. Streicher was not part of the German government throughout the war. Streicher had no role in the Deutschen war effort or in the concentration camps. So, in our future, what is going to happen is that Julius Streicher, based on the radicalization of the right end of the political spectrum in the Western world, will be redefined as a martyred crusader for truth. People are going to revise this man, Julius Streicher, as the most famous writer and authority on the Jewish problem in all of history. And they will reinterpret his legacy as that he has been greatly maligned by the forces of organized Jewry. That of the 11 German martyrs who went to their deaths on the gallows at Nuremberg in October 16th of 1946, thus birthing into our world the scourge of Michael Aquino. Stryker alone died solely for his speeches and writings. Stryker had absolutely nothing to do with the German planning or conduct of World War II. In point of fact, throughout the war, he was not even in the government. He was lynched at Nuremberg for absolutely no other reason than because he was highly effective in what people are going to conclude in exposing the many hidden facts about Jews. That is how people will conclude this incident. His world-famous weekly newspaper, Der Stürmer, oh my God, I've just received a flash. Talking about the influence of the Jew. Of course, I do hope people understand I do not take this stance of a global Jewish cabal that actually rules the world, because I don't give them that much credit, not by a long shot. But I just got a notification of what we've always feared. Jameson, I'm going to need you to respond to this. Barack Obama and Bruce Springsteen have just co-authored a book, I guess to rival ours, titled Born in the USA, American Renegades. Oh my fucking God. Barack Obama and Bruce Springsteen, American Renegades. Yes, born in the USA. What the fuck brought these two together? Was it like nostalgia? Was it a really bad cocktail party? Was this, and then they get a book out. By the way, Bruce Springsteen looks like shit. This is the notification I got while I was saying this. There's something cosmic about this. This is kind of like, damn, Doug, what you talking about? Look at this. It's like, oh my fucking God. It's like, what is that? It's like these guys have shown themselves now to be old. I mean, Bruce Springsteen, that's like, you got to be sitting in a rest home to be listening to this guy. As a matter of fact, I would think that this is palliative care music. This is hospice elevator music at this point. And Obama and him get together and they call themselves renegades. I mean, these are guys who are like, come on now, Obama's going around charging for speeches, and, you know, Bruce Springsteen, come on, dude. I mean,
what is renegade about them at all?
Thank you. Where does that come from? I use the title renegade military historian. I think I've got it nailed. These guys, come on, man. I mean, really bad on the day they were born.
They're literally embedded in the system.
Thank you. They are the face of the system.
They've been embedded in the system since day one. Mm-mm. They were groomed for the system.
Thank you. Born and groomed. It's crazy. Oh my God. This is like when Sylvester Stallone tried to become the artist, and he outed all these paintings he did, and you know, it doesn't matter. The guy could have drawn stick figures, and it's Stallone. People would have come to look at it, right? Just because it's Stallone. It effectively was that. I mean, nobody remembers Sylvester Stallone, the artist. There's a reason why. Everybody came, they looked, they laughed, and they went home. And it's, you know, after that, he cried and you know, went on with his life. So these guys like, oh, we're renegades now. Yeah, this is like, it's too much. It's just these guys try to look like they're hip and they're cool and they're edgy, It's just, so there you have it. Thank you, James. And if you have any other observations, now you remember how I deconstructed that song "Born in the USA" and how white this was and how it catered only to the white guys, and how literally one of the lyrics, about going to Vietnam, "sent to kill the yellow man" and shit. It's like, or not fight the yellow man, but kill him as if the American had no capability of being struck down himself.
The fact that he said yellow is racist as fucking in of itself.
Understood, but that's so obvious I didn't bother to go there. It's like, but the fact that they said to kill the yellow man, he says, instead of to fight or sent to be killed by the yellow man in terms of many guys going to Vietnam and dying. No, it was sent there to only kill as if he could not die. That's what that implies. Like, everybody is like Rambo. They return home victorious. They can only kill but never die. This is, that's the pathology of this whole thing. But honestly, who's the other idiot? Billy Joel. Oh, God. You know what Bruce Springsteen looks like now? He looks like Billy Joel. It's like, this is what happens when, I guess, Jewish guys get old. They come from a cookie cutter mold or something, so they all start to look like they're identical, like shriveled apple faces or something. It's you remember those things? You used to shrivel the apple to look like a face, or were you too young for that shit?
No, I've seen that done.
Okay, there we are. I mean, if you compress a one of those marshmallow rabbits, then it looks like Kim Jong-un. I shit you not. The ears melt down. It looks like his hair. And, it looks just like him. I swear to God, take one and squish it down a little bit, gently between your hands till it's an inch shorter. And you get Kim Jong-un. This is what, Billy Joel and who's the fuck is the other guy I said again? Oh, Bruce Springsteen. It's what Bruce Springsteen and Billy Joel look like that now. But, all right, so there we go with that. Oh my God, that's so shocking. I mean, that's as bad to me as global scorching is this shit. I mean, it's not only that we're burning alive; it's that this is what we get. Oh, you want some reading material through the apocalypse? This is it. That's what comes out. And
I mean, at this point, I'm thinking we can't burn fast enough.
Thank you. I mean, it's like these guys said, "Hey, fuck that renegade military historian. Let's show him who's renegade." Then these two old farts get together. You can't tell the black one from the white one because the black one's acting so white and the white one's acting so black. And so you think it's a joke and you think that somebody transposed the voices or something. But there you go. All right. Oh, thank you, James. I couldn't get through the night without you. I need somebody to bitch, to personally where I get the more immediate response. But oh my God, it must have been a slow publishing year, and you can't believe those two guys of all people. What the fuck? I guess what happened. What's so interesting about that? In all fairness,
they might have both been in the Grove.
Thank you, the Bohemian Grove or something. Thank you.
Yeah. They have some kind of secret between them where, it's like, okay, the lodge isn't giving us a choice. We gotta do something together.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. No, I hear you. And the only positive thing I can say about it is, everyone was vying for a piece of Billy Joel. I mean, Bruce Springsteen's ass when he was at the height of his fame before he degenerated into, the Moose and Rocco team we see today. I mean, that's what it reminds me of. Bullwinkle Moose and Rocky Squirrel. Before they got to that point, everybody wanted a piece of Bruce Springsteen's ass. The Republicans were asking him for a, endorsement. The Democrats were asking him for endorsement because he represented, the white male. He was appealing to the white male. And he didn't go either way. And now with this, he's obviously finally landed. So at least he landed on the side of Barack Obama, who for all his faults still represents the Democratic Party, which of course both Jameson Reese and myself and Salman Sheikh and anyone who is on Team Dietrich in general, like Brendan Zogett to a degree. I mean, he's not on Team Dietrich, but he's not necessarily as immediately vulnerable to race war as Salman Sheikh and Jameson Reese and Douglas Dietrich.
Yeah. Them crackers want us dead.
Yeah. And so at least in this regard, the man, the boss, went towards our side in what has to be interpreted as our side, simply because, we don't have a choice. It's like it's either the Democratic Party or we're facing the majority of the Republicans, unfortunately, are very racist and bigoted and want America white again. And
they're extremely violent.
Yes, thank you. And they're violent. So maybe this will take some edge off that, since they think of him as the working man. And I realize what happened now. It was Barack Obama's master plan conspiracy. Oh, what can I do to help, pull some of the whites on our side? I know. I'll get Bruce Springsteen to suck my dick. And, there you go. He waved that big black cock and said, "Yeah, you've never seen cock like this, right?" Oh, and then Bruce said, "Yeah, everybody thinks I'm straight. But I can't."
Barack got drunk, and Bruce Springsteen was walking around in drag.
Yes, that's it.
When they woke up in the morning after and realized what happened,
and they had to write a book as a cover story. That was the cover story for that night. Thank you. That was it. Yes. So we've seen now the overwhelming result. Okay, so bless you, son. That's we needed that. Otherwise, I just couldn't have tolerated that. It's one of those things that would have bothered me all throughout the night. So again, what I was saying about Julius Streicher, basically, you've got someone who, as I said, the way this is going to be redefined in history with the radicalization of the right, people are going to say that Julius Streicher, with his world-famous weekly newspaper, Der Stürmer, frankly discussed the Jewish problem, as many people will view it, and that that would include, in their minds, the founding of communism, conspiring against Christianity, and using their great financial resources to subvert governments, and the formation of monopolies to wipe out Christian-owned small businesses. Now, this is not what happened. This is how people are going to reinterpret this. And that Streicher especially exposed the Jewish proclivity for unfairly gaining financial advantages over Gentiles. So basically, his life will be looked on as a lifelong battle for truth. So just so people get a better handle on his biography a bit, he was born on February 12th, 1885, near the Bavarian town of Augsburg. He was the 9th child of the village schoolmaster, who probably wasn't even married. And he did worship his mother, whom he later called the fortress of my childhood. And his first remembrance of Jews, as he claimed, began at the age of 5, when his mother cried after she had ordered fabric from a Jewish shop, which turned out to be of inferior quality. And she told him, "This is just like the Jew." And Streicher, whose family was devoutly Catholic, would later say that the village priest once told the congregation that the Jews had fought Christ bitterly, finally crucifying him. By the way, this was the perspective of the Western world for something like nigh 2,000 years. And so I'm not saying this to promote Judeophobia. That was part of Christian perspective. And of course, Streicher's take on it was that he basically said at one point in Der Stürmer, "That was my first inkling that the nature of the Jews was peculiar." And at the age of 13, he entered a training institute to become a teacher. Yes, that's how soon people were choosing their careers in those days, because most people didn't live that long. Life expectancy was shorter. And so after a 5-year course, Streicher began a teaching career in January of 1904. So you're talking about 13, he entered this school. So that means 15, 16, when he was 18 years old, when he was of legal age, by our definition, he became a teacher. So there you go. That's very young. He was a gifted orator. And so by 1912, he joined the Democratic Party and addressed their meetings in Nuremberg. So do remember that. He joined the Democratic Party. And he quickly became very popular. And he received what the Germans called war applause wherever he spoke. And there was one group, of course, that never approved of his nationalist perspective. There was a bank employee who warned Streicher to avoid offending the Jews. Now, this may all be myth and legend and apocrypha and anecdote, but, you know, according to what was the official line of the Third Reich, basically somebody told him, Streicher, let me give you some advice. I work in a Jewish bank. I have learned to be silent at times when my German heart gladly would have spoke. The Jews are few in number, but great in the economic and political power they have achieved, and their power is dangerous. You, my dear Streicher, are still young and cocky, and don't mince words. But never forget what I am telling you. The Jews have great power, and that power is dangerous. Very dangerous. But by the way, it almost sounds as if that's Donald Trump talking. that kind of pattern of speech. Anyhow, he did become a hero in World War I. In 1913, Streicher married, I think her name was Kunigunde Roth, which sounds suspiciously Jewish if you ask myself. But, you know, so was the author of The Myth of the 20th Century, which is considered a Judeophobic tract, and he was considered the ideologue of, or the prophet of the Third Reich. That was Alfred Rosenberg. So Rosenberg, of course, that's normally a very Jewish name, but he was considered instrumental in the formation of National-Socialistische ideology. Anyhow, so this Streicher and Kunigunde, they had Lothar as their first son. He was born around 1915, shortly before my father was born, and he would later write for Der Stürmer, and there was a second son named Elmar, who followed in 1918, the year just before my dad was born. Now, World War I broke out in 1914, between those 2 years I've just mentioned. In other words, the second son, Elmar, wasn't born until World War II was in its final, orgasmic, catastrophic, climactic year of horror. And when the only horror greater than World War I, the American Army and Navy flu manifested on the field of battle, and everyone died. But Streicher, as soon as the war started, he enlisted in the infantry, and he saw heavy frontline fighting in France. Streicher actually sought out dangerous missions, and he carried a crucial message through heavy enemy fire, which prevented an encirclement. And for this, he became the first man in his company to win the Iron Cross. And he was then selected as a member of the elite mountain machine gun detachment. And the reason they were elite was because at the higher altitudes, much equipment ceases to work effectively, and it takes good technicians to maintain machine guns in particular in operational order. And he was later accepted as an officer candidate, which, of course, other nations are different from America. That's not all, in America, it's almost impossible. But in other countries, which are more meritocratic, it's almost as difficult. So he really was exceptional. And this was unusual because at the time, only men from aristocratic families, the Prussian Junkers, were allowed to become officers. So as a first lieutenant, when he was, and this goes to show you, by the way, how many German nobles died in combat, that fact that they had to do this. But of course, when they did do it, it wasn't like they made the wrong choice. So as a first lieutenant, he fought bravely on the Romanian and Italian fronts. And at that time, Germany's enemies were Romania and Italy, as well as Russia, who they soundly defeated, and the Americans, and of course the British. I could go on and on. But at the time of the armistice in November of 1918, Streicher was back serving again on the French front, winning the coveted Iron Cross First Class. And this is described as a Medal of Merit. Well, the way the Germans used to describe it, for genuine distinction to an excellent combat leader who demonstrates courage and consistency under fire. So Streicher then felt he knew the cause of Germany's humiliation. Allied soldiers occupied Nuremberg in 1918 and continued the starvation blockade of Germany to compel acceptance of the Versailles Diktat, the treaty of vengeance against the German people that the Allies had instituted. And this Treaty of Shame, as the Germans called it, it decreed that the German army be composed of no more than 100,000 men, that her fleet be scuttled, that billions be paid in war reparations, and most humiliatingly and falsely agree that Germany was the sole cause of the war. So the catastrophic inflation of the Weimar Republic began at this time. The savings of every German were wiped out. And then certainly very similar to the collapse of the Soviet Union and post-Soviet Russia, Jews were then able to buy up newspapers, industries, thousands of city blocks of apartments, and thousands of small businesses for a fraction of their value. Civil war raged in the streets of German cities. There is no historical fantasy in citing the fact that much of this was incited by the same Jewish Bolsheviks whose core legioists were pillaging Russia. Streicher was fortunate to have his old teaching position, as millions were thrown into unemployment. At this time, Streicher was given his first copy of that Tsarist Russian forgery, what would become a warrant for genocide, the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. Now, the protocols were brought to Germany from Russia, and then in revolutionary turmoil, they were expanded upon by a young college student, Alfred Rosenberg, and he was destined to join Streicher on the martyr's scaffold at Nuremberg. Now, purportedly, the protocols were, and many people would say are, the secret minutes of the First Zionist Congress in Basel, Switzerland, circa 1897. And this Congress was presided over by the Jewish leader Theodor Herzl, credited with founding the Zionist movement. And those protocols detail a plan for Jewish domination over Gentiles by controlling money and using it to subvert Christian governments. And so, corrupt, some could say Clintonian or Bushite, whichever your preference, like politicians who are to be hired to rule over Gentiles by the Jews. And the ultimate goal of such scheming is the establishment of a Jewish-controlled Marxist state. And, of course, most who ascribe to this would conclude that the protocols are the blueprint for today's New World Order. Now, what I can tell you as a fact that is evidenced and incontrovertible, this may all be fantasy, even if you prove to many people in Eastern Europe or other places where you had a profoundly Jewish influence, the Jewish Pale of Settlement of that intermarium between the Baltic and the Adriatic and the Black Seas, that between the seas real estate comprising White Russia and Ukraine and the Baltic littoral states and everything from Poland on down through Bulgaria, they are basically Judeophobic. And if you were to prove to them the protocols of the elders of Zion is false, is a propaganda psyop, a psychological operation, they would simply tell you that because it speaks so true to what they feel has happened in history or what they feel that they have observed, they would say that's a moot point because there is what you would call virtual truth. In other words, it doesn't matter that it was a fabrication. They feel that as a fabrication, it resonates the reality so effectively that it may as well have been a real thing. It is, at that point, virtual truth. So when you're in that situation, then the only thing I can say that puts this in context is that in reality, incontrovertibly, Theodor Herzl did indeed ascribe by the doctrine that the Jewish people had to begin to be exterminated worldwide until they were willing to go to Palestine. This is because, of course, all of these Jewish people established, particularly in Eastern Europe, they were living like kings, which is no exaggeration there. That isn't some kind of stupid, overstated bitterness or sour grapes. They were like upper middle class white Americans compared to the living standards of black Americans in the deepest inner city ghetto or Latin Americans in the barrios of the United States. You take a look at the difference in lifestyles, and they're on different planets. All of those Jews were college-educated lawyers, doctors, accountants. Everybody else had to rely on their businesses. People had to go to their shops to buy food. This is similar to the overseas Chinese and their monopoly of the middle class or upper middle class economy of places like the Philippines. Honestly, when there's a woman who wrote The World on Fire, who's Chinese, a Chinese woman, and so let me see. Let me look her up because I do not remember her name immediately. Amy Chua. And Amy Chua's father, who's Chinese, was murdered in the Philippines. And his father was murdered, and Amy Chua basically was confronted with her father's death, and the Filipino police became involved. They wrote on the report concerning his murder, they wrote justifiable homicide. And this was her father had been killed by apparently the chauffeur. And because this man murdered his employer, basically all the Philippines thought, well, he killed a Chink and these people are the Jews of Asia. Bear this in mind. In the Philippines, ethnic Chinese are a tiny minority. They represent about 1% of the population, but they control no less than 60% of the private economy at least. That includes 4 major airlines, virtually all the major banks and conglomerates. No one is allowed to speak about this. And so it sounds like it can't be true, a minority controlling 60% of the economy, but it's true. And it's well documented. Anybody who works in business and has done work in Southeast Asia sees this, not just in the Philippines, but Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Burma. These are the ethnic dimensions of capitalism where the overseas Chinese are the lords of the Pacific Rim. That's why British called them the Jews of Asia. So Amy Chua's father's family had a huge hacienda in an all-Chinese community, and living in the basement were 20 ethnic Filipino servants. And that is typical. They weren't even among the wealthiest Chinese. They were following a pattern. The wealthiest Chinese would have something like 200. And so when basically it was in 1994, she had just started teaching in North Carolina, and she received a call from her mother in Berkeley, where they had property here in California, right here in my own San Francisco Bay Area. And it's funny, I didn't recall her name consciously because, you know, I've met her a few times. This is how I know this. So when she got that call from her mother in Berkeley, her mother told her that her aunt, her father's twin sister, had been murdered in her home in the Philippines in Manila. She'd been killed by her chauffeur as well. So understand that this is common. You hire people to drive you, and what will happen will be that they'll turn around and kill you. And of course, when you've got this kind of situation going on, she decided that she would follow up on the criminal investigation in that case too. And so when she went back and asked if there were any developments in the murder, then they were told the case has been closed. And they said, the police said this, you know, the suspect wasn't even responsible. You know, the maids, there were 2 maids who were also complicit. They confessed. There was no doubt as to who had done the killing. But the police let them all go, said the suspect had disappeared. The maids were let go. The case was closed. And so she was, as an American, trying to use her money to follow up on this. And when she asked her uncle about this, he said, "You're so naive. This is the Philippines, not the United States." So he wasn't just being cynical. It was true. Her aunt's killing was part of a much larger pattern in the Philippines, where hundreds of ethnic Chinese are kidnapped annually. They're not always killed, but they're kidnapped all the time. And the police force and the military are, of course, all Filipino. There are no Chinese allowed. And so they are very sympathetic to anti-Chinese violence. And they're always quoted openly, publicly, in the Filipino papers, many of which are printed in English. You can read this yourself, where they'll say things like, look, the Chinese can afford the ransom. It's a form of wealth redistribution, and it's entirely justified. So not only do they condone these murders, they're sympathetic to the frustrations of the very large majority in the face of a tiny outsider minority that controls so much wealth, has all these servants, and seems very arrogant. The Chinese do not intermarry. They speak a different language, just like the Jews did in Europe. And so when you're confronted with this as a Chinese person, and you take a look at what the police write on these reports, and the police say justifiable homicide, they interpret this as a form of self-defense. They interpret this as an enemy occupation government that they are fighting a war of resistance against. Now, because the Asian American population in the United States is not Jewish, we don't act like them, we don't make this our career, we never speak about this, you never hear about it. But with the Jews, this is literally their bread and butter. It's all they talk about. But the reality was, everyone in Eastern Europe was killing them in self-defense. Everyone in Europe committed justifiable genocide. None of these people wanted to leave because they lived like kings, with hundreds of white European servants living in their basements. And so, when you have World War II and the Holocaust, and you see these people read a forgery, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, how can this not appear as anything to them other than the truth? So, it's in that light that Julius Streicher began speaking on these new revelations about Jewish political activity. And he addressed many thousands of people at hundreds of rallies, stressing the fact that the Jews are a separate race who are not Germans at all, but constitute an alien and dangerous state within the state. And that's why he launched his crusading newspaper, Deutsche Volkswille. That was a newspaper launched by Streicher in 1921, a few years before my mother was born. It became the voice of the German working community organization, of which Streicher was a principal leader. And in an article criticizing some of the wealthiest Jewish businessmen in Germany, Streicher wrote, "Do you really think the Rothschilds, Mendelssohns, Bleckroders, Warburgs, and Cohns worry about your poverty? As long as these blood brothers are our leaders, and as long as your party officials are Jewish lackeys, you will be no threat to the big money man. As long as you yourself do not lead the way, and as long as the black shadow of foreign blood is behind you, you will be betrayed and deceived. The black shadow cares for itself, not for you." Streicher often quoted what Jewish leaders themselves had written as proof of a Jewish conspiracy to dominate Gentiles. England's only Jewish prime minister was Benjamin Disraeli, who in his own book, titled Lord George Bentinck, on page 357, I have it before me, he wrote, "An insurrection takes place against tradition and aristocracy, against religion and property, by the secret societies which form provisional governments, and men of the Jewish race are found at the head of every one of them. The people of God," here he's referencing the Jews, "cooperate with atheists. Most skillful accumulators of property ally themselves with communists. The peculiar and chosen race touch the hand of all the scum and low castes of Europe, and all this because they wish to destroy that ungrateful Christendom." And you remember what I've told you, before we even had a concept of Europe, the closest concept we had to Europe was Christendom. And this is Benjamin Disraeli. This is not a Russian forgery, the protocols. This is his own book. A man who died in 1881. 1881. This was writ in the 19th fucking century, people. And combine that with the fact that Theodor Herzl did say this. All these people living like kings in Europe, when he said, "Let's move to Palestine, the Holy Land," and they said, "You fucking crazy ass motherfucker. Why would I move to a strip of land in the desert that not even the lizards want for your crazy dream of a Jewish state over ancient Israel? My children and I, we all speak the regional language. We all rule this nation. We all rule all these nations. This was a Jewish empire. Nothing would drive them to leave unless everybody suddenly said, 'We're going to kill you,' and they would laugh." This is why Theodor Herzl said, "Either you destroy the diaspora, or the diaspora will destroy you." And what he meant by that was that the Jewish diaspora would ultimately, in his mind, breed out of existence because of their proclivity for always taking young, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, Nordic, white women and making them their wives. And he said eventually they're going to breed the Jewishness out of themselves, and they'll just become an overlord race of something that's not Jewish, but just a moneyed class like the Aryans in India. So, in order to make certain that the Jews would move to Palestine, he was the man who threatened my biological father, Adolf Hitler, at that time when he was running for the Chancellery, the Chancellery of Germany. And Hitler, of course, was trying his best to enable the Jews to move to Palestine. This was the whole point of the Ha'avara, the transfer agreement. And the Jews, of course, had to threaten Hitler to keep him in line. And they kept telling him, we want you to start killing Jews in Europe, drive them out of Europe, because no one wants to come here to Palestine like us. They were a terrorist organization, the precursors of Mossad, which is simply the Jewish word for the Institute, now known as the Intelligence Network, that even contracts its own assassins to keep them literally in practice and in top experiential condition where they're constantly killing. Mossad is the one intelligence agency in the world that contracts its own assassins out as hitmen on the private market for any country that pays enough. Adolf Hitler was deeply in love with his niece, Zsely Rabal. Like Edgar Allan Poe, he was going to marry her. But she was murdered. He turned her apartment in which she died into a shrine and had a bust, a sculpt of her head and torso built as the only eternal occupant of that apartment while he was alive and in Europe. And after that point, he said, if the Jews want a Holocaust, I will kill them all. And he certainly killed as many as he could, but even then there was a practicality, a practical side to his nature, where, as Peter Moon said, Karl Haushofer's wife, in our latest transmission proceeding tonight, was classified as Mischlange by the Third Reich, meaning that she was of that third race, neither Aryan nor Jewish. This is what saved thousands of Jews. They served in the military, the sciences, or simply were married to German people. The Mischlange were spared the Holocaust. And that shows Adolf Hitler was not totalitarian in his genocide. That certainly does not create a credit side of the ledger that matches the debit side. But the point is, he was not all-inclusive or lunatic in his vengeance. And of course, he became thereby the father of Israel. Many of the Jews were anxious to leave after that experience. And it's only now they're beginning to move back into Germany and reestablish themselves as a protected species under the laws of the new Germany. The future of Germany depends on East Germany in this sense. They are the least self-loathing and least indoctrinated of the German people, and constitute a minority, but certainly not nearly a minority in any classical sense. They're basically a little less than half the population of Germany, and certainly are not buying into the Western German perspective that the Jews are a protected species. So, as always, the future of Europe will be decided by whoever wins the next German Civil War. Now, as I've said, the real answer to this would be to reestablish the Kaiser as a constitutional monarchy and strike a balance between both Germanies. That is the only thing that would prevent that, and that would prevent a Judeophobic backlash to what the Jewish people have done to Germany. Just like they did to Russia after the collapse of the former Soviet Union, they may not have been the only people who victimized the Germans at a time when they were prostate, but they certainly rendered themselves the predator that counted in the eyes of the German people, the Europeans, and this is why so many people cooperated with the Third Reich in the destruction of European Jewry, i.e., the Holocaust, or more properly, by the legal terminology of the Third Reich itself, Die Endlösung, the final solution. Now, you might have some perspective for that no one else could give you on Earth, because no one else has the background in Asia that I have to bring you a parallel. Now, after 2.5 years of fighting the Spanish Civil War, Francisco Franco, with the support of my biological father Adolf Hitler and Benito Mussolini, I mean to say, my voice is getting dry, they were able to declare victory on All Fool's Day, the 1st of April, 1939. World War II in Europe began just a few months later. Francisco Franco, who was now established as the Spanish Empire's ruler, reigned until his death in 1975. Anyone who tells you, oh, the Americans, they would destroy any fascist, the fascists are your enemies, the same kind of crap they give you about the Civil War was fought over slavery on the part of the North to free the blacks. What makes that so offensive is that you have Civil War magazines, and these are written by professional scholars, professional historians. This is why I'm a renegade military historian. I'm not one of these guys who's going to feed you propaganda and pablum. But the guys who do, they work for like Civil War Times or various magazines where a great deal of their energy goes into fighting the Dixie Mafia, the Confederacy of the Lost Cause, the Neo-Confederates, who they insist are pushing a myth about the Civil War concerning states' rights, as opposed to slavery being the reason for the Civil War. And they'll say, oh, you can take a look at the letters of Union soldiers. And these letters express this change in consciousness as the war went on. When these Union soldiers were marching through Georgia and saw these plantations firsthand. And they saw all of these blacks that had been working the labor mills, that they became aware of the evils of slavery and realized that they were fighting on behalf of the eradication of an evil institution. It's like saying, oh, the Americans were fighting to free the Jews. It's like saying, what happened when the Americans encountered those concentration camps, when they saw those walking skeletons, how that must have broken their hearts, their minds, their souls. Well, one man who saw all of that was General George S. Patton. And he was the man who said, we've been fighting the wrong enemy. And he wanted to mobilize the Germans to invade the Soviet Union and knock out Stalin in a regime change operation. He's the man who made certain that there were SS guards that were guarding various installations right outside the Nuremberg trials. George S. Patton realized he was on the side of the Reich. And that's why they killed him. He didn't see the death camps and say, this is so horrific, I forever surrender myself to the will of these victims, the persecuted Jews. He became more Judeophobic than he ever was before, and said, these are the people who brought us communism. Communism is the enemy, and the Germans are our friends. And at that point was considered a traitor to the United States. And exterminated with extreme prejudice. Well, terminated in the singular. A single person is terminated, not exterminated. But he was terminated with extreme prejudice. And with that, of course, again, some perspective. As for Theodor Herzl, he got his Jewish population in Israel. He got his 7th million, the 1 million other than the 6 that are acknowledged by Jews to have been exterminated. Of course, all the Third Reich's documents say it was 12 million, but the Jews say, oh, well, the other half aren't Jews because, you know, they didn't come through the matrilineal line of Jewishness, and therefore were not legally Jews, and they didn't care about them. In other words, you see all these people who were marrying these blondes whenever they could grab them, and basically squeezing out these hybrid half-Jewish kids. Those people are counted as Jewish because they come through the line of the mother, and therefore that makes them Jewish. And of course, that means that those who come from the line of the father, who is just fucking some maid, are fucking some other people who, to the Germans, under the Third Reich, per the Nuremberg race laws, it didn't matter if you were a quarter Jew or a half Jew. If you had one drop of Jewish blood, you were a fucking Jew. And you either had to be classified as Mischlange, or else you were not going to escape originally deportation, and then eventually concentration, and ultimately extermination. This was something that, of course, you never saw the Jewish people ever complain about, because to them, the non-Jewish people, who could have been their half-brothers, didn't count as lives that mattered to them. Now, who is being heartless? Who is being the most extreme in their exclusivity? This is why General Patton was so horrified. This is why General Patton said, we've been fighting the wrong enemy. I've been fighting the wrong enemy. This is why they killed him. When you observe what happened in the American Civil War, that Union Army, the same men who wrote those letters, had no problem using black African slaves when they were in port in New Orleans, where the U.S. military decreed that, slaves may be freed except in the areas where we need them. So anyone who says the United States Army of the Union, the Army of the Potomac River, was fighting to free the slaves, you're not only ignorant, you're in denial of reality itself. You're out of your goddamn mind. You're so high on your own fumes because your head is so far up your ass that you're delirious. black lives did not matter, if the Union had maintained Abraham Lincoln, if a Confederate States soldier hadn't taken him out, there would be no blacks in the United States. He created the nation of Liberia, where all America's blacks were supposed to go, and a great many of them were dumped like so much biological toxic waste into a landfill. And take a look at the nation of Liberia today, flying its goddamn American flag, with the US dollar as its national currency. Look at how they live. Cannibal warlords. Many of them in drag. You can look that up. Look it up on YouTube. Liberia's drag queen cannibal warlords. That's what's become of Liberia. That would have been the future of all the blacks in America had they not been saved by a Confederate States soldier putting that bullet in Lincoln's brain. There were no good guys or bad guys in the Civil War if you're Black American. To say it was a choice in the classic medieval sense where they say between Lucifer and Beelzebub, it does not apply when you think of how demons are necessary for the ecology of the cosmos. Rather, we need to use chthonic, anti-God parallels. It's a choice between Cthulhu and Yog-Sothoth for the Black American in the time of the Civil War between the states. In this regard, we must have a new understanding of the situation for us all. So in that respect, most hopefully, you understand why the Spanish Civil War was so important. And of course, about the Americans who say if World War II was to take down fascism, to take down these monsters who established death camps, why was Franco still in charge? Why couldn't the Americans have taken him down? One less fascist dictator, son of a bitch, to worry about. Because, of course, of everything I've explained and will explain again. You know, in the time we have remaining, there is likely no chance to explain it tonight. But I'll set the context as well as I can for Sunday night's transmission. Let me check the live stream. We have half an hour left. And it being a Wednesday night, not too many listeners right now, but we'll catch them all up on the replay. And hopefully I've put into contextual clarity what you never understood before. About 2,800, about 2,800 Americans went to Spain as volunteers in the fight to uphold communism against fascism. Nearly a quarter of them died there. Many writers went to Spain too, including Ernest Hemingway, who reported on the Civil War for newspapers in Spain, and then, of course, he reported on the Spanish Civil War for American newspapers, and anywhere in the English-speaking universe, the Anglosphere, where his works would be purchased, and then wrote about it in his novel For Whom the Bell Tolls. The non-fiction book entitled Spain in Our Hearts, subtitled Americans in the Spanish Civil War, 1936 through 1939, which was published in the year 2016, as authored by Adam Hochschild, is about Americans who volunteered to fight for communism in the Spanish Civil War. which lasted from 1936 to 1939, World War II beginning just a few months later, with World War II among the Europeans beginning just a few months later, a pan-European war. Most of the people Adam Hochschild chose to write about in his book entitled Spain in Our Hearts fought on the side of communism, but some supported Francisco Franco, including the CEO, the chief executive officer of Texaco, who supplied the fascists with the fuel they needed for their trucks and bombers. Where else in the world at this point did you have Americans in uniform who were being bombed by Nazi planes 4 years before the United States legally entered the Second World War? Hitler and Mussolini jumped in on the side of Francisco Franco and his Spanish nationalists, sent them vast amounts of military aid, airplanes, tanks, and Mussolini sent 80,000 ground troops as well, because they wanted a sympathetic ally in power. So this truly was the opening act of the Second World War in Europe. And just to set the scene, fascism has spread from its fatherland in Italy to Großdeutschland, Greater Germany. It's attempting to secure Spain. This is all a reaction to what my biological father Adolf Hitler referred to as Judeo-Bolshevism, or international communism. And there were other countries in Europe that were either fascist or authoritarian. All of Eastern Europe, essentially. Romania, Hungary, all three of the Baltic states, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Poland, were under regimes of what Americans today would deem the far right, that usually had a pronounced Judeophobic tinge. And, oh, well, they'll try to rehabilitate them in postmodern eyes as not outright fascists in the way that Germany and Italy were, but that's all a load of shit. These are people, I explained before how the Italians were the black shirts, the Germans were the brown shirts, the Americans were the silver shirts, the Spaniards were the blue shirts, Romania was the green shirts. Also, fascism was on the move, not only by its economic inspiration as a vaccine against global economic depression, but by 1936, Hitler was already talking very loudly about his desire to expand to the east. Mussolini, in 1935, had already gone on into Africa, and in the next year conquered Ethiopia, acquiring himself a colony. So people at the time really saw fascism not just as a response of the Euro immunosystem to the invasive bacillus of communism, but as an aggressive response that seemed to be accelerating. To the Americans, this was like the cytokinetic storm that could melt a person's lungs in the immunosystem's over-response to the American Army and Navy flu. They thought this fascism is going to overtake Europe and it will destroy us. Our economy cannot compete with that. Once Europe unites, our economy will far exceed our own. So that is what the conflict was about in the Spanish Civil War. At all costs, the Americans sought to prevent that. As I said, a democratic government had been elected in 1931, but it was so infected by leftists that the Spanish king was forced to flee for his very life. And that prompted, or shall we say, demanded, necessitated a military coup d'etat to retake the country. Up until 1931, Spain had had hundreds of years of almost uninterrupted monarchy, mixed with a period of military dictatorship at the end. And then, in 1931, the king and his family fled, statues were toppled, and the country essentially became a so-called democracy holding national elections. They had already, instead of voting for a constitutional monarchy, voted to abolish it. So, in 1936, the election that year put in power a coalition of radicalized left, a communist lunatic fringe that quickly subordinated the liberal parties, which had promised to do much more in the way of land reform, secularizing education. Previously, all education had been in the hands of the Roman Catholic Church. And so, when the coalition won this election and abolished the monarchy, it was indicative of how far the communists had subverted this so-called democracy. This was too much for Francisco Franco and a large group of the conservative, truly conservative army officers. By that I mean they truly were concerned with the Spanish imperial culture and were trying to preserve it as a person conserves. They rose up in revolt in July of 1936. They wanted to restore the Spanish Empire, the Spain of old, a Spain where the dominant institutions were the large estates in the countryside. No more of this nonsensical land reform. There would be no trappings of democracy, no free trade union. The army would reign supreme. It would be a military dictatorship of necessity in a state of extreme emergency. And education would be handed back to the Roman Catholic Church. You can actually see photographs of bishops and cardinals giving the fascist salute alongside nationalist officers. So it was a very stark difference between what two kinds of Spain these two sides wanted. In this case, it was the fascists who were pandemic conscious. They believed the pandemic was real. They're the ones who said we have to institute ad locutio, the Roman salute, so that we don't shake each other's hands and spread disease that the Americans have weaponized and engineered. They were the men who said this so-called Spanish flu they named after our nation came out of labs in the United States. Whereas the communists were in pandemic denial. Everybody collectivize. This is not that Franco's war was against modernity. The fascist war was on the side of the preservation of human life. And, of course, the regaining of the Spanish Empire of old. Now, it may always have been foggy how that would happen because the former Spanish colonies in South America, for example, had been independent for hundreds of years. So exactly how the empire was to be regained was never clear. But Francisco Franco, as Generalissimo, certainly had the idea of an empire on his mind. And in fact, after Franco and his nationalists won the war, he bargained with my father Adolf Hitler about whether he was going to actually join the Axis in World War II, finally deciding not to because Adolf Hitler wouldn't give him everything he wanted, which were an enormous swath of British and French colonies in Africa and a slice of France itself. So he was definitely somebody who wanted to expand his power in the most literal sense of the term. So after the Civil War started, when the military coup d'etat was attempting to reconquer the entire Iberian Peninsula and had already taken over part of it, there were people from different countries around the world who wanted to join forces with the demo-collectivist side of the communists, the Commu Republicans, because they considered their democracy but the election of a republic on the left side, including people from the United States. And the American Brigade in the Spanish Civil War was called the Abraham Lincoln Brigade, because, of the myth that he was there to free the slaves. Oh, yeah. And just take a look at the nation of Liberia with its cannibal, head-hunting warlords and drag, with necklaces comprised of baby skulls. There you go. That's your Abraham Lincoln Brigade and what they're fighting for. What attracted these Americans to fight in another country's civil war? Some 2,800 Americans went to Spain, and it was, by far, the largest number of Americans before or since who've ever joined somebody else's civil war. These were overwhelmingly people who were deeply indoctrinated by the empty promise of communism. They saw worldwide communist revolution on the horizon. And, of course, as I've said before, Americans, as Christians, have never followed Christ, but instead worship the Jew. Mauri Kaulo of New York said, "For us, it was never Franco. It was always Hitler that he felt they were fighting." In other words, the man they viewed as the enemy of the Jews. These were people who were fighting what they considered a pro-Judaic crusade. Another volunteer, Hyman Katz, who was actually a young rabbi who was killed in Spain. Before his death, he wrote to his mother saying that he could never forgive himself if he hadn't come to Spain because it would mean that, in his words, I hadn't woken up when the alarm clock rang. So everybody had the sense that a larger war was coming to Europe, and it would be a war between Germany and Italy and what they felt was almost everybody else. Now, one of the most interesting historical personae is the head of Texaco Oil, Torkild Rieber, R-I-E-B-E-R. Rieber was the head during the Spanish Civil War, and he supported the fascist cause, the military coup d'etat in Spain. And he made a deal with Francisco Franco's Generalissimo regime. Here was the deal. Before the war, Texaco had been the principal oil supplier to the government of Spain. The moment the war began, Rieber signaled that he would cut off oil supplies to the Spanish Republic, the communist side, and would sell oil to Franco's nationalists. he not only did that, but he gave them the oil at a sizable discount, which, as far as we can tell, he never told Texaco shareholders or even his board of directors about. And he violated American law in a couple of ways, because United States neutrality legislation was very strict and said that if you were selling anything to a country at war, the oil could not travel on American ships. But he still shipped it on Texaco tankers. See, right now on the side of the Chinese communists, we have Zoom. Obviously, I'm against them. But war is where ideology judges one's allegiance. In this case, I am on the side of Texaco. The nationalists had no tankers. United States law also said you could not sell things on credit to a country at war, and Reber gave the nationalists very, I might as well just say extremely generous terms of credit. And it was his version of Lend-Lease that Roosevelt later provided the world. And he did something else as well. Texaco, being a major oil company, had offices, installations, agents, tank farms in ports all over the world. And he sent out orders to them saying, send us, as soon as possible, any information you acquire about oil tankers heading for the Spanish Communist Republic. And this information was passed on to the nationalists to help submarine captains and bomber pilots acquire targets. 29 oil tankers heading for the Spanish Communist Republic were destroyed, damaged, or even captured during the war. And in at least one or two cases, we can specifically tie it to information supplied by Texaco. So the United States might be neutral, but Texaco had gone to war. Under Reber, Texaco was acting as a transatlantic intelligence network and logistical lifeline for Europa, for Festung Europa, Fortress Europe under siege. You would have had to have somebody inside Texaco to know any of this. There were American intelligence officers who were watching the war very closely. There were several American military attachés in Spain. There was an intelligence agent who was infiltrated into the Lincoln Battalion of American volunteers, but nobody noticed what Texaco was doing. And the thing that startles me is that it should have been an obvious question for the foreign correspondents on scene to ask, because here they were, dozens of them, hundreds of them, over the course of the war, mainly in Madrid, the communized capital, looking up at skies full of Nazi planes, bombing them and writing very eloquently about the bombing of Madrid. This was the first time a major European capital had ever been under heavy sustained aerial bombardment in European experience. And they never asked the question, whose fuel is powering those aircraft? And it should have been obvious because nationalist Spain had no oil wells. Germany and Italy were oil importers, not exporters. It would have been very expensive and difficult for them to supply Franco with oil, and yet this question was never asked. It's estimated that 60% of the oil going to both sides in Spain went to their respective militaries. Exempli gratiae, airplanes run on aviation gasoline, tanks and trucks run on diesel fuel, other kinds of transport run on plain gasoline, and without a steady and guaranteed supply of any of this, Franco's army would have been stuck. So this supply of oil from Texaco was really crucial, the black blood of fascism itself. It also helped my biological father Hitler, because this oil was fueling German planes flown by German pilots that were doing the bombing of Madrid, Barcelona, Guernica, and other cities. Hitler's support of the fascists